FHD로 화질이 박살이 났지만 어쩔 수 없네요. 그냥 보면서 떠들겠습니다. 어쩔 수 없어요. 어제부터 그랬다네요, 중계 서버가. 그래서 니샤 대 미코토 둘이 비등비등 하거든요. 이게 세비지의 이제 T1 때문에 세비지에 좀 집중이 돼서 그렇지 탈론 메인은 미코토라고 봅니다, 저는.
I feel like it can only help them, especially after they played well. After what happened to them, I think it only made this team stronger, like some anime power. As I've never seen this, Insania spawned his spirit and ran it through the twin gate, and now it's coming from top back to bottom.
Yeah, I thought we saw that this tournament.
We did?
Yeah.
I didn't. That's some nerdy stuff. I love it.
Yeah, he's gonna get a ton of damage. Of course, he can only do it so often. You want to line it up with the creeps as well.
Yeah. He did spot out Ollie, who's making a nice move down bottom. Of course, the
84 damage, good.
The 5-minute moves with the siege creep. It's also nighttime. You've got the blood grenades going. As even 23 Savage, we've got the whole family down here.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Insania, not able to actually utilize that extra massive damage. So Talon wasting a bit of time trying to chase him out.
This is definitely very good for
결국은
if you have a
옥상마 사니까 좀 봐야겠죠?
Jams gets to farm more than Mickey, or like he gets to speed up his vanguard. Like once you have it, you can slowly bust out this Medusa out of the lane, and you can already see Mickey. He's kind of going back and forth.
그래서 들어가는데 그냥 룬용이네요. 롤링 썬더가 룬용으로. 어차피 미드에서 솔로로 해내기는 어려워요. 롤링 썬더만 가지고는. 그리고 블러드 레네이즈 조금 애매하죠. 묘비 지우기에는 묘비 위치가 영 애매해서 그냥 거기까지.
Nisha probably going to be waiting for his next ult with the arcane rune. And that was one of these first tier 1 towers. Like this is another reason why Pango is so great with these summon heroes. You can easily rotate up top and maybe help Nisha take this Talon tier 1 safe lane tower later.
As the 7-minute wisdom runes are about to spawn. And ooh, Insania trying to go for
이 메두사 물론 후반 할 만은 한데
couple TPs, so Insania is spotted, won't bother trying to get that wisdom.
난 킬하나? 먹어야 반반입니다. 못 먹으면은 그냥 그래요. 세비지 퍼스트 블러드.
But I think this is something that we do see in these like extremely important games.
이게
Teams are just a little bit more passive.
캐리들도 그렇고 미드도 그렇고 몽키킹바가 필요하다든지 버틸 수 있는 나비감이 필요하다든지 여러 가지 있어서 먹으면 죽어도 반반이에요. 그래서 시도를 하는 거죠. 근데 서로 꺼주는 기능이 있다 보니까 이거 위험해요. 이 별도 스턴이 없으니까 그나마 항마사가 몸으로 들이박아야 되는데 X 잘 들어갔고요. 튕겨 나오나요? 근데 여기서 한번 디스럽션. 오, 잘 뽑았어요. 여기 잡고 근데 Q가 여기서 2레벨이네요. 세네 지금. 여기서는 미드로 서지 버클러 있긴 하거든요. 4레벨이라 충분히 길어요. 데미지 방어력. 아나보이드는 그냥 박아놓은 거죠. 미코토한테 킬. 탈론이 꽤 빠르게 가져가는데요. 그리고 복시에 그간 당해왔던 우리도 일시정지한다. 맥을 끊기 위한 일시정지.
If you get it on the Medusa later without the mana, that's pretty good. But I love how Talon are playing like this fast pace. kind of tempo. I feel like in the last few days we've seen a bit of a switcheroo when it comes to the early game. Lots of twin gates, even from like just your carries. As both these teams, they play a lot of Monkey King. They know what's up.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool to see that. I mean, this patch has been out for quite a while in terms of.
근데 아직은 조금 애매하거든요.
Patch, the new journey patch, or whatever the hell it's called. With the
it's the right
gates, because the gates haven't been changed really at all.
이게 어제도 탈론이 너무 뭉쳐서 킬만 내다가 경험치 손해를 좀 보느라 어려워진 타이밍이 있었는데, 물론 이번에는 항마사가 많다까지만 나오면은
Off to a good start.
외부사가 쉽진
Still has the
않겠지만
network lead and Jabs off to a very, very good start. Of course, we've mentioned he's got the Vanguard. Getting closer to treads. I don't know if they're coming.
이게 또
or it's
항마사
also- Either way,
스케일링
like,
안
if you're being
하고
kicked
그냥
out of the
싸우기만
lane
하다가
early now, then perhaps usual.
후반으로
But on
넘어가면은
top of the nerfs, like now your split
그러면
is
또
only
문제예요.
level 2. So Mickey is going to have to kind of screw off into the top area of the map.
So-
외부사가 많다, 나비검, 스카디, 그리고 뭐 몽키킹 바정도 네 오프한 맵입니다. 3, 4코어 나왔을 때 항마사가 많다까지 안 나왔다면 혹시 뱅가드 DP 많다를 써야 되는데
Kill.
그게 안 나왔을 경우를 좀 고려를 하면은 그때는 또 탈론이 팀파이트가 안 되거든요.
Still kind of owning one of the win conditions from the Radiant team, and even though you don't have auras, Anti-Mage, if played very well from the offlane role, he's still kind of
지금
tanky
탈론이
with
한타
no
스펠이라고
force.
할
He
만한
doesn't
게
do a
없어요.
lockdown, but he gives you
메두사한테
the body,
센 스펠이
his
단일
flag
스펠이 있을
resistance, the
뿐이지
Vanguard. And I'm-
한타 하자 그러면은 부르는 거 막을 수도 없고 디스 안 풀 것도 아직은 없고. 그러니까 항마사 하나로 메두사를 잡아야 이제서야 좀 할만해지는 건데 지금 상태에서는 아직은 무리죠.
And I think that Talon know this, which is why they want to smoke up there. I do think that Boxy was kind of pinging it out, as currently he's trying to pull the lane back to give Zaya a better position, then maybe also break the smoke. I mean, at least for now, Liquid are reading this move. Like, they know, you need to destroy or try to slow down this Beastmaster from minute 10 to 15. So good job from Liquid reading the smoke.
Indeed.
올라오나요?
Now picked up by Makoto, and that's
그냥 스택 먹는
what
거.
the smoke was designed to do, is find somebody and kind of reveal the new item from him. It's been a very popular
그러니까 아군이 도와주는 게 쉽지가 않기는 한데
So good on his
by a
unit.
lot of
일단은
and Snapfire.
섀도우 디몬 환영은 라이온이 지워줄 수 있고
Yeah, true, true.
항마사 들어오는 거 카이팅이 어렵긴 하거든요.
Yeah, it felt like he was having a lot of success.
항마사 붙어서 항마사가 끝낼 수 있으면은 완전히 터진 거고,
Kept getting dunked on.
그게 안 되고 한 두세 명 정도 들러붙어야 된다면은 리퀴드한테 가능성이 있는 거죠. 그때까지는.
New things for that hero to be able to survive. It's apparently
Still
not
too
enough
hard.
still. Yeah.
두세 명이 메두사한테 스펠 다 박았는데 산다. 혹은 판구가 거기서 구른다. 그랬을 때 탈론이 또 한타 짜 그러면은 또 약해요.
Regen rune
그거를
for
감당해야 되는
Makoto.
거라.
Shield rune activated. Very slow paced game to start.
Liquid are fairly happy with the state of the game. I think if it doesn't like go more out of control in terms of the network, if they can get more levels and you get to this Helm of Overlord, you get to the Diffusal Blade timing, and you kind
티탄
of
캐리가
try
더
to
셀 것
force a
같다고?
Roshan fight before Talon gets
가능성이
more
있기는 해요.
timings, I think they'll be pretty happy.
아가님 하나만 들면은 항마사 때려 죽일 거거든요. 몽키도 그렇고. 몽키가 링 깔고 있어야 추가 방어력이라
Their game plan.
얘도 방어력 템을 거의 안 가서.
I'm assuming some BKBs are on the way, or at least trying to be developed here.
I mean, they're still quite far away from some of those. I would say when you play the offlane AM like this, you're looking for more skirmishy fights, like 2v2s and kind of 3v3s. Maybe around this nighttime, you can look to make another one of these smokes with Makoto. Maybe you get the AM in there and you try to invade somewhere. But I don't really think they're necessarily on a big-ass timer themselves on Talon. It's just more about making sure you get the most out of the map, since Liquid are kind of just doing the same.
And from Talon, it actually BKB is
근데 서로 그냥 파밍만 하네요.
because there's Roar, there's Stone Gaze, there's Earth Splitter.
리퀴드가 운영을 좀 해봐야 되는데
You kind of have to
이게
get against a Lion and Penguin.
항마사는 운영하면서 빠지기가 좋은데 항마사가 한다면 운영이라기보다는 렛질이지만
If there's a fight, maybe you guys should come over with Monkey and SD.
Yep, Zai, I believe.
리야드마스터는 물리면 죽거든요.
Themselves, but they find the
그나마 티탄. 이건 나쁘지 않아요.
Both teams pretty happy with that. You get to use your heroes with Talon, your Atos, you get a kill, you get some experience, but at the same time, Liquid get to protect the king
어차피
of the game
서포트
right
준
now,
거라 이거는
which is
그렇게
Zion
나쁘지
and
않습니다.
Beastmaster, triple stack Ancients. So, I mean, we said it in the laning stage, but even now, all 6 cores are incredibly happy in this game. There's only 500 difference between number 1 and number 6.
How often do we say that?
Never. Barely ever, I think.
Both teams seem to be okay with just trading. Just farm. Okay, you farm here, I'll farm there. We'll do a gank occasionally to kill a support, but everybody else is very happy.
Yeah, like here it's more about, so both teams are fairly happy with the state of the game, but it's gonna be on Liquid within like the next 4 or 5 minutes, or
그럼 몽키 스윙 내려왔죠, 멜두스 아래로.
speed it up and really like just.
지금 니샤도 완전 프리 파밍하고 있고 멜두사도 마찬가지고 지금 코어가 다 프리 파밍을 해.
Yeah, and the haste rune as well on the Nisha man, who's queuing up a blink next. I do like that. You want to have the counter team fight around the game. To all these illusions, the Monkey King, the anti-mage.
센트리 확인했고요.
Man, both teams so good at knowing when these smokes are out.
I guess if you're Javs here, you probably just go
그냥 시야 확인하고 있어요.
Manta style. Like maybe you just make sure that you can continue to play the map.
결국은 미드 타워를 까야 그래야 맵이 좀 열리는 거라 이번 판은. 이게 또 오히려 1차를 다 까면은 맵이 되려 넓어지더라. 2개 까졌을 땐 좁아지는데 3개 까지면 넓어져. 그냥 상대 쪽으로 가서 파밍하면 되거든요. 그런 부분이 있어가지고 세계 밀면 오히려 쫓아가는 데 걸리는 시간이 너무 길어가지고. 그래서 2개 지금 같은 경우에는 탈론이 자기 진영 쪽에서 먹게 되는데 3개 뚫리면 그냥 상대 진영 쪽에서 먹다가 2차, 3차 사이에서 웨이브 잘라먹고 그러고 TP 아웃하고 그러면 돼요. 그거 쫓아갈 시간 없어. 쫓아간다고 TP 타고서는 가면은 이미 사라져 있어. 항마사의 몽키인데 어떻게 쫓아가겠습니까? 걸어서 막 바운티 한다가 미리 트랙 걸어주는 게 아닌 이상.
Mickey will be going for a butterfly next.
It's gonna be a good one.
For the side of Talon, Jabs, of course. Again, if you're just joining us, off lane AM. We'll be going for Manta himself as he's gonna blink out just as Nisha uses the ult. So no connection found. And
아무도 안 맞았습니다.
fight after fight.
발견하기는 했어요. 별로 의미 없고.
Both teams to kind of catch each other, right? You can see that they're playing very well on the map. They're evading moves. And Boxley doesn't have a blink yet, Nisha doesn't have a blink yet, so once those come out, it will help them, but Talon probably fairly happy with just what's happening on the map, right? Jabs
그냥 로션 가나요, 지금 이거를? 17분 로션. 전 버전은 지겹기는 했는데 이번 버전은 좀 생각보다 새롭지 않고 질려 그런 느낌이 있어. 하여튼 보통 요즘 대회에서는 20분 초반에 먹었었는데 지금 느꼈나요? 오고 있습니다. 샷으로 확인. 네, 지금 탈론이 스펠이 딱히 없어요. 물론 롤링 썬더가 아직이긴 한데 지금 공 빠졌습니다. 밀런 이제 확 줄어들죠. 지금 다 왔습니다. 5대5 탑에서 이번 거에서 이기는 팀이 게임 가져갈 것 같거든요. 아예 지금 계속 소시버클로로 긁어내요. 네, 나무 안 까졌고요. 스모크 상태. 알견? 아, 네, 안 들어가네요. 올리. 일단 잡아냅니다, 올리는. 이런 동안 항마사 그냥 모르겠다. 나는 거기서 해줄 수 있는 게 없다. 보스에 가서 파밍하고 있네요. 이렇게 되면 최종적으로는 리퀴드가 챙기게 되겠죠.
You can catch him by surprise and maybe take this Roche, but either way, you only lose one guy. Jabs goes straight back to bottom. Makoto goes to mid. They're both happy, and Liquid, they get themselves as Aegis.
Roche number 1 going the way of Liquid. Aegis on Tanisha. And he's got a blink, so I mean, I would assume that means they're going to want to fight. A lot of times we see the Aghanim Scepter after the defusal for the mid lane Pango, but opting to not do so. So going for the more initiator route.
근데 이게 한타가 오
Sneasha,
2티어 토큰인데요.
easy token steal. As I do like that you're going for the blink here on Nisha rather. Like you have some of the scaling already right now, right? You've got the Beastmaster who's very strong. You have a super
누가
fast
토큰을 못
defense as
먹게
well.
될까요,
I
이렇게든?
want you, like, to really try and catch
근데
Talon
뭐
around the
5티어도
map.
아니고
They're still
한 3티어부터는 좀
happy
신경
to talk about the
쓰이는데
scaling, and it's not really
2티어 하나 정도야.
Yep, he's spotted.
그냥 녹여냅니다.
Very quickly.
저기 얼마나 있을지 모르니까 그냥 쓴 것 같아요. 지금 당장 싸울 생각도 없고. 아 근데 더 가나요? 그리고 또 만화 없으니까 그냥 공간 장악하러 올라가는 것 같네요.
Yeah, such a change of pace from what we've been used to in this tournament. And I wonder if it has to. Do you think it's more about how deep they are now and how important these games are becoming, as opposed to just the lineups inherently being this way? Because I feel like other than the AM, like we've seen lineups like this before, and the aggression has just been non-stop in a lot of the games.
It's both how deep you are in the tournament, but also the nature of the lineups and the fact that you're just playing against some of the best players in the world. Like Talon tried to go for more
비슷비슷하게
aggressive
가거든요,
plays, but
또는.
Liquid dodged it, and same way, kind of the other way around.
이게 애매해. 비슷비슷하게 가면은 기본적으로는 리퀴드가 불리한 게 맞는데
30 seconds to spare. And Q's gonna get it, so we get the demonic cleanse, which this game.
이게 한타 스펠이 결국은 리퀴드한테만 있다 보니까 결국 잘 싸우는 놈이 이기는 거야. 잘 싸우는 놈이 이기고 그거 가지고 볼링, 스노우볼링 시작하는 거고. 어떻게 한번 메타팔트 살렸죠. 안배가 들어갔을 때 버티면서 싸울 수 있어야 돼. 그때까지는 리퀴드가 계속 반반인 상태고.
Just slowly but surely gaining more map control, because Talon's tower damage is not really that great.
Yeah, I think the demonic cleanse is just a basic dispel, so I don't think it's going to do anything to Hex.
Then it will not do that.
That would be
pretty
unbelievably OP. That would be like a photic shield just constantly on you, right? And then a heal
그러니까
after.
질질 끌리다가 뭐 티탄이 엄청 세진 거 아니면 오 버플 꽤 빠르게 나왔어요. 21분 만타 버플. 지금 타이밍에 리퀴드 가장 세거든요. 도미트 있고 판구 대거 있고 라이언도 대거 조금 전에 나왔을 거예요. 골드 타워 먹으면서 나왔을 테고 만타 버플 나왔을 때 지금이 제일 셉니다. 2차 타워 하나씩 까고 있죠. 지금 레키드 조금 서두르고 있습니다. 근데 미케는 이번에 또 뒤에 달아놓은 게 바뀌었네. 파워로 3차 가나요 지금? 아이기스 있긴 한데요. 혹시 아직 샤도 없거든요. 아 나 다 까였어요. 휴가 만들어주는 거에 복시가 스펠 잡아가 넣으면은 조금 그래요.
All Talon want to do is itemize to win this one fight, and honestly, if you manage to win this one decisively,
들어오는 영웅 잡아야 되거든요.
really good position. They place down the tombstone to slow this down as well. As you can see, Jabs
일단
was pushing the top lane.
이샤 피가 좀 까이긴 해요. 알겠어 지금 얼마나 남았나요? 한 1, 2분 17분쯤 먹었어. 18분쯤 먹었었죠. 오 그냥 불킹. 오 근데 바로 그냥 로어. 홈게이지 켜졌어요. 세비지 링을 최대한 자기 쪽으로 깔기는 했는데 나갔죠. 근데 핑거 데미지 모자랐고요. 복시 일단 상황. 근데 잽스 들어왔다가 사라는 나갔어요. 불킹이네요. 알겠어 아직 30초. 탈론 지금 불킹 2번 썼는데 불킹으로 이득 못 보면은 손해가 오히려 더 크거든요. 항마사가 만타를 간 게 아니라 그냥 불킹을 가가지고
It's not that easy to hit into Mickey here with a really nice roar from Zai. Even before the Wukongs comes up with a beautiful shackle from Makoto. And you can see Jabs, he's kind of like in the backline here, but his damage.
그러니까 그래도 미코토 잘 살려준.
He needs another 1-2 items here on this anti-mage.
Yeah, missed 50% of his attacks there against Mickey. Unfortunate for him. And back to the farming, although we have a smoke from Talon.
나 뭐냐고?
See if they're able to find it.
만타 안 나오고 불킹 달리고 손해를 봤으니
Going BKB here as he does need it for the fights, but
리퀴드도 어차피 다음 템 불킹 나올 거거든요. 리키한테서. 그거 나오고 나면 또 리퀴드가 한 10분? 컴퓨터 승률? 그거는 내가 못 켜지. 내가 덮하고가 아니었어? 자이 샤크샷까지는 일단 들어가고요. 근데 데모닉 퍼지까지는 박아 넣었는데 불킹 맞고요. 자이 롤링 선도 들어갑니다. 근데 각이 좀 애매해요. 일단은 세비지 그냥 기다리고 있다가 언다인까지만. 공식은 도타 플러스 잘 안 켜주잖아. 뒤에서 도타 노래가 들리고 있었네요. 근데 갑자기 인센이야. 근데 어차피 웨이브 타 있거든요. 빠지나요? 이거 잡으면 커요. 세비지 불킹 있긴 합니다만 일단 스턴 연결되고 있고요. 핑거까지 미리 박아 넣고 그대로 불킹 썼어요. 심지어는 이제 7초 불킹입니다.
Mistakes made from 23 Savage, all to assassinate the position 5 Elder Titan.
리퀴드가 지금 한 70% 될 것 같아. 항마사 때문에. 결국은 메두사 때려 죽일 힘이 안 나오겠는데요. 방금 그 한타에서 이득을 봤어야 되는데 이득을 전혀 못 봐가지고. 여기서 다이달로스 나와요. 여기서 다이달로스 나오면은 항마사 불킹 있어도 만타 있어도 의미가 없거든요. 항마사도 나비검이 있어야 되는데. 지금 상태에서는 0구려요. 그나마 골렘 잡나요? 네, 골렘 잡네요. 250골.
But they know this BKB is down, at least I assume so. We'll see if they try and fight on the Liquid side.
I mean, there's a way where you just play the map cleanly here, at least for Liquid. You're gonna hawk up Roche and see, you know, the moment it spawns, you're gonna force a fight there.
로션 곧 나오죠. 추가 시간 2분.
You've got the bongo boots on Insania, you've got all the beast
딱 10분이네요,
and
그러면.
even though he's playing into counters, I would say with his item timings and the heroes he has around him,
근데 이 아이기스 로션 기다리는 게 조금 애매하거든요. 리퀴드 시간이 지나고는 있어서.
Even 23 is queuing up a diffusal blade, so they're really going all in to try and win this one fight later.
로션이 필요한 건 맞는데 로션 없이도 일단 압박을 넣기는 해야 돼요.
Just under 2 minutes now, and Talon
물론 4인 스모크.
smoke up and try to take a fight.
근데 지금 저 넷으로 미키 혼자입니다. 안타 돌아왔고요. 근데 와드 박아놨더니 근데 이거 본체 보여요? 공 쓰긴 했습니다. 만화 절반 샤크샷 보긴 하거든요. 일단 벌킹. 근데 좀 모자랐어요. 미케 멀쩡합니다 아직. 그나마 잡아낼까요? 그나마 잡아냅니다. 롤링 썬더. 항마사 못 잡아야 되겠죠 이거는. 바이백을 쓰기는 했는데 이미 늦었어요. 이렇게 되면 몽키가 인시니아까지.
That's 4 kills and a buyback as they will eventually, or
Spoke too soon, perhaps.
23.
No. Decay is there.
Looking for another one.
Finding Boxy as
이거
well.
마무리까지
This is gonna
다
be a
200.
dieback for him.
5킬이네요 이렇게
Just
합쳐서.
like that, Talon winning this fight handily. They didn't lose anybody.
Oh, they got 5 kills out of this fight. Now you have the diffusal blade on 23. You're getting closer to your next item on Makoto.
돈 많이 벌었죠.
3K gold saved up. Like you could go straight up.
조금 전에는 항마사가 솔로를 못 잡으니까 괜찮았는데
Nisha is barely gonna try to get out as Talon. Just
이렇게 킬 먹게 되면은 항마사가 혼자서 매주 잡았을 때는 진짜 답 없어요 그때부터는.
She's got all the mana burns. Great shackle from Makoto.
그래서 로션 10초 남았습니다. 2분 타이머 지나고 있으니까 그냥 원당이 여기 와서 서 있죠. 어차피 이 위에서 나오는 건 확정이니까.
I guess there's an ET spirit. I do think Talon would love to start Roshan to kind of like set up the area.
And Sania getting ready to get to that side of the map.
So
Pretty
they will
fortunate for
know.
Liquid that this is a late spawn.
They will have the Hawk vision there as well. So Talon, after this last fight, they must feel very good about the fights that are to come. So I would certainly expect him to contest. This will be a Roshoff.
일단 다 돌아왔죠. 와드 확인됐습니다. 지금 불킹 소리 들렸던 것 같은데 헥스 누굽니까? 일단 항마사 스턴 연결되고 있어요. 핑거. 오 근데 핑거 데미지 일단 무시를 해줬죠. 불킹 켜고요. 그나마 일단은 오 스턴 닿기는 했어요. 링 걸려고 했는데 여기서 헥스 그리고 스턴까지 연결되면서 불킹 너무 늦게 켰습니다. 세비지. 니샤는 그래도 오 쉐크샷 그래도 튼튼해요. 오 잽스 아직 살아있습니다. 혹시 되고 있는데요. 선 들어가면서 마무리. 이러면 진짜 또 몰라요. 다시 한번 반반 게임으로 바뀝니다. 아이기스 들고 어디까지 미느냐가 중요한 거죠. 이거 몽키가 불킹 너무 아끼다가 어차피 스톤 게이지 때문에 못 들어가는 건 맞았는데 불킹 아끼다가 조금 애매해졌어요. 근데 니샤가 지금 쉴드 크러쉬가 눌파 때문에 꺼졌는데도 불구하고 안 죽을 정도라 그냥 세죠. 그래서 이걸로 배럭 2세트 정도는 밀어봐야 좀 괜찮을 것 같은데요. 이 뒤로는 가면 갈수록 탈론한테 유리해요. 이제는 진짜로 시간이. 리퀴드가 더 강해지는 스파이크 아이템이 없기 때문에
swap his item build to a Lincoln's against this mana void or potential shackles. So we'll see. That's true.
어떻게 갈지.
Go into this high ground. You up 5K. You've got this Aegis. I don't blame them.
Hawk on the jab. Well, jab being spotted by the Hawk.
By Harry the Hawk.
엔트리. 오 살짝 넘어갔어요. 아 보였네요.
The hitbox of Harry is too big.
그래서 포티 3차 포티 없습니다. 이제 미드에서 먼저 까져서 그래서 배럭 치기 시작합니다. 이거는 그냥 환영 지워주면 그만이죠. 지금 항마서 들어왔는데요. 이렇게 되면 프라이멀로 일단 못 넣긴 했습니다. 스톰 게이지 먼저 링 못 깔고 먼저 굳었습니다. 이렇게 되면 몽키킹 그대로 녹겠는데요. 그대로 죽었습니다. 미코도까지. 와 이거를 탈론이 아니라 리퀴드가 한타를 잘해서 이겨버리네요. 운영을 잘해서가 아니라 한타를 잘해서 이겨버렸어요 리퀴드가. 이거 충분히 메가도 가능하죠. 30초 남았습니다. 다른 코어까지. 그림 나오면서 GG를 칠지는 모르겠네요. 이게 FQ가 없거든요. 메두사한테 타이밍 맞춘다고. 막을 방법은 없어요 딱히. 내가한테 센 용이 하나도 없고 FQ도 없고 그냥 게임 끝내러 가죠.
If they're trying 10 more seconds, AC
그래도
online,
미케가
AC
캐리
on
못하긴
side.
하지만
Daedalus
리드할
for Mickey.
때보다는
This is gonna be even harder.
그래도 장점
The first
크게
two, four
던지지는
balls,
않는다.
Mickey and company resetting a bit to get these items in their inventory.
사이비지처럼 다이브를 치진 않는다.
Aegis has
타워를
2.5
친다.
minutes. So much time for this second life.
They can just keep going. Talon here, ooh, good hex.
Yeah,
일단
disruption
한번
is there. Nisha get us off the rolling thunder. 23 Savage
올려주고요. 근데 로어 미코토 이거 민드럼 끝나면 죽죠. 스톤 게이지 키우고 이렇게 되면 잽스 네, 지지칩니다. 어쩔 수 없죠. 그리고 니샤 치즈까지.
This is what I love about Pro Dota and Tier 1 teams. You pick this Medusa early, it gets
나
countered.
배고파.
Instead of shelving it somewhere else, you pick heroes that will enable it to still win the game because they played these timings really damn well. I do think Talon were in a good spot, but definitely messing up one or two fights there in their defense.
Yeah, I mean the fact that
아이고.
you just said, I'm going to repeat exactly what you
Let's
just
go.
said. The fact that you can first two pick Medusa, they pick all these counters and
Yeah.
still win. That is, I mean, first it was
탈론이 보통은 한타를 이기고 운영을 줬는데
pretty damn
이번 판은 그냥
impressive.
한타를 좀
Gonna have to rethink their strategy. I mean,
결국은
the game
항마사
was
픽
really
탓이지.
close throughout. It just feels
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 fights in a row where like 23 Savage or
이게
somebody
타운
just
밴 당했으니까
properly, they get bursted
항마사를
and
아마 오프로 돌린
It's
거였을
slightly
텐데
easier for Liquid to fight at that point, but if you're Talon, I would say going into the next game, what they
그냥
have to
항마사
focus
캐리
on
두고
is
그냥 든든하게 받쳐주기만 했어도
how do we
이기는
actually want to
거였거든요.
fight?
후반
What
가면.
is our actual timing? Do we need to smoke around? What do we need to
근데
do? Because these two
타이밍을
teams,
너무
I mean,
밀렸어.
obviously they know how to play Dota, but Liquid, they showed up in this game.
Yeah, Nisha ends the game 7 with 7 kills.
결국은 메두사 한번 잡긴 했지만은 만타나비검 타이밍부터 항마사 파밍이랑 너무 차이가 나가지고
A sudden and swift end to game 1.
이제 쓰나요?
Team Liquid in the driver's
스나로
seat for the
레인
lower
버틸 수
bracket
있을까요?
final. We wind up in a situation where although Talon Esports were trying to play very fast,
라이온이 와가지고 스턴만 넣어줘도 뭐
unfortunately here,
영
as
그럴 것
expected,
같은데?
your prediction, Monkey King unable to carry the game in the end.
Yeah, well, the Monkey King was a hard pick at that point. Like, I'm not sure what they could have done outside of
그러니까
just
이
dropping all
장면도
three lanes, which I
두
think
개 박아
Talon
넣었어.
really relied on in this particular game. Because if you look at the
하나로
lineup,
잡을
it's such a
수준이
good
돼야
ratio
그때부터
here.
메두사
They
털어먹는
have
건데
such a good lineup for protecting a Medusa and
항마사
playing
들어가고
around
미코토
Medusa,
들어가고
or
둘
Talon
들어가야
is
이제 잡는
playing
거라
fantastic
아직은
around the Wind Ranger mid into the Shadow Demon.
여기서 돈
They're really
생겨가지고
putting
충분히
all their
항마사가
eggs on
솔로킬
basket.
낼지
They're trying to
알았는데
shut down this Medusa, and they forgot to check the other boxes that a good draft needs, and they just didn't have the team fight. They didn't have a lot of things that you would need. All you have to do is like try and all
영 애매하게 갈려 들어갔어. 이 부분 특히 세비지 불킹 아끼다가 맞을 거 다 맞아버렸고
Yep, and,
앱스 들어가서 불킹 쓴 거랑 미코토 불킹 쓴 거랑 세비지 불킹 쓴 거랑 너무 갈렸죠. 하나씩 들어가서 터져버렸죠. 어제 보여주던 그 5명이 최대 타임으로 보여줬던 스턴은 오늘은 볼 수 없었습니다. 어제 진짜 합 장난 아니게 잘 맞았거든 탈론이. 근데 오늘은 합이 살짝 안 맞아. 일단 9초 불킹에 2등 못 받고 세비지 8초 불킹으로 이상한 데서 파밍하다가 잘려버렸고 그리고 7초 불킹은 아끼다가 이상한 데 썼죠. 게임 자체가 항마사가 DP 없이 많다만 있으니까 스톤 게이지 켜면은 달려나갈 수가 있어요. 걔가. 그것도 문제고 불킹을 땡겼는데 이득을 못 받고 디플 나비검이 나와야 혼자서 들러붙을 수 있으니까
right clicks, they're not gonna get through. So this is a big item timing. Then he had Dragonlance as well, had Crystallis.
그러니까 탈론이 아예 안 싸우든지 딱 로션만 방해하면서 안 싸우면서 항마사 파밍을 좀 찍어줬어야 되는데 그거를 안 했어. 그래서 뭔가 좀 시켜먹고 싶은데요. 저 뭘 먹을까요? 맥도날드 닫기 전에 시켜야지. 버거를 시킬 거면.
Normally she is picked when you have first pick, you can protect her on the 8. In a way here, Fear, do you think they maybe got baited on the side of Talon into over focusing on countering the Medusa?
Yeah, I think that's basically what this draft was. Makoto, he went all in.
아이고
Shadow Demon also all
곱창
in,
저
and the
곱창 안 먹어요.
and they just ended up with a lineup that wasn't well rounded.
별 이유가 있는 건 아니고 그냥 안 먹어.
Free lanes, but we saw once you group up with the auras,
어디 뭐
Medusa, it doesn't
뭐가
really matter. You
있을까?
get that butterfly timing, and the game is just way too hard. And Medusa now being bumped up
뭐가
all the way up into the first phase, not on that 8 pick, but when on second pick teams are picking it. I don't remember the last time Medusa has lost a match in this playoffs, if it even has happened. So it's getting scarier and scarier. Is this hero just gonna get first pick now after a game like this? So like it's getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, I believe so. I think we might see a situation where team just like straight up first.
와, 포장료 6,000원. 아니 포장이는데 배달료 6,000원.
That's it. Because
정신
I
아니다.
don't know. Like we've seen these late game carries getting prioritized in the first phase, sometimes waiting until you have the 8th pick. But after seeing how things
먹지 말란 거
play
아니냐
out
이거?
so far at Riyadh Masters, I would not be too surprised.
그냥
And one
무난한
thing
버거를
that
먹을
in
수밖에
the
없죠
pregame
이러면.
interview, like after the draft just started, like you have to risk it to make it.
버거는
They
최소한 이
kinda
정도는
risked it
아니거든.
here and they made it.
Yeah, it's always cool to see that risk happen in the best of 3 because it completely changes how the
오
day goes.
KFC
They get ganked like 1 or 2 more times in that safe lane when they dove the tower. Medusa gets behind, the Medusa starts getting solo killed. The day's different, you know, that strategy's gone. Team Liquid's like, all right, we got to do our second best strategy. But now the fact that they won with it, on the other side, Talon's like, do we have to now first phase
3,000원인데
Medusa? Do we have to
5,000원
try to do
할인.
this ourselves? It's a really spooky situation to be in down like this.
Yeah, I was just want to say real quick, the only game that Medusa's won in the playoffs so
치킨
far was when
나이트?
Aspen
근데 배달
played
앱으로도
Riyadh.
해줘요?
That was
치킨
it.
나이트 안 해주지 않아?
That's
One game.
Only one game lost in the entire playoffs. Well, it looks like Medusa is going to be the carry hero of the entirety of the playoffs, certainly of game 1 here in the lower bracket final. And of course, that does mean that the STC play will belong to Team Liquid.
치킨 나이트 안
Let's take a
하신대요.
look. This is the engagement that really did
안
solidify
하겠대.
the fact that Team Liquid would end up winning the game. This is around the Roshan pit. If they can win this fight, Purge, maybe you can
공식
mount
앱?
this comeback. But
공식 앱은 여기 배달 안 해줘.
team fight tools aren't there in the same way Team Liquid has.
Yeah, but they defended the anti-mage really effectively. That part was nice. And then
안타깝게도
after BKB gets popped, it's kind
이
of like,
길
oh, these three
건너서
heroes are
구획이
wailing on
넘겨져
me, and
있어가지고
there's not much
KFC가
solution, so he has to disengage.
다른
Foxy plays
구획이래.
an incredible fight. Keep an eye on the line there. Already was useful.
그래서 안
against
갖다 준대.
Jabs, now useful to help kill the Monkey King. Just playing the outskirts of the fight, ready to go.
좀 어이가 없긴 하죠.
Here, as a result, very tanky, more armor than normal, which basically just means that at this point, Team Liquid gets to pick up the stragglers once they're down a carry.
더블 다운
And
먹을까?
Foxy finds them too.
Yeah, Boxy, what a player. Honestly, one of the things we've seen in comment here, the more we've gone into the playoff run,
동생한테 물어봐야겠다. 버거 먹을 거냐고.
Lion, my goodness, what a hero in the 4 position.
잠깐 마이크 좀 끄고 전화 좀 할게요. 마이크 안 꺼도 되겠다. 약간 고기를 시켜 먹을까 했는데 고민을. 네, 고기는 배달료가 6,000원 찍혀 있는 거 보고 이건 아닌 것 같아.
Being like really used, but something to have at the back of your head, just to have that a little bit of oomph.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about that line as well, it was really good against the Shadow Unit too, because you make 2 illusions of Medusa hard to kill. Line gets the shard, kills both of them right away, so even made their 5-man even stronger.
Yep. One of the things we have seen in the tournament in the playoff bracket has been that when you have first pick, you have some strong carry hero on your 8. This time around, Jab went for the anti-mage purge. Could they have done better if, let's say, they'd gone for the 23 Cyber Terrorblade, for example, something that could help them fight and have a good lane with that Underlord, with that Undying?
I mean, it kind of helps them fight, but it's not the best fighting carry if you have an anti-mage offlane and a carry Terrorblade. Terrorblade basically has to go sit around and hit creeps for a while before he gets maybe Scotty timing or something. I think it would have been just a little bit too dangerous. Like, I don't think they would have had enough tempo, and I just think I don't think it would have been that safe.
Well, game 1 not necessarily a very safe game for Talon Esports, and they find themselves on the back foot, hoping to try and recover the series against Team Liquid. The upper bracket matchup did end up going the distance, so they have some pretty good options. They definitely know they have what it takes to take Team Liquid all the way to the 3rd game. Before we get there though, we do have an audience sitting around enjoying this lower bracket final. To that end, let's hear from them and how they're enjoying this matchup with Jenkins on the ground.
That was awesome, guys. Thank you. I'm here with some Talon fans. Hello. Who are you?
I'm Ian from the Philippines.
And you?
I am Russell.
Where are you from?
I'm from Philippines.
Hell yeah, there's a lot of Filipino fans here supporting, actually a lot of them supporting Liquid, but a lot of them supporting Talon as well. And we're going to play a game. It's actually not a game. It's very serious.
동생이 안
We're gonna
보이네.
do some therapy, or sort of couples therapy sort of situation, because I think Talon.
그냥 무난하게
I think
맥도날드
there's some
시키겠습니다. 그냥.
PTSD situation coming on here because of what happened
KFC가
last time, and because they just
내가
here's what we're
12,000원을
gonna do. I'm not gonna keep going.
시키기에는
You guys are the therapist, and I'm gonna be Talon, and you tell me what you would say to try to get me to calm down and relax after that game. Okay? You guys
일반
good for
메뉴는
this?
게다가 할인 안 해주네.
Good, good.
Okay. We picked 4 counters to Medusa. 4 counters, and it didn't do anything. What am I supposed to do? I feel like I'm losing control of my life.
I think you just had to ban Medusa the next game.
편의점 버거나 먹으라고?
So you're saying it's my
시간이
fault?
애매하잖아요. 가지러
I need to
가기.
ban Medusa. I shouldn't have let it through.
Yeah, you just ban it. That's the only solution to that.
If we can't beat Liquid when we are throning them, if we can't beat Liquid when we have 4 counters to Medusa, how are we going to beat these guys? They're the bane of our existence, man.
No, actually, not every time that the plan is, not happening and according to our plan. But since we have next game, I think we can come back.
Very good.
We just need to think positive on any negativities happen in our life.
All right, that's a good therapy line. That was a good one. All right. That maybe a little more PMA. Okay. We're going to go some final PMA stuff here. I need a battle cry for Talon to hype them up to win game 2. A therapy battle cry that will remove all that PTSD.
아 근데
right out
얘는
of their systems.
치즈스틱이 4조각이 5,000원이.
go, Talon!
개 비싸네.
Let's go, Talon.
Let's go, Talon. Let's see a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the panel.
Even if you're not a fan of Talon Esports, we certainly would like a game 3 out of them so that this lower bracket final is as hype as humanly possible. Second game played by Mickey on his Medusa, thus far undefeated at the Riyaadmasters. We need an answer. Is the answer potentially banning it out for cost?
Potentially. We don't know who's going to have the first pick in this one, but I would not be surprised if Talon does have
버거킹이랑 KFC는 쿠폰으로 1,000원에 큰 거 하나 주는데 맥도날드는 치즈스틱 퀄리티도 좀 애매한데 너무 비싸. 네, 탈론입니다.
Top carries did get nerfed.
저기 오른쪽 뒤에 흰머리 세비지가 보이네요.
Then the Morphling was like outrageous, and now Medusa's again kind of top carries what it feels like, and it also just feels so good.
어제 잘했다고 빠따를 안 차서 이러나?
Her rapier team fights are just better, and we see so many late games because of the nature of the tournament where teams are less likely to like all in earlier, and it's just the best late game carry it feels like.
Yep. I think like a few years back,
너겟이나 시킬까요?
history when you had like Spectre anti-mage on the enemy team, just by playing against these two heroes, it always felt like you're a bit on a timer. Like it feels like if it goes to the late game.
리퀴드한테 졌을 때 빠따 쳐가지고 지지 이겼는데.
Lose this late game if it comes down to that. Like this 50-60 minute games, you know that these carry heroes like Faceless Void definitely up there.
그러니까 아예 아침까지 먹을 생각으로 너겟까지 시킬까 하고 있어요.
How teams play with experience, right? Talon Esports, of course, the most experienced team at playing crazy late game situations.
버거 세트 하나랑 스낵랩이랑
Also extremely experienced in these low
너겟이나 하딩
Talon Esports, what should they do to try and
고민하고
make
있습니다.
uncomfortable in this
세트
high
2개.
scenario?
Well, it's going to be difficult for them to do that because I think Liquid, as you mentioned, they've been in this situation a lot, and they're normally the ones merging.
동생 있으면 동생한테 뭐 먹을래 그러고서 물어보겠는데.
Grand finals like this. So, what can they do to make Liquid uncomfortable? That's a hard question to ask. I think what they're mainly going to have to focus on is just like getting their drafts right. I think they kind of got outsmarted in this one. I think them Nisha picking up that Pango right out of the phase there while banning the Snapfire really put them in a
상하이
situation.
스파이시를 하나
Maybe
쟁여두자
offlane
그러면.
anti-mage. Your mid needs to be some type of team fight, and they couldn't get that into the draft with a limited hero pool.
Well, we're going to see if Talon Esports has what it takes to create a situation that's favorable for them as we enter our second draft of the lower bracket fight.
아이스크림 시키기는 좀
Team
그렇다고.
Liquid versus Talon Esports. We are not going to be having any change up in the side order or the pick order.
시작이
first,
되었습니다.
so
게임
a run
2.
back, but Talon doing the right thing. Medusa, get that hero out of here. Not going to see her in game 2.
And that's the other hero that I actually thought was a big problem last game. It was the Beastmaster.
메두사 밴, 비스트마스터 밴. 단판에 당했던 거 줄 수는 없다. 밴을 합니다. 그래서 벨라 밴 1팩 언다잉일까요?
max out.
근데
his core
언다잉
earlier,
나오면은
just
지금
meant that he
팀버
made
뽑을 수
Medusa even
있거든요.
stronger last game. So if I ran it back, I'd be like probably ban Beast second phase.
5 bans on Ozai's heroes in game 1.
트리플 치즈버거, 라지 세트, 치킨 스낵 랩, 그리고 상하이 버거 이렇게 시키겠습니다.
Some of the heroes that I think coming into the draft, you shouldn't be thinking too much of Ozai because like he's gonna have a good game no matter what. It definitely feels like it.
뭐 생각한 픽이 있는 거겠죠.
In the bin, you know, he's gonna bang out some of the hero that
벨라가 서폿으로도 나오고 뭐 다 나오기는 하는데
for you to just focus on Zai, but this also
굳이 이 타이밍은 좀 그래. 네, 베스트 오브 3입니다.
Again, Darkseer is gonna be highly contested in this first phase. Of course, Undying it is up there. Dirge always a guy to look out for.
Let's see what Talon do if they do go for this Undying. We haven't actually seen Darkseer in the last couple of days, have we?
It's getting banned a lot. Last game was banned first phase, but it's in the pool this game, so we'll see if the team picks up.
Second best hero against Duso, so it makes sense they're gonna ban it first phase. Kind of nice that they could just put it under the radar, like, oh, we're just banning Darkseer in the first phase, no big reason.
I mean, it's also because, like, as I talked about before, I think if you think about it, Liquid was really methodical on how they did that. They really limited the team fights that could come from potential lanes, like no Darkseer, big team
나 근데
fighter
매체
against
수정 안 한 것 같은데.
Sapphire, no team fighter, and then the Pango, which is also good against Sedusa. They picked right away. But we're gonna have a completely different draft here. As
아무튼 스톰 1픽이네요. 맥커터가 스톰 잘하긴 하는데
See what counters you can bring out if your team Liquid.
1픽
This
스톰.
makes sense to me, Lucas, because in the last game they banned Storm Spirit in the first phase.
그래서
This time around, they pick it to
일단은
make sure they
어둠
don't give it to
현자의
Liquid.
라이온.
But like you say, Darkseer Lion comes out. Which do you feel better about?
이게 아베드처럼 픽불이 없거나 소메일처럼 무슨 상황에 있어서도 잘할 수 있는 스톰이 아닌 이상 애매해요. 그러니까 이거 헥스 한번 맞으면 큰일 나거든요.
I can give a little more insight on this and how these teams are thinking right now.
그래서 패보까지.
That hero pick coming out. Like if you pick Darkseer right away, it's stopping the Naga.
일단은 박시 환영 거의 안 쓰이긴 하겠어요.
All these heroes had Savage will pick there, and they're forcing them into a Faceless Void. But then they already have the Lion, which is good against the Faceless Void, already prepped up. Because Liquid knows exactly. That's how you play second pick now. You have to take these risks. Like we know what you're gonna pick. We're gonna preemptively counter it. Are you still gonna do it? Most likely, because you got this far doing these strategies.
This Lion feels like it's actually extra premium here, Purge, against the Faceless Void and the Storm Spirit. If I'm Team Liquid, if I'm Boxy right now, I'm just smiling to high heaven.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely really helps. With that said, Void is pretty good against Darkseer in the lane. It's not as easy to get that kill. You can pressure him a little bit, but he has some heal offsets, so it's still a great opening for Liquid for sure, especially how Boxy played last game.
테머밴 미드 테머로 밴을 한 것 같아요. 캐리 테머 말고.
Control from the mid lane. It's also
근데 리벤은 뭐죠?
I see Storm Spirit. You can easily run at them. Not
Does
sure if
Liquid
that's.
play it?
Yeah, I mean, there was one game I believe where Nisha played it.
Okay.
Dragonite as well, a hero that Team Liquid loves to run because you need a lot of damage. A lot of the times you need to bring that third hero to kill Dragonite, especially if Dragonite is being played from the mid lane. Not too bad of a matchup against Storm Spirit. Faceless Void always, will go for different targets, so should be looking good for Liquid. On side of Liquid, they banned out Keeper of the Light, also one of the better heroes throughout the tournament, has so many good combos. Mana Berry for Storm Spirit, we've seen like Io. Io's not play, Talon does not play Io, and Pugna is kind of dead now, so that makes a lot of sense.
I really want to see Liquid ban the Elder Titan here.
Yeah.
대부할 거네요? 글쎄요, 희어머르겠잖아.
It feels like Talon, when they don't get them, they don't.
더 희어머르겠다는 얘기는 모르겠네요.
Sure, these two heroes by themselves individually
티탄 밴.
having good games, the Faceless Void and the Storm Spirit.
티탄.
But when you put them together as your first two picks, they suffer the same weaknesses.
글쎄요,
like
테러
some
블레이드
pops,
같은 거
some
생각하나요?
leashes, stuns, disables are quite potent against both these heroes, so you're going to see Liquid.
그래,
come out with a
코트는
lot of
그냥
heroes that
주유기로
have
밴을 한 것
very high
같고
lockdown.
허그나가 나올 것 같지는
I
않고
like when Oli supports them
티탄
with the
밴은 그냥
silencer,
크로노랑
like Faceless
같이
Void,
합쳐
he goes
나올까봐.
in, Storm Spirit as well. It does allow
몽키 밴.
your Storm Spirit to have a little bit of a free reign in a team fight because you
테러
always have
블레이드
something to
겠거니
back him up.
싶습니다.
And overall, really good hero against Lion.
밀케가
Like,
캐리가
Lion
루나
gains
위주로 하긴
itemize
하지만
until the
정통
later stages
캐리는
of the game, maybe get some like BKB, some A on this, whatever, to be more survivable.
The
한창
other supports that are maybe thinking about the
탭을
talent sign would be Rubik and Tiny.
한번 버텨지거나
Basically rounds out
문제
their
없거나
staple supports that they go for every game, and Liquid will ban one more here before they're forced to pick.
The other one I'm
그런
looking
식으로
into is
가겠거니
Enchantress
싶네요.
because of the spell mechanic. A strong laner could secure the lane for Faceless Void, and again, you're laning into Darkseer. Even though teams don't seem to care too much about it, it's still a good counter.
That's a good point. They actually did pick Enchantress out of the first phase against Quest when they played Darkseer. So
I mean, I just want to take a minute to appreciate Liquid a little bit and how they've been drafting, because we've been here for a long time. We've been watching a lot of drafts. We've been watching how first pick has just been clowning all over second pick. But what Liquid has been bringing to the table coming into this series, they found a way, in my opinion, to make second pick look pretty good. They're putting Talon in an uncomfortable positioning here just by reading the meta ahead of time, and I feel like no other team has been able to do this thus far in the tournament.
And they did this in game one. They stole Pango
네.
immediately out of the first phase in the second pick, and now they took the Enchantress, so they really
알겠습니다.
utilized this second pick.
We're gonna get some burst damage into this bubble as
야,
well
없는
as one of the
주술에.
most successful heroes at the tournament.
그래서
Legion Commander emerges.
하이리전
25
콤보
games, 72% win rate.
맥도날드가 캔슬해줄
Solid
테니까
in general.
재주문 해달래.
Can I cope here a little bit?
Of course.
I want Mickey to, you see on Team Liquid, channel his inner Matumba man and pick Lone Druid. This is the best Lone Druid game I have ever seen. With my
그러네.
own two
론드루로
eyes.
정말 좋은 게임이긴
It is
하다.
so good, but the hero nobody really wants to play. You're playing for Storm, Void, Legion, Sky. It is hard counter in all four of them. I don't know if he will pick it. There might be better options out there. Maybe the hero.
리샤가 론드루를 하기는 하는데 여기서 미드 론드루는
that's a cool idea for sure.
Zero
또
wins,
몰라요.
2 games.
스톰이
And
풀어질
sadly, the
수도
teams
있기
that have failed
때문에
are already eliminated from the tournament. It would be good, though. It would be fun. Nice to see new heroes on the playoffs.
I just look at this and I'm like, Dragonite, man, this hero doesn't die here because it's a flex pick for Liquid as well. I do like that Talon picked up some damage that they have inside Chronosphere, so that's going to be Skyret Mage, another pairing with the Legion Commander, overall like strong lane, so you'll have always a burst potential. And there's no saves on side of Liquid, so whoever gets caught during the duel, whoever gets caught... Oh man, you got it.
TI winner getting the prediction there. So,
Maybe they heard me. No, just gonna.
all right, so talk to us about this, right? What makes it such a good Lone Druid game?
Well, first of all, Lone Druid is really good versus high mobility heroes because
네,
when you
들어
root them,
나왔습니다.
that is what they're looking for, right? So it's very good in Storm.
근데 지난번에 한번 니샤가 스톰 상대로 뽑았었는데 트랭킬이 스톰한테 한 번도 안 박혀가지고 레인에서 그냥 서로 프리파밍 했었거든요. 그러고서는 터진 게임이 하나 있었어요. 누구를 상대였는지는 기억이 안 나는데 그런 어이없는 상황도 있었기 때문에
Yeah, when you transform, you get like 33%
아예 압니다.
magic resistance to your hero, and you get a crap load of HP. So basically, any magic nuker is not happy trying to burst you.
Right.
And then against physical damage heroes, you wait till 25 minutes, you buy 4 Wraith Bands, and you're like, okay, now I just have 40 armor. So if you are tanky against the heroes they're dealing with, if they don't have pure damage or something like that, then yeah, you're just very difficult to kill.
Yeah, and you're just going to always place your bear in a situation where your bear and your hero shouldn't get chronoed. So even if your real hero gets chronoed, as long as your bear is hitting something, you're just lifestealing throughout the entire chrono duration.
Yeah, looks really good for Lone Druid, and they're looking for position 5 on side of Talon. So that, I don't know if that pick can fix it. Maybe, you know, some Witch Doctor.
그래서
against
러스트
Lone
밴
Druid.
페이스.
Yeah, that doctor.
Oh, okay.
AA 밴.
Haven't seen
AA?
him often solo.
It looked kind of fine as like some Undying substitute with like blood grenades and winning
흡혈만가요?
kind of, but it could work decent against a Darkseer.
굳이
for sure. Keep the
흡혈망이는
Void
또
fully
그래.
healed, don't get him kicked out
이게
of his
물론
lane
듀오에
as fast.
걸렸을 때 버텨주는 게 있긴
So
한데
Talon Esports, of
흡혈망은
course, have to pick first out of this phase.
근데 그거 하나 때문에
What do they need to do to still recover their draft here?
흡혈마가 힘캐 치고는 또 힘도 작잖아요. 그것 때문에 하분마랑 스톰이
I mean, they've picked all 3 cores.
충분히 녹여내요.
Support. I mean, you did mention
그래서
the Witch Doctor,
흡혈마는
it is
좀
pretty
아닐 것
annoying
같고
for the Lone Druid, but it's not the same match.
드루 때문에 밴을 한다고 하기에는 그렇게까지 위협적이진 않거든요. 드루가 게임을 할 때. 오히려 맛 좀 먹이면 먹이지.
I mean, since they added the shard, like you just save your Savage Roar, you take off the disarm right away. So like, I'm not super threatened by that.
탈론
The
밴
most annoying
봅시다
thing for
그러면.
Lone Druid are things that kite the bear. So like you can think of things like Winter Wyvern, but no, not really. I guess it just has to be Witch Doctor's annoying support. It is an old counter as well with Faceless Void. I guess AA was another one where you can actually just chrono the real hero, make sure he doesn't get the lifesteal, and you can actually potentially burst him. So that could have worked. But outside of that, not many.
What if they go like Enigma 5 or something?
레이저 밴.
Like that? Would that work
레이저?
for Talon? Yeah. I mean, you got
I mean,
midnight
it's
balls.
fine as long as the lane is.
그러니까 어차피
okay,
들어
'cause the
있으니까
bugs
투
here.
캐리 체제로 밀 수
But
있다고
once again, I
생각하는
still don't
건가요?
think This is why I said it's a perfect lone druid game. I don't think there's any support that's gonna be like, wow, this lone druid picks.
근데
They're gonna
니샤가
ban supports anyway because that's what
응.
you need on Talon, right? So they're gonna
캐리
ban
포지션
someone
가도
who's good
되거든요.
against it. I think the Witch Doctor makes sense. The AA I think was the one that
망령?
you have to face.
망령은
It always makes sense. to
중반만 넘어가도 그냥 싸우면
The heroes
돼가지고
left that we have for the 5 position of Talon.
사이벤.
Silence has just been removed. ET is not in the pool anymore. It's only really Enigma and Rubik that have been played by Ollie that are still in the pool right now. Neither of them feel amazing, but I guess Enigma, like Purge saying, is probably one of the better ones.
일단은 지금 상태에서 애니그마가 나올 순 없으니까 사이벤.
I did mention Oracle Witch Doctor just
그냥 들어와가지고 한 번에 녹여내는 거 견제를 하는 거죠.
Other heroes
처음에
he's
들어왔을 때
not
그리스랑
really
같이
afraid
들어오는
of.
거.
Maybe I'm not seeing that hero, but looking at 4 versus 4 right now, I do like what Team Liquid drafted, and they're gonna have the last pick. So far, Team Liquid, they have
이오?
utilized this last
이오는 모르겠다.
pick pretty damn good.
Okay, they're just gonna give Storm more mana.
Yeah.
We saw.
그런
we saw
것만
Enigma
생각하면
follow up and
망령이
second
좋은데
phase, so similar vein. Can work
싸워
decently
이긴다
well with,
생각하기에는 망령이
Legion
좀
Commander
그래.
as well. So it's got some options. They can save people if they really need to, but it's not the most ideal support.
Dragonite, again, for me, it looks
Dragonite?
juicy.
니샤가 그냥
Most
캐리
people
가도
aren't a fan
돼요.
of this hero. I'm not a fan of this hero in general, but I would just whip out an Ursa or something here. Try to play a bit more high tempo. You are good versus most of the cores. I think just whatever you pick here, since I'm assuming
리퀴드 한 타력 좀 더
it's
필요해
gonna be a druid,
보이거든요.
since I know, I mean, I'm using
라이온
body language on this, so I
대거전에는
saw Nisha smile,
이니시
then they picked
부분은
lone druid. So
뭐
I think that was just like, oh, Nisha.
자기가
you're
조금
doing smile,
채워준다고
yeah, give me
해도
lone druid. He pulled this out and
한타 스펠이 조금 애매해.
Fortunately, didn't win with it, but it is a hero I know he knows how to play. You just need to be able to survive the Sky plus Legion lane, which is going to be very difficult. And I don't know if Ursa's actually going to survive that. And he doesn't need to carry the game. Kind of at a loss, to be honest with you, like what you're going to pick to combat this
혼자 잘
powerful
살거나
lane. But it's going to be something like
들어
Well, makes the most sense that Nisha would be playing this because Mike only has 1 professional game on Lone Druid. Nisha though is 6-1 on the hero, so kind of makes sense here. And then we pivot back to the Drow Ranger.
물리지만 않으면 괜찮은데 안 물릴 수 있나요 지금? 페보, 리전,
I am terrified of this Team Liquid lineup. They can actually end the game
리로케이트
really damn fast.
It's pretty
이렇게
scary,
있는데
but if you get to initiate on the Talon side, you have great jump between Legion Commander and Void and Storm and Relocate. So all you
네,
gotta do
물론
is go
성장을
drag, get on top of her,
하면은
kill her. They don't have very good saves on the other side.
쓸어먹기는 할
if
거예요.
Team Liquid is ahead and they're like slapping towers with the Bear and the Drow Ranger, yeah, it's gonna be tough for Talon. But if they can get Vision and Initiation,
어쨌든 방어 관통이 있으니까 쓸어먹긴 할 건데
also win engagements.
I think it comes down to whoever gets the first
너무
jump in this one because
그러니까
Talon, they have
성장
really
시간도
good heroes
그렇고
to do
속도도
so, and there's
그렇고
not a single hero on
망했을
Liquid
때
that has
쳐먹어야
any
되는
kind of
공간도
save
그렇고
potential. So that's going to be a difficult one. Like you get caught during the duel, doing the Chronosphere. I think this game is going to be much.
남은 게 없었다고는 해도 에바인 것
I
같아.
mean, I'm definitely going to be super biased towards Lone Druid right now because I love the hero. However, they did pick it in Bali, and I thought they would lose with it. This is a much better game for it, and I think the Drow's a good pick too. They can lane with an Enchantress, maybe pressure. If they can group up on Team Liquid like they did last game, I think their lineup is pretty unstoppable.
All right, put your bodies on the line, put your reputations on the line. Purge, who's winning game 2?
I feel like Team Liquid's just way stronger in the series.
Lacoste, you
I'll
agree?
go with Liquid as well.
Liquid.
Why are y'all doing this to me? Every single time my panels come through with a clean sweep of opinions, I think it's only happened once that team actually ends up winning. So for all of you at home, almost guaranteed that Talon Esports are going to end up taking away game 2 in this situation and finding ourselves in a game 3 decider. They do have some new heroes. They haven't played Io a single time at this tournament. They very rarely played the Legion Commander, even though that hero is quite successful. However, back in the day, when 23 Savage was making a name for himself, it
봅시다.
was Faceless Void, Inspector, and Morphling. These 3 heroes were what he was able to dazzle us all with.
결국은
Spectacular on all of these
그지
heroes. So, if
드루가
it's ever gonna be a
털어먹으면
game for
그대로
him to
게임
work it out
끝이고.
and win, it's going to be here in the lower bracket final. Before we get into it though, let's find out how Sunbi, the coach of Talon Esports,
드루가
feels about
실패를
the draw.
하면은
He's gonna get
털릴
the game
팀인
three
거고
decider against Team Liquid.
그런 느낌이죠.
Hey, Sunbi.
니샤한테 거의 모든 게 달려 있습니다.
I'm I'm good, thank you. You guys, game one, you picked 4 Medusa counters. You let it through, which you guys tend to do. You let the good things through, and then you counter it. You banned it this time. Was your take on game one, Medusa's just too OP, let's just not try to deal with it?
I don't know. We didn't have a whole lot of time to think. I think they're very good with it. We can just play a different draft. and see
그래서
how that
시작이
goes.
됩니다. 게임 2.
Okay, and the first 2 picks, you picked 2 cores. Kind of unusual. Is this something that's like 5-head strategies going on against Team Liquid, or would you do this in another series?
I think we've done it yesterday too, didn't we? I don't know. I can hardly remember. But I mean, we like the good heroes. You know, we just pick it. People feel confident. Play the game. Yeah.
Okay, well,
편한
let's see.
거를
Confidence
고른다.
is what matters in this game with our 2 confident casters, Kezu and Sunsfan.
근데 맞기는 해. 빅풀이 좁을수록 그런데 근데 빅풀이 넓은 애들이라도
And we have some juicy picks to talk about. My goodness. After a very, I want to call it a weird game number 1. It was extremely slow, very much not the case for the rest of the games that we've seen in this tournament.
와드 확인했죠.
Kind of an
니샤.
aberration of sorts. This time, I think we're going to see a lot of action.
로우 살짝 근데 옆에서 갑자기 튀어나와요. 로추가 론드 못 먹었죠. 잽스 지금 그냥 3번 다 맞추기는 했는데 바로 그냥 디스펠 당하고 마무리 그냥 인세니아. 네, 인세니아. 큰일 날 뻔했습니다.
Tried giving it to Mikko. I think he missed on the high ground. As insane.
네, 이렇게 되면 미케 어시골드만 먹고 정작 경험치랑 킬 못 먹었어요. 라이온이랑 인첸이 먹었습니다.
Eventually get this first blood, but we've got ourselves a liquid lone druid that fear darkness. He called it.
Fear is actually a god.
He's a god.
That was, I mean, it's been picked twice in this tournament, so basically not at all. 0-2.
네, 1레벨
I don't think
스펠이
Liquid's picked it yet, though.
영 애매하긴 하거든요.
What do you think of the lone druid in this game?
It's a pretty good pick, and it's one of the timings that if you're Liquid, you've got to be looking for it. Lone Druid does well in the mid lane against Storm, and you also have Lion and Ench who can easily collapse there. So for Talon, in order to keep their early game intact, they're going to have to look at Mikoto to do well in the lane, and then also help him defend like this first big move from Liquid.
And how does this matchup go? The lone druid versus Storm.
I may have said it 10 seconds ago, but it is Lone Druid favored.
일단 낚시 보고 패보 뽑았으니까요.
Slightly. Or
이게 살짝 애매하긴 한데 결국은 근접 캐리 뽑으려면은 닥시 상대로 해볼만한 게 없기는 해. 이게 데미지 들어오는 게 복구가 안 되는 타입이긴 해도 억제벽이랑 박금이 크게 의미를 가지긴 어렵죠. 악마사도 잘 빠져나가긴 했는데 일단은 만화번이 있으니까 오 스턴 연결 마무리 될까요? 올리 마무리 펀치로.
So good start for Liquid early on. As 23 Savage will be playing the Faceless Void this time. His initiations are going to need to be on point for sure. Cannot have some
인체는
mistakes that
그냥
we saw
매혹
from
찍은
last
김에
game.
그냥
Level 2
트릭 끌고
timing
옵니다.
use here from Liquid. One thing that could happen this game for Talon is like maybe you get some pressure down here, you bring your IO bottom and you do try to tower dive like
잽스도 크기는 커야 되는데요.
That's one punch back for them in this game around. I would say
이게 당연히 클만한 매치업이다 보니까
just take out the Medusa, take out the Beastmaster.
별말 안 했었는데 리전 혹시 망하면은 지금 탈론이 플레이메이킹 해줄 수 있는 영이 아무도 없어져요.
Talon side, they do have a lot of burst damage though. Once jabs can get, I mean, we've seen a few
물어야 데미지 나와요. 그
mana
버스
games this
데미지로.
tournament, and it's been banned a lot more than I thought it was going to be, in fact. But you have the old duel into Mystic Flare eventually that will delete just about anybody.
이렇게 적극적으로
As long
들어갑니다.
as he's in his true form.
It's a lot of pressure from this bottom lane. Like Drow Ranger does fare pretty damn good against Legion in the lane. You've got this double range, which is just annoying because LC it's a very snowball heavy hero by nature. You want to do well in your lane, keep kind of going forward.
그래서 미드 막타 차이 거의 안 나요. 디나이 차이도 거의 안 나고.
It's not, I mean, there's obviously the
리샤가 완전히 드루 플레이어는 아니라서 그런지 날카롭진 않아 킬각이. 허익바나 마툼바 이런 애들은 진짜 말도 안 되는 상황에서 킬이 나오는데 리샤는 그렇진 않더라고요. 할 줄은 아는데 전문가는 아닌 느낌.
And Liquid's push, just in general, looks insanely good once it gets online, especially with this Drow, which I think took you off guard in terms of it being picked. What do you think about that hero in this game?
I mean, it's more that they're gonna have to be playing on timings and I think helping your team out.
네, 리퀴드는 참 캐리 복이 없다. 물론 이거 복시. 일단은 스턴 맞고요. 헥스 다 왔어요. 그리고 켄타 보내줍니다. 그리고 룬 하나 먹고 내려 죽었습니다. 나 Q 위치 안 좋아요. 슬로우 계속 들어가죠. 그리고 잡아냈고 잽스. 근데 이거 둘 잡아내기에는 잽스 데미지가 좀 애매해요. 켄타 스턴 다 왔고요. 내가 슬로우 중 이렇게 거리 유지 그냥 합니다. 마무리. 오, 이게 사네요. 근데 피가 너무 낮아요. 지금 커리어에 못 드러나요. 일단 배달 오는 것 같아요. 자이 아직 뱅가드 없긴 하지만 금방 나오죠. 경험치도 잘 먹고 있고요. 커리어 헌팅 노려보네요. 라이언 기다리고 있어요. 근데 박아놓고
level advantage on the side of Liquid in the mid lane. You can see Boxy in the trees looking for a potential opening before
선 하나로 충분할까요? 그거는 모르겠네요.
He just hits level 5 there. The fact that he's here this early, 1 minute before the power room.
일단은 밤 시간 됐습니다.
I've said it before, but Boxy is giving me major Jarex vibes from how he's moving in the early game. He's
스턴
so
안
free, he's always in the
닿고요.
right place at the right time, and they know where to play through. They dewarded the mid ward, they've got their own lane ward beyond the tier 1 now. And Zai is pretty much A-OK in this 1v2 top. Like it's just a faceless void IO, not the most pressure.
지금 위험해요 이세냐. 블러드 그레네이드까지 스틱 한번 쓰긴 했는데 힐로 충분한가요? 근데 라이언이 오우야 등 뒤까지 임페일 들어가면서 인스턴. 뎁스 이번에는 TP 없어요. 물론 이유가 와주겠습니다. 미케 조금 위험하긴 하죠. 마무리. 미케 킬. 네, 이렇게 되면 2호까지 죽게 될 것 같습니다. 마무리 2호. 네, 미케 더블킬. 큰일 난 것 같은데요.
For the Liquid side.
But this is some open AI gameplay currently. You leave your Zai up top who now has a
역분로는 보스의 쉴드론.
There's gonna be a lot more pressure coming through now from both your safe lane and the mid lane. It's Nisha.
드루만 크고 나면은 지금 탈론이 막을 수단이 없어 보이거든요.
Probably gonna get slowly whittled away, but perhaps they will look to play through him.
좀 터져 보여요 벌써. 2K 차이 6분에.
In equal timing. Yeah, very big for Talon.
Highest amount of assists at 6
뭐
minutes.
처음 보는 수준인가? 라이언 잘하는 거 카카랑 중국에는. 남미에는 매튜 있잖아요. 걔네가 더 잘 쓰지 오히려. 벅시가 평소보다 잘 쓰고 있는 중인 거지. 평소에 계속 잘 쓰는 애들 둘이 있잖아 그렇게. 만화 계속 태워주고요 사티로스로. 하면서 스택.
Minute 10, I think. Like you need more levels. Like you're gonna need some Skyref ult come out, which is generally gonna be like minute 9, minute 10.
매튜가 특히 라이언 좋아요.
And this is why Lone Root is so annoying in Storm. You can't really gank the Lone that easily, and if you ever leave the lane of Storm, your tower just gets chopped down.
얻어맞고 있습니다. 쪼개졌죠?
Okay, what's the itemization from Lone Druid in these days? Like Mask of Madness, something like that on the bear?
It's just Mom Desolator, right? I think you just Mom Deso, you pace up the game.
Then AC or something like that?
Something like that just sounds good to me.
Basher, of course. Classic.
Yeah.
Makoto is level 6 now.
해설들은 맘대절 보고 있습니다.
Relatively close by to try to get off an Impale or Hex.
They can just take this tower without any commit.
Yeah.
지금 뭐 아무것도 없이 그냥 톡톡톡톡 치고 있죠. 아이도 뒤로 옵니다. 근데 만화가 없거든요 별로. 트랭킬 안 걸렸어요. 공 박아 넣었습니다. 일단은 자이 잡아내나요? 뱅가드가 있어서 오 바큐몰 잘 박아 넣었어요. 물론 본인이 죽긴 했지만은 세비지 네 만화가 없네요 라이언.
But not exactly the way that they drew that up.
니샤가 트랭킬만 박아 넣었어도 톰이 죽고 게임이 터지는 거였는데 휘감기는 발톱이 켜지질 않았습니다.
이게 신기해. He's just pumping
드루
all these arrows into
플레이어들은
Jabs.
그거를
I
꼭
think the
필요할
question
때
that
박아놓는단
everyone's
말이야.
wondering in
신기하게.
chat right now,
랜덤인데.
is this a good Glacier game?
Yes.
Okay.
근데 니샤는 드루 플레이어가 아니라서 그런지 필요할 때만 찾아서 그런지 드루가 괘씸해서 발톱을 안 감아줘요.
Making his way to the top lane along with Mickey. C23 Savage forced out completely.
비슷한 걸로는 스브가 있긴 해. 스브 플레이어들은
No TP yet.
17, 17 그러면서 계속 박아놓는데
To game one, they're gonna be the ones to.
스브 안 하는 사람들이 스브 뽑으면 안 터져.
Talon don't really have any way of stopping them. Their
참
push
신기합니다.
is non-existent. Like Legion Commander doesn't have a long-range Q anymore. It's only around yourself. So, what is really gonna be stopping Liquid here to just run down on the map?
그래서 4K 차이 그냥 뱅가드 들고
Stacks here, 23 Savage will just have to TP
쌀비지
out.
살짝
Wasting
봤습니다.
a lot of time. And you're right. In terms of like defensive capability, they don't have a whole lot. I mean, for them, I think the best defense would be offense with the likes of Jabs once he picks up his eventual Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Talon need to play an open map, try to push as many lanes as possible, and look for pickoffs later with Storm Zip into the Mystic Flare, like try and get some kills that way, and play the map with this relocate. Because there is no 5v5 fighting into Liquid. It is not possible. You need to catch him off guard and delay this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a 4K lead for Liquid. We're seeing that
7대1
Jabs
상황.
actually builds his blade mail first, so delaying the Blink
이렇게
Dagger.
되면은 잽스가
So that would likely delay
이니시 못
any
걸어줘요.
action coming from Talon.
이니시 억지로라도 걸어줘야 하본마랑 스톰이랑 달려들어가지고 하나 잡아보는 거거든요.
State of the map. Looks like Liquid wanna go down.
예, 물론 현재 사이를 밴을 당하면서 같이 들어갈 게 없긴 한데
While Boxy's gonna
같이 들어갈
just have
글로벌
some
스펠이
experience in the mid lane. I could see Talon go for a smoke after Q.
되도록이면 라이언 물어가지고 녹여내는 거 가능해 보여요.
Mystic Flare is going to be
It's
pretty
needed.
vital.
안 할 이유는
for them to
없어
actually
보이는데.
They go without it for now with their DD, but if Nisha just pops R, he will not be dying to these three heroes, I think, unless 23 maybe reinforces very early on.
Yeah. Bear right now has phase boots, Mask
know
of
that.
Madness. As the same
그래서
gets blocked by the storm, but
일단은
it's Hex
과부하.
from Boxy's there into
과연
the
이번엔
mid.
피가
Can he get the
맞을까요?
root?
안 감아졌습니다.
Those
첫
zips
타는.
away.
그리고 리로케이트 아웃. 이렇게 되면 2호킬만.
Ollie will have to pay the price.
Well, he does have a link in
네, 주변에
Jabs,
뭐가
but
있어요.
Boxy is there to counteract it.
일단 이번에는 휘감겼네요. 니샤의 킬.
The death for the IO. Now a tier 1 tower
드디어
will be focused by Liquid and likely taken for free.
Well, next tower on the map as while they're taking the tower, even pushing out 23 from his own triangle. And I guess it ain't his own anymore. Gonna go back up to a 6k gold lead. I mean, the name of the game for Liquid. Take all these outer towers, mid 15, Dire Roche, very likely on the deck. You get the Death Zone, you go for tier 2s.
Yeah, he's only one Mithril hammer away from that Deso on the bear. That thing is looking quite scary indeed.
Even
And
if you...
like you said, the Roche can come pretty
차이.
early as
Yeah.
well. Like they can get every objective, including the Tormentor, if they want. But of course, we know that Liquid do not. So don't ask about the Tormentor again, because stop bringing it up.
I'll bring it up. 5 minutes.
잽스 대거 나오려면은 지금부터 한 4분 정도 걸릴 텐데. 죽어요. 죽어요?
Can't even take this.
Yeah,
Oh
he's gonna have to
boy.
keep pulling them
이러면 집 가요.
out and around.
이거
Tormentor.
버텨지나요?
Walking over the corpse of
더
the Tormentor.
길어지는데요.
Last
They,
game.
they see Mickey on this ward, but how do you ever make a move? Like you need... Mikoto needs to be smoked with Q at some point if they do find an opening, and then Ollie like comes in with a relocate. Until then, all Talon can do, play an open map and try to get to this late game. Or even just later stages of the game. 'Cause there's also a pipe gonna be coming out on Darkseer, so
아이고 레시피만 사면
fight
되죠.
into this liquid ball.
얼마더라? 기억이 안 나요. 1450인가 1550인가 1450이네.
Exactly. Oh man, this blink is just. I feel like it's so needed on Jabs. He just hasn't been able to find the farm so far. This
뱅가드
game, he's
분해해서
bought enough
파이프로.
worth of all the cores.
아직까지는 패버가 위협적이진 않아서 아마 크림슨 가기는 갈 거예요.
Not really the closest, but
지금 당장 필요하지 않을 뿐.
They're doing okay. But we've seen this in game 1. Game slows down a little bit from like what, minute 12 to 15. But then you get some of these major items. You get this Deso on the bear. And this game will ramp up very quickly.
Indeed.
결국 이제 대거 없이
Sania getting close to finishing
어느
his
정도
full
방어
stack.
가능할까요?
for the eventual Hurricane Pike, which we've talked about this before.
일단 크로노 그냥 박아 넣었습니다. 리로케이트까지 좀 과하지 않나요?
They lose their lion from the Liquid side.
No, Talon will take that. Like, sure, Chrono's down. Maybe that helps you like be more confident about taking Roche. But Talon, honestly, there's no fighting into them anyway. So you might as well just expand your Chrono to get some of these kills.
Insania.
이게 물론 크로노 있다고 한타할 수 있는 건 아니긴 한데 안 들고 있으면은 밀로 들어갈지도 몰라요. 인센이냐 다시 물립니다. 이번엔 녹여낼 오 스티크인데 꽤 많이 들어있네요. 빗방울 하나 더 있어요. 문제 없었습니다. 근데 오히려 미코토 만화 없는데요? 헤이스트 켜고 빠져나가네. 세비지가 생존기가 하나 줄어든 거라 마음까지 켜고요. 혹시 아마 삭제. 혹시 두 번 죽었습니다. 혹시 대거 사야 되는데 이렇게 죽으면 좀 껄끄럽죠? 한창 대거 모으던 중이었는데 탑에서도 그렇고.
Looks like Boxy wants his team to kind of speed it up as he's drawing this arrow up to top like 3 to 4 times now. The Deso is about to come out on Nisha as well.
그래서 들어갑니다. 2차. 홈 4레벨이라 데미지 팍팍 들어가요. 포티 타이밍 조금 애매했네요. 이렇게 되면은 립 살아 있습니다.
This could be cool for Talon. They know it's hard to defend the top tier 2, but they're waiting on the mid lane. To see if someone will show, but Mickey with some.
미케 아이템 뭐였나요? 아가님? 그래서 일단 잡아낸 오 침묵 안 맞았어요. 스턴도 안 맞았는데 일단 헥스 하나 리로케이트 빠져나가지겠죠. 이렇게 되면 올리만. 리전 대거 나왔습니다. 그래서 헤더 못 걸고 가만. 그래서 니샤 그냥 로션해요. 내줄 나왔습니다. 맘대줄. 조금 아프죠 아직은. 지금 오고 있어요. 크로노 있거든요. 옵니다. 근데 인센이랑 오 침묵 들어갔어요. 침묵 들어가면 이거 죽어요. 그대로 녹습니다. 셀비지 죽었고요. 잽스 대거 빠져나갈 수 있을까요? 평타 맞으면 오 대거 빠져나갔어요. 리샤 달려보는데 이제는 범위 바뀌죠. 근데 제일 큰 게 죽은 거라 브레이킹 나오기 전에는 탈론 조금 어려워 보입니다. 그래서 첫 번째 알겠어. 이건 뭐 니샤가 먹었겠죠. 니샤 안 줄 이유가 없어요. 그래서 맘대졸로 어디까지 밀지 8K 차이입니다. 알겠어. 배럭 하나 밀면 게임 끝난다고 보거든요. 이번 판에 전판인 같은 경우에는 한 2개를 밀었어야 되는데 2개를 밀어야 끝난다고 봤는데 이번 거는 그냥 하나만 밀어도 탈론이 복구하기는 어려울 것 같아요. 그래서 라이온 대거 아직이고요.
Yep, true.
Probably the only core in the game that benefits as much. Maybe Enigma.
Yeah, no doubt. Remember back in the day when this was the worst Aegis carrier in the game, the Lone Druid. The bear would die with you. No longer though. It's a separate entity. As
일단 한번 인세니아 안영업 데미지가 아프기는 해요. 근데 힐이 3레벨이라 그리고 침묵 그리고 리로케이트 가나요? 안 썼습니다. 마무리되네요. 너무 늦었어요.
Makoto just drops casually.
That's gonna be a follow kill, and in the meantime, look at the big bad bear.
Yeah, he already took the tier 2.
궁이 없었던 건 아닌데 할 줄 알고 있다가 라이온 가져와가지고 죽었죠. 그래서 1+1 인세니아의 킬입니다.
This is nothing like their last matchup that went 3 games super
일단
epic.
미드 2차까지는 갈 테고 3차까지는 아직 모르겠네요.
6k building damage at 18 minutes. I mean, he's just gonna keep racking up records because what is gonna stop him from hitting these towers? He's even got the draw aura for his main hero to hit, which it doesn't matter that much, but just adding more insult.
네, 18분에 늘어났어요.
Yep, something like that. Yeah. You injured your insulter, I think is what you're trying to say. Crimson Guard now.
18분에 넣은 데미지, 거물 데미지 제일 높은 영웅.
For Jabs to get a kill with the duel.
이번 대회에서 제일 높은 영웅입니다.
Literally, has he cast the spell once?
이제 포티 없거든요. 네. 1쿼터가 할 수 있는 게 없어요. 그래서 3차 파괴되고 다음 포티입니다. 뎁스가 들어가서 물기에 오 크로노 정말 잘 들어가긴 했는데 X 일단 미케한테 다 박아 넣었는데 미케가 안 죽어요. 그냥 마크몰 잘 박아 넣었고요. 이렇게 되면은 오 그나마 듀얼 잘 넣어줬어요. 데미지 살아나갈 수 있나요? 쟁키 때문에 살아나가네요. 이렇게 되면 뎁스가 잘 물어줬습니다. 문제는 현재 진짜 캐리는 리샤라는 거. 다음 포티도 열렸고요. 이제 포티 없습니다. 1대1 교환하고 첫 번째 세트 가져갑니다.
I mean, Talon have no more tempo now in their spells. You had to expend all of your spells to.
이렇게 되면 근데 탈론 스펠이 아무것도 없어요. 크로노 없고 듀얼 없고 미스틱 플레이어 없고
Nisha is just gonna go for
일로케이트랑 볼라이트닝은 고려 대상이 아니죠.
They're gonna back away for a bit. What time is it, Keza?
Torment time.
That's right. It's Tormentor time. if they
오,
want.
네, 복시 X 안
Or they can try to get
닿았습니다.
another kill. Makoto doing what he's done so well throughout this tournament, trying to push the lanes, delay. They've had several comebacks because of this tactic. But Liquid, they've done their scouting.
드로우가 근데 서다가님 가고 아무것도 없네요.
Seconds on the chrono. Like your spells are not ready for this. It could be torment time.
그 정도로 좋은가 모르겠어.
It's never Torment time for Liquid.
It's high ground time, baby.
That's right. They got their pine cone ready to go to set up with the bear.
그래서 다시 한번 두 번째 세트 포티 없거든요. 그냥
And the tier 3 tower is going to drop.
사라지고 두 번째 세트까지 리퀴드가 탈론을 두 번 털어먹고 있습니다.
Two sets of racks. Maybe they're trying to flank their own Tormentor. No. They are just killing the creeps, and now it's Torment time. Liquid looking to
드디어
steal the
토멘터
most
챙깁니다.
important objective on the map. Who's gonna get the shard? It's worthless. Jesus, all the shards. God.
인세니아가 셔드 받았습니다. 아무런 소환물도 아무런
I'm just kidding.
크립도 없는데
It's just fake.
It's just not.
오 헥스.
Fake high box. Nice impale into the gust.
네 이렇게 되면은
Ult, though, will be able to get him
오
out.
데미지 충분했어요. 마크림 때문에 게다가 끊어졌고요.
Gets canceled.
올리까지.
Ollie is dead as well. Oh boy.
In come the little friends.
오 복시가 원래도 날카로운데 오늘 더 날카롭네요. 역시 돈이다. 돈이야말로 재미를 위한. 큐가 물렸어요. 이거 곰한테는 안 받거든요. 평타가 네 여기서 니샤한테 서지 발라주면서
15k lead for Liquid, looking for mega creeps.
애셔까지
They
나왔네요.
don't have their Aegis any longer, but considering the amount of damage that they've taken in these fights, I don't think they care.
니샤가 녹지만 않으면 돼요.
Is untouchable.
Lone dude is missing. I think they want to try to burst him out.
당장 미스틱 플레이어 없이는 그냥 궁 켜고서 서 있기만 해도 메가 크림 오 가능할까요? 오 20회 물렸는데 근데 파이프 크림슨 오 헥스 정말 잘 걸어줬어요. 그렇게 되면은 회복까지 어이구야 디스펠 해주긴 했지만 모자랐고요. 잽스 이거 죽으면은 다이백입니다. 게임 끝났습니다. 어제 지지 상대로 너무 잘해서 빠따를 안 쳤더니 약발이 떨어졌네요. 잘해도 빠따를 하루 한번 맞아야 된다. 빠따를 안 친 선비의 잘못입니다. 네, 지지 치면서 리퀴드가 2대 0으로 결승전 스피릿 리퀴드가 됩니다. 그리고 제 버거가 온 것 같은데요. 네, 버거가 왔습니다.
Credit to Fear for picking Lone Druid for Liquid.
Well played, Fear.
That Lone Druid, my goodness.
그래서 저는 버거를
What
갖고
a
오고
pick. I think that I would assume it caught them by surprise.
경기는
The early
1경기는
tempo, you've got all the auras
재밌었
coming through, boxing
아닌데
with some incredible movement in the
조금
early game as well.
애매했죠.
Talon just
뱀픽에서
didn't really get to
탈론이
fight
좀
back in
말아먹은
this
게
game,
너무
but still a
많아서
top 3 finish for them.
Yeah,
Pretty damn
그래서
impressive.
리퀴드가 너무
shouldn't
쉽게
be hanging their
이겨버렸어.
heads. They played a terrific
그런 부분이
tournament.
좀 있는 것 같아요.
But Liquid, they've been to
그래서
basically,
우리는
other than Dream League Season 20, they've been
다음
to every
경기까지
grand
대기가
finals of
꽤
Tier 1
길어요.
tournaments this calendar year. It's usually
가정에
against-
시작하기
it's
때문에
usually a
2시간
losing
비어
effort
있습니다.
against Gaming
무려.
Gladiators. They don't have to worry about that now. And
아마
from
1시간
the
땡길
lower bracket,
거예요.
they've already faced off against Spirit. I think they're going to have learned a lot from that
1시간
matchup as
땡길
well.
거라고
Well,
생각하고
they're gonna say thank you to
일단은 전
Talon for
버거를
leading
갖고
Game out of this
오겠습니다.
tournament. Let's now get the grand finals against a new matchup. And that is gonna be, honestly, this early tempo against Spirit, who then can try and fight back. Yeah, this is gonna be a sick match.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait to see it, but obviously a little disappointed this didn't go 3 games.
Yeah.
Talon, this second game just was not close, but what can he do? I mean, they did play a brilliant tournament overall. Like you said, top 3 is very impressive.
They're trying to make it easy for themselves, but Liquid, I think they just had a very good strategy coming in. Talon didn't have the type of power to fight back, and that was one of the cleanest games I've seen from literally all 5 of the Liquid players.
I can't. The fact that it wasn't like a final pick Lone Druid,
Yeah.
but the Lone Druid pick just felt like it won the game.
It was unsalvageable at that point. It was way too hard.
Absolutely. So, with that, Team
아이고.
Liquid will be going to the
그래서
grand
뭐하지?
finals to face off against Team Spirit. Let's get an interview with them right now.
일단 버거 먹으면서 뭐하지? 아 그래 저 게임 깼습니다. 오늘 아침에 다시 켜가지고 배 보다가 다시 켜고 게임 끝냈어.
As we crown our lower bracket final champion and you make your way to the grand final. Although this series seemed comparatively much more straightforward compared to the last time that you faced off against Talon. How did you guys revise strategies when you came into this lower bracket final?
I think it's just a lower bracket buff.
네,
Oh, it's
인센이의
Lima all over
인터뷰
again. Is that what it is? I thought Jabs was your lower bracket.
뭐라고 하고
buff,
있나요
Lima,
지금?
though.
제가
I just think we play better when we're in lower bracket. I think when we have
아이고,
the comfort of
멈출까?
like, you know, being in upper, we just don't play as well.
زي ما تشوفون معنا انسانيه من فريق ليكويد. اعزائي المشاهدين سالنا السؤال الاول بخصوص المباراه هذه اللي شاهدناها في الابر براكت وكانت النتيجه كلنا عارفينها.
제가 알아보는 몰라요.
كانوا قدروا يفوزون الجيم الاول بس بالاخير اخذوها ليكويد، لكن يوم رجعوا مره ثانيه لعبوا المباراه الحين كانت مره ون سايدد، فايش تغير من الاستراتيجيه حقتهم؟ هذا كان السؤال الاول.
근데 비닐로 이렇게 씌워놓고는 종이 빨대를 주면 어떻게 찔러서 뚫으라는 거야?
صرنا في اللور براكت وما احنا مرتاحين واشياء ممكن انها تروح علينا كلها، دائما نلعب بطريقه افضل.
I want to stick to LAN events in terms of your journey and your consistency. You had Lima Grand Final, you had Berlin Grand Final, you had Bali Grand Final. How are all these journeys different or maybe even similar compared to this Riyadh Grand Final that you're in now?
I mean, the difference is there's no gaming gladiators waiting for us in the final.
메이저 결승들과는 뭐가 다른 것 같나
I
했더니
think.
취지가
They kinda got
없다.
us yesterday, and I hope we came up with some good ideas and we can take it back to them today.
سألنا انسانيه السؤال الثاني في المقابله بخصوص كل المياه
그러니까 적절한 유머와
سواء كان في ليما او حتى في بالي
상대에 대한 존중이 있어야
في الجراند فاينل بس دائما يحصلون المركز.
팬을 하기
الفرق من كل
좋지.
المياه اللي لعبها السنه
팬처럼
هذه
나와가지고서는
يقولون
그러면
اول شيء جيمنج جلاديترز ما ينتظرونهم
좀
في
그래.
النهائيات.
어제 왜
هذا أهم
퀸
شيء نتكلم عنه، لكن النقطة
인터뷰 안 했나요? 왜 토프한테 떠넘기고 도망갔나요?
راحت، لكن المره هذه بيكون عندنا فرصه اننا نفوز عليهم لانه عندنا افكار جديده للمباراه.
For some people, it may seem kind of like a foregone conclusion, like, of course Liquid is going to make it to this point. But I feel like that kind of discounts the amount of effort that you guys have put in. It is not easy to get to this many grand finals over and over and over again against these kinds of opponents. So for your side, the energy that you have had to put into this, are you becoming kind of numb to it also? Or you find that every single time you're fighting your last breath to make it to these grand finals?
No, I think we always have to put in the effort. Like, there's no team that is like, you know, everyone's trying so hard. It's this part of the year where like it just gets harder and harder and harder. And as soon as you get comfortable, you get caught. It's like it happens immediately. For example, the Dream League last one before we went to Bali, we got absolutely destroyed by everybody. And that's just, you know, we took a few weeks off and that's all it took. And then you're last place. So no, it's a lot of effort, a lot of hard work. And, you know, I have 4 amazing guys with me, along with a really nice support staff in Liquid. And you know, they all help out and everybody does their part, and that's why we're able to keep coming back here and keep playing these finals, I think.
سالنا انسانيا السؤال الثالث في المقابله بخصوص كل الماتشات اللي هم لعبوها زي ما احنا ذكرنا قبل شوي دائما هم يوصلون في الجراند فاينل لكن ممكن الشيء هذا الناس يتساهلون عنه يقولون انه شيء طبيعي انه تيم ليكويد يبي يوصلون للجراند فاينل في رياض ماسترز بس الناس تنسى صعوبه النقطه هذه انه كيف يقدرون يوصلون في كل مره كونسيستنتلي في كل مره يوصلون في الجراند فاينل باستمراريه مره كبيره فهل الشيء هذا يعني هل انتم تشوفونه انه صعب هل انتم تشوفون انكم تحاربون الى اخر لحظه عشان توصلون النهائي ولا كان الوضع انه لا والله عادي انه الشيء هذا متوقع يقول لا فعلا انه احنا مجرد ما اننا نرتاح وناخذ راحتنا شوي على طول احنا نخسر ومثال على الشيء هذا يوم صار في الدريم ليج بعد ما وصلوا نهائيات على طول خسروا المباريات حقتهم بسبب انهم اخذوا اسبوعين ثلاثه اوف ما لعبوا ولا سووا ولا شيء فيقول انه المره هذه احنا بنتاكد انه مو هو الشيء اللي قاعد يصير وحنا جايين اليوم عشان ناخذ البطوله.
All right, Insania, no pressure, but you have a $2.5 million money match to get ready for, so I will let you prepare. Congratulations, and one more round of applause for Team Liquid for making it to their 4th LAN Grand Final this year.
زي ما تشوفون تيم ليكويد بيتوجه الى
경기장이 좀 비었나 봐요.
قدام تيم سبيريت المباراه هذه قيمتها
카메라를 이렇게 당겨서 보여주네.
$2,500,000 مبلغ ابدا ما هو بسيط.
지금 리아드 하고 있는 것 중에서는 제일 비싼 경기가 도타잖아. 내년에는 돈 벌어서 나도 가보고 싶다.
Insania, where Tsunami and Insania and Tsunami Fancy, thank you so much for a game that genuinely was incredible to watch. Not that it was that competitive, but it's always good for you to see a team come up with an idea, execute it to this level, and cruise themselves into the grand finals.
뎁스가 억지로라도 대거를 뽑았어야 됐어. 어쨌든 데미지는 나오는데 듀얼을 안 걸면은 못 박으니까. 억지로 플레이메이킹 그렇게라도 해쳐야 됐는데.
EG 2015, Team Secret was that one team that we just couldn't beat throughout the year. Then some team dispatched us,
이거 너무 컸고.
rather in the lower bracket. You're going into the grand
녹아버렸죠.
finals now as Liquid. You've been in this situation a lot, but you have a new opponent this
이거
time.
크로노 데미지 이젠 늦었어. 파이프 크림슨 박아놓으면은 그냥 안 들어가. 듀얼 다시 한번 잘 걸어주긴 했는데.
They should not take it for granted and just do the best because these opportunities might not come again.
Yep, especially because the opponent they have here, Lacoste, is a squad that generally speaking wins when they're in the grand finals. The only
너무
time
늦었어.
it finds themselves
알 거는 거랑 별개로 오 그리고 헥스 이거 진짜 잘 넣어줬어.
or OG at that one major. Despite that, if Team Spirit is in the final, they win.
Yeah, this team is really good at just showing up when it really matters, especially like during the grand finals. There's
휴가
like
후딱
some
침묵 걸어주긴 했는데.
in Team Spirit because the way they
엑스만으로
play, they're
죽었죠.
gonna get like the best out of themselves in the grand finals, and they're also gonna get the best out of the enemy team.
In the same vein, though, I just feel like Team Liquid, they had such good prep in this series. I don't know how many more amazing strategies they have cooked up, but that one was, it just was so simple that when they won, the players, they all died. You know, they all took their glasses off slowly. They're like, yeah, we know we won 20 minutes ago. That was how obvious it was for them. So I just feel like Team Liquid's going to bring it to Team Spirit here. We'll see if there's more draft cool stuff that happens, but yeah, they have a great shot.
Yeah. They came really well prepared into this one, having second pick 2 times in a row and utilizing it insanely well. First game, they had like instant
일단은 곰템을 안 보여주네요.
Medusa plus ET. After this,
해부맘 대절 애쉬였습니다. 마지막 3차
second
때.
game taking Enchantress, so focusing really strong in the laning stage. And I think their idea was we gotta hit an earlier timing. In both of these games, we gotta finish the game early on. We don't want it to drag on for another like 50-60 minutes. This has to be like one of the faster series compared to that. I believe the average game at Riyadh Masters is around 40 minutes last time I checked, and they managed to close it out relatively early on. I think it also comes down to Talon not really utilizing the last pick. I was not feeling this IO pick. Sure, there's some battery for Stone Spirit, but other than that, there was not much to do.
Yeah, unfortunately for Talon Esports, we do say goodbye to them, and they didn't necessarily feel like they were as comfortable as we've seen them throughout this playoff run. It felt, I don't know what it was, but it just felt like something was off with the team in terms of how they were able to play the map as they normally do here at this tournament.
I think that's mainly just because Liquid just utterly outpicked them here, and they did what they did to get here on Talon, and they do it really well, and I think they definitely deserve to be there. But I think Liquid kind of showed us how you play second pick now. First pick is you pick for your comfort. On second pick, you play to defeat the enemy's comfort, and they did that really well. So they know exactly what Talon was going to pick. They preemptively countered in a lot of situations, and then they used a little advantage that they did have on second pick, where they could counterpick the last pick, but also that on that fourth pick there on second pick, they counterpicked the first 4 heroes that Talon did pick. So it's really going to take a lot of time and preparation for Liquid, and they don't have as much time going into the grand finals to find a second pick strategy that's going to counter Team Spirit here, but they did a really good job just kind of dismantling the strategy of Talon here.
But what I think also comes down to in terms of how the drafts worked out, right, is we get to see the most versatile team in the tournament in the form of Team Liquid going up against the third least versatile team on the side of Talon Esports. And I think it played out in the draft, right? You could just see that there weren't as many options for Talon Esports to dive deep into their bag.
Yeah, the draft was just it was just completely in Team Liquid's favor for sure. And frankly, I just want to congratulate Team Liquid because I think everyone's been talking about gaming gladiators all year. Team Liquid has had the second best year without a doubt. They've been in how many grand finals? This time they're going back to another grand finals. Like they're getting close to rivaling the gladiators in terms of year performance, even though both of them are unique and interesting. So I just don't think we talk enough about how great Team Liquid is, and because they get overshadowed, and this is the first tournament this year that they've been able to finally overshadow gaming gladiators.
Well, we have an example of how good Team Liquid has been in this particular series, as our STC play does come from them. A very strong timing push coming through the mid lane. And let's take a quick look. Lacoste, walk me through it, exactly how this is able to just close out the game when they are in a dominant position.
Yeah, you can already see the advantage that Team Liquid does have, and pushing the high ground, like Talon, they need to invest heavily into this one because it needs to be dual. It needs to be Chronosphere to be able to land the kill, but you see like Enchantress immediately with the heal on top of it, like Boxy with some clutch spell casting coming out as well.
큐가 원래는 침묵 걸어주긴 했는데.
Like he itemized for the team on the Darkseer. One of the reasons why this hero is so popular. And Draw Ranger, you can see like BKB pre-Manta style. Against Storm Spirit, against Faceless Void, this Gust comes in very clutch. And after you lose this fight against the Lone Druid, you know that you're going to lose the barracks, at least one side.
Yep, Nisha is now 7-1 on his Lone Druid. Hasn't played it all that often, but generally when they whip it out, it does tend to win. And going back to what Purge was saying, Fear, about how Liquid have had such an amazing year getting to all these grand finals. Nisha, since TI, has been in every LAN Grand Finals since then. And even at TI, he was playing some of these Lone Druids, getting them into those finals. Just what a god, what a guy to be this good, this consistently.
Is that a question?
Oh, like, keep building on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Nisha's good.
I mean, he's a pretty good player. I got you on that one. He's very, very good at this game. One of the best mid laners going into this year, right? He was the guy to look at, like, can anyone beat him after that TI performance? How he was like carrying Secret game after game through the mid lane, still doing it at the beginning of the year, and he's still doing it towards the end of the year. This guy is good. I agree with you.
One of the best players in the world that we've seen, and of course his skill is what has allowed Team Liquid to yet again get into a grand final situation. And that of course means that he is our Kadia MVP of the series. Great performance coming out of him. Good game on Pango in game 1, Purge. Great game on the Lone Druid in game 2. And the fact that we know he's super versatile, but he hasn't had to play that many heroes. Like, he's played a lot of them, yes, but he's only played like once or twice when the game is good for it. He's relied a lot on Snapfire, relied a lot on the Ember, a lot of Leshrac, but the fact that he still has 5 or 6 S-tier heroes behind that must make drafting very easy for Blitz.
Yeah, and he can win without any items either. Just Magic Wand, 2 Ironwood branches in that post-game screen. He had a great game. You guys thought he was MVP. I thought it was Boxy personally. In watching some of his clips back, I'm still more blown away. Just every fight he does something really cool. But by all means, Nisha is going to be headlining this. But I definitely want to give a shout out to Boxy because he caught Void in so many bad situations with this fraction of a reaction time. He's had a great couple series too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just completely biased, so that's why he got MVP.
Yeah, I think Nisha is the best player in the world. I've been saying it for like 2-3 years now, so let's go with Nisha. But joke aside, Nisha, like after he joined Team Liquid, I think he kind of adjusted his playstyle. He doesn't need to be that guy that carries the team on his back because you have Mickey, you have Zai, you have Boxy, Insania as well. You'll see different heroes. There are different players from the team carrying the game throughout the whole event, and sometimes it's going to be, some clutch saves coming out from Insania.
그래서 언제까지 볼 거예요?
Boxy coming out.
밤새요?
Orchid
밤새 준비가 되어 있습니까?
or whatever, but this whole team, they just synergize so well together.
In your opinion, Purge, is there a better
저는 백수니까 가능한데.
Better than Boxy?
엑스가 아닌 사람들도 있을 거
at
아니야.
a very equal level. Like Mira's fantastic on team spirit as well.
먹을 거는 먹으면서
He's
준비를
impressed me a
합시다.
lot. I thought Omar looked really good in a lot of matches as well. He played fantastic. There's a lot of good core positions. It's just harder for them to stand out, I feel like, against these core players that are so integral.
시간을 엄청 질질 끌면서 아직 시간을 안 보여주네요. 얼마나
It's
남았다고.
easier for them to fall under the radar just a little bit, but if you watch back the clips at slow speed, there's moments like that where they completely change a fight outcome.
Yep. One of the players that's also changed a lot of the outcomes for Team Liquid is Zai as well. One of the strong leaders in the game. Game 1 playing Beastmaster, very strong performance from him. Game 2 on the docks here. We see more and more why here this hero gets banned in the first phase. I'm not
나만
sure this
밤새?
will be allowed in the grand finals.
And I think
누군가는
like Zai is
내가 켜고 있는 거를 지켜봐줘야 되는 거 아닐까?
But he can play the off meta stuff.
내가
too,
뭐하러
and that's why
키는데.
He's really scary. You can't ban this guy out. But he also isn't like picking heroes that are just like really hipster and that he just wants to play for fun. He's gonna play the meta, but if you ban out all the meta, he's got a whole bunch of heroes that he's gonna pull out in that last pick. And having players like that is invaluable.
Yep. Unfortunately, and speaking of off-laners, Jabs on the side of Talon Esports, despite his creativity at this tournament, despite the wide bevy of heroes that he has played, they were unable to get past the juggernaut of Team Liquid, which means that they will be going home and Southeast Asian flag will be going down here at the Masters. Before they say goodbye though, we have a final word coming in from Jabs himself, the off-laner of Talon Esports.
네,
Let's hear what he
랩스의
has to say
인터뷰.
about his journey.
어제는 참 잘했는데 오늘은 연극을 했어요.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Jabs of Talon. Jabs, I actually vividly recall that probably around 2 years ago, you had joined me on the stage in Stockholm when you were on Fnatic. And I remember that it was another incredibly difficult loss for you, but I feel like I've seen so much growth out of you and your teams over the past 2 years. While you were not able to get the victory here, I was wondering if you could maybe walk me through what this past year or even 2 years has been like for you as a Dota player.
I think I just like grow up a lot as a captain and as a
매주왕만 잘 안 나오잖아.
I'm trying to be like
비교적.
better and better. But like this loss kind of tough because like I think they just prepare better than us, and I think I really think that they came to the game and their plan is just like way better. So I think like we lost.
While that did happen to be a loss in this game, a lot of people were expecting that after the upper bracket loss that you guys would have a very difficult time recovering. Like seeing your reaction, consoling 23, you are a rock for this team. How were you able to keep everyone so solid moving forward in that first lower bracket series that you guys had?
I don't think it's only like it's a 3-4 that game because like I could have pushed out the lane before that too, and like we all could have like pushed out the lane. So 3 is like carrying out the whole game, and you know one mistake is gonna happen, and like if it happened, it happened. So we continue to play the game next game.
That's an amazing mentality to have. And Jabs, like, if a game like this happens, it happens. Ultimately, your next journey is going to be looking forward to the international, the only Southeast Asian team to directly qualify for it. How are you planning on spending these next 2 months as you look forward to that and maybe even relax a little bit?
Right now, after this, we're gonna like take a big break because like we haven't been on the break for a while. So we're gonna have a break and boot camp somewhere, and we're gonna prepare really well for the upcoming TI. And I think we're gonna do well.
Well, Jabs, I gotta say, from your interaction with me 2 years ago to now, you are seeming like your mind is so clear, and I'm sure that this is an incredibly tough loss, but the way you're handling it, and I have no doubt that you are an all-star captain for this team. It's been a pleasure watching you. Congratulations on a top 3 finish, which is still an exceptional result, and best of luck moving forward as we pass it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jabs, and thank you
다시
very
한번
much,
패널입니다.
for giving
이제
us that
시간
amazing
나오겠죠?
interview.
인터뷰할 사람도
Very
없어
sad day
이제는.
to say goodbye to Talon Esports, but they made this tournament very, very entertaining, and they'll just be going back. They're gonna hate to see that replay over and over again. People are gonna spamming them with it, but like you said, it's probably gonna be good for their career. TI around the corner, you know, good lesson to learn right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough when people send Twitch clips of the lone druid being picked. They're gonna be like, oh, there it is again. It'll be really hard. I feel like 23.
근데 리야드 주최자 입장에서는 조금 애매하겠다. 자꾸 TI 언급하면서 올해 진짜 골은 TI라는 식으로 자꾸 패널들 얘기를 하니까.
Draft was an issue, and draft is always so important, and those like last 3-ish series of the tournament. That's
올해
really where you
TI는
make or break
상금이
a
얼마가
tournament.
될지.
You can have these fantastic players who are
배틀 패스
equally
아닌
skilled
배틀
as team
패스는
Liquid,
어떤 게
but they can't
나와가지고
draft
얼마나
better, and these
상금을
moments,
빨아갈지.
that's the edge that changes it.
Yeah, I think the boys from
궁금합니다.
Talon should be proud about their performance here, not just here, but throughout the whole DPC year, especially here because they managed to get top 3 against the best teams in the world. And yeah, like the recovery, I think 23 Savage, after like what happened, sometimes it can hunt you down, you know, KY, XY, denying the ages, like that's the sort of a thing. But yeah, they managed to get the win against 9 Pandas, against Gaming Gladiators as well. They knocked them out of the tournament. So I think the boys overall should be pretty happy. You know, you're not in the grand finals, but they should be proud of the success they made here.
Yeah, not only proud of the success here, they've had a good year overall here, and especially, we're all going to talk about 23 Savage, right? But I want to focus on Makoto. What a year this guy has had. Like, consistently at the tournament when they've done well, not only has he been one of the best players in the team, he's been one of the best players in the tournaments, even if they don't go on to win it.
I mean, this is a top 3 team in the world. I can make an argument for every single one of their players on this roster being one of the best in the world. And Makoto, no exception. This guy in the mid lane, he's been showing that he's incredibly good on multiple heroes. And, you know, Jab, sometimes he likes to play a little bit of a weird hero. Who's the guy that makes up for that? It's normally Makoto. But Makoto also shows that he can carry game when he needs to as well. The versatility on this team is top-notch, and that's why this team is doing so well.
But speaking of versatility, Purge, as we now do turn our attention towards the final series of the day, we have a grand finals coming up between Team Spirit and now Team Liquid. And Talon Esports, Jabs mentioned himself that they had better preparation from the side of Liquid for this particular series. One squad that has shown, especially here in the upper bracket, that you can whip out random strats that no one else can see coming. Before Team Liquid was doing it, it was Team Spirit dazzling us with first pick Ancient Apparitions, you know, making us question ourselves with last pick Bristlebacks, but somehow making it work consistently.
Yeah, their picking was a little bit different than everyone else in the tournament, and I thought that was going to hurt them in their upper bracket finals, and it did not. They opened Beastmaster line in 2 of their games at least, and it was just really effective. It covered a lot of bases. Guaranteed Collapse had a good hero. You know, it's not the traditional opener that other teams went for, but hey, if you're getting wins out of it, if you get that last pick Yuchoro hero that does counter the game, it's the recipe for success for Team Spirit.
I really liked how in Game 3 they utilize Collapses because he dominated. That Game 3 that was not close at all. They were running inside their base like 15-20 minutes into the game, diving almost to tier 4 towers, which is something that doesn't happen, especially at Riyadh Masters because the games are slightly longer. But Team Spirit, they figured them out. Same thing happened. Liquid figured out Talon, how to draft. So I want to see how much Liquid is going to be able to punch back when it comes down to drafting against Team Spirit.
What do you think the adjustments are going to be here? We saw how good they prepared for Talon Esports. Was there enough time to prepare for both Talon Esports and Team Spirit for the Liquid boys?
Not necessarily, but they will have a little bit of time. But what I think is good here, though, that we're seeing is a meta evolvement. I think all the past data that we have from the upper bracket, even 2 series back, it's all out the window. Like, we're seeing a lot of new things. First phase, Medusas. I feel like Team Liquid, especially, their second phase right now, they figured out what they need to do to win games on second pick, and I feel like no other team has really shown that type of formula right now. So Liquid, I was sure they lost to Team Spirit going to the lower bracket here, but after watching this series, I feel like Liquid has yet again leveled up, found a way to be an even better team than what they already were, and they're looking really good.
Well, Team Spirit will find themselves yet again in the grand finals, coming from the upper bracket this time, unlike last year in the Riyadh Masters. Team Liquid, they're the lower bracket boys. We expect these kind of runs from them at this point in time. Before we take a long break though, all of us are going to be replaced on the upcoming panel. So Purge, give me your... Let's reflect a little bit on the tournament, right? As Lacoste was mentioning earlier, this is some of the best Dota we've legitimately seen in years and years and years. Give me, like, when you reflect and you just think back on the last 2 weeks, right? What comes to mind for you across all these days of Dota?
What comes to mind? I mean, so many things. Watching the meta development, it was... do you want me to talk for like 3 minutes? I definitely can.
아버 12시간에 한 번 먹어서 그런지.
I'm happy there's been hero variety, despite the previous tournament having
맛있네요.
like kind of refined hero variety. I love the play-in stage, the multiple group stage format. It's a lot of Dota, but it definitely lets the best teams come through. I think that's excellent. And then yeah, so many close series, and I just love that they were always close game 3s too. That's the coolest part about Dota, when you're like, okay, one botched team fight, you lose the game. And then when they just kind of like barely make plays back and forth to prevent the other team from closing it out, it's just so cool. So yeah, just a lot of things. Great tournament.
Been a great tournament. Lacoste, who's been your favorite team to watch, even if it's not one of the squads in the top 3? Actually, give me a team that's not in the top 3. Who's been your favorite team?
Nine Pandas for me. I think this team has a lot of potential. They showed it at the tournament, bombed out, lost to Talon Esports. They had their number yesterday, but overall, strong team coming into TI. I'm feeling that this team could go really, really deep into the tournament because they have. It seems like Ramses was the missing piece after. Needing a carry after Lima Major, they needed something, and so Solo plus Ramses, they reunited the dad and son story. It's finally coming back together again, and Kiyotaka, he's just a different beast on a mid lane, definitely, even up there for the MVP of the tournament as well for me, because the guy just plays everything, and he plays it so well.
Speaking of level ups, one thing that we have seen across this tournament, the story of Law here. All of us had reservations about this player coming into the tournament, right? At this point in time, it must feel really good for him to be able to say, guys, just look at my performances. Tell me I don't belong on a TI winning team.
Oh, absolutely. I think Laurel has leveled up more than any other player at this tournament. He's definitely... I used to watch Spirit games and I'd be like, this team is going to win or lose depending on Laurel's performance, right? And sometimes it's just how it was. But as it's gone on more and more, he's been just not only been winning the mid lane, he's been the reason why they've been winning the game, carrying the games by himself. So I think he's definitely really stepped up for the team, and that is something that Spirit has needed all year long. And what a better time to do it too, one of the biggest tournaments of the year by far. So this is, we saw at the end, Yatoro just pick up Laurel and just give him a big hug and lift him off the ground. It's yeah, you're staying, buddy. We stuck with you the whole year. You finally came through, and Spirit's looking really good, and he finally is fitting the mold that they wanted him to fit.
And it's interesting because we've seen oftentimes Eastern European can be a fairly volatile region. If somebody comes into a successful team and doesn't perform instantly, very easily they get booted to get a more stable, old school player. But Team Spirit's one of the few teams that will reliably stick with a player up until they get good.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the trope that existed heavily 6 to 10 years ago, maybe in sometimes more recent, but lately that hasn't really been the case. BB Team is maybe another great example of a team that it was a power team. Usually what happens, you get a power team, doesn't work. One of the players leaves. They're like, I'm too good for this, They stuck together. Team Spirit's another one where they just solidified. Obviously, they gave it a good run with after they won TI, but yeah, both great teams, and I'm happy to see them not only staying together but also getting better afterwards. That's that crucial part that's really fun to watch.
And Lacoste, what do you think has changed? What was it about this tournament that allowed our top 3 to be an international affair and not just the usual Western European run of
I mean, something like a stand-in situation that happened with Tundra as well, but I believe it comes down to Eastern Europe because they really stepped it up. They had 3 teams in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They had Bonga Boots team, they had 9 Pandas, and they also had Team Spirit. So I think these inter-regional matchups that they play, because they also get to practice more against Western Europe, is what makes this team, teams from the region, very strong.
Well, we are about to get into our grand finals very shortly. When we do, it's going to be some incredible Dota 2 action between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. I'm going to do my panel a favor. I'm not even going to ask them for predictions. I just want them to watch and enjoy the games that they get presented to us. Sadly, that does mean our run is over, boys. I got to say, it has been a pleasure, gentlemen. This year of Dota has been, it's my first year actually being on camera as a host in this fashion. So it's been an exhilarating experience, obviously getting to travel the world, getting to work with people I've admired for a very long time. Y'all have made me feel very welcome. I really do appreciate it. Purge, you've taught me a lot. Thanks, Purge. Everybody, spam it out in chat. What a guy, what a legend. Lacoste, your insights are always very great. Your pun game is always excellent. And Fear, I feel like just standing next to you makes me gain MMR. I've learned a lot about the game. I've learned to hate Monkey King, of course, because of you. But also, my perspective on Dota has improved just having you around. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I've appreciated it a lot.
That's a powerful aura to have. I would buy that.
Got to stand a little closer.
Yeah. Always fun working with you, Snare, and the rest of the panel.
So everybody, we are going to be going to a fairly extended break because Team Liquid and Team Spirit have to prepare themselves for a grueling 5-game best-of-5 extravaganza. I'm almost certain it's going to go the full distance. Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Thank you all, everybody at home, for giving us your time and attention for this lower bracket final, for the entirety of the Riyaadmasters, and thank you all for joining us for the finale in just an hour or so. Come back, stick around, get some water. Remember to love yourselves and to share your love of Dota with us very shortly for the grand final.
Remember to love
and
yourself.
some new legends here at the Riyaadmasters.
참 요상한 어감이죠. 게임 대회 하는 동안 나오는 말 치고는.
Is this where the audition is, Mr. Callahan?
네, 1시간 7분.
My name is Jenkins, and I am
11시 반에 다음 대회 시작을 하네요.
I don't believe in the
30분 단축되었습니다.
homogenized in Dota, so I can kind of play
뭐 할까?
anything you need on your team, fill any role. The water fits the mold.
레몬도
as they
끝냈어.
say, the water fits the container. I'm the water.
햄버거도 끝냈고. 뭐하지?
I have a TP. I can refill your bottle. Oh, you didn't get the rune? I'll refill your bottle for you. Oh, you're 1v1ing Sumail? It's not going so well? I got a smoke. I'm coming to gank.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know,
인한테
whenever you make your decision, just let me
게임의 일을
know.
가르치는.
I've sent you a Steam friend request, Discord, Twitter DM, you know, just accept any of those and they'll already be there. So, thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Lacoste. I'm going to be auditioning for a mid lane.
Hey, thanks for coming in.
Please refill my bottle. Please refill my bottle. Stack the ancients. Stack the ancients. I'm losing really hard.
Yeah, no, I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
Quinn, bro, please. I can do so much better than this. I need this opportunity. I haven't played competitive Dota for 10 years. Please, bro, just one more chance. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, don't call us. We'll call you. Hey, can you tell me what your name and what you're auditioning for?
SVG here, auditioning for the position 5 role. There are an insane amount of stacks waiting for you. Just remain.
가볍게. 도타 방송이니까 도타 좀 합시다. 한 판. 67분. 랭크는 내가 자신이 없고 도타 안 한 지 한 3주 된 것 같아. 랭크는 내가 자신이 없고 3주는 아니야 2주 됐네요. 가볍게 터보 한 판, 시간을 봐서 2판 그렇게 가겠습니다. 마르시 템이 좀 애매하더라. 개인적으로는 작설 가고 싶은데 영 애매해. 에코 효과를 좀 덜 받아가지고 매칭 빠르네요.
It is your ban. 5 seconds remain.
마르시오 아니면 미드 긴다면 징크스가 미드인지 서폿인지 뭔지 모르겠네요. 나는 뭐 둘 다 가능하니까.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
레벤? 근데 상대 3캐리야? 오프가 누구야? 미드는 워든일 거라고 생각하는 건데 오프가 누구지?
Prepare for battle.
레벤? 레벤이 맞는 것 같아요.
30 seconds and counting.
I know I can trust you guys.
여기 없는 것 같은데.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's do da! This is the very definition of first blood.
나쁘지 않네요. 스타트가. 런 우리 3개? 2개. 저까지 잡겠는데? 오케이. 플라크 2스택이 됐다. 아 1스택이네. 이 랩 타임 조심할 적은 아니고요. 거리 적당히 벌려놓고요. 타겟을 돌릴 걸 그랬을까? 아이고. 에메휴. 이게 1레벨이라 로투스 아 실수 필수.
Tower faces a terrible test.
아이고. 끊어. TI가 미드인가? 레벨이 9레벨인데. 레벨? 벌써 근데? 와드가 있으니요. 해너도 별로 밀 생각 없는 것 같아. 오케이, 좋구요, 좋구요. 아야. 따끔해.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
아가님이 좀 나와봐야 될 것 같아요. 대졸. 라크가 잘 크고 파밍 했거든. 근데 미드 빈동안 파밍이 좀 겨서 한라인 손해를 좀 크게 봤어. 우리다.
Your middle tower is under attack.
밤이나 마저 합시다. 일급은 뭐 필요 없죠.
Killing spree. Double kill.
일단 나가님.
Your middle tower faces a terrible test. Your middle tower has fallen.
배셔까지 있어 이제는.
Some sacrifices must be made.
녹여내나? 녹여내네요.
Bottom tower is under attack.
미다스 야차. 업된 먹으러 간다. 오케이 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 오케이.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. A single can spark the rise to greatness. The enemy's middle tower has been destroyed.
좀 애매하지 않나 더 가긴.
The enemy's top tower brought to ruin.
들어가지마. 이거를 들어가네. 아니 어려웠죠 방금. 성기사 오케이. 일부러 쫓아다니는 수준이구만. 근데 물리 데미지 만족선 안 될 것 같아요. 일부러 마르시 고른 건데.
Money changes hands.
로션 가는 게 맞는 것 같은데요. 다음에 거야? 로션 안 가려나? 이게 웨이브가 밀려 나오기는 하는데. 봤어요. 깜짝 포티 있나? 상대 포티 없고. 이거 우리 적당히 튼튼해서 몸들고 밀만도 한데.
Your top tower is under attack. Attacks your top tower.
그거를 빨려 들어가니? 아가님 있는 것도 아니었는데 불킹을 그냥 가지. 죽을 건덕지가 아니었던 것 같은데.
My just reward.
이거 뭐 양날검 가나 봅니다. 와 정말 쓸모 있어요 우대 영혼. 아이고. 어쨌든 저거 25레벨 시켜가지고 높긴 높거든요. 아니 높는다. 넓긴 넓거든요. 으씨. 조금 더 모으면 되는데. 그래 로션 가자 이제 좀. 방금 로션 먹고 갔으면은 별 문제 없었던 건데. Immortality. 갑시다. 해는 아마 바이백 없을 듯? 있을 것 같진 않아. 오야 정작 알기스 있는 애는 안 죽었네. 어쨌든 펜업 바이백 양날검 나왔다. 어스 여기 뿌려져 있어가지고 이건 죽었네요. 알버드는 보고 박을 수가 없어가지고 패너는 어찌할까요? 일단 본체 다급 뭐 나왔냐? 망원경, 프리즘, 유물, 다섯날검, 암살첩자. 다섯날검. 와 쉣. 리프 근데 샤드 잘 박아줬거든요. 근데 이겨지나? 그걸 모르겠네. 이거 끝낸다. 끝내야 된다. 끝내러 가자. 오야. 헤이. 양날검 클랭 치가 들었구나. 어디 갔나 했네. 근데 이거 타임 딜레이션 왜 이렇게 세? 좀 과하게 세지 않나 이거? 나비검이 좋은 방템이기는 한데 할버드 나비검 상대 전부 다 평타 용이니까 나비검 가겠습니다.
But his fate will always be to rise again.
치즈 이 다음 하트 힘대거. 제가 더스트가 없거든요. 상대를 어떻게 한번 잘라 먹어야 되는 건데. 따끔하네.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
방금 끝낼 생각이었었는데 800 돌아왔겠다 쟤는 오히려. 저 나올 수 있니 없니? 오케이. 이래서 벌킹이 필요한 거죠. 스럽 4강이 나왔다. 오급 나와요. 거울 방패 현자 이동 연동력 거인. 이거 거인의 반지밖에 선택지 없네요 저는.
Killing spree.
바이백 없거든요. 오야, 나도 바이백 없는데 불안해지죠. 러너 정말 쓸모있는 서폿이에요. 온 아이템, 온 팀이 다 도와줘야 일을 평타를 하는. 어떻게든 패너 녹여내기는 하는데 (2000) 500 있으면 제가 한번 백도 해볼까요? 뛰어넘어서 거인의 반지도 있겠다. 이게 원래 아이콘이 나왔었나요?
I'll take that.
Money changes hands.
상대가 있는지 없는지를 우리가 몰라.
Has fallen to the radiant.
The phantom forever.
오케이. 오케이 오케이. 아이고 아이고 아이고. 터보에서 진짜 난리다. 터보는 올미트를 하는 게 맞는 것 같아. 제정신으로 할 게임이 아니야. 와 다이어타이드. 오레스 리야드 봐야겠죠. 근데 대기 시간이 아직 아 이거 버그. 깜짝 놀랐네. 와 DM, 파이, 크릿 떨어진 팀들이 경기를 하고 있습니다. 게임을. 별 변경 없지 아직. 응? 이거 말고.
Oh, yeah, you don't believe this, Phil?
No. What do you mean, bro? Like at least I don't like break my table like after some lose in Dota. So like yesterday it was a mess in our practice, you know.
Yeah, he just breaks keyboard, you know.
Breaking keyboard?
Just breaking table.
아직 20분 가량 남았습니다.
For 2 hours, just for 2 hours, I played 5 games and 5 losses, and I just don't know how to win the Dota.
그래서 이제 뭐함?
And like later on he just like
11시네요. 웹툰이나 보십시오 여러분.
And every
broke
time,
our practice room like.
and every time in every game happens the same thing. Enemies just outpick your whole pick, and you just can't do anything, and you're losing in the like 20 minutes.
Down on the beautiful tables here, man. You gotta calm down. You need a stress ball or something, you know? No?
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Doesn't help?
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah,
get
man,
the rage out on the table?
Maybe some box, you know. You need something.
Yeah, we have been sending a lot of keyboards to players lately, so
You
yeah.
need to hit someone or something.
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 Yes, thank you very much. All right, guys. Well, we're almost out of time. It was an absolute pleasure getting to know more about you guys, about the region, all that jazz. Anything to say out there? I'll pass it
진짜
on
뭐함.
to you for the fans or anybody. I'll say something for
일어나서 샤워 안 했는데 샤워나 하고 올까요?
Okay,
저는
maintain respectful distance. All right, no gank and collapse, please. Do not buy Yules as a sign of respect. And if you can beat him without Yules, then you know that you're good, right? All right. Anything to say, Mira, before we head out?
Yeah, I wanna say thanks to like all like our fans because like even like after we lose majors 3 times in a row, they still support us and send us some good words, and that is like really keeps you in good mood like even after lose. So thank you guys. Thank you, support.
That was great. Collapse. Anything to say?
Thank you guys.
I was just kidding. Buy Yules against this guy. This dude sucks, you know? Go on, gank his lane, destroy him. All right.
Yeah, I also want to say thanks for our fans. And this year we got a lot of followers.
DJ요? 아직
social media.
선수였던 것 같은데요, DJ는.
And yeah, thank you all for support us.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming as well. You guys were awesome. Thanks for all the info. And we hope that you guys have a fantastic time watching the rest of the Riyadh Masters. Thank you so much for joining us and having a great time before the stream started.
블리드 했어요, 블리드.
We have a big show.
두부랑 같이.
Thanks. Bye.
현재 4번입니다.
Hello everybody. I'm here with
시야이 나와요, 게다가.
Team Liquid. Thank you so much for joining me for
리야드에는 초청을 못 받았는데 시야이는 옵니다.
This year specifically. There's one thing that I've
아, 오는 게 아니라 TI 지역 예선을 뛰는 거구나. 헷갈렸네요.
I'm not really seeing
이 안에서 한 장인데 가능할까? 엑스크레이션 꽤 괜찮았거든요. 한 명 나가기는 했어도.
are strong during one balance patch and then even like
블랙리스트가 좀 끔찍하고
Meanwhile,
퍼포먼스가
for you guys,
오락가락하고
Game
진짜.
Gladiators, a lot of the Western European teams, we had a very dramatic patch drop in the course
그리고
of this year. You guys are
SMG가
still at the top of the game.
좀
Why do you
뜰딱
think
팀
it's
느낌이
this?
나. 그렇게까지 뜰딱들은 아닌데
I mean, there's a couple of reasons. I think one of them is
뜰딱들 맞나?
the competitiveness.
이름 보이기 시작한 지는
so high.
얼마 안 된 선수도 섞여 있는데 아프는 뜰딱이 맞고요.
You're just gonna have to improve quite fast. I think like maybe if you play in a different region, you can maybe coast on certain strategies that maybe aren't as developed as others. But I think if you try to run something in Western Europe that's not like optimized or ideal or whatever, you're not gonna win any games. And I think it's so competitive, so you kind of have to win. So you can't really afford to play around that much. You kind of have to be focused on just getting results. I think also just over the years, like people.
아무튼 아직 20분 남았습니다.
Like I think patch before or patch
시작.
before, people had a couple of heroes that they played, and all of a sudden, like one of those heroes is out of the meta, and then now they're just the worst team because all of a sudden they lost like a third of their hero pool. But I think now people have kind of developed over the years, and even though they can pick stuff up that they played a couple of years back or a couple of months back, and kind of just quickly implement it into the current one. So I think people aren't as hurt by heroes going in and out of flavor, I guess.
That's a good point because versatility is something that I have not heard brought up when I spoke to other players about this topic. I'm sure it's in the back of their head, but most of the time they speak to the fact that, well, your team would be a great example of how there's also a much larger support staff on Dota teams these days. It used to be just like 5 players and then occasionally you'd have a coach, and now coaches are guaranteed, and now you guys even have an analyst. How much do you think that improves the turnaround time whenever a new patch drops, how quickly you guys are able to adapt to it?
I mean, it definitely helps. It definitely helps. And like, the more eyes that you have kind of looking at the state of the game and kind of, bringing in ideas to the table and stuff, the quicker it should go for you to adapt. But I also just think like we're playing so much Dota now that like, if you're not adapting and if you're not adapting quickly, you're just gonna like fall off. And I think that if anything is like maybe the evolution in terms of like maybe you had
쿠쿠요? 방금 쿠쿠 있었잖아요.
but they were slow to adapt. I think now you can toy with the idea that maybe players aren't
쿠쿠.
as good, but
블랙리스트.
adaptable, So like I think most people these days are adaptable and
I'm not afraid, I'm 쿠쿠 했던 그 쿠쿠
it's quicker, but you're also just playing a lot of
5번이 되었습니다. 34분 남았다고? 늘어났네?
experimental
와.
and stuff. So I think the turnaround.
아니 11시 반인 줄 알았는데 늘어나고 있습니다.
How much of the volume of Dota
서로
compared
12시가
to,
될까?
say like that one year, I think like 2017 tour where we had like 20 plus lands or something like that. Technically that was a lot of Dota also.
But I think it's
쿠쿠도
really
참
different when you play LANs because I think LANs are like they're kind of like isolated.
T1 다시 모으면은 누가 모이게 될까?
Like inside, this is like a closed.
It's like a vacuum.
Yeah.
뭐 내년엔 다시 한다는 소리 하던데.
Vacuum, as in like whatever people brought to the tournament, that's what's in the tournament. And like I think even now the big LAN events is kind of similar. Like whatever teams have brought to this tournament, that's it. There's like not a lot.
합슨이 올드지를 버리고 갈까요 내년에는 또?
It's mostly like minor adjustments.
모르겠네.
It's like you come in with these tools in your toolbox or whatever, and that's what you're like working with. Whereas I think when you're playing these like drawn out online leagues and online matches, you have so much room to maneuver, and there's no vacuum. It's all like out there, so you can play something like a certain hero this week, and then the next week you're playing like completely new stuff, and there's no way to keep track of it really. Whereas in online, you play match day 1, match day 2, day 3, and there's like a sense of progression that way. I think that one kind of gets lost in online matches, which I think is something that the older big names teams kind of have struggled with a little bit. I know like Puppy and Kuro aren't like super fond of that kind of format because I think they respect the old format, which was like the LAN format is kind of that closed circuit kind of it's a different feel to it. Yeah.
You've thrived in both environments. Is there one that you have a preference for?
I mean, the LAN one is. It's not like you're coasting, but you're definitely like. There's more time to relax, I think. Whereas when you're playing online, it's like. Since we're playing in Europe and the level of competition is so high, if you're dropping matches, you know, even like you win a match and then you have 4 days to your next match. If you're not like, if you take those off and you're just completely chilling, you're probably gonna lose, and then you're 1-1, and then that might mean you're not going to the major. So it's like it's kind of hard to relax once the online period is kind of going. Whereas before, I think when you had LAN tournaments kind of spread out, it's like you go play this tournament, you have a period of like you can do whatever, and then if you're really good, you can do whatever up all the way up until the next tournament, and still kind of get there. And like if you're really bad day 1, maybe by day 2, you'll have figured out the rest, you know. So you can kind of adjust on the spot, which I think that stuff doesn't really work online.
Yeah, I think that's very encapsulated by your guys' Tour 3, because I would have had the same mentality as you, which is we're qualified for TI, we got 2 second places, that means that we're pretty damn good, and theoretically we'd be able to ease up a little bit. And then you guys got 4th in that tour, even though that you were the grand finalists for all the other ones, the fact that the margin is that thin.
I mean, Tour 3, we definitely took our foot off the gas, and we're not putting in as much effort into scrims and stuff like this. And I think, to be honest, we were quite lucky to qualify for ball.
다른 날은 몰라도
Like, I don't think
결승 날은 연이어서 2경기를 하는 날은 이제 한 경기 건너뛰어서 2경기를 하는 팀들은 상관이 없는데 연이 하는 날들은 뭔가 다른 게
That's why I was surprised, yeah. And it's like
있었으면
you're not putting in
좋겠어요.
all your effort, you're gonna fall behind. And that's just
좀
that's just Dota these days.
2대1로 항상 적당히 채워서 중간 시간 딱 1시간만 했으면
This era
좋겠어.
of Dota is probably like
2시간은 에바야.
closest competition that you've ever experienced.
I would say
아예 뭐 공연을 한다든지. 근데 지금 리아드에 공연장은 따로 있나? 그럴 수도 있긴 하겠다. 그럴 수도 있긴 하겠네. 그래, 시간 남을 때 리야드마스터 표지 그려놓을까요? 지금 발리 메이저로 표지 해놨죠. 응? 지난번 중계 때부터 리겜 잔뜩 해서 그런지 이제 미디엄은 그냥 할만하네요. 리겜도 몇 년 안 하다가 다시 잡으니까 어렵더라고. 원래 타자수 모자른 편인데 손이 완전 굳었더라고. 리겜 손이. 웰컴. 근데 7레벨은 어렵지 않을까? 결승전 몇 판 정도 할까요? 3판, 4판, 5판 중에 3판은 아니겠지? 그럼 에바임. 내판? 말을 못하겠는데 이거. 스킬이 빼고는 대자조에서 올라와서 옥박해가지고 우승한 경험이 없죠 아무도. 리퀴드 이기려면은 통계로 봤을 때는 4판 안에 끝내야 되는 거지. 뭐 모를 일이지만. 우. 근데 최대한의 집중이었다. 어우. 와 이걸 틀리네. 집중력이 확 떨어졌네요. 퍼펙트였는데 퍼펙트? 풀콤보였는데 퍼펙트는 아니고 이게 하나 틀리네요. 네, 뭐 아직도 24분. 딱히 줄어들진 않았네요. 혹시 했어. 우와. 오. 그럼 중계를 하다 보면은 내가 리겜 방송인지 중계 방송인지 헷갈릴 때가 있어. 설렙 가능한가? 놓쳤어. 하수가 너무 많아 내 손가락으로는. 아. 아, 차를 씨. 뭐 어디? 아이고야 어렵네. 경기 중간중간 시간이 너무 길어서 한 판 더 하기는 또 짧았어 시간이. 연장될 줄 알았으면 하기 좋았는데 서브 한 판 더. 리듬닥터는 대체 언제 업데이트할까? 분명 작년에 업데이트했었는데 올해로 밀리고 올해 7월도 이제 끝나가는데. 도타는 리야드 끝나면 업데이트 하겠죠? 지금 서버 막간 이유가 그 이유겠지? 도타 업데이트요? 그 뭐지? 발리 직후에 하나 했던가? 짤너프 몇 개 해놓고 끝났죠. 그나마 리아드가 발리랑 다른 패치라고 하면 다른 패치라 발리 때보다 좀 훨씬 나. 발리보다는 좀 고루 나오잖아. 어려운데. 와. 개수를 잘못 봤어. 점프. 다음 주 중에 업데이트가 있긴 있을 거예요. 예고를 해놨으니까. 베페 아닌 베페가 함께 나오지 않을까 다음 주에. 아. 두 손가락 쓰는 거 잘 못하겠어. 안 손단 두 손가락 쓰는 거. 아직 15분. 아무튼 예고된 업데이트 과연 뭘지. 8.0은 온다. 패키 롤백과 폰 대통합 온다. 베페를 대체할 베페. 그거를 다음 주 패치에 예정돼 있는 다음 주 패치에 공개를 할까요? 공개일을 공개할까요? 언제나처럼 TI 기간쯤에 베페를 대체할 새로운 베페를 공개하도록 하겠습니다 하면서 공개를 할 그럴 느낌이 좀 있어. 평소에 그러고 있기 때문에. 이번에도 패치 공개일 공개했잖아요. 다음 컨텐츠 공개일을 공개하지 않을까? 상금은 대체 뭘로 치운다는 뜻일까? 그리고 돈을 안 쓰는 사람이 너무 많네요. 그건 알겠는데 상금을 대체 뭘로 치우겠다는 소리지? 베페 없이 어떤 컨텐츠를 낸다고 상금이 치워진다는 거지? 그냥 자기 주머니에서 낼 건 아닐 거 아니야. 자기 주머니에서 낼 것 같으면은 차라리 그걸로 컨텐츠 업데이트나 하라고. 여기까지 합시다. 그리고 손가락 좀 쉬어주자. 그러니까 대체 누구 돈으로 상금을 주는 거야? 안 산 사람이 많은 거랑 별개로 1년 내내 그것만 기다리면서 그때마다 돈 써주는 사람이 있는데 굳이 포기하는 이유는 뭘까? 새로운 악독한 BM을 만들어낸 게 아니라면은 아이고야 굳이 포기해야 될 이유가 있나? 돈도 싫고 일하기 싫은 게 아닌 이상 어떤 악독한 BM을 개발했을까? 일하기 싫은 거는 뭐 사람이 그럴 수 있다고 보는데 점점 퀄리티 낮아지는 것처럼. 근데 돈이 싫을 수는 없잖아 사람이. 암만 스팀이 팀 자체로 벌어도 오 깜짝이야. 아무도 있었을 텐데 왜 기억을 못했을까요? 으아. 여기까지 합시다. 그래서 10분 남았습니다. 아 야토로 보여줬던 거 또 보여주는 거죠. 다들 보셨을 거라고 생각합니다. 이미.
Personal relationships and gameplay, we didn't understand meta much. We playing and we don't understand what we're gonna do, what we're gonna draft. We just was so messy, but we tried to fix all our problems at Riyadh. I thought we're gonna be like a 9-20 place at this tournament, but then we focused. We understood all our problems, and the most important thing it's trusting for our team. We start to trust each other, supporting everybody, and we took second place. It was great performance for us because we are not was ready to play against this beast.
아무튼 기대가 됩니다.
At final, we lost.
어떤 걸 할지.
We played at Arlington. In that point, I understood
악독한 BM일지 우리는 일하기도 싫지만 돈도 싫어요일지.
Came in hotel, I understood everything is great, nobody can stop us. But LGD gonna stop us in upper bracket. But never mind, we just played against Secret again, or against Astra again. And when we was in final, I understood. Okay, they cannot stop us. We here for win, and we have everything for earn it. And I guess it was the best performance for everybody of us at this tournament. Maybe sitting in chair when draft is starts, and I just watching it upstairs and just thinking about nothing, trying to meditate somehow. I'm just watching and think, okay, I'm here, I'm at at best of 3, 5, no, doesn't matter. I need to stay focused and try to do best my performance what I can do. And then I just come back to reality and talk to other guys.
I think my signature hero would be Morphling. I think I have the most games on it,
in my career and highest win rate among those heroes. So I think Morphling.
Tomato, full HP, full strength, and incredibly tanky.
I like the idea of humans trying to achieve perfection but never achieving it and still striving for it. I think Morphling really embodies that, where you'll never be the best morph. There's so many good morphs. And I have like 1,000 morph games and I still have to keep practicing the hero. I don't remember my first Morphling game. I remember against 9 Pandas Dream League this year.
They got him, Morphling. Dragged down to half HP straight up, but he's shifting, he's BKB'd and he's into Magnus mode, skewers across 2 heroes, Ramsey's Kiyotaki intro.
I feel like the game was really hard. My team wasn't doing so well after lanes and they had this counter pick on me, which was Avarong at the time. I told my team, guys, I'm gonna kill them all. And then I just like 3v1 them, 1v4 them. I was just very confident. Anything I do Morphling. I guess we're both kind of chill. You know, we kind of flow, go with the flow of the water. But
이건 못
also able
봤어.
to morph into the situation that we're in.
My signature hero. That's not a easy one since I switched roles so many times. I did have a lot of fun with Wind Ranger. Maybe I keep the Wind Ranger. I specifically enjoyed the skill shots about Wind Ranger. I feel like you could look at like a failure, like a non-factor, or you could look like the best hero in the team fight. If I think of like performances on Wind Ranger in the Stockholm Major, I think our first stage game, if I remember, was against Thunder Awaken. They were very strong.
Still they can turn for more, Uragi. He's in straight away on top of Pandas. The Pugna has to run. Shackle.
Pakazi's shackled.
The Gale Force as well, blowing back Pakaz over towards Uragi. He'll get the stun in. Rift as well, dragging him back there in onto the
오 샤클 진짜 셋 장난 아니야.
locking them down. Thunder Awaken, everybody's dead.
This was the first stage game, so I was like, finally. And I played
이제 성능 많이 내려왔는데도 아직도 바순 서폿으로 저만큼 해주는 거 셋밖에 없는 것 같은데 지금 오픈가? 여기서는? 이번 대회에서는? 하도 오락가락하는데
What I really like about Invoker is just basically the entire skill set, the entire concept that you
와
mix your own
판독기
spells and that he just basically has more spells than other heroes. It seemed super cool and it seemed really complex. So basically in the beginning he has a big advantage. Oh, he has 10 spells.
Got him. This is huge. This is everything. Second round disarm. Tries to keep him alive, but not gonna happen. Did not have his BKB out and ready, and losing those two OEG.
And I've always played like spellcasters in video games, so everything came together.
음 3분 남았습니다. 드디어 결승. 저런데 여행 다니는 것도 재밌을 것 같긴 한데 근데 진짜 돈이 썩어 넘치지 않는 이상 여행을 다니는 것 자체가 의미가 있나 싶어. 나는 세상 경험이고 뭐고 모르겠다. 나만 그렇게 생각하는 것 같기도 한데 이게 돈 넘치면 당연히 여행도 다니고 해외도 다니고 뭐 사막도 가고 피라미드도 보고 다 좋지. 그랜드 캐니언도 가고 뭐 여기 오로라도 보러 가고 그 해저에 있는 호텔 이런 데도 가보고 얼마나 즐겁고 재밌는 경험이겠어. 근데 그거 한 번씩 하려고 몇 년씩 월급을 갈아 넣는다? 좀 힘겨운 상황 아닙니까 그런 거는 싶어. 이렇게까지 의미가 있나 싶어. 몰라, 다니는 사람들은 마음이 풍요로워지나? 그렇지도 않은 것 같아. 보면 유튜버 갔던 거 봐. 딱히 여행 많이 간다고 그런 사람들이 마음이 풍요로운 것 같지도 않거든. 이상한 사람들도 많아 오히려. 자기 주장 너무 뚜렷한 사람들도 있어. 시작됩니다. 결승전 150억 상금이 걸린 대회에서 1, 2등 차이는 130만 달러던가요? 230만 달러던가요? 한 20억, 30억 정도가 걸린 결승전입니다. 확인해볼까?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Grand finals hour is upon us here at Riyadh
250만 달러냐? 상금이 2배가 되느냐? 아니면은 30억에서 멈추느냐?
Mere heroes, but they got here and they look a very
오고 있습니다.
We got a great grand finals ahead of us. We got Team Liquid, we got Team Spirit, and a best of 5. And of course,
와,
when we're talking
전용
about
경기장이야?
world-class teams, I gotta be able to talk to world-class panelists. We got, on average, 1 TI amongst every single one of my panelists. I am joined by none other than Faith Leon, Seb, and Fear. Thank you, Seb, for letting me borrow one of yours. How are you doing this afternoon?
Great, great. Which one are you borrowing?
I'll do the second one.
Sure. It's yours. It's yours for today.
Oh, I'll take that. Are you excited for today?
Super excited. I mean, you know, Team Spirit, Prime Team Spirit is gonna be insanely, you know, exciting and hyped to watch, and Team Liquid also in a really strong shape. They don't have Gaming Gladiator on their way, so it's gonna be a crazy best of 5.
A crazy best of 5 here, Fear.
I mean, definitely. This reminds me a lot of like TI5 when we played. We made a run. There was one team we just didn't want to win. That was Team Secret at the time. I feel like Liquid are in that situation. You know, these opportunities don't come very often where you get that grand final. That one team, the monkey that's been on our shoulder, isn't going to be in that grand final. It's their moment to seize here.
Yeah, Faith Leon, you from the get-go have been saying that Team Spirit, a team to look out for. So it's no surprise for you to find them here in these grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they performed so well in this tournament and they already beat Liquid in upper bracket. So I think this tournament, this grand final will be amazing. And I'm super enjoy with, like, I have 3 legends on my panel.
Hey!
So I feel so excited. I am really looking forward to the grand final.
Yeah, it should be great. And we have got a ton of Dota action coming out. But as some people might be aware of, there's been a lot of different competitions running at the same time as the Masters. And 2 of those we are ready to announce the winner of. The first one was the Most Creative Fan Awards. And we have asked fans to make art and to be creative in their art, and we're ready to announce the winners. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this is the Sand Bear coming from Virtus
Wow,
Pro.
VP.
It's pretty cool.
Looks very nice, and the theme is right, I guess.
It's on point.
You know, very on point, exactly.
You got the building in the background as well, the Rhea building.
VP 근데 없잖아.
Really like the lights.
GG를 조롱하는 사진인
Are they
걸까?
going from like bottom to first?
Yes, they
Yeah,
do.
Okay.
This is fourth place.
All right. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is fourth place. Curious on what the others are have in store because this is nice.
All right, well, let's take a look at the next one. This one comes from Entity. It has a anime theme to it. Oh, this is just happy.
That one's cute.
That one is adorable. All right, let's see which heroes we see. I
뭔지
see.
잘 모르겠습니다. 왜 이런 걸 하고 있는 건지.
Bane, yeah.
There's the mango tree, guys. Come on.
Hey.
No one got that one.
The mango tree.
There's a helmet.
And we're in Riyadh, and the infrastructure in the back looks good.
어, 템플러 세션. CEA.
Also got the skyline there in the
브로.
back.
근데 이거 다스키터용은 아니잖아.
On the bottom left, bottom right.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so very creative.
That is super. That is very well done. And then our
그나마 테머가
winner
9이
is,
쓰기는 할 텐데.
made with the theme of Team
영혼들이랑 툰드라랑
And,
약간
we are gonna see
메인은 아니네요.
it's being made as we watch it. I don't want to
Puppy da
spoil what it
puppy.
is, but someone spent a lot of time and effort.
No idea who that could be.
No.
Like I see it shaping up, and I really cannot tell who.
Isn't that crazy though? He did it with Rubik's cubes.
Looks like you here.
It is. It might be me. We'll see. We'll see it finish out here, but could be you too.
Indeed.
Oh, it's Face Beyond.
Oh, it's not me.
What?
페이스 그러게 완전히 페이스 비안이네.
It looks very much like you.
That is really well done. Congratulations.
누가 봐도
That is
페이스 비안이네.
first place there for the most creative fans award. And then there was also the best team content that you've been able to see come by on social media, where fourth place was OG, third Entity, Team Secret this time came second, but first place for team content was Team Spirit. So they won that competition, and we're here to talk about whether they can win, you know, the main competition here in Dota 2. We're going to focus our attention on the grand finals, our undivided attention, and when we do that, we of course have to take a look at the road that the teams have taken to get to this very place, because both teams, well, I was going to say a slightly similar road, Face Beyond, but Team Liquid had to come all the way from play-ins to even make it to brackets.
Yeah, Liquid, they are so like, I remember back to tier 11, they also like play the long format.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come to the play-in and all go into the final day. I feel this team, they have very strong mentality and they can conquer all the like troubles.
Yeah, maybe more games is better. I'm sure that there's some logic in that. This time around, at least, they came through mostly upper bracket. So they did get knocked down, of course, earlier, yesterday, Seb, and this is still a fairly short road for them compared to some of the other tournaments they've had.
For sure it is. But you know, they're no strangers to these long roads. As Facevian like mentioned, I mean, TI, the last TI, like they went all the way, and here too, like they play-ins into group stage. And I think what's really incredible about that team is that their ability to learn and improve throughout the tournament. And they're obviously really smart team, really smart players, veterans, a lot of them. So they pick up a lot of the stuff that other teams are doing, what works for them, what doesn't. So usually if you get them in the grand finals, you get like the finest version of Team Liquid.
근데 니샤도 작년 TI부터 올해 내내 2등했는데 과연 이번에도 2등을 할지. 리퀴드 전체도 올해 계속 2등이었는데 니샤는 특히 작년 TI까지 2등이라 어떨까 싶네요. 결승에서 리퀴드 상대하는 기분이 어떠냐?
There versus Liquid. What advice do you have for Spirit in going into the grand finals? How are they going to beat Liquid? Because you've done it 5 times in a row.
Should try disconnecting the whole other team in a fight.
Yeah, that really worked for you guys. Can I have a fry? What are you gonna do with your millions of dollars?
Buy more fries.
What do you think about Team Spirit powering up when there's millions and bajillions of dollars on the line? Like, why do they get so strong?
They bathe in milk, and the milk is kind of pricey when you buy it in that quantity. So they need the money to support the milk bathing.
Ladies and gentlemen, milk is going to be the name of the game in this next series, and
퀸 근데 너무 착 가라앉아가지고 캐릭터가 느낌이 다르다.
Milk after this grand finals. I'm sure it's going to be quite a bunch actually.
이게 너무 확 바뀌어도 안 되기는 해. 조금씩 이미지를 바꿔야지. 너무 한 번에 착 가라앉아 있으니까 어색하네요.
It's doubling if you win this best of 5. Let's talk a little bit about Team Spirit, because Fear, this is a team that we've seen perform for the largest of prize pool, like the largest prize pool in history. They won it, so this pressure is not there for them.
I think, yeah, when you get these teams that are used to competing in ultra high stakes, such as the international grand finals now of Riyadh, it's pretty much they're on autopilot at this point. This is where they want to play. This is where they're most confident, and this is where they're the most scary as well. And they had a really good run in the upper bracket, just getting a clean 2-0 against Aster. Going against BB team, that one wasn't as clean. It was a very tough series. And of course, they went against Liquid, another tough series. And even though Liquid got knocked down, they're going to be back even stronger. So I have really high hopes for this grand finals.
Yeah, they looked like they were a lot stronger this morning as well. I think Talon felt that one. Before we start this grand finals, it would be so wonderful to also have a couple of words from the teams themselves.
Being legend in Dota, it's doing good performance. Being like super high skill, like Papi, Zai, Nisha, they all like legendary players. You just feel some aura from them, you know.
See if they can finish off the Legion Commander, but Talon leads the way. Thunder. It's gonna be low, and they manage to get him. Draw to
GG를 털어먹었던 그 장면.
Nisha, now the buybacks from Liquid in turn. They know this is their opportunity. This is the chance to change their fate. This is their chance to be able to turn it. They've done it. They have managed to finally bring down Gaming Gladiators, who have been
어느 팀이었죠? 캐리가 영 애매하면 그냥 투 캐리 하자 이러는 게. 리퀴드가 그 팀이 했던 전략을 좀 비슷하게 가네요. 각만 모이면 그냥 미드에다가 테머, 드루 이런 거 뽑으면서 특히 올해 초에는 스나 메타였어가지고 더 많이 나왔었죠.
We have new mid laner, and I want especially event to win for him. He like should feel the same what we felt when we won some tournaments.
I think we've been building strength this entire year. Everybody knows what the stakes are, how much money is on the line, kind of is in the back of your head at all times, and to be in this position is honestly just incredible.
The Ancient is fully exposed. Can they output the the cancel to the TPs? Can they kill Oh my god! No way! Talon, you better be careful because Zion's coming for your base. Whoa! Win game.
I want to be one of the best carry in the world, but I guess this goal is never enough for me.
The silencer, the global silence did finally come out. That's a dieback now for Wally as well. Omnistrash deletes, nothing to say. A nice work gonna save Laura for the time being, going inside the pit for cover. He did get loose and beat, but Roche is getting a bash onto the Luna. Can Laura actually survive? He does! It's a full team wipe in favor of Spirit.
To become a legend in Dota 2, I think you have to win, not just consistently, but at the highest level. Nobody remembers the guy who got third or second. It's the people who win at the end of the day. That's what makes you a legend.
시작됩니다. 드디어 기다리고 기다리던 결승전. 150만 달러를 더 챙겨갈 팀은 누가 될지 나줬으면 좋겠어요. 나도 250만 달러 있으면 여행 다닐 것 같아. 그냥 돈 걱정 없이 살고 싶다. 근데 왜 도타 대회인데 레전드라고 표현을 할까요? 이거 의심스러워요, 리야드. 의심스럽습니다. 프리브레이커. 뭘 부수는 거야? 설마 새로운 도타 캠페인의 예고인가? 드로우 레인저. 입장할 것 같네요. 진짜 올해는 근데 뭐 나오지? 미궁 3 나올까? 경년으로 보면 올해가 맞는데 색다른 건 낼 거면 좀 재밌는 걸로 내줘야 되는데.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the grand finals of Riyaadmasters?
그랜드 파이널이 드디어 시작이 됩니다.
قصة جدا طويلة راح تنتهي اليوم. الجراند فاينل في رياض ماسترز راح يبدأ الآن. مباراة واحدة $2,500,000 من هذه المباراة فقط. مين بيحصل عليها؟ كلنا متشوقين.
We brought 20 teams to this tournament and only 2 remain as they fight it out for $2.5 million.
إلى الآن ما حد بيقدر يتوقع أي شيء من نتائج المباراة. سبيريت قدروا يمشون من الأبر براكت، ما في أي أحد وقفوا بطريقهم. ليكويد حاولوا صارعوا إلى آخر لحظة، إلى آخر رمق.
과연 다시 만나는 리퀴드 스피릿
لكن كلنا ندري
어떤 엔딩이 날지.
توهم طالعين من المباراة، لعبوا بس سوب 3 كانت جدا سريعة لهم وان سايدد، فيبدو لي انهم جاهزين، بس سبيريت اكيد عندهم كلمة ثانية.
How could we have it any other way? Team Spirit, finalists of last year's Riyadh Masters, going up against Team Liquid, finalists of every LAN this year.
ليكويد ما هو غريب عنهم انهم يكونوا متواجدين في الجراند فاينل في كل ميجر، في البالي ميجر، في الليما ميجر، في البرن ايضا، كلهم متواجدين في النهائي ودائما يحصلون على المركز الثاني. لكن هل الشيء هذا ممكن يتغير اليوم؟ او فريق سبيريت زي ما فازوا في اكبر جائزه بتي اي في التاريخ ممكن يرجعون يفوزون مره ثانيه برياض ماسترز، خصوصا انهم فاينلست في السنه الماضيه.
Are you guys ready to see some players on this stage right now? Then let's bring them out.
리퀴드 입장합니다. 옥시는 머리가 더 넓어지는 것 같아요. 머리카락이 점점 더 모자처럼 얹어져 가는 것 같아. 뒤로 밀려나면서. 원래 넓은 건가? 아니면 대머리가 진행이 되고 있는 건가? 유독 젊은 대머리가 많지 않아요? 이 도타 프로에? 니샤도 아슬아슬해 보여. 근데 니샤는 아직은 그냥 이마가 넓어 보이기도 하는데 예전부터 저 머리였으면은 아직 탈모는 아닐 걸로 보이긴 하는데 위험군이긴 하죠. 옥시는 진짜 확실하게 후퇴하고 있는 것 같고. 그러니까 M자 촉인지 원래 넓은지 모르겠어. 원래 베지터 머린 건지 M자가 진행되는 중인 건지. 우선 유독 도타에 대머리가 많아. 근데 이 팔짱 끼는 포즈는 모든 게임에서 다 하던데 잘 모르겠어. 뭐 특별히 할 게 없으니까 팔짱이나 끼는 거기는 한데 막 언더테이커 마냥 엄지척 해가지고 목 끊는 것도 좀 중이병 같고 그러니까 특별히 할 게 없어서 그렇긴 한데 개인전으로 굴러가는 거는 가끔 한두 명이 개그를 하긴 하는데 그냥 웃긴 포즈를 하는 게 유쾌하긴 한데 팀 게임이라 그런지 그러기도 좀 그렇고.
عشان يحصلون على اللقب من جديد كل اللاعبين سواء كان يتورو لارل كولابس ميرا ميبوشكا اساطير في عالم دوتا واليوم جايين عندنا في المسرح يثبتون لنا وش هم يكونون.
They may have been somewhat off the grid for most of this year, but they have woken up. These beasts are ready and maybe even the favorites as they've already taken down Liquid once, but this is a best of 5, Fancy.
اول مباراه بيست اوف 5 راح تكون موجوده عندنا فكل شيء بيتغير. كل اللي شاهدناه من البيست اوف 3 كل البيست اوف 2 في الجروب ستيج ما راح يكون منطبق عليها كل الاستراتيجيات اللي هم بيجيبونها اليوم.
베스트 5는 언제나 그렇듯 다른 게임이죠.
تغير كبير في كل خططهم.
Well then, before we can start the festivities, Yatoro, I want to know what's on your mind. All these people in the crowd are looking for someone to root for. What do you have to say to them?
We're gonna show our best performance today.
They're gonna show their best performance today!
دوري فريق سبيريت جدا واثق من ادائهم. سمعتوها من ياتورو بنفسه يقول احنا راح نكون متواجدين وجاهزين نأدي لكم افضل الاداء.
How about you, Boxer? What you got going on in your brain right now as you look forward to a best of 5?
That it would be cool to finally win a grand final in my life.
It would be pretty cool! It would be pretty cool!
تيم ليكويد يقولون انه اخيرا ممكن يكون عندنا فرصه انهم يكسرون اللعنه اللي جايه عليهم واللي حرفيا ما استطاعوا ولا مره انهم يكسبون المركز الاول. ممكن الشيء هذا يتغير والتاريخ راح يصنع اليوم.
All right then, Fancy. Can you hold this for me? Let's get this started!
Let's go!
저렴하네요.
Players, please, to your seats. Let's get this grand final started.
150억 대회 치고는 뭔가 저렴한 축포였습니다. 근데 공연 같은 걸 할지 싶었는데 아무것도 없네요.
Of course, Team Spirit did not do so last year in their grand finals against PSG LGD, and Team Liquid, well, I will say they won one thing in their lives. They have won in 2020 an online tournament in a best of 5 against Na'Vi, and that was really good. But since then, this is their 4th LAN finals in a row this year, and it feels coming second every single time so far.
맞아, 스트릿도 성적이 꾸준하기는 했는데 결승까지 올라온 건 또 진짜 오랜만이긴 하죠. 꾸준하게 딱 본선 컷 하고 있었는데 그 덕분에 TI도 추천이 된 거고.
And they should be proud of what they have accomplished, and you know, I wish them to win the grand finals. But at the same time, I'm also very excited to see Prime Spirit again, because these guys have shown that, you know, in the money time, they are incredible and one of the teams to fear the most.
Yeah, they step it up when they need it most, fair.
Team Spirit, they absolutely do. We haven't seen a lot of them getting into the top 3s or the grand finals this year, but when they do get there, they always look damn good, and they're always a team to be super scared of.
Yeah, Faith Beyond, it is time to get into it. It's
네,
time to get
시작되었습니다.
into the Dota 2 of it all.
리퀴드 대 스피릿.
The teams normally prepare for a lot. What are you expecting to see out of these opening?
디마웨이도사 나노벤 했네요. 그리고 어둠 연자까지.
I'm really surprised by Liquid. They just found out.
리퀴드가 오프벤을 2개를 하네요. 평소랑 조금 다른 것 같은데.
It's a very good strategy because look at the playoff. Spirit, they basically just play these two offlaners. They pick one like.
선픽이 리퀴드거든요. 오프벤 먼저 해놓고서는 편한 오프 하나 마무리하려고 그러나? 이만 많이 보이기는 하는데 보통은 벤이 너무 많아서 나오는 경우라 승률 자체는 좋지 못해요. 40 몇 프로로 기억하고요, 이번 대회에서.
That Team Liquid ended up doing. At first, they played versus the Beastmaster with the Medusa, and they
그래서
won.
스냅파이어.
Team Spirit banned the Medusa in the second game and picked the Beastmaster again, and Team Spirit won this time.
니샤가 스냅을 연습을 좀 했거든요. 올해 초에는 스냅 쓰는 미드 수능 애들만 썼었는데 좀 인기가 생기면서 거의 수메일만 썼지. 수메일 날만 좀 무난한 미드로 바뀌었습니다. 요즘 GPK도 쓰고 니샤도 쓰고 1대1 충분히 강하니까. 후반 스케일링도 되면서 1대1 가능하고 광역 데미지 있고 지원 사격 가능하고. 그래서 여기서 나가 나옵니다.
Looks interesting. We just saw Liquid come off a 2-0 against Talon. They played on second pick both these games, so they're going to be playing
조금
first pick
다르죠.
again. And interesting enough, they are just running back similar draft from the upper bracket finals against the same team, against Team Spirit. So they're going to get the Naga. It's been
두 번째 뱀페이지로
prominent
빠르게.
in this tournament where we see first pick snap into a carry on 8 with bans here.
엠버밴.
And Naga is one of those heroes that has a very favorable matchup versus the Faceless Void throughout the game. So I do like this adaptation a little.
But the interesting thing is when I having dinner with Liquid, they said Nikkei he don't play Naga. Maybe it's a special weapon for this tournament, for this grand final.
Yeah, I mean it's very interesting. I mean, that's
Boom.
what we were talking earlier on our way to the venue, right? And you were saying that you thought what's very nice about Team Liquid is that they're not afraid to try things and to go for like creative strategies and even extend their hero pools when they need to. They're the kind of team to really. They're very versatile and they're not afraid to pick what seems the best to them, and that's probably an example of it. They probably decided, well,
윈런벤 나가가 아직 캐리인지는 모르겠거든요. 진짜 가끔 특히 탈락한 탈론이 5% 쓰기도 하고.
Their players they dare to stand out their comfort zone. They willing to play the hero they don't like.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And as this tournament has been progressing, we've seen a lot of late picks carries happening, but now it seems like we're just getting a lot of these Medusas, first fade banned, Faceless Voids, Terrorblades, Nagas. A lot of these hard carries are just getting first phased with a couple bans to protect them. And we'll see which one of these teams is going to be more comfortable in that situation. I think the Naga is a hero that I've seen it do really well mid-game and then in the early game, but sometimes in that late game, it might have some issues. Maybe that's why having that Snapfire really helps this hero out a lot. You can get the lanes push out, you can delay the game. Normally, Naga can't be that be-all, end-all late game carry, but Snapfire can be.
What surprises me a bit is that they're not really protecting this Naga pick right now with the second phase bans. They're banning Ember, which is of course acceptable. They're banning Wind Ranger, which is, you know, not necessarily the best hero, but they're not protecting her on the lane. Maybe it's a bit crazy, but I know Zai plays Naga. You said Mike maybe doesn't like it as much. Is there a possibility for Naga to be position 3 this game, where it's actually extremely good versus Faceless Void and Enchantress in the lane? It literally can 1v2 that lane, and Boxy likes to roam around a lot, and he's gonna be very free. If it's maybe it's a bit crazy, but I think it's not completely out of the picture, because to me they haven't really protected the position 1 Naga a lot in the second phase, which could hint towards that.
Yeah, I haven't.
마르스는 오히려
now I think it's really good.
스피릿이 챙겼어야 되지 않나?
Except you mentioned on the lane.
야, 콜랩스 항상 얘기하지만은 플레이메이킹 가능한 영웅 있을 때랑 없을 때랑 차이가 커가지고 좀 서로 오프밴드 적당히 해놔가지고 남은 게 뭐 있는지 모르겠네요. 콜랩스가 해줄 수 있는 게. 물론 이게 야토로가 크로노가 있긴 한데 나가를 압박할 수 있고 좀 편하게 해주려면 물어줄 수 있는 게 마르스가 있었는데 스스로 밴을 했습니다. 리전 밴까지 팀버 일단 팀버즈 칭킬 괜찮네요. 오프인지는 모르겠는데 아마 높은 확률로 오프로 보여요. 라이도 팀버를 하긴 하지만은 지금 상황에서는 오프밴 다 박아놓고 팀버를 가져가는 게 나가 상대로도 적당히 세고 스킬 대신 맞아주다가 야토로가 들어가면 되는 거죠.
When you're talking about explosive performances, though, I feel like I'm going back to the first pick of Team Liquid. They get their hands on the Snapfire. We've seen Nisha absolutely dominate on it. What can Team Spirit do to try and, I don't know, maybe tame that a little bit as far as it's possible with the Snapfire, which is still one of the most picked and contested heroes here at Liyadsmasters?
The hero I see the most against Snap Mid has generally been the Wind Ranger, but that one's banned out. So Storm comes to mind a little bit, but the lane is a bit rough. But heroes that can kind of get away from the early Mortimer kisses and ganks generally seem to do pretty well. But I talked to Stormer the other day, like, what's good versus Snapfire mid? He's like, I don't know, man. Like this hero's just like too strong in the mid lane right now.
That's why this hero is picked so much and so early. It just gives a lot of freedom for the drafters because you pick that hero, you know it's gonna impact the game the same way. It's just very stable, right? It doesn't lose the lane. If anything, it wins it. They have to worry. There are heroes there that they now cannot pick, and you're free to kind of complete your draft with other things.
Yeah, this hero is definitely insane. Like, you can't imagine, like, you pick a hero and you never win, you never lose this mid lane.
Cannot be punished. Yeah, extremely strong, and it scales
시간
really
좀
well
많이
into the
씁니다,
game
리퀴드.
also. Obviously, they like
이오? 이오레슈라.
Okay, very interesting. I mean, this is
오.
a combo that they have run a lot throughout this tournament with a lot of success. I think they lost their last
이오레슈라
but
기억이 있어.
overall, you know, their win rate is very high on this combo, and they decide to run it. Obviously, very good against Timber. So now Timber is threatened and is.
매직 데미지 괜찮고 2호로 리로케이트로 살릴 수도 있고 그냥 혈석 나온 이후라면은 레슈라 그냥 궁 켜고 혈석 켜고 혈석 안 키더라도 2호 테더만 연결돼 있으면 충분히 버틸만 하겠죠. 비터마인터 나온 이후로는 2호 샤드 먹여주기 너무 좋고
That's very interesting.
They're gonna have Mickey on the lash.
이렇게 되면은 스냅이 어딘지 아직 모르겠네요.
Like Wisp Naga safe lane.
자이도 하거든요. 이럴 때 나타나는 게 자이의 픽풀이죠.
They have played
전부 다 무난하게는 하는 거. 해같이 하지는 못해도.
They could last pick. I mean, potentially everything is open. Yeah, it's good versus Timber. Exactly, has really good tempo on him. Enables back the IO, which can have a rough lane against Timber, but with Lash is probably very different.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll pick the Pango here for Team Spirit. A hero that could be good versus Lash, could be also another tool
킬 뽑을
against
만한 게
Naga.
조금 애매해 보입니다.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. There's like a big chess game going
이게
on right
판고
now.
해설들도 말하지만은 필요는 한데 퍽 필요는 한데 중후반이 좀 애매해져.
Knowing that it's a little bit open, so it's a bit risky. I think that they did so, but as you said, these heroes like Puck, Pango, like they just had too much value, and probably they just don't want to see them banned.
Most likely here, as they'll probably just last pick a support here for Spirit and for Team Liquid. Still in the air, what they want to do here. They've got a lot of options here. Even, like you see Naga and you think, sure, if we dig back in the archives, this hero's been a support.
근데 초반엔 괜찮은데 중반부터 퍽이 좀 확 약해지죠. 나가를 찾아서 물 수도 없고.
Since you brought it up, like it brings up a lot of possibilities.
2호 물 수 있으면 좋은데 그것도 뭐 쉽진 않아 보여요. 그냥 나가가 노래 부르면 퍽이 대신 죽는 거죠.
I mean, I think it's good. I mean, maybe I'm just like distracting us with this idea, and they're not thinking about it at all. But in terms of Dota, I would love to see it this game. I think it would be really amazing.
I think it's offlane Naga for sure right now.
Are you convinced on it? Yeah.
Because you can't put Naga to Timbersaw, right?
Yeah.
It's a bad matchup.
Especially with Wisp or Snapfire on support. Feels like these lanes are just going to be extremely rough. And that would leave the Snapfire to be played on post 4, as you said, which they really haven't done. So yeah, we could be looking at a lineup like that, definitely. And to be honest, like I'm thinking of like post 3 Naga, Snap mid, and Leshrak post 1. This is a lineup that plays really, really fast. They're gonna bring the pace up really quickly, and for a Faceless Void, it can be very scary to play against that.
With that in mind, though, I mean, we don't know for sure where things are going to go on Team Liquid, but what boxes does the last hero on Liquid needs to tick? Like, is there anything they're lacking? Because, I mean, for example, they're not too heavy on the old disables.
I think Takis or Skyrush is really perfect for them, but I don't know why they ban Takis.
They ban Takis themselves.
They just need some damage.
Extra catch and damage would be amazing, for sure. Yeah.
And
I mean, they don't want to go the route of like getting a silence. We do know that Boxy does like the Mirana, which could be a good setup for then Snare and Sleep. Could be decent.
Yeah, I love the Mirana pick actually. I was thinking that too. But then again,
hard versus like the one thing they don't have is the reliable.
리퀴드는 아직은 좀 더 스턴 필요해 보이고요. 멀리서 넣을 수 있는 스턴이 좀 필요해 보이고.
There's gonna be probably no lion.
아예 벤지도 나쁘진 않은데 한타를 보면은 근데 레인전에서 생각하면은 일단 디스럽터 밴 리퀴드가 디스럽터에 좀 많이 당했었어요.
He's such a good player that he'll do great on post 4 Snap, and a lot of people have actually played position 4 Snapfire here in this tournament. I'm thinking of Zinq, for instance, played it a lot. So we could also be looking at a puck punishing hero from Nisha. It could be a DK, it could be maybe a TA even, you know, with an early shard. could be very deadly to play the map against that. Like Naga Ilu scouting everywhere, the threat of relocate. Obviously, addressing the puck a little bit more would be nice for them, because right now they lack tools.
Yeah, so basically they need some type of hero, either mid or phosphor, that can control the puck a little bit, ideally. Or the TA route would just be to just win all lanes here.
If they do commit to this Naga 3, which maybe they don't, and it's gonna be a completely flipped over draft, but with the level of confusion that their draft can bring, you can only imagine what Team Spirit has to go through right now.
Yeah. They end up banning the Enigma and the Tiny, so it's a little bit...
There it is, the TA.
The TA, okay, so...
It is a +3 Naga. It's a TA mid versus the puck, which is absolutely amazing. The early shard and the silence is gonna destroy both, like these 3 cores are gonna struggle a lot against TA early shard. +3 Naga is gonna get a complete free game
Could it be
against
4 though?
Void and Edge.
Is that a possibility?
The
Naga?
The 4 Naga and 3 Snap?
Yeah, would that be a possibility?
I guess so. But when I think Naga, like if I had to pick a Naga player on that team, I would probably pick Zai.
Okay. I would too.
Well, we have both teams digging hard into their bonus time on this entire draft, and that's how you know that indeed, as Fear said, it's quite the chess match, and the Ancient Apparition comes out. Of course it does. Why does it do that? Because of the IO Lash?
IO Lash, yeah.
And the combo with the Void?
일단 스피릿 배품 전략입니다.
Carry versus TA2, but definitely good against IO Lash.
판다 전략입니다. 람제스와 함께 했던 이오레슈락 상대로. 근데 그때는 팀버까지 아예 3명이 회복이었거든요. 이번에는 이오레슈락만을 위해서 이오를 뽑았는데 좀 봐야 할 것 같습니다.
It's really fast. The TA like just speed up their tempo, and also we see Zai picked Naga, and I think it's a free game for Naga versus their support and Void. So I think
이게
we can win this game.
나가 잡기가 너무 힘들어 보여 다른 것보다.
Completely sold. I think it's absolutely brilliant what they come up with. Caught Spirit off guard completely because their bans were completely unrelated to what Liquid was doing. So 100% Liquid for me too.
Well, I don't know what offlane Naga buys in this patch, but I don't think it matters because they're going to win all 3 lanes super hard in this game. And when you snowball 3 lanes like this, you got a Nisha TA, you got a Naga split pushing. It's going to be hard to get back into the game.
Okay, well, 3 lanes won by Team Liquid as per my panel. They really like what they've got going for them, and I'm sure that the person who's standing next to Jenkins thinks so too. Let's head over to Blitz.
Has anybody told you that that's not Game and Gladiator sitting over there?
Yeah, it's still a relief. Like I'm pretty sure that's Tofu. Like 99% sure.
I'm pretty sure it's not. But you guys ended up picking the IO Lesh. They gave it to you. Are they insane?
No, I mean I think these guys are. They probably just were confused because we were confused ourselves. We were like, we're cooking something, and we have no idea if it's good or bad because obviously we've never scrimmed this. A lot of the things here we've never scrimmed, and we're kind of just saying like, you know, let's have courage. You know, let's be brave.
그래서 시작이 됩니다.
Courage is the slayer of suffering, and human suffering is
과연 니샤 2등의 저주를 끊어내고 이번엔 우승을 할지.
When did you know this was a 3 position in the draft?
블랙키드도 마찬가지고요. 키리스는 분위기 괜찮아 보이죠 지금 얼굴 표정들이. 니샤는 지금 이를 악물고 있습니다 벌써부터. 이번엔 이겨야 한다. 1년 내내 2등만 할 순 없다. 시작됩니다. 게임 1 베스트 오브 5니까 최소 3판 최대 5판입니다. 시실적으로는 결국 12시에 시작을 했네요.
Second place finishes have become the norm for Team Liquid, but Spirit also came second in last year's Riyadh Masters. So it begs the question, Avery, what does it take to win a finals?
I can tell you from experience, if you leave a grand finals on the table and you felt like you give it everything, it will not matter years from now. It takes more than that. It means belief in your teammates, belief that you can pull through in a BO5 against another world-class team, and belief maybe in heroes you've never played, a draft you've never scrimmed, a tempo that isn't custom for you. It's putting yourself out of a comfort zone and still rising to the occasion here. And that's what's going to take to claim this championship right here for either of these teams, because they are both absolutely world-class. They have some of the best players of all time. There is no doubt in my mind this game and this series is likely going to go the distance. I cannot wait to see what these two teams do in a full series here as Liquid are
시작됩니다. 론싸움.
number 1 in this series with an unconventional
마우스 잘 숨겨놨죠? 룬 일단은 복시가 먹었습니다.
And once more, like our analyst said, are they just going to win 3 lanes and run away with it? It is something we saw happen in that game 1.
그나저나 나가오프
Team Spirit that caught them off guard. That triple lane one was deadly in that
글쎄요.
game 1.
자이가 하는 건 못 봤거든요. 예, 물론 조금 전에 잽스가 하긴 하니까 엎을 수도 있다는 얘기를 하긴 했는데 오스턴 닿긴 했어요. 포시가 이거 어차피 몽환의 정길이라 1대1 못해요.
You could get a game win, one win off
BP.
of, a laning phase lead, what have you, but they do need to be able to address this opener, and they found it with the Naga Siren, where many teams would go for comfort. In fact, we talk about comfort a lot when it comes to the analysts. What is comfortable for these players and their player-hero combination? It seems like Courage is going to be the choice for Team Liquid in this game 1. Courage to pick up the Naga Siren, a hero that none of these players have played in literal years. In fact, the latest person to play it, and the person who has played it the most, is indeed Zai, because, well, he used to rock it all the time, all the way back on Team Secret. But it's not particularly inspiring, with, going all the way back to 2018, in fact. A paltry 33 games.
근데 캐리의 슈락이 다 좋은데 레벨링이 어떨까요? 레인전 하는 무리 없어 보이거든요. 근데 레벨링을 좀 해놔야 리로로 합류를 할 수 있는 거기 때문에 예, 이오가 거의 항상 붙어 있잖아요. 미드로 굴릴 때는 미드에서 레벨을 먹고 나서 붙어 있어서 좀 덜한데 캐리로 할 때는 거의 항상 붙어 있다 보니까
One of the only games I can remember in a long time with a non-distinct aura buyer. These are just like 6 cores who kind of want to all build damage and scale. You know, you can itemize for auras on Timber and Naga, but I feel like we're not going to see it this game. It's just going to be blazing here. It's going to just fall to the supports to build the utility.
일단 퍼스트 블러드 인세니아 킬입니다.
As this IO has worked well for Liquid the entire tournament.
다시 테더 빠져나오고요.
That is a kill that you do not expect to give away if your Team Spirit to the level 2 IO.
No, certainly not. And that's going to feel pretty bad for Collapse, because the last thing he wants is a safe lane magic damage dealer to be amped up even more. He is already going to have to contest with some heavy physical damage burst off of
리퀴드가 잘 돌리기는 했는데 뱀픽을 실제 효과가 있을지는 좀 봅시다.
And he may find that his frontlining isn't going to be as potent as he would hope for.
I mean, you do have some
다 맞았죠.
that ancient apparition pick. That's a last pick ancient apparition designed to shut down the aggressive potential from the IO Lesh. But like the panel talked about, the downside here is it's not helping you with the Naga on the map, and it's not doing anything into this Templar Assassin. If I have to pick one threat that Team Spirit need to think about, it's probably Nisha on this TA. It has been a hero that is extremely.
이번 게 특히 나가 크고 나면은 이번엔 캐리가 아니긴 하지만은 어렵거든요. 쿠키는 있어요 혹시? 네, 쿠키 들어갔고요. 근데 길 막아지네요 지금. 길 막고요. 캐터블러스트 근데 시간 좀 있어야 됩니다. 마무리. 옥시가 먼저 죽었네요.
Not too bad for Zai. He's going to get level 4 off this. You're happy to get
이거는 나가 경험치가 더 중요하긴 하죠.
Well, this is a support duo from Team Spirit that's a little unconventional for them. We're talking about the Naga for Liquid. At the same time, you're pushing a 4 Enchantress, which is normally a hero that you just automatically assume is going to be
오디오를 조금 더 올릴까? 오디오 음량 차이가 좀 커서
And so far, Mira is not having a fun time in this early game.
이 정도면은 제 목소리가 조금 더 큰 수준으로 들릴 겁니다. 미라 근데 또 죽었네요. 그새. 차 1K 넘어요 지금 벌써. 나가 방금 솔로 했기 때문에 벌써 4레벨이거든요. 좀 불편하면은 바로 그냥 웨이브 끊어 먹으면 그만이죠. 이게 특히 지능캐라 지능캐 중에서는 또 힘이 더 큰 지능캐라 이거 하나 놓쳤네요.
Rebound in the laning phase is something we are used to seeing from Spirit, however. Can't really stress that enough, right? They go into these drafts, they go into these games understanding in some of them they're going to be behind. That's also why I go back to that upper bracket final in that game 3 where they switched the tempo up so much and just decimated Liquid in that phase. They are capable of doing that. It just seems to be something that they can turn on or off. That's not a bad skill to have as long as you can turn it back on.
지금 1, 2,
Quick check up here
3등
on this mid lane. We
리퀴드입니다.
can see Laurel's going to be heading back to base. A big
턱이랑
lead in the
해머랑
Nisha
10개
versus
차이.
Laurel matchup, but maybe it's less about the players. After all, it's a TA versus Puck matchup, an old school counter that Nisha is taking full advantage of. 30 and 13 compared to 17 and 6.
니샤도 픽풀이 날이 갈수록 늘어나는 것 같아. 결국 리퀴드는 항상 픽풀로 승부를 보기 때문에
It's been winning since 10 years ago, and it's not going to stop now.
I tether up to the high ground as they both went through the portal here. Boxy and Maposhka now they're going to be met by
잠시만요. 위치 조금 이상해 보이는데요. 다음 태도 있나요? 오, 다음 태도 근데 마무리됩니다. 오, 살았어요. 그래도 마무리.
That'll finish him off. Mira is going to be in an awkward position though, and Mickey
오케이, 마무리 될까요? 네, 마무리 평타 리테이크. 근데 복시는 잡힐 것 같아요. 하나나 밑에 만화는 있어요. 평타 한 대 더. 근데 서로 스틱이거든요.
Oh, the great block! It's not quite enough, but
마무리
Poshka was
됩니다.
just huddled away in the corner. Collapse. He's fighting now against Mickey in 1v1, but not for long.
밑에 스틱 없는데 일단은 망고 하나 있으냐. 망고가 로터스인가요? 확인 안 되네. 오히려 들어가네요. 네. 아무리 네. 더 이상은 만화가 없네.
What a crazy item drop there from Collapse. I mean, you have a chance of getting stunned there. I think he really would have wished he had a whirling death point there, being stuck in all those trees. That is such a high-level nuke this early in the game when you get 6 or 7 trees into it.
오, 선 나왔어요?
Triple chain, in fact.
다음 근데 마인 들어왔냐 마법.
He dropped a branch to try and block away the vision of himself.
그리고 야토로까지. 리퀴드 이거 분위기 너무 좋은데요?
A bit of deja vu now because Liquid is running away with the laning phase, Avery.
There's just no way to skew these lanes this early.
이거 스킬이 팀보도 커야 되고 퍽도 커야 그래야 운영 가능한 거라 이 상태로는 그냥 일방적인 운영 당할 것 같습니다. 그냥 감당이 안 돼. 뭐 프로노 있기는 있어요.
Maybe get this coil rocking with an A ult. You can find the levels on Maposhka.
Is it really better for him to be here in this lane against the Leshrac?
I mean, yeah, we saw what happened bottom. You just can't fight Zai right now.
You know, speaking of fighting Zai, actually going back through his history, I was wrong. It wasn't Team Secret 2018. I was like, wait a minute, that's way earlier. That's going all the way back to Optic. I don't suppose there's a little bit of deja vu for you, Avery.
What?
Last time, not actually the second to last time that Zai played Naga Siren, it was at TI, and it was against you. Optic Gaming versus VGJ Storm. So you can actually give me first-hand experience. What does...
랩스 이거 위험하지는 않을 것 같아요. 아마 그래. 왔네요 그냥. 마무리입니다. 리케랑 같이 왔어요.
The lane swap maybe not working out for Team Spirit the way they intended.
He can't stand on here. The rotations through the gate with this IO are
look at this mass rotation onto Nisha though.
니샤.
They are losing way too much.
얼어붙나요? 얼어붙었어요. 근데 폭시 한번. 오, 코일 그래도 데미지 씹었습니다. 문제는 할까요? 니샤 헤더 살리고 있는데요. 최대한 마무리가 오, 이거 빗나갔어요. 모자른데요. 평타 마무리가 안 됐어. 오히려 죽은 거는 펑. 와, 이걸 살려버립니다.
But somehow Nisha versus Laurel, the difference is made underneath the tier 2 tower.
Sometimes the best juke is no juke, because I think he just got.
네, 랄이 좀 실수한 것 같아. 엘르전을 리오브로 잡은 것 같았는데 각도가 틀렸어 완전히.
Yep, I think Laurel juked himself a little bit.
He really did.
멀리서 예측샷을 쓴 게 아니라 분명 그림자에서 나온 거를 보고 썼는데.
The pressure of a finals, Laurel, this is his first time experiencing that kind of
이게
pressure.
실수가 나네요.
Team Spirit obviously very.
이거 굉장히 큰데요. 경험치도 그렇고 돈도 그렇고. 그래서 옵니다. 레슈라 녹여내나요? 조금 모자란데 스턴까지 충분합니다.
Jesus, how is an early kill like this worth so much?
I mean, because they're up in a lot of net worth early on, and that's why that TA kill would have been just as valuable here. These are the big core kills you need to find with your ulti Team Spirit to get back in this game and slow the pace down, because you already have this level 6 on Insania off of all that survivability. It's one of the reasons Nisha lives here. The supports doing their job and doing it damn well.
네, 로터스, 스틱 여기 실수.
Just a nice little sidestep.
그리고 본인 스틱까지. 그리고 타워 쉴드 방어력까지. 그것 때문에 어떻게 살았어? 아 진짜 딱 한 끗. 그래서 또 사라지고요. 콜랩스 똑같은 위치에서 또 죽었습니다. 이제는 리로케이트로 와요 이유가. 회복 많다. 공스탄 연계까지는 모르겠네요. 아직 미포시카 5레벨입니다. 녹여내나요? 녹여내나요? 쿠키 한번. 이렇게 자기 스틱까지 인체니아 끝까지 살려냈어요. 잡히긴 잡혔습니다. 묶어내고 이렇게 되면은 송 깔고요. 근데 코일 지금 TP 타고 온 거거든요. 바이 살아갈 수 있나요? 바이가 오히려 살아가고 몫이 노리네요. 타임 딜레이션 안 맞았습니다. 낚아볼까 하고 있죠. 일단은 다 피하고 있어요. 이거 고민하고 있는 것 같은데 래쉬가 오히려 살아왔거든요. 오히려 스턴 일단은 캔슬 한번 해주고요. 묶고 스턴 바로 연결되고요. 근데 미케가 죽었어요. 미케 두 번 연속 죽었습니다. 이거는 커요. 이거는 진짜 커요. 나이가 살아있긴 한데 미샤인 현재 관심 없습니다. TP 가지고 있는지는 모르겠지만 그냥 파밍 중 보세서.
And the entire time they're getting damage on the tower too, so Team Spirit.
That troll did work.
That was fantastic. They are likely to get this safe lane tower, or at least bring it incredibly low.
This team is just so scary.
내가
from behind.
스택까지.
I've rarely seen it in so many
피니시
iterations.
쫓아갈까요? 템플러스 신 일단 대거 나와봐야 할 것 같은데.
Openings, and it starts with the ultimates. It starts with the Yatoro making rotations, getting involved in the game when his team needs him. Just baits Liquid into a top sort of fight where this Faceless Void does work with the early dilation point. Collapse also picking off a solo kill on the backside, boosts his XP, and the fact he gets out of here on the second attempt by Mickey just feels great for Team Spirit. Gotta remember that also went back to a 3-man AA blast from Makoshka at the start of that.
Yeah.
This AA can do some serious damage and negate a lot of the EHP out of the IO Lesh, so it's something that you have to think about if you're Liquid. Remove the supports from the fight, and suddenly your Leshrac just powers up infinitely here.
Now, sadly for Team Spirit, it was a great fight. Killing Mickey twice is a great way to slow down
그래도
Liquid's
계속
momentum.
골드 자체는 벌어져요. 이게
Nisha has been quietly farming that entire time, and that's why the net worth really didn't
문제가
change that, all that much.
탈론이 나가 뽑고 지는 경우가 항상 이런 경우였거든요. 나가만 컸어. 그런 상황이라 이게 나가가 시간 끌어준다고 웨이브를 잘라먹으면 그만큼 또 캐리는 느려지거든요. 이번에는 그나마 이올의 슈락이니까 조금 상황이 다르기는 한데 자이만 크는 상황이 올 수도 있어요. 조심해야 됩니다. 프로 그냥 박아놓고요. 네, 나가 많다 한번 똥안 받고. 근데 오히려 먼저 죽었어요. 와, 나가는 근데 네, 마무리 틱으로 잡히긴 합니다. 이거 야토로 좀 신경 쓰이겠는데요. 경험치는 심지어 미포시카만 먹었거든요. 나가키를. 이거는 크로노 받고 손해를 좀 크게 봤어요. 힐드 경험치도 미포시카만. 2대1 교환에서도 이거는 속상하죠.
You could buy a pretty big item on the AA here.
I mean, you were a 5 position. What would you grab here?
I don't even think Fast Shard is bad. This Shard on the Ancient Apparition is a real game changer in the fights. The extra lockdown here, Maposhka's been able to land these blasts. It's a big deal. You can chain the cold feeds off it as well. This is a level 3 cold feed, level 4 Vortex. Cannot underestimate the spell amp coming in with double cold feed hitting on a hero. I would not mind Shard. I would not mind Glimmer Cape. You could even go a pipe if you really feel like you can get to it here. It's going to be nice for your cores. Again, these are 3 damage-dealing cores for Team Spirit. You're not going to have the big auras here. And suddenly the net worth for these 2 Team Spirit supports that I was worried about in this game playing into Naga and TA, not looking too bad, as they've been able to push out these lanes and find the big chrono exchanges. Yatoro, this guy is just so good at making sure his team stays in the game
네, 다시 벌어집니다. 아직 서로 타워들이 잘 살아있어가지고 어느 하나한테 몰려 들어가진 않아. 해머 이제 대거 나왔죠. 이제 좀 봐야 돼요. 자이 묶이긴 묶였거든요. 송 그냥 걸고요. 근데 퍽이 조금 어렵죠. 인첸 근데 눈 깜짝하는 사이에 사라져 있네요. 조금 아깝기는 할 겁니다. 이게 퍽이. 잡고는 싶을 텐데 어쩔 수 없긴 하죠.
This is also an incredibly strong power spike for Liquid as they have the Blink Shard on Nisha completed on top of the Mech IO with the Blood.
이게 송으로 시작을 했으면 묶어줄 수 있었을 텐데. 오야 샤드 샀거든요. 데미지 장난 아니에요. 게다가 기스 데미지가 마무리되고요. 미포시카까지. 니샤가 크게 한 건. 샤드 하나로 샤드값 그냥 법니다. 하자마자.
Reload threat coming in on top of Naga Illusions with an Orchid coming out soon, on top of a TA that can silence any of your cores that have no dispel right now.
장난 아니죠.
This is a very tough next 10 minutes to get through with your Team Spirit. You really have to play the map well and babysit some heroes.
1.5초던가요? 1.75초던가요? 세대가 그 정도였던 걸로 기억을 하는데 2초인가? 오 발견됐어요. 나가 진짜 빠르거든요. 오키드 묶어놓고요. 선 연결 이렇게 되면은 야토로 죽을 수밖에 없습니다. 8K 차이 살짝 힘들어지기 시작해요. 마무리가 했습니다. 네, 나가 월정이 살아있어요. 아이스 블라스트 안 맞았거든요. 메칸즘으로 그냥 사실상 풀피 그러고 나서 콜랩스까지. 결국은 또 콜랩스가 플레이메이킹 못해주니까 스피릿 또 그러고 있습니다. 전형적인 스피릿 지는 경기죠. 뭔가 이량은 괜찮은데 운영픽을 못 쥐어줬을 때 심각한 상황이라 랄이 분명 퍽도 잘하기는 하는데 상대가 지금 너무 카운터예요. 퍽한테는 전체적으로 그래.
Team fights are going to become pivotal for Spirit as they want to push this into the late game here, and maybe some ratting action. Like you have this puck, you have this timber. If you can get them to some dispels, suddenly the Orchid's not as effective. Maybe the reload isn't as scary. You can start to push this waves back into Liquid a bit deeper. There's still 2 tier 1s up to claim for Team Spirit if they get to a point where they can play more aggressive here. That's the dream as the lead continues to build for Liquid in this game 1, looking very similar to that game 1 in the upper bracket finals.
It's not the most farm efficient play I've ever seen in my life. Toro takes a quick 4-second timeout. A little bit of breather. That's what they need. Liquid.
래쉬락 2번 죽은 게 별 의미 없어집니다. 이렇게 되면은
One of the things we've always talked about when it comes to Team Spirit is they're great at being able to put together team fights and
사실상
kind of no matter what the
그냥 오프레쉬락이라고 생각한다면은 별 문제 없는 거거든요.
If you throw in some extra damage on that from like Laurel
한창 래쉬락 메타 때 있었던 것처럼 래쉬락이 가난해도 나가가 이렇게 컸으면 나가 캐리고 래쉬락 오프인 척 해도 돼요. 나가도 그냥 완전히 캐리템이죠. 나가가 지금 두 라인 잘라먹고 상대 정글 쳐먹는 동안 해머는 아군 정글 그리고 킬팜 오 마무리 오 다 왔어요. 첫 번째 스택인가요 대죠? 와 템플러 스신 지금 너무 세가지고 팀버를 그냥 솔로킬을 냅니다. 별다른 CC도 없이. 그래서 첫 번째 로션 이번에도 19분 빠르네요. 업댐도 있겠다. 첫 번째 아이게스 리샤에게 man is the leader of the tournament for a reason, and it's another great TA game with a very strong counter pick. 13K 차이까지.
Not been slowed down at all.
스피릿 한 번쯤 묶어봐야 될 것 같은데 다음 게 이게 결국은 AA 잘 안 나오는 이유가 진짜 힐로 먹고 사는 애가 한 셋 있으면 모르겠는데 둘까지는 결국은 레인은 져야 되고 지금 크로노 안에 넣을 수 있는 데미지가 뭐 일루전을 로브 정도뿐이죠. 아이스 블라스트는 기대하기 어려워요. 지금 물고 들어와서 랄 성으로 일단 야토로 묶었습니다. 묶어놓고요. 근데 오키드 그냥 녹이죠. 네, 자이의 킬.
Not a chance with Zaya putting so much damage. I love they relocate in as well to make sure that there's no backup from Team Spirit. Mira's playing desperately to try and snatch away.
오, 쿨다운이 조금 길었네요.
Late there. Wonder if it was on cooldown. Either way, chase away Mira, get a kill on Yutoro. Liquid, they are cruising.
그래도 21분 론 지켜냈습니다, 복싱.
A bit of a sigh of relief for them to be able to show, okay, we can still beat Team Spirit after they got taken down to the upper bracket finals the way they did. I mean, especially that game 3. That was, I mean, I think you said it. I think maybe Seb said it as well. Like one of the most well-executed games of the entire tournament was that game 3 by Team Spirit.
That is definitely Team Spirit at their peak. That is what they won out of a game. It was pretty much a perfectly executed game at Dota 2. You cannot ask for anything better. As this one, I mean, it's pretty close. Like Liquid have not made too many mistakes in this game, and they're executing this lineup pretty damn well. And this is just what it looks like off a triple lane win, which we kind of expected from the draft. So you put yourself in this position, you got to be ready to dig yourself out of it. Team Spirit continuing to search for an answer in this game.
와, 그냥 길을 다 막아놨어.
With the Lotus. And they're going Yules on Laurel for a second one.
랄, 오 따끔해요.
Nisha's so ruthless. He's just like, no, you're not gonna get all of these creeps. I'll deny one or two.
I mean, he knows how strong he is. It's very difficult to commit on him twice here.
AA 샤드가 일반기에 그냥 붙어가지고 방어막이 까지기는 까지는데. 나가 이거 드래곤 스킬이 나왔어요. 나가가 까먹기만 해도 이거 밀리죠. 이거는 리퀴드가 사실상 이겼다고 보는 게 이제는 맞는 것 같아. 그냥 갉아먹기만 해도 이기는데 성장 차이도 너무 크고 그럼 침묵 한 번이면은 퍽도 3대면 죽거든요, 테마한테. 야토로 다시 찾아냈습니다. 묶고 오키드 그리고 리로 와가지고 마무리. 호일 걸어도 근데 싸울 수는 있나요? 좀 관심 없어요, 니샤. 니들이 여기 와봐라 그래요. 키스로 일단 한번 쫓아주나요? 아, 킬을 노린 거네요, 오히려. 네, 미포시가 뒤에 좀 뚫려있는데요. 그리고 팀버 불렸습니다. 콜랩스 묶이고 로터스 오키드 박아넣긴 했는데 니샤 데미지 조금 모자라요. 오, 살았네요. 나가 패시브를 너무 많이 쌓아줘가지고 데미지는 없는데.
No time to farm up those defensive items you're talking about.
No time to think about what went
20K 차이가 꼽힙니다.
Getting their base siege with the first Aegis, and the scary part is there's still so much.
리퀴드 우승하나 이제 드디어?
You have 3 cores that can get
1년 만에 우승하나요?
Especially to this faceless void. This is a difficult way to start the series here, as Liquid have come to play, come to win.
20K 지켜버렸습니다.
Very fast out the gate.
Well, you've got another 45 seconds with the Aegis. Nisha's going to make the most of it. Take yet another tier 2. Presumably
이제 2차 타워 아무것도 안 남았습니다.
get to that second Roshan, and that'll probably be the high ground push. But we'll see. Team Liquid has been hyper aggressive so far in this game, and we have seen more and more teams be willing to take up that mantle of pushing high ground without an Aegis if they can get that right kind of pick off.
I think for Spirit, you got to smoke Yatoro pretty soon. Like, you need to go out and look for a big core kill with this Chronosphere, slow this game down, get some extra net worth into the Faceless Void so he can get to the Manta style, because he is struggling to get there right now.
Yeah, use the Chrono in this window where it's
계속 보내죠.
use the Chrono, put it on cooldown, but the Aegis, you don't have to worry about the Roshan fight just yet.
Yes, because that's something you're going to have to think about.
계속 긁어 먹어도 돼. 알기스 있을 때 잠깐씩 밀고 빠지고 하면서 계속 긁어만 먹어도. 일단은 스모크 씁니다. 나가 환영 하나 뺏어가면 근데 오히려 알죠? 아이 빠집니다. 그래서
vacates the area.
일부러 보여준 걸까요, 스피릿? 이거는 좀 알려주는 수준이었는데.
I think this is a move you just have to make, though. You have 3 wards on Maposhka. You need to smoke him out here to get some vision on the map, so you can maybe look for the pickoff in the future. The other side of the map is just fully trapped up, by the way. I mean, you see all these red dots on the minimap right now.
Yeah.
That is just free vision for Liquid off of Nisha with some perfect TA trap placement. There's just so damn many.
And it's a little bit too early to be carrying a gem around.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way you can buy gem. I mean, Maposhka could, because he's got so much gold in this game. It's just you can't even move there with the gem.
Yeah.
So
you may spot the traps and you may die anyway, lose that gem, and then you're in an even deeper hole.
And Templar Assassin is already pushing level 20 here. He will get it. It's an insane amount of experience Nisha's accumulated in this game.
Pipe done for the IO, but there was a nice item pickup there. Mira with the Hurricane Pike. That's going to help a lot in putting more damage inside that Chronosphere. So if Yutaro hits that big Chronosphere, combine it with the Ice Blast, combine it with Mira's pure damage, throw some Laurel damage in there as well.
There's definitely a lot you can throw in here.
There's always a chance, I guess.
And this Hurricane Pike is decent versus the TA in the Lesh too. Like they blink in, you pike them back out.
There's always a chance unless
tim버 위치 글쎄요. 불안해 보입니다. 이어도 올라왔고요. 타고 네, 타워 선은 일단 안 맞았는데 야터를 위해서 일부러 공간을 좀 챙겨준 건가요? 야터는 TP 아웃? 따끔따끔해요.
Man, that TA shard, even Boxy is a threat to Laurel when you just add one trap to the mix. Immediately a smoke out because they see
한 번
heroes in the
더.
bottom lane, so they figure if they can make a fast
근데
enough
지금
move here
야토로
towards top,
스모크를 피한 것 같은데요.
quickly
타임 먹고.
before the relocate comes into play.
This one might land if Liquid try and go on Yutaro. He's just so
네,
aggressive.
빠졌어요,
They know
니샤.
there's some sort of smoke behind him here.
살짝 보였죠?
He might be able to catch
그나마
Boxy.
복시 발견.
To help if he got a bash here, time dilation. They're going to use the coil.
근데 좀 많이 쓴 것 같아요 지금.
All of these kills are worth.
It will get a glyph.
그러면서 그냥 미드 밀죠. 3차 없고요. 포티.
Very quick and decisive move from Liquid. You can't even chrono anybody here because this reload will guarantee take you out.
Yeah, this is so smart because if they reload
레인지 배럭의 데미지 조금 입히고 빠짐.
Yes. Right. So they instead make a better move, just outmaneuver Team Spirit.
이거
the mid lane, they take that
지금 야토로 물리면 어떻게 되나요 지금? 불킹은 있나요? 불킹 아직 없네요. 만타로 일단 한번 풀긴 했는데 그대로 잡아. 인세니아 헤더 거리가 짧기는 합니다만 문제 없습니다. 콜랩스까지 그나마 할버드 걸어놨는데요. 리샤 제거 타임 좀 있어야 돼요. 성 걸고. 근데 이거 바이 아군이랑 좀 떨어져 있습니다. 팀버 잡긴 잡았어요. 그래서 데미지 충분하겠네요. 25K 차이 납니다. 게임 그냥 끝나버렸죠. 여기서 일단 바이백. 크로노 있긴 있는데 잡을 수 있는 영웅이 없어요. 지금 안에다가 넣어줄 데미지도 없고 페어 자체가 만타밖에 없기 때문에 데미지 아이템이 따로 필요할 텐데요. 오, 크로노 잡아는 치나요? 그러니까 보면은 저거 하나 잡는데도 크로노 시간을 다 쓰고도 모자라서.
Well, that does put Chronosphere on cooldown with the potential of Roche being up right now. It's not actually going to be up.
아무튼 밀리기 시작합니다. 시작됐죠.
I'm sure Liquid is immediately going to pounce on it because they do have TA traps to scout it out.
그래서 로션 추가 시간 아직 40초.
Did get a gem pickup on Team Spirit. It has been put on Laurel, so you can start to clear out some of these traps. Going to take a damn long time here. But eventually, it will add up. You can get out on the map. Wait for your chrono to come back up. That is all you're relying on at this point. Big chronospheres from Yutaro, pour the damage in.
Yutaro might get caught again here. Time walk away, and he's still got a Manta. But it's Zai who's really the big threat. Hits him with your.
다시 한번 묶고 놓고요. 스턴 다 왔습니다. 근데 만타 쓰고 타임오프 쓸 수 있네. 오, 근데 침묵. 이샤가 잘 보고 있다가.
single dispel is not close to enough here as Zai playing with his food at this point.
Yeah, when you run out these lanes, it's just an alleyway of death.
아,
With all the
불킹.
trap silences available.
몽키킹 바나 다이달로스 정도는 있어야 조금 딜이 들어간다 싶고 그래도 나가나 레슈력은 못 잡아요.
For a hex. Hurricane Pike gonna deal some serious damage to Mickey. Gotta respect the impetuses here.
데미지. 미라. 오, 누를 뻔했어요.
Collapse denies it though.
It's the small little victories.
니샤 불킹 있긴 한데요. 오, 데미지. 알버드 한 번 더. 송.
Are they gonna fight this? Or are they just
로터스
gonna
있긴
go
합니다.
back to play
그냥
for
빠지네요.
Roshan? Looks like it's the latter choice for Team
이유가 현재
Liquid.
만화가 없어가지고 그냥 거기까지만.
Yeah, if you want to say denied melee barracks, it's nothing.
Liquid pushed your base and Collapse got our axe. That sounds pretty good to me, you know.
이제 밀리 배럭 하나, 레인지 배럭 하나.
They try and rally the troops.
밀리 배럭은 너무 천천히 까이긴 하거든요. 지난번에 한번 드래곤 스케일로 메가 크림 먹으려다가 망한 게임 있었죠. 누군지.
It is just exploded in terms of the advantage here.
Yeah, he
어느 팀이더라? 아, LGD였죠. LGD가 시로가 아스터 상대였던가 그랬던 것 같아요. 아닌가? 아스터가 있나? 로운지 시로인지 아무튼 나가로 메가크림 먹으려고 하다가 밀리베럭이 살아남는 바람에 계속 보내고 하다가 끝끝내 메가크림 못 만들었었는데 그러고 졌었는데 심지어는 이번 거는 그러기에는 좀 격차가 많이 납니다. 와, 실버 엣지까지. 크로노 있기는 해요. 팬 걸렸습니다. 이렇게들 알고 있어요. 쟤네 저기 있다. 그래서 나가 그냥 올라가죠. 로션 먹고 싶으면 먹어라. 우리는 메가나 먹겠다. 계속 긁혀요. 이거 그냥 냅두자니 메가크립은 무섭고 그렇다고 알기스 주면 그대로 진짜로 끝이죠. 어떻게든 두 번 잡을 딜은 절대로 안 나와요. 어떻게 잘 싸워도 랄, 네, 위험해 보여요. 이쪽에 쿠키, 근데 야소를 별로 의미 없습니다. 이거는 랄 일단 살아있습니다. 키스 계속 날려보내고요. 이 포시카, 오, 다 죽었어요. 게다가 근데 네, 오, 침묵 깔끔하게 넣어줬네. 침묵면은 빠질 수 있었는데
It's the TA traps non-stop, man.
And there's reload into the base again.
Oh, he's broken.
오, 크로노. 이 야토로 굉장히 좋은 선택이었는데요. 이렇게 버텨지네. 오, 송 깔고 와. 오히려 이렇게 되면은 스케일 남은 게 없습니다. 알버드 한번. 이샤 조금 불안한지 들어갈까 말까 좀 고민을 하는데 바이백, 야토로 바이백. 플랩스 죽게 될 때고요. 현재 바이백에 있는 거 플랩스까지만 2대4 상황입니다. 메가크림 나오면서 7G 리퀴드가 게임 원 가져가네요. 헤라인을 너무 세게 이겼어. 이 플랩스를 헌팅을 잘해가지고
return the favor right back around in the opening game of this best of 5.
That's a lot of momentum to build straight off the bat here. You send a message with this game one with
표정이 좀 굳었죠. 이런 팀이 아니었는데 그런 느낌입니다. 보는 저도 리퀴드가 이 정도로 강하게 몰아치는 팀이었나 싶기는 해요. 나가 오프까지 섞어가면서 와, 장난 아니네.
I honestly think this was a drafting win from Liquid. Spirit showed their resilience, and I do think they're a better team as the series develops. So if you're going into Game 2 here, Team Spirit, you're looking to adjust your methodology, think about how Liquid are playing the map, what they're doing to you in the lineup, how to get a better setup. And if you're Liquid, you cannot rest on your laurels here, as a Game 1 victory secures you nothing. They have been up before in these big series. They have been up before in finals. Yeah. And it has not worked out for them. So
그러니까 GG가 없으니 리퀴드가 왕이네요.
A draft win for Team Liquid sets the tone
근데
for this
GG도
best of
어쨌든
5.
리퀴드가 내려보낸 거니까.
Claim the Rion Masters trophy. We'll be back. We're gonna go ahead to the panel to break down this game 1.
There is a lot of work to do. SVG is entirely right. A lot of work to do here in this series for Team Spirit. Luckily for them, it is a best of 5. This one, though, Team Liquid runs away with it. We were having our eyes on it from the get-go because Faith Beyond had some insider information, but Team Spirit definitely
두번 잡을 때는 했는데
this Naga Siren caught them by surprise. And it just did not work out the way they wanted it to. I am
니샤
actually
그냥 하루
going
뭐야
with
이것도
a different panel at the moment because Faith Beyond is still with us. But we
니샤 그냥 하루 종일 파밍해가지고 그냥 커서 와버렸죠.
on the panel. Saberlight, this game, it was a little bit disgusting.
It was very disgusting. These liquid drafts are something else.
Something else, and this was This was very one-sided. I think Effie for grand finals, I mean, maybe game 1 is allowed to be like this, right?
Yeah, but it's not the tone that you want to see set for the game 1, right? You hope for a nail biter, something that goes back and forth, but kudos to Liquid for this amazing draft, and of course to Nisha, who has been playing so well in his TA recently.
Yeah, he played fantastic. The match results here. Faith Beyond, we
네,
saw
스킬이
this one
이렇게 가면은
coming.
3대0인데
I just want to know, is there
3대0은
something
안
that
돼요.
you
네
feel
판은
like
해야
Liquid,
돼요.
sorry, Spirit could have done differently?
This game, Liquid definitely drafted so well, and I can see the reason why Spirit do this, because last series they play against Liquid at upper bracket. They winning
결승전인데 3대 떡은 안 됩니다.
like Ench and Void. So they just go for it. But Liquid prepare very well. They just take a Naga. This must have a lot of discussion on this hero. And I think if the lineup end like this, there are much less that Spirit can do in game. I think they can maybe change the lane, like put the Timber Saw against Naga and put the Void against Lashrak. But I think it will not change too much because Naga is just so broken in this game. They didn't see this Naga is post 3. They ban all the offlane hero. I think it's just Liquid prepared so well in this series. But I think Spirit, now they know. Now they know this strategy. So next game, I think they maybe have something better.
I think what was very impressive about that offlane Naga was Blitz in the pre-game interview said to Jenkins, well, we haven't scrimmed this. We're trying something here. And Zai said, just give me the Naga, I'll make it work. When they saw that the TA pick was open and available to them. So the fact that Liquid are able to make something look so seamless when they haven't even practiced it before is really impressive.
It is. I think it like takes a really big boss to actually go for it, and I think Sai, ever since the insane comeback, I think he really has them. At the same time, I think with the Team Spirit, you give them the IO Lash, you see how it goes. It didn't really work out for them game 1. I think there has to be like a possibility where you're counting.
그러면은 조금 전에 시킨 스낵랩이나 먹을까요 저는?
Didn't really go that well, so now
와,
like, okay,
세이버라이트.
let's recalibrate. So I think like Team Spirit still has very good shot at taking this grand finals.
Let's take a look at the STC play analysis that we have chosen, because there were a lot of pickoffs in this game, a lot of skirmishes. We
근데
did
리퀴드
have
진짜
Lashrak, of course,
올해
back
내내
into
2등만
the
하는 것도
first
재밌을 것 같은데.
Chronosphere, and it did feel like Team Spirit put so much effort, Faith Beyond, on trying to shut this Lashrak down on the top lane.
Yeah, because that's the only
편
person
어디야?
they
못
can
봤어.
kill.
나 스낵랩 듣고 있어가지고.
Insania
방금
tries
세이버라이트
very hard
나왔을 때.
to make him live through it all, but at the end of the day, he does die a couple of times. But come on, let's be real. We all saw the item build of Zai on his Naga Siren Saberlight. That was not an offlane build.
Yeah, it's I respect it. I respect it. Sometimes you need to go you get a little creative. Your team is not carrying, so you just go and you carry yourself.
Yeah, we had the overall last pick coming out from the Ancient Separation. FE did not do very well.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame the AA here because I understand it. Team Spirit, they love to run the Ancient Apparition. They see an IOLesh. They think that's the approach they can take to it. I feel like Spirit's entire draft would have been fine if they had just banned the TA. If the TA was not in the picture here, it would have looked very different for the puck. It would have looked very different for the Timbersaw, and Spirit's early game might be a lot better than what we saw. So I think this Templar has to be on the radar for Spirit in the upcoming games because, like I mentioned before, Nisha has been such a beast on it since 5 days ago when he started to play it. He's just run it back over and over and just look better every time.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic tournament so far, and this first game was no difference. Now, of course, overall last pick, you normally go for a bit of a curveball, and AA was definitely tailored to try and shut down the IO Lesh, but at the end of the day, that's not the focus they should have had. Indeed, they should have maybe tried to focus maybe a little bit more on the TA, but by that time, it was too late. So Team Spirit is going to look to a game number 2 to try and come with a different plan, Faith Beyond, because that's just it, right? A team comes in with a plan in a best-of-5 grand finals. You've got a couple to choose from, but how does that go from a team perspective? Like, do you come with a couple of plans, hey, this is what we're wanting to do to the team, and you just pick a different one from your plans for game number 2?
I think first team must prepare some strategy for both first pick and second pick, and I can see for Liquid I think they prepare more in this series, because before they play some like Luna Visage and also Long Druid, and also so I think maybe they have more strategy. But for Spirit, I think they kind of just like, okay, we just play as we played before. I don't see they prepare so much.
Maybe you gotta try one game out with your normal strat, see how that goes. Maybe that one works. So we'll see what they come up with for the next game. Before the next game, though, they have some time to talk to each other to figure it out, and we have some time to listen to Jenkins talk to someone else.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here in the crowd with 2 completely random people. I'm just kidding. This is Stormer.
Hello, I'm random.
And you also did content yesterday. And who are you?
I'm Dasha.
And Dasha and Stormer are going to motivate both of the teams,
come on.
particularly because we want a hype game 2. That was a bit of a stomp. So you're a fan of which team?
Spirit.
And you are a fan of which team?
Liquid, obviously.
You're on the panel. You can't be biased.
I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of any team. I will give a speech to the crowd.
Okay, he's going to give a speech to the crowd. That is not fair, but that's how Dota. Life is not fair. Dota's not fair. Are you ready for your Team Spirit motivational speech?
Yeah, sure.
Take the mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something in Russian. Yitora, еби! Collapse, еби! Come on, guys, соберитесь. Please, Spirit, just win this fucking tournament, please.
Win the tournament, Team Spirit, ladies and gentlemen.
서로 콜랩스를 지목해가지고
We're not
이기라고
gonna
하네요.
motivate the crowd, but you're gonna do Liquid.
Okay, I see. All right, Liquid boys, I mean, it's Western Europe Pride time. You've been to every freaking major finals. It's time to get the fucking trophy, get the first place, you know? I believe in my boys, I believe in Blitz. William, you got this shit. You stomp first game, go stomp the other ones as well. Let's go fucking Liquid.
All right, my turn. I'm going to motivate the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear everybody screaming right now. This is not live, so you're not going to hear it. So I don't know why I'm doing that. But let's all pool our energy towards the teams, so at least we can get a 5-game series, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm going to do a segue back to the panel. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Thank you for carrying the content, and thank you also for being biased panelists. Back to you, panel.
Well, thank you very much, Jenkins. Indeed, we have people cheering for both squads right here, and Team Spirit, they definitely have got their work cut out for them. This is a best of 5, of course. When they were playing in the grand finals last year at Liya드마스터, it was a best of 3, so best of 5 maybe gives a little bit more leeway for them to adapt and come up with a different plan, and we know that they have got the capabilities to adapt and to come up with a different plan, because we've seen them in grand finals before, and they have taken the biggest of prizes home at the International 2021. Yes, definitely the right math going on there. And so we know they can do it. The question is, can they do it here against Team Liquid as a team that is in their 4th grand finals, and they are so hungry after getting denied 3 times before this. And I just want to touch up on something that Yatoro said before the series started. He said his goal, I mean obviously winning, but his personal goal is to be considered the best carry player ever. And he said that, you know, he feels like that goal will never be reached. It's never enough. Saberlight, when you're, as a player, like, can you relate to that? You're never enough, never, always got to go more, always got to do more?
Yeah, I can relate to that. I feel like there's like it's very easy to get content in your life. You know, we're here in Riyadh in an amazing 5-star hotel. You know, everything is great. So when you're at a place like this, it's very easy to become content.
해주고 있는 거야 지금 전원을.
So after losing this tournament, I can relate to that a lot.
TI는
it's important to
숙소에 컴퓨터도 못 갖다 놔가지고서는 주방에서 하고 있었는데.
in a way, you can't ever reach the goal that you set out to be.
Yeah, but that's so sad, no?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's the irony of it.
역시
You know,
오일머니는
because the thing is,
다릅니다.
once you're content and satisfied, you'll never get better than that. So you kind of have to just keep pushing and you know, burn the boats, as they say.
Keep being hungry. I think both of these teams at the moment very hungry. We have seen Team Spirit this entire year, Effie, and they've made it top 8 in Lima, but other than that, they have not really performed at the level that we are expecting from them.
Yeah, I think the last time we saw them truly shine was at Arlington last year, but after that, it's kind of been, you know, mediocre placement after mediocre placement, and this is a team that won TI-10 in one of the most spectacular fashions, in one of the best 5-game finals we've seen in a long time. So I think that they are in TI form right now, and they can bounce back very easily. They just need to reset. What I really like about Team Spirit and what I really like about watching them is I feel that every minute of the game that you watch them play, it is so hard fight. Like, it's so hard fought. They are never content to just concede parts of the map. They never play like they're at a net worth disadvantage. They always find their way
게임
to
2가 곧 시작이
any kind
됩니다.
of fight, any kind of smoke, anything that they can do, they try to do it.
I think a lot of people will remember Team Spirit's game against
5,
BBQ just a couple of days ago, where
3,
they were ahead in net
2,
worth
1,
for 15
0.
seconds. And the rest of the game, they were behind, but they still
엠픽 시작됩니다.
won the game in the
이번에는
end. Team
선픽
Spirit,
리퀴드
they've
여전히
got a-
선픽이고요.
They've got a very
진영만 바꿨네요. 리퀴드가
methodical way
레디언트,
of playing Dota, I
스피릿이
feel. Would you
다이어입니다.
agree?
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit.
술을 하나
they
가겠습니다,
always
저는.
trying hard.
햄버거랑
So
술은 좀
I play
애매하긴
against
한데
them, even I win
마실 게 없어.
the game, I feel so tired because you cannot like relax at any moment.
메두사벤
even
팬은
you are,
똑같이 가고 있습니다.
you're almost winning. They always trying to find chance to beat you.
I have to say that one thing that I respect about them so much is whenever I see them play, they're like the one team that would actually just go for the throne. Like both at TI-10 and even in this tournament, they just walk down mid and they just destroy your throne.
포스트에서
And I think
사온
it
과일
takes so much courage and
탄탄
like confidence to actually do it. And they're one of
이라고 하기엔
the
좀
only
그래.
teams that does it.
Yeah, you gotta be able to make
라인
those
맛.
split-second decisions. I think
몰라 한
I
박스
think that goes to show for
세일하길래
a lot of players,
먹어보고
they
샀는데
do these things. For as
괜찮은 것
example,
같아요.
Zai, he had a split-second decision. I
그리고
think a lot of
어드면
people
자벤까지
could have,
리퀴드 팬
looked back and
똑같이
say, okay, yeah,
갑니다.
if you sell your items here for this exact
우리
amount,
또
you can buy
깜짝찍
traps.
할
You could
거야,
probably do it
그래서.
in time if we get the interrupts
생각해보면
for the
전판에서는
teleport
언다잉이
score, we can make a play
네,
like
벤.
that, but you gotta make that decision in such a
1픽입니다.
short amount
드디어.
of time that just puts
네, 한 번
people
더
above the rest. And Team
똑같이
Spirit
갑니다.
has shown that they can do that. Team Liquid has shown that they can do that as well. So 2 grand finalists definitely ready to make a big showing, although game 1 was very one-sided. I can't wait to see what Team Spirit has in store for us next, because they do seem to have something in
인첸
store,
페보 한 번
because
더.
we have
우리는
a
틀리지
exact same
않았다.
opener, and that, faith beyond
우리는
that
틀리지
that is
않았다.
a statement right there.
This is Spirit.
이게 스피릿이긴 하죠.
Can you
TI도
what
이렇게
do you guys
이겼습니다.
think?
우리는 틀리지 않았다. 마그누스는
What do you
틀리지
think is so
않았다.
shocking about this?
매판 보여줬었죠.
They picked this very fast and they just
나가까지
very fast and they still have
한 번 더
very strong
보여주겠다.
confidence.
오프일지 캐리일지 니들이 맞출 수 있느냐.
I don't think like other team can play like this. Other team
자기가
will
이
just,
정도까지 잘
okay, we
써먹었는데
check something to pick because you have lots of opening you can choose.
아 근데
in
나가가
first
니케
game.
영웅이
So
아니라서
you can
그런지
pick, offlane,
자동적으로
plus,
오프나가
offroad,
가능성을
or you
얘기를
can pick,
했었는데
something like Storm,
실제로
plus
그렇게
Silencer,
됐었죠.
some normal pick, but they
그래서
just go
라이온
for it.
밴 이번에는 환영 지우지 마라.
For now, I respect it.
라을 엠버가
They
좋기는 한데
fucked up again.
룸밴
Well,
여기까지
yeah, go for it,
똑같아요.
Effie.
No, I just love the confidence to stick to your ideas and not try another one of your openers, because that means that they have identified that the problem within the draft wasn't in this phase, and they're going to fix either the second or the third phase. But I think that the Templar Assassin was really the biggest thorn in their side, and they feel confident in their Void, they feel confident in their Enchantress, and that's a very good sign for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think in best of fives like this, there's important to find balance between like adapting to what is happening. In
윈런 밴 이번에는 조금 더 캐리나가의 힘이 실리네요.
With your ideas, being confident in
다
what you've been
나가용
winning the
픽이거든요.
entire tournament with.
So I will tell you guys what happened in the previous game during this phase. We did have the so we did have the Wind Ranger and the Lion banned out by Liquid, so they stick with that one. They also in this phase banned out the Ember Spirit. We'll see if they go for that as well. on
그리고
the side of Team
이호
Spirit, they
밴.
have changed it up because the Doom is the same ban, but previous game they banned out more offlaners in this phase with the Mars and the Legion Commander. This time around, they start by removing the IO, and we'll see, of course, if that Templar Assassin is still gonna be there as well. They will still have overall last pick, so they can at least. The previous game, we saw them picking up the puck very early, which allowed
이번에는
Team
이호를
Liquid to
슈락하지
still
말라는 것
go
같긴
for the
한데.
counter there with the Templar Assassin.
음.
This time around, they can counter with whichever hero they want, probably for their mid laner. Potentially for Collapse's off lane. But we'll see, as Team Liquid is this time taking a lot of time. I will say, yeah, the first half of this draft went so fast. We knew exactly what was coming. Yeah, Team Liquid is exactly the same on their side. They will be obviously on Radiant side rather than Dire, but they have their bans and picks exactly the same. Slightly different order, but that does not matter.
Yeah, a couple of things to note are, I mean, of course, the threat of the IO Lesh is gone this time around for Team Spirit simply by taking out the IO, and that does mean that they focus less on the offlane bans, but that also means that there are other solutions that they could pick for Collapse by not banning it. So we might see a really big adjustment here in the second phase for Spirit.
그래서 엠버밴도 다시 나왔습니다. 살짝 밀어본 것 같은데 엠버밴. 아마 니샤 픽으로도 생각하고 있었을 것 같아요. 상대 밴 픽을 보고 니샤도 줄까 싶어서 냅뒀던 것 같은데 일단은 밴으로. 그래서 이번에는 데모밴. 사실 우리는 틀리지 않은데 니들이 너무 정답이었다 그러면서 상대 픽도 치웁니다. 이호랑 테머랑 잡기 껄끄럽고 콤보 있는 영웅.
So I'm curious, Saberlight, because earlier you were talking about how you have to have the balance
그리고
between
techie.
adjusting and sticking to your guns. And do you think that it's a common thing for teams to
Techies.
overcorrect after they lose?
Kind of depends. I think if you have another like draft prepared, then
데미지는 꽤 괜찮아졌거든요. 스피릿 이번 판에는.
I think it's important
레벨
that,
적당히만
especially
나오면은
in grand finals, it's
중반 한타도
each player
가능은 한데
comfort hero. So for example, for Yatoro,
컨트롤이 조금
he loves,
모자라요. 전투
faces
컨트롤이.
white hero. So I think for them it's good that they can pick their comfort. I also think if the TA is banned, so suddenly the puck route opens again for them, because this matchup is extremely hard. And if their mid doesn't lose this bad, then maybe the game becomes easier.
Yeah, we got the techies
미드픽이
picked
뭐가
up by Team Spirit. Of
나올지.
course, we had that banned previous game in the last banning phase by Team Liquid.
스톰 쓰기에는
This
조금
time,
애매하죠.
I'd say the onus is on Team Liquid, because with the techies pickup, Team Spirit doesn't really reveal all too much other than what is their off lane, for which they have at the moment Naga Siren. So we're going to see them pick up most likely their support and potentially even a mid laner for themselves, I think, Effie, because this, I mean, it depends on if they want to keep that flex on the Snapfire.
Yeah, I'm also curious if that Storm Spirit will emerge at any point from either side, but something that I want to note is Saberlight was talking just earlier about how comfort is so important in finals, and in that last game for Team Spirit, they did last pick Ancient Apparition, and they gave Mira the Enchantress. Mira does not often play this Enchantress, it's not one of his specialty or signature or comfort picks. So now that we see these techies, we can assume that the techies is for Mira, and he's just going to be playing a lot more confidently this time around. So I think that in terms of comfort, Spirit are nailing it so far.
Yeah, what do you feel about the Rubik and the techies pick phase beyond that we see coming out? What's Liquid contemplating?
Techies is a needed hero for Spirit.
Rubik.
Last game, Liquid also
다음입니다.
banned it out.
마르스
Rubik is just a normal
어떨까요?
pick here. It's just a normal
인첸 녹이는데 도움도 많이 되고 스냅이랑 같이 들어가가지고 스턴 넣으면 패보드 잡을 만하고 몽키?
Probably Mickey Monkey.
Yeah, it's a pretty good
나가업
pick
한 번 더
here,
나옵니다.
because you can counter like most.
이게 캐리 나가보다는 오프 나가가 크로노 깔렸을 때 송 부른다든지 하면서
Very good at team fight. Now they
날먹 카운트 하기에는 더 좋긴 하거든요. 캐리로 그러면 조금 손해인데 오프로 그러면 훨씬
change the lane.
뭐라고 해야
It's
되나
also very hard. You put the void
디메리트가 좀
against,
적잖아요. 오프가 그런 식으로 플레이하는 데 있어서는.
The only fear with this Monkey King is that they could opt to go for a different route for Collapse, where they don't pick a hero that's countered for it, obviously, but you have the Enchantress who, if he plays a very solid early game, you're going to have the Dispel on the early Jingle stacks if Monkey King is rotating early. Plus, the Techies is a hero that kind of lanes quite well against the Monkey King. Like, you're constantly harassing him with your mines, you're constantly poking him and causing him threats. So, as far as the Monkey King goes, I do feel that it's not entirely difficult to deal with right now for Spirit.
Also trying to figure out what's like a good offlane hero for Team Spirit, because all the offlaners are very hard to pick against Monkey King. Like the classic collabs heroes, like the LCs and Axes are usually really hard to play against Monkey, so I'm interested to see what they pick. What do you think, Fabian? What's like a good offlaner here?
I mean, Collapse, he played just
이게 어프가 좀 남은 게 또 없네요. 팀버가 열려있기는 한데
he should try something new, or maybe
몽키 있으니까 팀버 나오기도 좀 그렇죠.
That sounds cool, actually. How about the Collapse Axe? That always comes out somehow in a grand finals.
It is good against Naga, but not so much against Monkey, so they would need to like get the lanes correctly, but I don't think... I mean, Void sounds also kind of rough to lane against Monkey.
지금 상태에서는 또 플레이메이킹 안 되고 크로노랑 같이 박아넣을 수도 없고
Enigma's
또
hard, some Venomancer's also hard. These are like the usual Monkey King counters, but all of them are super bad against Naga.
아, 팀버 그냥 나오네요. 어쩔 수 없었나 봅니다. 팀버가 크고 나면은 이길 수는 있거든요.
Isn't Monkey considered to be on lane anyway, a counter to the Timbersaw?
I think that Timbersaw actually, after level 3, can do fine. He has a lot of spells to like disengage from the Monkey King, and as he gets more levels and gets the Vanguard up, he can easily self-sustain. Also, just in terms of spell casting, Timber does counter Monkey when he's like perched up on trees. He can cut them down. But I feel like you would have something more to say about this, I really.
Yeah, I think the Monkey Timber matchup is very like high skill. I feel like it can go to either one. It's like, I don't know. I would not want to play Timber against Monkey from my experience, but some Amar the friend, I'm sure he would enjoy it.
How do you feel like Techies enables this Timbersaw versus the Monkey King? Does that add an added layer to it?
It is good because I think against Monkey King you kind of
광고
need
밴 이건 필요한 밴이 맞고요.
poke him, and when he's like half HP,
리퀴드
walk up on Monkey King and hit and get the
선밴까지 하는 게 맞을 것 같아요.
in that regard. At the same time, it is very easy to mischief the
스톰 윌런이 이미 밴이고 스톰 정도가 먼저 날아들어가지고 이니시 걸어줄 수 있는 미드죠.
I think one point I want to mention is
수리 입장에서는
free lane on top, so it's very easy
뭐가
for
있을까요?
another support to rotate
지금
to
리퀴드 스나 괜찮아 보이긴 하는데 아군이랑 좀 별로라. 미포 니샤 미포 한 번도 못 봤거든요. 이건 그냥 껄끄러운 거를 치운 것 같아.
But also, if Liquid play Triland first, they also can kill this Timbersaw easily.
Hug gets taken out.
Yeah, Miko as well. And we don't know exactly where the Snapfire is going. Although, with the overall last pick for Spirit, I would imagine that Team Liquid probably would want to put it mid. But that would mean that they need a support as their last pick, which would be strange.
Actually, I think Skywrath is still, like, last game is super strong.
Yeah.
Against every hero.
You mean for Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some supported magic damage is really nice. I was thinking Phoenix as well, some big team fight, because so far if you look at these four heroes, they're really strong in laning. Like just these four heroes against the other are, I think Liquid would win lanes. Okay, they take Mirana instead. They have nice setup for it, so makes sense.
Yeah, the ensnare into arrow combo has always been very good. Also, Mirana is a hero that loves to rotate to the mid lane, and she plays very well against Enchantress, right? She can arrow her creep and trade with her on lane. She doesn't provide the team fight in terms of stuns, but she does have the Moonlight Shadow, which will enable Liquid to find these
이게 나인처럼 미드로 비길까요? 아니면은 평소에 하던 스냅 미드일까요?
Liquid is enough right now. They have Monkey King and they have Naga.
다 괜찮아 보이거든요.
Can reset the team fight.
Ooh. What do we think about this Bat Rider overall last?
It's a mid.
벨라.
Yeah, it's a mid.
Laurel Bat.
봅시다. 혹시 미라나 서폰 니샤 미드 스냅 스릿은 미드 팀번가요? 오프 팀번가요? 라리 보통 벨라를 하긴 하는데 네, 미드 벨라
was it yesterday when he played it against a Dragon Knight and it didn't look so great, but I feel like
리퀴드가
this is a
픽을 다시 한 번 더
Snapfire.
꼬았습니다.
It should just be about trading farm. I'm not
그래서
entirely
한
sure how
번
this
더
matchup will go. I think
오프
it's
나가.
still an edge for Snapfire, but Batrider gives them
벨라가 다른 애들한테는 괜찮은데 루빅이 들어올렸을 때 문제되는 거랑 그리고 자기가 송 부르는 거랑
What do you think, Faith Beyond?
긁히기 전에는 좀 어렵거든요.
I still like Liquid more because I don't think this Bad Rider can destroy Snapfire first. So and also I think Naga is still have a fight free game here, and also you can rotate Bad Rider to side lane, and also I can like have a TP on Snapfire. So I think Liquid have more strength on lane stage right now.
I will try to bat for Team Spirit here because I think Liquid's draft is really good and very well rounded, but I think that Team Spirit is not a team that you can count out, and maybe with the Enchantress rotations to mid with the Batrider, they can pressure the Snapfire, and then if that Batrider gets an early BKB, they can kill the Naga through the song, and they'll be able to maybe get their initiations, allow Void for a good
이게
Chronosphere,
뭔가
so
주렁주렁하네요,
Spirit do
카메라가.
have a fighting chance this game.
I think I'll agree with Faith Beyond. I kind of like the Liquid draft. I think they're both stronger in lanes and also just like in team fighting and just
결국은
play them.
크로노랑
So
어울리는 게
unless
단
Team
하나도
Spirit
없거든요,
just
스피릿이.
straight up plays better, I think Liquid is gonna take this game as well.
Okay, I got two quick questions based on that. Previously, we had mid absolutely dominated. Is this going to be a dominating Snapfire Saberlight?
I think so. I think this matchup is pretty good for Snap.
Okay, well, my second question will have to wait because I'd rather hear from the coach of Team Spirit. Let's head over to Jenkins, who's standing by with Silent.
인터뷰입니다. 스피릿
Okay.
코치.
So you guys picked the same opening as last game. Does that mean that you think the second phase of the draft was the issue?
Maybe. I think pack pick was a little bit weak, and also we could go 3-lane against them and Timber into Naga and Timber just free farm. But anyway, there was chances, but we didn't make kills where I think we could, and it was disaster.
퍽이 약했고 우리는 틀리지
I wanted to
않았다.
ask you, you guys
그저
seem to
찬스를 잡지 못했을
power
뿐.
up on land. Do you think you're the type of team that under
맞나?
pressure you are the
그냥 틀린
strongest?
거 아닐까요?
I don't know. We just
그냥
playing.
틀렸던 것 같은데 그거는.
All right, I respect it.
그래서 게임
just playing
2가
Dota and just casting
시작이
Dota
되고 있습니다.
is not Sunspan and Kazu. It's going to be Avery and Capitalist. Take it away.
과연 벨라로 교체한 게
Lovely. Thank you,
충분히 힘을
Jacob. Welcome to
발휘할지.
game two
야토로
of
잘
Team
만났어요.
Liquid versus Team Spirit, where if we talked about how to be able to
Hi,
win a
Walker.
finals, one of the things that you hit on, Avery, was being able to have belief in yourself and belief in your teammates. Full belief. And it seems like that theme will continue into this game too, as both teams will go on the theme of believing in your draft, or at least your openers, the exact same. Running it back like that in a game two, particularly for Team Spirit, after a
캐스터
loss, is
SBG와
very bold.
헤비입니다.
There's a point where it
그리고
bleeds
초코소보.
into stubbornness, right? All these things have a vice. I can't help but feeling like Spirit are just
론은 네, 그냥 툴들 무난하게.
game first the faces void matchup, but particularly that opener on the lane where it wasn't the Ench, but now the Ench is going to have to be there anyway. Yeah, you do get a switch up here.
랄이
So you made earlier, so you get a better matchup versus Nisha in theory. However, it was the first pick
스톰스터머한테
snap in the first place, so you
근소승이거든요.
can't really counterpick this hero on mid.
알기는
Sure, I'm not sure
못하고.
the last pick bat. It's a decent bat game. It ruins the monkey in the team fight. It's going to do okay on the lane.
그게
I still think
문제가
Laurel's gonna have to
될지.
step up for Team Spirit to have a better time in the lanes this time.
니샤는
First game,
털어먹기 때문에 오 스케터 블라스트 잘 들어갔고요. 조금 많이 쌓였어요. 4스택. 물론 어차피 디나이 쳤으니까 첫 번째 웨이브로 2레벨이 되진 않지만 스택 데미지 무시할 만큼은 아닙니다. 뭐 스틱이 많기는 해도 그런하죠 조금.
We didn't even necessarily get to see the full effect of that hero against Faceless Void. Was there ever a song to counter the Chronosphere?
No, it just never got. I don't even think the Naga Shard even got picked up at a certain point or had that big an effect.
Yep.
It was just the lane domination that really won Liquid that game. It's way too hard to
그래서
come back
레인지
versus
하나씩 보완 더
heroes that
해주고
can control the entire map.
막타 차이는 거의 안 납니다.
Advantage over you as well with like the traps and the illusions.
미라나 1레벨 립.
And here, it's like a similar idea. They have the Naga and the Marauder.
근데 어차피 작은 토마토거든요. 어리가 없기 때문에 홈벽 쳐가지고 나가 환영 없애줄 수는 없습니다. 그래도 기본 데미지가 있으니까 톡톡 쳐서 오 근데 인세니아 버스블러 당했네요. 미케 2레벨이긴 하거든요. 친구 켜지고 평타 마무리 됩니다. 그래도 미케 결국은 또 솔로 XP요.
Particularly in a matchup that you do want to relieve the pressure off of Collapse's Timbersaw against this Monkey King.
팀버도 그렇고 몽키도 그렇고 완벽하게 경험치 기반이기 때문에 게다가 미라가 먹었죠 킬은. 조금 애매해져요. 그리고 니샤 이거 스택이 9스택이에요. 10스택이에요.
He just doesn't give a damn about these stacks, man. He just keeps on playing into them over and over and over again.
This is gonna be a 10 sticky flame break if Laurel wants. He does not want to use all of his mana, however.
아플 것 같은데요. 잘못 터지면.
I might have taken that. Foxy.
플레임 브레이크 맞으면 죽는 거 아니었나? 빅서도. 플레임 브레이크 1레벨 틱이 3틱인가요? 2틱인가요? 그렇고 네이팜 2레벨이니까 15뎀인가요? 하나가? 감소 생각해도 한 200-300 정도는 들어갔을 텐데.
Yeah, sadly his impact as 4 position Enchantress against IL Leshrac, like he couldn't harass out the IO or the Leshrac because they have such incredible sustain. So, but in this, this is a kill lane.
And Mira is a very important piece of the puzzle for Team Spirit as well. Like activating him, getting him on heroes that he's comfortable in.
네, 트위치니까 이거 아이고.
Combine with Laurel and get that kill squad going. I feel like that's
보이죠?
when Spirit have looked their best. When they activate their mid laner, play through him. I think it's a big key part of the meta right now. And Liquid are always going to think about it because of course they have played first game in 1,000 times this year. And that is the team that always
충분히 잡았었을 것 같은데.
Maybe the pressure isn't as much around mid in this series.
어쨌든 뭐 계산한 바가 있겠죠. 오히려 본인이 좋을 수도 있다고 생각할 수도 있고. 올라가네. 올라갑니다. 네스팅 12개예요. 오, 안 맞았어. 이거 맞았으면은 잡는데. 이렇게 되면은 인세니아 경치는 먹기는 했지만은 솔로킬입니다.
means he might have a chance at another kill when he gets that lasso.
스택을 너무 계속 내줬어요.
Something that they didn't
블라스트만 맞췄으면 몰랐는데.
It's just super worth it from a standpoint of shutting Nisha down alone. That is valuable here. You're doing it on a Batrider, which is a hero that needs to kind of get these trade-offs in the momentum. And you brought the Rubik teleport over, which is great for Insania. Pretty rough for Mikke as he gets left in the
네, 크립 자체는 니샤한테 조금 유리하게 고정이 되긴 했죠.
Free time for Collapse to push into the level 4 here on the Timbersaw, where you're not pressuring him off the lane because you have the Rubik to back you up.
OT 라이브용인가요? 피했어요?
Exceptionally decent compared to last game.
미드에서 쓴 것 같습니다. 버티 자체는.
Here, you're looking at Yatoro on top of the CS board and a solo kill mid. It's kind of what you want. Just eke out.
저로 현재 막다 1등. 선판에 비해서 훨씬 나은 편입니다. 이 스타일 몸으로 맞아주기에는 아프고 레인지를 주지 않니 아깝고 그냥 아까운 걸로 마무리하는 게 맞죠. 들어가네요. 미라 현재 1레벨 슬로우가 선 애매해요. 늦었죠. 게다가 인세니아 마무리되고 오 셋까지로. 근데 이것도 몽키가 오 너무 잘 났어요 미라.
Nice kill there from Mira, being able to get the tree and prevent himself from giving up the Jingu stacks and maybe.
근데 결국은 몽키가 너무 빨리 크거든요. 몽키 경험치를 좀 조절을 해줘야 될 것 같은데.
Maybe just felt like he wanted to go back to heal, so you force some trade into he gets full HP and comes back. Didn't want to sit on this lane at half. See if it pays off over the long
물론 서로 눈치 보고 있습니다.
We'll take an Alpha Wolf.
알파 울프 엄청 아프거든요.
It will be an impetus build from him, so the Enchantress is going to be a little squishier here, but will it be able to contribute a lot more damage in these early fights? Which tells me that you want to go.
필스 쿠키가 안 맞았습니다. 들어올려줄 수 있나요? 조금 머네요. 그리고 복시도 좀 위험한 상황. 우리 잘 쓰면서 일단은 정리하고. 쿠키가 각도가 조금 애매했어요.
Neither mid will get that rune that they really wanted, and the level 6 advantage for Nisha.
How did he get level 6 after? Didn't Laurel get the kill on Nisha first?
He
Shouldn't
definitely
he
had
have gotten
XP,
a level
but
advantage?
he has just way more denies. 12 more denies. It'll get you there a little faster.
Wow.
As Laurel will pick up his level 6.
그리고 이렇게 되면 리퀴드 6분, 6분이에요. 6랩이랑 6분론. 서포트 다 끌고 온 것 치고는 좀 손해가 있네요. 공을 뽑아가지고. 솔로킬 걱정되거든요. 이런 장면. 로우 들어오고요. 라스도 그냥 갈아 넣으면서 리샤 두 번째 데스가 될까요? 쿠키 한번, 스캐터 블라스트 한번. 마무리가 조금 어려워 보입니다. 네, 마무리 라리.
TP the Monkey King of all heroes here. Mickey is just gonna TP to
Oh
run
yeah.
back.
네, 팁 봤죠? 너는 왜 왔냐?
Collapse too. They know that was a poor TP.
너는 뭐하러 왔냐고
This is
팁
where
한번
Team Spirit wanna
박아줍니다.
fight. Again, trying to activate their mid with the Enchantress Roam. This is where this hero shines. As long as their side laners are.
좀 애매하긴 하죠. 빨리 오든가. 오, 스턴 연계되고요. 타이머크 조금 전에 쓰긴 했는데요. 마무리됐어요.
Nagamurana. This is a very old
와,
school
이게 데미지가
combo.
완벽했습니다.
Very familiar. This is actually a combo that he played back in the day with Universe at TI6.
진짜 칼 데미지.
TI7 it was popular. Now he's on the other end of that 3-4 trade. Experience, it always comes back in value. You just never know
In
how.
Dota 2, especially when we're constantly going in cycles.
It's a giant circle. It's just a question of where are you on it. And seed shot will come through and clear.
아직 야토로 5레벨이긴 합니다. 4위 6레벨 곧 찍히거든요. 저거 크림 먹으면. 먹었어요. 6레벨 찍혔습니다. 6레벨 송 일단 버티다가 오히려 키스로 마무리됐어요. 야토로가 먼저. 리포시카까지 죽게 될 테고요. 콜랩스 이거 쿠키. 근데 잡기에는 조금 오래 걸리긴 할 것 같습니다. 그래도 TP 없거든요. 송 걸어주고요. 아군 보틀 시간 벌어주고 본인은 집으로. 미사일 맞으면서 에비케 바로 팁 돌려줍니다. 팁의 복수 팁으로 해주네요. 이게 묶는 것 때문에 선불킹을 가기에는 어차피 바로 싸울 건 아니고 파밍 생각하면 야차가 맞기는 해요. 디스펠과 파밍을 동시에 갖출 수 있는 건 많다니까 어쩔 수 없는 거기는 한데 그럴 것 같았으면은 근데 또 1페이지 나가벤 하는 거는 제정신으로 할 수 있는 게 아니기는 해. 1페이지에 페버픽을 하지 말았어야 되는 거죠. 메인은.
And this is one of the downsides of Batrider is I do think you always reach this lull
야토로
where you're working
분위기
towards
이상합니다.
travel, but you don't quite have it, so you don't have this constant presence around the map, and you're a pretty poor hero to pressure the mid tower as well. So he didn't really get much off of that.
그리고
Mid tower
스택
didn't take
커요.
much damage. It's not like
리포시가
got a huge amount of farm anywhere on the map, and
좀
as a result,
올라봅니다.
Liquid
경험치를
maintaining
넘쳐
network
먹어보려.
lead off of the laning phase. But
일단
this
슬로우
would do a
스턴
lot to
연계
offset
그리고 매혹
this.
가면서
Mira
슬로우
and Vaposhka
니샤 잡을 수 있나요? 스케트 블라스로. 오 살았어요.
Those crowns, extra HP here. Now they will be able to steal the stacks.
그래도 스택은 뽑아가죠.
That was only 2 supports. The question is, where was the Batrider? Like you were saying, he was just trying to farm up this boots of travel. But that's 30 seconds faster.
이쪽은 2스택, 저쪽도 2스택밖에 안 돼서 3스택. 뺏어 먹는 게 조금 애매합니다. 질과 함께 먹었으면 큰데 이거는 3명 불러와가지고 얻어먹은 이득이 2스택, 3스택짜리라 그렇게까지 엄청 크지는 않아요. 그리고 대부분은 서폿이 먹었죠. 경험치를 몰아준 것도 아니고. 이건 한 벨라가 플레이메이킹 한동안 해주다가 콜랩스가 든든하게 받쳐줘야 되는 건데 허리어가 왜 저기서 내려오네요. 이거들. 약간 드디어 내가 좋아하던 리퀴드로 돌아온 것 같다. 킥 돌리기, 포지션 돌리기, 영웅 돌리기. 요즘 특히 복시랑 인세니아랑 서로 최대한 비슷한 거 다 할 수 있어가지고 복시 전 매트커던 클라까지 인세니아가 뽑고 있죠.
Those first couple of items are so important.
뱀픽 돌리기 보는 재미가 있어가지고.
I'm thinking about the Vanguard and Collapse being tankier, but also.
작년 마툼바 있을 때가 뱀픽 돌리기 그래도 코익바 있을 때까지는 아니지만 꽤 괜찮았었는데 니샤하고 좀 경직된 느낌이 있었거든요. 그게 다 풀린 느낌입니다. 에이펙스네 뽑았다가 미드로 바뀌지를 않나. 나가가 캐리였다 오프였다 되지를 않나.
Dispels the name of the game, especially if you can get to the BKBs. Like BKBs
에이토스
over
나왔어요.
becomes scary because then that combo goes away. A lot of your damage from the Snapfire goes out the window until way later when the Talons come online.
And you just walk out of the Wukong's
속박도 있는데 에이토스까지. 회복 크로노 없이는 못 빠져나가겠죠. 네, 크로노를 쓰면 쓰는 대로 그게 다 손해요.
Might see it earlier on Zai than his item build from last game, which was a lot more aggressive. As
일단은 문라이트 섀도우.
better pace this time around. Still behind on the tower advantage as that safe lane tower went down for Team Spirit. Liquid able to capitalize on that.
찾아가나요?
Moonlight Shadow to try and scout out the map. You're gonna look for Yatoro in this jungle. Two-hero combination with the Atos done on Nisha will guarantee an arrow landing, and this is
일단 토마토로다가 발견은 했어요.
So if you land this spell, it's a lot of burst damage and a lot of connection that Liquid don't have to commit on. Like you can just poke with this Atos Scatterblast arrow, and all of a sudden you might just die. You might get caught off guard.
A similar move here from Team Spirit as they're going to bring Laurel's Batrider. If they can get
뒤로 스모크
around here
둘이서.
behind Mickey,
Nice
Mickey may just end up rotating into them.
미케
This
루빅
timing
있거든요.
on whether or not he stays on the
안
trees is
보여,
so
보여,
important.
보여,
The smoke's
보여,
gonna
보여.
break, and Laurel has a chance. Wukong's
쓸까 말까
command,
쓸까
though.
말까 빠져야
Yeah,
되죠. 지금
Team
시야가 안
Spirit
잡혀서
realizing, okay, somewhere up in these
와드가
streets, we gotta
없었거든요.
get out of here.
발견했습니다.
No longer do we have the advantage
슬로우
of
루빅한테
surprise. Laurel
그냥
is
패키
getting
무시하고
hit by
라렉의
the
미사일
perfectly
받아주고요.
placed by
PP 아직 없습니다. 게다가 에이토스, 쿠키, 스캐터 블라스트로 네 마무리.
end with Nisha claiming the head of Laurel.
힐 몽키한테 넘겨주나 했는데 그건
It
아니었네요.
felt like they knew that move was coming there, and the single napalm, you had a 50-50. You either throw it down or you throw it up. Unfortunately for Laurel, he guesses wrong. Liquid able to turn it around. Those are those types of defensive tier 1 fights that Liquid are happy to take here, especially once they have the bots done on Nisha. The reaction time is just going to be instant. You have Song to turn around,
트브
you have
가지고
misses,
있는 거라
it's Moonlight Shadow that might make the
단체로
initiation
싸우면 불리해요. 멜라가
it was a problem last game in terms of where you get these
잘라먹기 시작해야 되는 아이템인 거라
a similar issue here.
아직은 쉽지 않습니다.
Been able to assert his hero
네, 골드 격차 슬렁슬렁 벌어지기 시작하는 게 불안하죠. K 차이.
game from Team Spirit as they try and match the farm rates. At least that part's going better for him here. Yatoro not getting pressured as much, at least past that early laning stage here.
Yes. Hey, do you feel like Team Liquid are... I don't know, I feel like they can't actually apply the same level of pressure, actually end the game as quickly as they did in Game 1.
That's probably true. This is a bit of a slower lineup. The TA really accelerated those Roshans into the building damage.
Yeah, exactly.
We got to that a little bit more here with the Monkey Snap. But the Monkey Snap are also maybe scarier in the Ultra Late, like with 5 or 6 slots and some refreshers and stuff. So if you just push this game very late, you don't necessarily need to accelerate it as faster for Liquid if you're comfortable farming up and playing.
일단은 타워 가져가면서 다시 1K대로 오 그냥 지원했죠.
So Mickey and his patience is rewarded once again. The first time from
그리고 미드 포티 한번. 플렉스가 TP 타고 왔어요. 바이 오고 있습니다. 묶고 미사일 시간 충분했네요. 그래서 마무리. 자이의 킬. 자이 이번엔 빌드가 뭔가요? 캐리 빌드인지 아니면 살짝 썩는지 샤드라든지 뭐 여러가지 있잖아요. 아니면 메테오 로터스 이런 거.
They really like playing around with vision, and it's something that they actually lacked both in Game 1 and Game 2, and Team Liquid actually have the advantage. Naga Siren is kind of a vision hero because she shoves out the lane so much, right?
There are two big factors when you go deep at land and people start
1등 야토로였었는데 미케가 1등으로 올라왔습니다. 어려워요.
You feel like you have something to fall back on, even if sometimes it's a trap. You do get baited sometimes in playing like a worse style of Dota. It just feels more natural. There's a reason this Beastmaster and Darkseer got banned first too. One, it's limiting Collapse's hero pool, but two, those were two of the best vision heroes for Team Spirit in controlling the map, pushing the waves and setting up the fights.
Right.
Here it's another game where they have the vision disadvantage, something they used to like it for in that Game 3 in the upper bracket.
Zai, real one found, but the song goes off first. They are super grouped up, but Liquid do not feel confident
그래서
trying to go for that.
저희 집으로
Yatoro really wanted to somehow get a Chronosphere in there to stop Zai from getting out, but it just doesn't happen. Maybe
니샤?
Nisha though. I can't believe anybody
니샤?
Liquid is still around.
안 보였어요. 와우 디카운. 와우.
He somehow stays out of
그나마 몽키에 물리긴 했거든요. 미케 수입 1등인데요. 오 지금 많이 피하긴 했는데 모자랐습니다. 미라는 잡히나요? 미라 잡긴 했어요. 근데 이거는 스피릿한테 많이 이득이죠.
They're very happy with that exchange. They get a lot of farm for Yatoro off this as he just gets the head bottom.
쿠키 아우 한번 밀어주고 쿠키 와 스턴이 끝나지를 않아요. 에이터스 미사일 쿠키.
Just a nice heads up cut by Collapse, and something that this Monkey King is gonna have to think about this game is he's not gonna have a fast BKB here. The Timber and the Bat Rider can find you and just cut you down. Even a Chronosphere might commit you to that grave.
이건 저기 다 있었는데 미케가 너무 앞에 계속 있었던 거죠. 오케이 기다렸다가 자기가 막타 먹기 위해서 기다렸다가 만타 나왔습니다. 전판보단 나은데 미사일 오 많다 나지 오 크로노 똥 아직 없거든요. 일단 루빅은 잡아냈고요. 니샤 네 나가 그냥 집에 갔습니다. 그리고 스피릿이 쫓아가네요. 크로노 빠지기는 했지만 리퀴드 지금 상태에서 또 가기가 조금 애매해지죠.
A couple minutes ahead of time makes, right? Compare this to last game where that pickoff would have just killed Yatoro and probably gotten Liquid a good team fight. Here, a single Manta able to turn it around with a two-man Chrono. And you have some decent damage to pour into the Chronospheres this game. That is the one thing about these Team Spirit drafts they always make sure they have. It's not just about what the Faceless Void does, it's what does Time Dilation and Chrono do for the rest of the fight. You have Impetus, you have Flame Break, you have a Chakram, you have Techie spells. All four of these heroes can contribute to the trapped units inside that Chronosphere. Very good spell for Team Spirit.
몽키 내려가서 폭탄.
And this is much more even and much more what we expected out of this series is Liquid are not going to run this game over with a lane win. They're going to have to team fight their way through Team Spirit this game. And that is where they shine. The spell immunity will come out eventually as well as BKB finished for Laurel. So all three of those dispel items that Team Spirit were looking for in game one are already done by the 19-minute mark here.
옵니다 콜랩스. 야토로 아니 야토로랜다 인센이야. 시야에 잡히긴 하거든요. 쫓아가나요? 일단 쫓아갔습니다. 한번 들어서 밀어내고요. 저는 푸시 이번에는 스피릿 그냥 당하진 않겠다. 벨라이더 근데 준비하고 있어요. 라쏘 그냥 끌고 인센이야 녹여냅니다. 조금 애매하긴 한데요. 에이터스 쿠키 있어요. 어차피 라쏘 있기 때문에 어차피 잡을 수는 없고요. 나가 근데 나가 게임 시작하죠. 에이 모르겠다. 내가 캐리한다. 나가 캐리 빌드 타면서 나가 게임 하고 있습니다. 오키드 나왔어요. 많다 오키드.
And the Orchid is basically completed here. That threat is online. Is it going to net as many pickoffs as it did in game one? That's the big question here. Can you make this Orchid work for you? Because when you go Orchid second on Naga, you're committing a lot more to controlling the map and pushing heroes out of zones as opposed to a
이제는 이제 만타랑
butterfly rush where
로터스죠.
the 5-on-5 a bit stronger.
벨라는 불킹도 있고요. 서포트는 나가보면 죽는다고 보는 게 맞는데.
It's hard to deal with right when those items come out.
Can you run me through some scenarios of how he's going to use
나가가
this Orchid
센
against all
거는
these
센
kind of
거고
dispels? Like how is it still going to be successful for him?
힘을 쓸 수 있는 상황인지는 조금 모르겠습니다.
You can start the fight with like a song into Arrow or song into Wukong.
사실 굳이 말하면 그냥 캐리인 척하고 파밍 계속하고 완전 캐리로 전향을 하는 게 그냥 페버랑 맞기를 하면서 하트까지 그냥 뽑고 나오는 게 맞을지도 몰라요. 차라리 그게 나을지도 모릅니다.
It's just if he finds the initiation, that's where that item is not going to feel as good as like a harder butterfly here. because your illusions aren't as strong to scout, and when you get jumped, that Orca is not doing anything for you in terms of survivability. So it's a lot. It's banking a lot on the vision and initiation power from this Mirana Naga on the map, and finding those openings and just bursting you down.
그래서
The blood goal later,
이
if you want to commit to it as well,
뭐였죠?
it is pretty strong in this game. Like it'll help Zai commit to a 6-slot right-click Naga here, which maybe something they're banking on going late in this game.
Yeah, that.
이걸로 누구 주려고 그냥 무시했나요?
King, Snapfire, great scaling into the late game.
미사일 각도 찾고 있습니다.
Hitting this window
각도
where
찾았고요.
right now they're going to feel okay with fights. Soon they get BKBs, then they're going to be
기다리고
super
있어요.
dominant.
랄 이제 대거 나올 때가 됐거든요.
Very likely, I think
500골드만
that's when
더.
they want to try and end the game. I don't know if I want to play into 3
리퀴드가 2K 앞서고는 있습니다만 나가가 지금 빠졌잖아요.
I think the Snapfire is the biggest threat.
웨이브를 몰래 잘라먹기에는 아군 세이프 쪽은 잘라먹기가 좀 상대 세이프 쪽은 양쪽으로 범위도 넓고 길이도 길어서 관심이 없는데 상대 오프 쪽으로 가면은 캠프 하나뿐이라 좀 눈에 띄죠. 길목도 그렇고.
And Collapse is in a way better position, man. Like, it cannot be underestimated how much more he has found in this game than last time. And he will be able to scale here. Look at him, Bloodstone, Shard. See what he ends up committing for.
I think
Also,
what's
Assange for some tank ability.
what's interesting about it is that the draft, when you kind of run it back,
거의
right, same openers and
비슷비슷합니다.
stuff, you're kind of saying
나가만 혼자
idea is
앞서고
correct.
나머지 셋
And in a
비슷하고
way, both teams ended up being correct.
니샤랑 랄만 나오는 상황.
We'll see how it plays off for the rest of the game, but at least initially, this looks like an even game that any team can win. Team Spirit are certainly going to be able to hit their timings, and now it just comes down to execution for them. Liquid, they have this crazy late game timing.
2K 차이밖에 안 나요.
Plays they can do around these
그래서
dispels if you work it.
나가가
And their initiation with the song. Last game, I think that song was waiting there to be a counter initiation tool. This game, you can use it aggressively to set up a Wukong.
네, 가서 라쏘 첫 대검니다. 이렇게 되면 인세니아 일단 잡아야 되나요? 리케 오다가 아닌 것 같다.
Playing with the
맞습니다.
Moonlight Shadow, they're going to push forward in a 4 versus 5. The Mind's going to get the heads up though.
They're looking for a clump, maybe Yatoro. Yatoro does not have BKB, so
에이토스 미사일 일단 닫고요.
Got the Rod of Atos with the arrow.
문제는
Now
잡을
there's
수
a hero
있나요?
there. They just can't see him right now. And they
잡을 수
would
없었고요.
much rather play
야토로
around their
올라와요.
vision,
크로노
especially
있거든요.
when Yatoro's coming in with the Chronosphere.
He's looking so aggressively right now.
오, 크로노 쓸까 말까 고민했어요 지금 우찌우찌.
Idea that Mickey was there, and he was correct about that.
고민했죠 지금. 이거를 박아볼까 말까.
If he had done that, that would have been one of the most fearless things I've ever seen in a finals.
That
Just
would have
like
been
blind,
crazy Chrono.
just like I bet he's here.
그리고 니샤 그냥 TP아웃. 라쏘는 아직 안 돌아왔습니다.
As Naga continue to push in these waves, pushing towards the heart for Zai. This Orchid has not been what he was looking for, I think, so far. I mean, we're looking at the net worth between the Void and the Monkey. The thing that struck me about that is the amount that Yatoro has gotten off lane creeps compared to Mickey this game. That tells me that he's been aggressively shoving these side lanes in, and the pickoff has not been there for Liquid. And whenever you get that done as a Faceless Void, you feel really good. Because this hero, it's almost like a Phantom Assassin. Like, you want to be farming some waves for, you know, first 15, 17 minutes, whatever it is, until you get, you know, Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, whatever it is. Then you can move into the jungle and you feel way more efficient. So the fact Yatoro got that much off the lanes in a game where, in theory, Liquid could have punished him with 1 or 2 more kills, it just puts him in a really nice position here. And they gave him the priority from Spirit. He was gobbling up both side lanes here as Laurel, he kind of took a more sacrificial role on this bat and found farm where he cut off the camps. So his net worth's a little lower, but he's got what he needs right now, which is bots, BKB, Blink. You have your initiation tool online, you're splitting the map right now, and it'll be a
일어나
slow
살짝
top
보여요.
from Liquid as they look for the TPN. It's Collapse, tankiest target in the game.
그리고 이거 근데 끊어내고요. 일단은 잡아냈습니다. 근데 복시가 그 대신 죽긴 할 것 같아요. 라쏘 빠졌죠? 이거는 조금 큰데요. 팀버랑 미라나랑 교환인데 이쪽은 라쏘를 뺐고 저쪽은 별거 안 뺐어요.
Maybe it's a little bit of a different story. That is a nice gank into a tower for Liquid as they will match.
게다가 2차 교환까지.
Perfectly even game.
맵이 넓어졌을 때 이득을 보는 건 리퀴드입니다. 나가가 있기 때문에.
Differential and a 1,000 gold differential. Balance in all things.
Just what you want to see in a grand finals.
Especially a game 2 where Team Spirit bounced back.
I could use a few more kills, but that's just.
에이토스 이게 본인 들어가네. 네, 본인 들어갔습니다. 그리고 스턴 마무리. 들어가네. 일단 묶었습니다. 미라 물렸어요. 미라 네티피아 미사일 더 들어갔고요. 마무리까지 서포 둘 가져가네요. 네, 데미지 따끔따끔하죠. 자, 이제 하트 나왔어요. 이제는 캐리로 보는 게 맞아요. 진짜로. 몽키도 오프로 갔을 때나 키로 갔을 때나 크게 빌드가 달라지진 않아서 그냥 그러려니 하면 되는 정도인 것 같고.
That's gonna be difficult to be as Manta and the BKB.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
Less valuable as well. They just haven't been able to find him. And he's setting up.
He caught him big time. He baited out that creep
그래서
wave. Moonlight Shadow.
근데 라쏘까지. 근데 안 보여요. 안 보여요. 불길 켜고 야토로 일단 불피 회복은 했습니다. 아니 뭐 그 뺏어가고요. 라일 링크. TP 아직 남아있거든요. 시간 밀어내고요. 살짝 보였나요? 안 보였어요? 보였어요. 게다가 팀버 와있어요. 봤죠 이제? 이게 페보가 한 방에 안 죽으면서 페보 죽었으면은 게임 터질 뻔했죠 아예. 오 크로노 방금 보여줘요. 깜짝 놀랐네 갑자기 크로노가 나가지고. 오기는 왔는데 네 녹여냈어요. 라스 아직 없죠. 근데 몽키도 마찬가지. 불킹도 링도 없습니다. 들어와가지고 미라가 폭탄 던져놓고 있어요. 마무리. 그나마 마인 지원해서 미키 아직 살아있지. 쿠키 받고 타임 딜레이션으로 죽을 수도 있겠는데요. 타임 딜레이션 끝내 잡혔습니다. 그리고 봅시 에이 모르겠다. 라스도 그냥 박아넣으면 스피릿 다시 한번 이득 챙기네요. 나가 샤드가 캐리로 생각하면 필요 없는데 고민되겠죠.
If Team Spirit can convert on the objective, I don't know if they have enough damage and enough time. It's going to be really close. They're going to BKB out of Laurel. Should be fine here.
That could help them contest that Roshan. Ensnare is eventually going to hit after the BKB wears out, and they're still going to gun for it here. Gunning quite literally is the scatter blast.
날 살아 있습니다. 플랩스 들어가는데 일단은 체인 서로 교환했죠. 거꾸로 근데 이거 이제 조금 더 길게 보려고 했던 것 같은데 끝끝내 착하네.
And I like the early flamethrower pickup for collapse. It really helps you commit on these supports and just solo kill them in the back of the fight. If Team Liquid do not.
그래서 가고 있습니다, 로시. 이번 판 스피릿 분위기 괜찮아 보이죠? 후반에 조금 잃던 거 복구가 다 된 느낌입니다.
Second net worth in the game only behind Zai, but Zai has not had that game routing impact he did in game 1, and this game has slowed down. And finally, I think for the first time in the series, Team Spirit claim a net worth lead.
Yeah, it's finally there.
30 minutes into game 2, they will take it. Now I fully expect them to give it up, as of course they do not like playing from ahead. It's not a position they are comfortable with.
At the same time, they have kind of hit a window, right?
Oh, they're very strong right now. You just got that level 20 Talon on the Faceless Void as well, so the damage just skyrocketed for Yatoro. And of course, you have so much to throw in the Chrono on top of it. It doesn't need to be him. And you got a second bots on the Timbersaw. So you have this Chronosphere that's deadly on the map, and you have two other cores that can bots into anything Yatoro finds.
시리스로 끝끝내 골드 넘어갔습니다.
A decent threat of their own, which is going to help them.
약간 그거죠. 나가 망하는 게임의 전형. 와, 나가 여기서 나비검.
One or two more times on the mid-game monkey, you're going to lose a lot of lane pressure. And it's something that has been the bane of him on this hero for this tournament, right? He's looked great on it. The itemization's been on point. It's just a dangerous hero to play because you give up these pickoffs every now and then.
알겠어, 아직 가지고 있고요. 제일 앞에 있는 건 인센이야. 그냥 라스 걸까요? 라스 걸까 말까 하다가 맙니다. 이거 리퀴드 입장에서 나쁘지 않아요. 코끼 미사일 이거 죽겠는데요. 알겠어, 일단 빠집니다.
ever so barely it is.
충분히 빠질 수 있고요. 시간 에이스까지 쓰면서 니샤도 쏴멀리. 이거는 큰데요. 근데 지금 니샤 아니 자이 누구랑 있나요? 벨라랑 있습니다. 로터스 불킹은 아끼고 있어요. 라쏘 근데 아군이 이미 TP를 다 썼던 상황이다 보니까 크로노 그냥 박아 넣습니다. 잘 안 보이긴 하는데 나가 아직 반피 쏨 켜고요. 문제는 불킹 2개 벨실 때문에 벨실만 없었으면 솔직히 걸어서 나갈 정도의 이동 속도 차이인데 이 정도는 안 됐네요. 가지고 있습니다. 혹시 립이 있나요? 아직 안 보입니다. 히스 박아놓고 오 이렇게 되면은 리라 글리머 마무리 되나요? 마무리가 오 되긴 됐습니다. 인제니아의 타임 딜레이션으로 오케이 스케터 블라스. 근데 라 아직 살아있어요. 밑에 들어가지 못하죠 지금. 피시 5K 앞서갑니다. 분위기 좋아요 스피릿. 얼굴에 웃음이 나오네요. 결국은 나가가 캐리가 됐으니까 크로노를 나가한테 박는 것도 어리켜지지 않죠.
None of this matters if I just run up to you and bash you into oblivion.
그래서 일단은 서포트 하나. 오 잼은 크네요. 서포트는 별로 안 큰데.
Immediately nets them a ward kill as well for Zai. Hey, I want to talk to you about a concept here. Naga Siren, this is something that you occasionally bring up, is this concept of this hero, it gobbles up a ton of farm on the map. Yeah. And as an offlaner, he is the top net worth for Team Liquid. Impressive, yes, but it also means he's taking away a lot of farm for Team Liquid. You kind of see in that last fight. They use Chronosphere, they use BKBs,
그냥
but they killed
빠져나가고요.
Naga, which
블랩스는
means they had the advantage.
묶어보기에는 좋은 대상은 아니긴 합니다. 스나이퍼 실버 엣지 링켄 대거 실버 엣지.
If there wasn't this offlaner hero taking 50% of the farm on the map.
It does vacuum some net worth away from your cores.
네, 이거 뒤로 갈수록
It's something you have to play for. You have to get deep and start cutting waves. I mean, 400 last hits, right?
글쎄요.
Nisha's at the bottom. He's suffering in the net worth.
팀버 25레벨 뜻 빼면은 와씨 진짜 온갖 곳을 다 돌아다니며.
This is a game where Naga doesn't just 1v5 it late. You're gonna need at least 1.5 out of those two other cores to come online at some point.
팀버 25레벨 스파이크 빼면은 그리고 리프레셔 빼면은 히릿이 더 강해지기는 어렵거든요. 근데 리퀴드는 스냅파이어도 그렇고 계속 스케일링이 돼요. 이 스피릿이 강한 스턴이 한 방이 없다 보니까 크로노가 있다고는 해도 회보가 물리거나 했을 때에 대한 대책이 좀 애매하죠. 옥시를 본 것 같아요. 옥시 보였어요. 타임 딜레이션. 옥시 최대한 시간 끌고 지뢰 하나 지우고 죽습니다. 리퀴드 계속해서 그냥 서포트 주는 거예요. 나가 뒤쪽에 있으니까 포탈 그트 2개 일부러 있었던 거고.
If they had that gem right now, you'd be dewarding all this as well. You'd feel really good. We'll still find it. As he has a bunch of sentries. Definitely not sad about this one. The other thing about this Axe on the Faceless Void, it almost guarantees song cancels, right? Sure. Potentially on multiple heroes without the BKB. Like, you might just be able to leap into the song and get the bash off the Time War.
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea. Like, if they try and song TP out, yeah, that is cool.
This item's very interesting.
미라.
It's not one we usually see it picked up this early.
오, 국회 안 닿았어요. 그리고 바로 트브 TP.
BKB here.
불킹 없이는 못 나갈 것 같은데 불킹 있어도 이렇게 오면 안 돼요. 야트로 크로노 박아놓고요. 크로노 훔쳤어요 루비. 이거 굉장히 큰데요.
Early Hex pickup from him, just going in, creating a front line and lockdown potential. make the fight.
다음 한타에서 결정 날 것 같아요. 나가가 죽으면은 스피릿이 이길 테고 루빅이 크로노를 쓴다든지 해가지고 뒤집어 본다면 또 모르고. 루빅 대거도 있거든요. 렌즈도 있고 크로노 쓰는데 어려움이 없습니다. 아마 높은 확률로 햄버나 벨라를 묶어놓는 용도로 쓰지 않을까 싶네요. 링을 깔면서 묶어놓고 아예 그냥 이니시용으로 쓰겠죠. 먼저 들어가서.
Insanely powerful talent this game. He just gobbles up the wisdom rune. No hesitation here as Yatoro knows this game is his to claim with that backtrack talent. 9 and 2, 400 last hits here.
그래서 36분인데 25레벨. 이번 게임 정말 치열했습니다.
We've got Scotty complete and a Basher. So we've got Scotty for the Naga Siren and the Basher for the Monkey King. So you were talking about some of the control problems for Team Liquid. They get two different items that can help with that concept.
미라나 로터스.
Size damage starting to ramp up. You can get this Naga into the Bloodthorn especially. It's really going to shine here. If you manage to catch that Faceless Void with a stun.
그래도 이번엔 드래곤 스케일 없거든요. 3차가 회복이 안 되니 깎이기는 깎입니다만은
4.6k building damage on Zai. He really is trying to do
그러면
so
스피릿 일단은
much
나각
work
게임에
in this game.
운영 당하고는 있어요.
Liquid set him up to take the most amount of farm, and he's doing what he can with that farm, taking buildings, tier 2s, getting pickoffs, almost getting a tier 3 even.
결국은 크로노에 달려 있는데 페보가 잘 큰 김에 결국은 크로노 막아놓고 페보가 다 잡을 수준은 어차피 될 수 없고.
They also have that telekinesis save. It's something to think about here when you go in with the lassos and these hexes. You're trying to find a core. If you can throw them back quickly from Insania, might just reset the fight for your monkey or your Naga, force a better clump out of Team Spirit, and then you can just song them into a Wukong. I wonder if that's something Liquid are even thinking about. Like, do they even feel good if they get a massive song Wukong here? Is that a fight you're winning?
Yeah, that's going to be hard. But, I mean, I think in some ways anything to stop the initiation first from Spirit. Because now they have Aghanim Scepter on the Bat Rider. So you combine, if they get the jump on Chronosphere,
번째 로션입니다.
right? Okay, Chronosphere on
아케이드 차이.
then Laurel jumps to the back line.
엉킹킹바도 있어요.
two-man lasso and pulls them in as well.
근데 자이가 이게 미드 2차도 없다 보니까 포티 써야 되죠.
I think they're going to probably
둘은 보내가지고 3차 부수고 둘은 미드 밀면서 3차 부수고.
Liquid definitely not. As Roshan evaporates here to this
일단 3차 파괴가 됩니다.
for this, you'll be rewarded with a second life.
원자이길스도 야토에게. 레인지 배러 근데 높고 있거든요. 그리고 집에 가지 말라고 이렇게 히스 마무리 되고요. 크로노 뒤쪽에다가 집에 가지마. 오, 송 와우. 크로노 서로 해가지고 완벽합니다.
No time for the BKBs. Let's see if they can get the stuns off though.
조금 애매해지. 오, 랄, 오, 녹을 뻔했어요. 치즈 일단 먹어서 한번 버팁니다. 그리고 에이토스 지금 야토로 불킹 있긴 있거든요. 타임어프, 타임 딜레이션. 콜랩스 드디어 도착은 했는데 일단 묶이고 이거 한 번에 녹나요? 미사일 맞았어요. 그대로 사망. 게다가 벨라이더 이번에 불킹 없는데 다시 들어왔다가 라서 못 걸고 죽었죠. 잊지도 않았지만 아이스 빠집니다. 이거 리라 서로 잼 하나씩 죽고요. 그리고 자이가 바이백해서 왔습니다. 콜랩스가 바이백해서 와가지고 몽키 잡아냈네요. 서로 바이백 하나씩. 근데 복시까지. 이거 근데 자이 어떻게 될까요? 자이가 죽으면 좀 큰일이거든요. 야토로 자이. 오, 근데 아가님 다시 들어와라 한 건데 일부러. 아우, 마무리됩니다. 자이 사망.
Team Liquid. More than that, they get 6 kills out of it.
It cost them an expensive buyback on collapse. It cost them the cheese.
4대 6교환입니다만 코어 바이백이랑 서포트 바이백이라 아이기스도 결국 빠졌으니까 조금 신경 쓰이겠죠 이젠.
And a dieback on the Rubik, so all things considered, they are still happy with that exchange. But it probably cost them more than they wanted to give up at that time. Liquid finding a pretty big opening there. That Chrono song really hurt Yatoro. He had his BKB in his backpack because the man's just too damn wealthy here and wanted the Aegis.
I mean, Yatoro, he said, let's do it, let's run it back. let's play the Faceless Void against the Naga Siren. Because I don't need the Chronosphere with the build-up I'm going to go for. I'm going to go an Aghanim Scepter, and boy, did it pay off in that last
And he
team.
just ate it. So he's going to free up that slot for the BKB now. We'll take an arrow. To the
Arrow.
face here.
If only anybody was alive from Team Liquid.
And that level 25 for the Timber, double Chakram coming out. Even more damage to just pump into these Chronos as Collapse is pretty happy with how this game
How
is
much
going.
is he going to get out of this? Team Liquid are still not having the Naga Siren for a significant window.
And Chrono's back up. So you're pretty happy to take a fight on your terms if you're Team Spirit, as long as the Timber Saw doesn't go down first. It's just, what are those terms? I mean, you're pushing towards a Satanic for Yatoro. He is absolutely
14K 차입니다 이제.
Moonlight Shadow, Shadow Blade, so many options here for Liquid to find the pickoff on the way out. But going for Collapse.
근데 결국은 핵 어이구 폭탄 위치 발각됐죠.
cannot kill him. You need more. You need the monkey.
X가 있어야 녹여볼 만한 거거든요. 페보만 녹이면은 그래 페보만 녹이면은 또 어느 정도 감당이 가능하기는 해요. 그게 좀 어려워서 그렇지.
Jumping around with these time locks on top of time dilations, it's gonna win you the long fight. You can't TP out of it. You can't run away. They're just so debilitating. The chase down potential for Spirit is immense. You have to be able to stand your ground, especially in the Wukong. These two big ults, the Monkey Ring and the Chronosphere, decide a lot in the fight.
25레벨 콜랩스 스파이크 한번 왔습니다. 이거 한번 봐야겠죠. 이게 게임을 박살낼 정도일지 아니면은 한 번 더 한다 할지. 맥크도 조금만 더 버티면 25레벨 나오기는 해요. 나가가 먹은 거에 비해서 레벨이 좀 모자르죠. 나가 특징입니다. 본체가 가서 먹지를 않다 보니까 본에 비해서 레벨 상태가 좋지 못해요. 어쨌든 레인지 배럭 하나 일단 챙겨갑니다. 피니시 증명하고 있어요. 우리는 틀리지 않았다. 진짜로 틀리지 않았던 것 같습니다. 오 근데 여기서 라쏘 바로 박아가 넣고요. 오 근데 타임워크 훔쳐가지고 와우 이게 인생이야 살아갑니다. 왜 일하나고. 콜랩스 TP 아웃했고요. 콜랩스 잡으려고 미라네공 쓴 건데 느끼고 빠졌죠.
It's also time for Collapse's buyback to come back up. You're going into this next Roshan. It'll be there for that fight. You're going to look at a very similar scenario, and it probably will be another dire side nighttime Roche. So if you're Team Spirit, you're kind of okay just waiting for that next objective here, playing as a tight ball, not giving up any free core on the map, and committing buybacks for that next Roshan. It's going to be a refresher shard.
아마타입니다.
Dream for the Faceless Void here.
X 누구 물리느냐에 따라 달라요. 라서도 한 10초 남았고요.
It could just turn into a battle of the initiation.
네, 돌아왔네요.
I think it is.
Liquid, you may need to
서로
get this
한
on
방에 터질 수
initiation
있는
and try
상황.
and blow up the Faceless Void first. Otherwise, double Chronospheres are probably too much for you to handle.
자이도 잘 느끼고 빠졌고요.
They're still missing the level 25 talent on the Snapfire, but they have it for the Monkey King. This is a smoke that Zai is not in, however.
일단 스냅 24레벨. 아직 멀었죠 25까지는.
Way too much net worth on this hero.
한 49불론까지 먹여줘야. 근데 그 전에 25렙 찍기는 찍을 것 같습니다. 파밍을 좀 더 하면.
Gearing up for this next Roshan. Likely gonna plant their vision up here.
벨라 여기서 옥탈인으로.
He just gets to run through and scout everything out. Make sure there is no vision for Liquid on this side of the map. It'll turn nighttime in 30 seconds, and that Roshan will spawn. I mean, it's coming. It's gonna be a while, but it is eventually coming here.
The Mines have given Team Spirit, I mean, they kind of already know it playing top lane, but they do know exactly where Team Liquid has been recently with the remote mines.
공선들 서로 꼬이고 있죠. 지금 내려옵니다. 랄 다시 한번 들어가서 라스. 오 근데 은신을 쓰긴 했는데 크로는 정말 잘 박아넣고요. 이렇게 되면 니샤 먼저 놓고 인세니아까지. 바이백 없습니다. 3대5예요 한동안. 물론 나가가 잘라먹긴 하는데 여기서 콜랩스 이거 바이백 없는데요? 다이백입니다. 125초.
before, but
근데 이렇게
without
되면은
Wukong's
링이
command.
없어서 물론 크로노도 없지만은
building damage between the monkey and the Naga here. I think you have to come
서로
back here.
빌딩 교환을 하나요?
That double kill that looks so good suddenly
빠르진
does not feel great
않거든요.
as you're trading out here. Yatoro will definitely be faster. Laurel shows it's going to force them back, and Liquid are going to go for the catch on the faceless void.
전 미사일 그냥 뒤쪽으로.
Trying for the fast pick off on Miposhka.
근데 오우야 감당이 안 됩니다.
What kind of bashers that?
좀 깔아 넣고요.
Man mortal? I don't understand. He has no BKB. Arrow coming up.
Hit the arrow. It's gonna come out.
맞았고요. 완벽하게 녹여냈어요. 와 이러면 진짜 또 몰라요. 일단 리퍼시가 와우 근데 서포시인데 불킹. 미라도 불킹. 오 어비설 그나마 박아 넣었습니다.
So one support sneaks away. But losing a second
스킬이 특징이죠. 100kg도 불킹 가는 거. 안 세트 밀리기는 했지만 해보 잡은 거는 괜찮긴 합니다. 당장 머릿수 차이가 나니까 바이브를 강제할 수 있거든요.
I mean, the second lane, like you said, it sucks, but you do have the Naga Siren who can deal with it. And no BKB on Yatoro means you can just song arrow him out here. And this one stun, there's no save for.
와 진짜 이거
Then being able to blow
만타도 못 썼어.
off of the song because that song setup is even more deadly, right? We talked about the song into the Wukong's command. Now it's song into Wukong's command and Aghanim Scepter statues.
올라가고 있습니다. 두 번째 3차. 로션 나왔거든요. 지금 이세니아가 체크했어요. 들어갑니다 아직. 근데 스냅이 방금 딱히 전투를 하진 않아서 가지고 레벨에 찍히진 않았거든요. 여기서 라스오 그나마 1인 라스거든요. 아가님 9시 이렇게 불킹 TP 아웃 했고요. 자이가 근데 어떻게 될지. 자이도 실버였지. 그래서 세 번째 로션 현재 리프레셔 들고 있습니다.
Do they have the buybacks to expend on the dire side? Roche, 2 minutes left for it. They have two of their big cores. Collapse still does not have his as he has just been buying out this entire game. Yeah, looking for a late game Aghanim Scepter. Is there a dispel for it? Not really.
어쨌든 스피릿 바이백 안 쓰고 버텨냈죠.
Pretty big factor in these late fights. It's not an item you expect to come out near the end of the game. It's usually a tempo item.
그럭저럭 긴장감 있는 게임입니다.
Aggressive style of initiation. Yeah, that could be very
와서 챙겨두고요.
I like this Ag's idea from Collapse. I think allowing him to go in first and not just get bursted off some ensnare arrow is going to feel really good for Spirit. Prolong the fights, make him a threat. Because so far, honestly, the team fights have not been going great for the Timbersaw here. He's just getting trapped in the Wukongs.
그냥 다 잘라 먹죠.
First, as Team Spirit are going to claim Roche control in terms of the area. Again, if you can get your monkeys set
계속
up
방어는 하는데
statues in a Wukong, it's the type of fight that Liquid are probably looking for.
Yeah, Team Liquid's not particularly
조금
close to
늦은 것 같아요. 로션 지금 준비하고 있습니다. 스피릿님이 계속 압박 넣으면서 팀버를 불러오기는 해요. 지금 트브들이 있거든요. 미라 더스트 발라두고요. 로션 티 3-4천 정도 미사일로 확인됐어요. 들어가서 미케 일단 링 깔긴 했습니다. 스턴 근데 애매해요. 야토로 오 어비설 오 잡혔어요. 야토로 바로 씁니다. 근데 미케 지금 위치가 안 좋거든요. 라스도 잡혀 죽었고요. 바로 아예 아직 크로노 있고 링은 없고요. 크로노 정말 잘 들어갔습니다. 일단 로션 마무리하고 아이스 야토로에게. 근데 리샤까지 마무리가 되죠. 크로노 훔쳐가지고 잘 잡기는 했는데 이 이상 가능한가요? 바이 물렸습니다. 엑스 인센이야 스턴 훔쳐가지고 잘 들어가긴 했는데 미케 계속 싸우죠. 오 이거 데미지 리샤 거의 다 잡았는데 콜랩스 일단 잡아냈고요. 그래서 또 바이백 야토로가 문제입니다. 야토로 잡으면 끝이에요. 서로 몽키 다이백. 하지만 여기서 야토로가 리프레셔 샷을 사용하면서 마무리합니다. 게임 끝. 스피릿이 게임 2 가져가네요. 와 이거 다 주웠네 그새.
toggle here from Yatoros. He just brings everything out of the Roche pit in the first life. The second life.
양날검 3에서
That refresher shot getting him a second chrono.
끝내러 갑니다. 양날검 보이면 바로 지지치겠죠 리퀴드가.
Damage here.
1대1로 가네요.
Damage done from the Faceless Void, but damn, did Mickey almost turn that fight with a boundless strike into the Shredder multi-shot. Yeah, you had some crits.
한번 녹이는 건 좋았는데 이게 링 위치가 러시핏 안까지 닿지를 않아가지고 멍키가 링이랑 로찬이랑 고민을 하다가 애매해졌어요. 네, GG.
Right there. That is going to make this series a BO3 as Team Spirit say the first time didn't work out, but the second.
페이시 게임 2 가져갑니다.
Nobody defeats Yatoro Faceless Void first phase twice in a row.
링 위치가 아쉬웠던 것 같다. 링이 좀 더 넓게 로시핏으로 깔렸으면 걸어 들어가서 치면 됐거든요. 회복 오기 전에 마무리할 수 있었던 건데. 애매해졌어 거리.
Everything that Team Spirit can throw into it, that is a handshake between two gentlemen who have been here before and know how to get the job done.
That's right.
Good
Team
job,
Spirit.
Collapse. Good job, Aposhka. See you on the other side. Yes.
They keep the faith in their team, they keep the faith in their draft, and they keep the faith into Yatoro's Faceless Void. One hell of a game, and it also means that Team Liquid, the onus is on them. They got the game one mostly off of a draft win, right? They need to be able to, that now that draft is kind of spoiled.
게임 3를 기다려봐야겠다.
Are they going to give up that Faceless Void?
우리는 빨라도 새벽 4시는 넘어야 끝날 걸로 보입니다.
Cap and SVG, yes, Team Liquid and Team Spirit now tied 1-1 after Team Spirit closed this game out with fantastic fight in there in the Roche pit. But this was a very back and forth game where Team Liquid had the upper hand at the very start, but Spirit eventually was able to come online, and we talked about this, Saberlight. Gotta get that gamer pose, by the way. But we talked about this, they stuck to their guns in the draft, they went for the exact same opener, but this time they had the answer.
Yeah, it actually worked out really well for them this game. These last few fights were absolutely insane. It was a joy to watch. I think for Liquid, their draft is more like early game oriented. So when I saw that, you know, the game is going late, like after 30 minutes, it kind of switches to Team Spirit because they have Lasso to initiate fight, they have big chrono. You know,
저는 다음 경기를 기다리면서 뽕좀 싸고 오겠습니다. 즐겁게 보고 계십시오. 하이라이트.
I feel like kind of cost them the game.
And I think this last big Bat Rider played out so nicely for them because it felt like Liquid had done everything they needed to do in the early game, and Team Spirit were in a losing position. But because they had this Bat Rider, who did very well mid, by the way, he actually managed to solo kill Misha once at the start. He did die for it, but it allowed them some space in the game, and they were able to get lasso pickoffs early on. They were able to use this Bat Rider in conjunction with some of their other heroes to get a few kills on the Monkey King, and it just gave them a way into the game where it looked nigh impossible at times. Man, this team has so much heart.
Yeah, when it comes to drafting for scaling, Team Spirit, they're scary. Like you mentioned, the Bat Rider gives them this like ability to come back in the game, and also like I have to give some props, maybe some balls to this collapsed Timbersaw pick, like straight into the Monkey King. That's usually like Monkey King picked as a response to Timber, but he says, I don't care about my lane. Naga created way too many map problems, like split pushing problems in game one, and the Timbersaw may not be hyper focused on this early game, but once they get those few kills with the Bat Rider, that opens up the map a little bit. Suddenly you have a hero that can trade control of the lanes and map area with the Naga, and made Naga not so much of a problem, so Yatoro got to play his game.
Yeah, we definitely saw Zai trying really hard to get his Naga illusions to take those racks on the sides, but every time Collapse Lab, nope, took some of the illusions out, and therefore I think it was only one range rack taken at the very end there for Team Liquid. And of course, Team Spirit by that time had already taken 2 lanes racks for themselves. Now, I will say that there were a lot of moments in this game where we're like, ooh, Team Spirit win this. This is our STC play analysis, because we got to talk about that. And I also must admit that because we said that at least 5 times, I'm not entirely sure it turned out to be our STC play analysis. Let's take a look at the one that turned out to be the deciding play here at the end. Now, it is, okay, it is one of those Roche fights here, Saberlight, because it was this one, actually, we thought Team Liquid still had a shot here because they were sort of winning this fight up until a certain point.
True. Yeah, I mean, it is looking kind of good for Liquid. There's no chrono, but Yatoro still has ages. I actually don't remember if they won this fight, to be completely honest.
Well, Team Spirit end up winning this fight, but not before at least losing the ages and then having a fantastic chronosphere coming out from Rubik as well. And it was very backward because look, there's 3 people dead on the side of Team Spirit. 4 now. How, Mira, how Effie, how can they still come back and win this fight?
Dude, I just want to say that Yatoro on the Faceless Void is the best Faceless Void player in the world. The Aghanim's pickup in this game was so beautiful. Like, he did everything that he could do to win this game. And when it looked like it was over, they had used so many spells to kill the Timbersaw, who at the start of the fight, by the way, was defending their base. So this fight started 5v4. When he made his way back, he baited a lot of spells. Then Yatoro was able to just clean up because of the strength of this Ags. He was able to jump in, Mjolnir himself, do so much damage. And they stopped the Naga TV here with the Aghanims by Void. So well played, well itemized, just hats off to you, Yatoro. That was beautiful.
Yeah, one thing I think he's probably one of the best carry players in the entire world on when it comes to itemization is how long are team fights going to take to win. And usually Voids, they itemize heavily for the Chronosphere, but against the Naga, you saw the Sleep came out and almost nullified the Chronosphere entirely, so he has this Manta with the Ags, like, he's planning on time walking, what, like 10, 15 times in the middle of this fight, and he knows that he can't all in the first 5-10 seconds, so it just makes so much sense with his itemization. This guy's vision of, like, team fights and exactly what their win con is such an integral part of this team's success, and yeah, it's just a marvel to watch, really.
Maybe that was the idea when they drafted Void again, and they knew that Naga is coming again. He just said, okay, I'll just bite the axe, and the axe is actually insanely good against Naga because you just stun all of the illusions when you jump in, so it's really good against Naga.
Yeah, when we're talking about very Team Spirit specific things, the struggle of this game was no stranger for them, Effie.
No, not at all. Thank you for that, Cheever. The reason why we're laughing is because in the green room, I'm always waxing poetic about how Team Spirit embody the human condition. And it sounds funny, but this team has so much grit, and every time you tune into them, they're losing the early game. They have a net worth deficit. Their entry point back into the game is so much more difficult than teams like Liquid, who just lead from the very start. And in the face of struggle, in the face of these difficult circumstances, they find a way back. They persevere, and that's just so great to watch. It's inspiring, it's fun, it gives you great Dota.
It's Dota in its purest form, really, right? Like, this is what we all dream of, is like, you know, 5 people playing it out to the very end, coming up with some creative problem-solving way to make it work, so.
The comeback definitely here strong for Team Spirit, and we heard a commentator say it, and it's absolutely true. The onus is now on Team Liquid, because this was the same draft twice in a row, and that's risky, Brian, to do that regardless. But they might not be able to do that again, or probably can't do that again. Before we find out if they should do it again for my panelists, though, let's find out what Jenkins has been up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. There's a lot of pressure here in the crowd. There's a lot of Spirit fans. There's a lot of Liquid fans. And I want to try to dial the pressure down a little bit, so we're going to play some fun games. We got a professional analyst here today. Who are you, sir?
I'm Kezu, very famous player, thank you.
Very famous player, very famous analyst, and of the Suns fan Kezu duo, of course. And he's going to guess, we're going to play Dota charades, he's going to guess the heroes of our wonderful guests here that you'll see in a second here. Okay, so we're going to do our, I'll give you an example. All right, you hold this.
Okay. Ooh, it's Bad Rider Lasso, baby.
It's Pudge, you idiot. All right, you don't get to talk, all right? The microphone's not in your hand. All right, you go first. Go with your hero.
Enchantress, Impetus.
Nice, that was relevant. That was relevant, good job. All right, thank you, appreciate it. You get a prize now. The prize is a handshake. All right, you're up next.
One more time. I currently have no idea what that is.
Can I guess?
Go ahead.
It's my game, so I can make up the rules. That's Templar Assassin. Okay. Do it again. One more time.
Okay, what's the hint?
It's ulti for the hero.
I don't know. It just tells what the hero is. What's the hero?
Keeper.
Keeper of the Light?
Keeper of the Light? The root.
Lone Druid. All right, Lone Druid, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you get a handshake, even though we didn't guess it. You're up next. Yeah, shut up. You're up. Let's see what you got. Oh, who is that?
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut, very nice. You get the handshake. Well done. You're up. Okay. Let's see it.
Templar Assassin?
I know this one.
Team Secret. Silencer. Silencer.
Team Secret. That would have been a good one. All right, handshake. Well done. You're up. Yeah, go ahead.
Someone with a whip. So
I think I know that one.
Grimstroke? Crystal Maiden! Whoa,
Crystal Maiden, you're so good, dude. You're so good. All right, you get the handshake. Of course, spreading the germs. Come here. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
What?
Is it the Fire Alchemist from Full Metal Alchemist?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's Full Metal Alchemist.
Anywhere in the map.
Sunstrike.
Sunstrike. It was actually the fire guy. That was very good. Good guess. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Dota Charades. You won. You get the very special prize of you get to do 2 push-ups.
Whoa! Oh, yeah.
Woo! Don't make that noise. And back to you at the panel.
What a Sigma male.
Oh, I love that.
Also
Also,
was.
it definitely was Treant Protector, by the way, with the overgrowth there. The one that
땅 맞춤
both Jezu
좋게
and Jenkins were a little bit confused about.
오네요.
But we're not,
입장하고
obviously.
있습니다.
And I don't
Game 3.
think that Team Spirit is confused about what's going to happen
스튜디오.
next. Or at least, should they be? Because so far Team Liquid has done 2 times the exact same thing. But a third time, Brian.
Usually Liquid doesn't do that. Like I have their series against Talon in the upper bracket, and then they also did it in their series. In their series before that one, where they started the first draft, won, second game, come back, the other team beats it, and then in the third game, Liquid completely swaps it up. So I'd imagine that's what we're going to be seeing today.
Completely swap
totally.
it
up. Why do you put it on me?
Yeah, so what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of like picking the same draft twice in a row is that like if it actually works out, now you put the pressure on the enemy because now do you want to play the third time because we're ready to pick it. So, but I actually agree that I think Liquid came prepared with a bunch of strats. So this one didn't work out. So I'm sure they have something else in reserve.
한 번 지고 한 번 이겼는데 한 번 더 할 거냐고. 근데 이게 패보를 밴할 수는 없고.
So I don't think it should be coming as a surprise that they're gonna bust out something different.
Yeah, I think
다른 걸
that's actually what
찾아봐야겠죠.
contributed to their incredible run this tournament is that during the group stages, they had one of the largest, if not the largest, hero pool of all the players. They were trying so many different things, and that's why when they were up against Gaming Gladiators, their rivals, they were able to just bring them down because they had racked up the experience. They had experimented a lot with a lot of new things, found things that worked for them, and we're definitely going to see something new in this Game 3.
Definitely see something new. So then we got to talk about if there's anything out of these last 2 games that they should ban out instead, because I'm thinking Beastmaster and Darcy are probably just
근데 왜 카운트다운을 10이 아니라 15초부터 할까?
We might be keeping the same.
그래서
게임
쓰리입니다.
Coming out here, maybe not going for the Naga Siren, but it's moments away here. Just a couple of seconds before the draft of game number 3 here is on your screens. And I know Cap and SVG said, oh, but now it's a best of 3. No. It's not. It's game 3 of a best of 5. We have to take all the lessons that the teams have learned into consideration. So it's just game 3 of a best of 5, people. And
second pick this time.
Yeah, second pick for Team Liquid. And they do change it up because they don't want to have Snapfire and they don't want to give Snapfire, so they ban that. And we got Undying still banned. Let's see if Team Spirit go out for the Medusa there. But it does mean that we got extra offlaners in the pool because Darkseer and Beastmaster still in the pool, and Team Liquid obviously banned out both those in the previous phase.
Yeah, if Beastmaster is left in this pool for Team Spirit, I wouldn't be surprised if they just opened with Lion plus Beastmaster the way that they usually do, so we will have to wait and see. But I really like what Beastmaster gives this team in terms of how they play around Collapse and what kind of pressure
그래서
he can bring
언다잉
to
밴,
teams. It
스냅
relieves a lot of the
밴,
burden off
메두사
of
밴,
Ro.
디마밴까지 하면 거의
I
비슷해요.
also wanted to commend him on like in the previous
일단 스냅을 리퀴드가 밴을 했죠. 이게 미라랑 미보시가 둘 다 쓰다 보니까
So there is actually
스냅이 좀 오락가락하는데
that he wants to play, and they also pre-picked the Monkey King for his Timber. And despite all of that, he still has a really good game and he still carries.
Yeah, does that mean that you just shouldn't ban out any of his heroes because he's gonna do well anyway?
So that's one approach. Either you go all in or you go the opposite of all in, zero in. Yes.
Probably Liquid are looking at this void now more than anything. Like, how do we solve this void? How do we make sure that Yatoro doesn't have a game like that again? And that's why they decided to alternate with the Snapfire.
Well, the thing is, since Enchantress is banned now and both Lycan and Beast are in the pool, if they do end up going for the Void, they need to worry about the Zoo heroes because Naga is a nice counter, but the Zoo is a completely different beast.
Yeah, I think the Enchantress with the Void is instrumental to covering that base, as most Void players, they hate playing against the low cooldown push, because Chronosphere, the best way to punish it is to be able to take as many objectives during its cooldown as possible.
그래서 열려있던 어둠 연자 1픽.
And also like out-tempos them in like the early to mid-game with taking tier 1 towers.
요즘 콜랩스가 잘 써먹는 픽이기는 해요. 어떤 적이 나오건.
I doubt we're going to be seeing Void.
이게 오히려 해보를 리퀴드가 뽑아먹는 것도 방법이긴 하거든요.
Pre-ban the Enchantress, which is what most teams default to when laning against Darkseer, something that can dispel the Iron Shell. The trade-off here is the IU and Lash.
Not only is this like a good heroes for Team Liquid, but I also think this Lash IO combo is really strong against Darkseer. You can put
전판처럼 K로 써도 되고 미드로 써도 되고.
It's a pretty hard lane for Darkseer to play.
어둠 현자가 1픽으로 나오다 보니까 어느 쪽으로 가나 래쉬락이 게임하기 쉽죠?
And wall is completely useless against carry Lash since you know your illusion is bad. The shell and vacuum is still solid.
아마 스피릿은 이렇게 되면은 미드용으로 혹은 캐리용으로도 해머밴을 해야 될 테고요. 데머도 환영을 만들어도 거의 의미가 없어요. 그래서 AA
They have to pick the AA now, otherwise they'll probably get
레인
banned.
지건 말건 어쨌든 힐은 못하게 하겠다. 이번에는 리퀴드 해보밴을 하겠죠. 확정으로 아이스 블라스트 맞을 수 없도록.
It's maybe not the best in this situation.
What makes you so scared?
Because you basically go all in like, okay, I'm gonna get the blast off on the IO and the Lash, and if you don't get that, then it's, you know, that's your goal for the hero. You stop the heal, you stop the regen, but you get one shot every like, well, the higher level every like 40 seconds or so.
I think it works for Spirit because they have been really keen on opening with their Ancient Apparition, and they've succeeded with it quite a bit. It also opens up some safe lane synergy with this AA. Like I've seen them draft carry Sven
이건 조금 더 봐야죠. 잔다며. 왜 안 자고 있어요?
Just an ice blast, but having this solution to the
자고 온 건가 오히려?
reduction of Ancient Apparition will simplify their draft, which is why they went for it so early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can get a lot of.
그래서 테머밴 했죠 역시. 해보밴, 테머밴. 이 뒤에부터는 어떤 밴일지 이것들은 예정된 밴이었는데.
Type 4 positions on the map, so even though these two
그래
heroes don't pair all that well
스피릿이
together,
4번 스브 떠먹기도 했고 플랩스랑도
I think
형성
Darkseer against
좋고
Lash, it's not the best in lane,
마르스
but at least you do rush a pipe, which makes the Bloodstone timing
서지로는 아레나를
for Lash a
빠져나갈 수
little bit less
없으니까.
potent. So if they can shut that timing down and then have a hero in the mid to late game that sets up that AA blast,
리퀴드는 뭘 치워야
I can see how
될까요?
Team Spirit thinks they are covering all their bases here.
All right, so you guys sold me. They have the better opening.
Boom.
Yes.
Who, Team Spirit?
Well,
No, yeah, Team
not hard
Spirit.
to sell you
I
on an
would
Ancient
know.
Apparition.
It's not. It's not. It's like, okay, great. Because normally the weakness is the laning stage. You guys say solve that because they pair with it heroes that work well. So then they have the better opening, no?
I mean, both are comfortable. I would say that IO Lush is more valuable just because the Ancient Apparition factor is... It can fluctuate throughout games, but Team Spirit are happy with what they got here.
I think overall, if you look at the draft 1 and 2, and now so far at this draft 3, the two teams just have different ideologies of how to play the game.
더워서?
I think Team Spirit they focus
어제
more
오늘
on the
너무
game
심하게
and
덥다.
like win condition, team fight stuff like that. So they pick A to
엠버밴
counter the Lash IO because in theory they will
환창인가요?
counter the Lash IO like
리퀴드?
20 minutes to
리퀴드
40
환창?
minutes. Whereas Team Liquid they pick heroes that are mainly oriented
스밴 스밴도 환영이 별로 쓸모있지는 않습니다.
like taking the map from the enemies. And when these two ideas clash, it usually what happens is that if the team with the faster timing actually executes, they will win. But if they mess up, then the team with the slow draft will win, which is what happened kind of game 2. And I mean, we'll see what heroes they pick, but I have a feeling it's going in the same direction.
With that in mind, though, would you like to see Team Liquid just have a little bit of a backup, having some extra team fight on their own?
Well, I mean, it will, I think, mainly depend on Blitz and how the team is feeling, because the two approaches to this is that either you can say, okay guys, let's just also play slower and we'll actually like outlate game them, or you can double down and be like, okay, you know, they're just picking slow, so we'll pick fast and we'll execute and we cannot lose.
Do you think there's a chance then, if they want to play fast, that the Insania Oracle comes out as a way to play against the AA and of course the Darkseer online? Could that be something that Liquid look at here, or are they kind of pigeonholing themselves into two defensive supports?
Yeah, probably not this game. I think having IO and Oracle supports together is kind of grief. But I think overall, as a counter to A, it's very good. But yeah, I think they need Boxy to play something that's going to make moves and going to make space on the map.
Yeah, they might even like deny pick the Lion, just because Team Spirit's been picking that so much, and Team Liquid has that coming out of the first
헤러블레이드 밴 마무리.
coming out of the second phase. Having the support be reliable.
나도 어지간하면은 소리 때문에 에어컨 끄고 자는데 오늘은 안 되겠어서 그냥 켜고 잤어. 안 버텨지더라.
The IO partner, like the IO Lesh running around the map, you have the carry farming one place, offlaner controlling another, and then if the support rotates to the carry or the
근데
offlaner,
조금
suddenly you have
애매하거든요. 래시랑 미드로 보나?
You at least want, like in the past we'd see Banes because
레키도 어차피 테머 밴 당한 김에 스나이퍼 마르스도 죽었고요 지금. 태보도 죽었고 엠보도 죽었고 태블도 없고 메두사도 메두사는 뭐 근데 넘어간다 치고. 스나이퍼 괜찮아 보여.
Maybe give too much away on this, but they obviously already know that there's gonna be a Darkseer to lane against. Oh, they still will go for the Tiny.
There we go. That's the Boxy hero. Actually, I mean, they could theoretically put it mid, but I would imagine just Boxy plays it.
That's setting up probably like Enigma or Visage off lane, right? Because that's like melee 4 with a range 3. They usually want a summons guy against AA. That's usually their approach to like AA silencer supports, ones that have absolutely no way to deal with the hero just running at them. But Enigma doesn't really run at you, so...
I think Enigma can work. Overall, like, both these lanes are really strong. Enigma Tiny and Visage Tiny. What I worry about is that I think Darkseer is very good against Visage. Because you can break through the whatever you call it, the
heroes.
Yes, and...
어딜까요, 포지션?
We'll see what the two heroes here are.
미드로 대거 달리는 것도 괜찮아 보이고 A에 있으니까.
I think
그리고 A에 있으니까 더더욱 더 4번으로 가가지고 AA가 레인에서 해주는 게 없으니까 그냥 너랑 나랑 같이 놀면서 포들끼리 알아서 하게 하자 이런 식으로 갈 수도 있거든요. 저는 윈드레이죠.
In that it provides you a hero that has a solid lane versus Lush if it does go mid, and later on as the game progresses, it's going to scale very well. And like Saber mentioned, Team Spirit do love to play for scaling and for the late game. In a way, it could also be an IO counter because of the shackle shot, but Windranger has felt very hit or miss in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This hero, when you see it's 15 and 13 in record, it's either solo carrying the game or it's doing the triple-double in Kiyotaka's case with the 10 kills, 10 deaths, and 10 assists. But one thing I like about this Tiny now that I'm looking at it is that
요즘 이제 윈런이 유니버설이라 에이토스 가면 충분히 튼튼하긴 해요. 버스크. 버스크는 좀 모르겠다. 타이니 키오타카랑 GPK가 간간히 쓰고 4번으로는 한 번 나왔나 두 번 나왔나 그 정도야. 그러니까 스브는 그래도 강제성이 있는데 후반을 가도 타이니는 레인에서 하는 것도 없는데 대거 없이는 활약이 좀 애매해서 그래서 잘 안 나왔었죠. AA가 안 나오는 이유랑 비슷한 이유로 안 나왔었는데 서폿으로는.
What comes to mind because they would need physical from that hero, right? Physical damage.
Yeah, they would need like some carry hero kind of mid.
I mean, the Ember Spirit is a traditional counter to her mid, but Ember has been taken out, so I don't know if they should overreact to this Windranger right now. It got picked up so early because we mentioned that this mid hero for Windranger needs to, or the mid hero for Spirit needs to come out because there's no counter picking on 23 anyway. And you might as well access a hero.
혈기도 역시 환영이 별로
Bloodseeker is a solution
효과 없는
in that
환영입니다.
Windranger is mobility based, and the Rupture counters her ability to win run in team fights, focus fire in team fights, etc.
It is a very good Bloodseeker game. It's mainly the only issue is like the A ulti because it's also another hero that relies on heal. But it is a good hero against Darkseer, and it's also the Rupture against Windranger is really nice. Plus they have the Rupture into toss combo, absolutely insane.
Yeah, the Rupture and Tusk combo may have sold me, because when I look at Bloodseeker, maybe I'm hyper-fixated as a carry player on like his late game matchups. I hate playing him into Tusk because he has a BKB piercing disable, which Bloodseeker out of a lot of carries heavily relies on his BKB. He also
선대가 미드
is heavily
타이니까
countered by Ancient Apparition, a sustained-based carry.
저거는
And
빼내니까
then also, like the physical, like single target burst from Tusk tag team and Wind Ranger is something that Bloodseeker really can't avoid. Maybe he'll go for like a mid-game halberd. It would be a solution to that.
진짜
but,
잘하는 애들이 조금 하는
by no
거지.
means is this is meant to enable Liquid's timing that you were talking about earlier, Saber, rather than be like the be-all end-all carry for them.
For our last picks, it looks like Team Liquid is looking for hero for Zai, unless there is some swap-roos happening, but I don't think at the moment we're looking at that. For Team Spirit, we're still looking for a hero for Yotoro, and therefore we have Team Spirit banning out Enigma first, and they are now thinking about their next ban. We obviously mentioned the Visage earlier, which is still in the pool. The Lycan is also still in the pool. Both of those heroes we mentioned before. We'll see if that's going to be something that they'll go for. For Team Liquid, it's so hard to ban out anything against Yotoro. The man plays everything.
Yeah, you just
리야드마스터 드디어 밴.
AA, I would imagine at this point. Jug seems fine because it's a really bad matchup for Bloodseeker. The healing ward, when somebody gets ruptured, it lets the Wind Ranger actually run away while ruptured, because the healing ward will top her back up. But
it's been taken out.
yeah, I'm saying like that ban is respect, but now it's like maybe you want to do like Monkey King ban or like some other stun that sets up the AA.
Yeah, I like Monkey ban as well. I'm also surprised they didn't ban the Visage. I think it is a good Beastmaster game, but
몽키 밴 라스트입니다. 태보 탭을 적어놓은 몽키 테머메두사 스탠 밴.
Such as like maybe they wanted the monkey.
슬라크 근데 레시락이
Well, we'll see what comes out here. This is a tricky pick just because you don't see the
아예 그냥
prospect offlane
흡혈 근데
the
흡혈마도
heroes that
혈기랑
traditionally
맞딜이 안
do
돼.
well against whichever offlaner comes out are taken out.
뭐가 있을까요?
But maybe Naga is still potentially
한영영웅을 하기에는 레슈락이 혈기라 그것도 안 되거든요.
I would love that.
I wouldn't mind the aggression of a CK either. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this
트롤.
test.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the troll came out, so I feel like that needs to be talked about a little bit more.
남은 게
but there's a
없기는
lot of
했는데
kill threat
트롤
in AA
나왔습니다.
plus troll lane, and troll traditionally, even though he doesn't have the best success rate in tournaments, there are very, very few heroes that he cannot lane against. This hero is a strong laner. So
I think it's
The Veno.
The Veno.
Veno, yeah.
It's kinda
Veno is
cringe.
very hard against Dark
Cringe.
too.
Yeah.
Because the illusion is gonna poison you. I think Visage is really good. Maybe some Razor if they feel very creative.
you can also search
비사지
away from
나왔습니다.
Veno. So
남은 게
this
비사지뿐이었죠.
Visage, you guys mentioned it a few times already. Lanes very well with the tiny. It'll give you a lot of lockdown and Roche pick.
심벌을 하기에는 A에 있으니까 너무 몰빵이야 힐링에. 안 그래도 미케까지 있으니까 신경 쓰이는데 트롤 아니 심벌까지 하면은 너무 신경 쓰여서.
Earlier that I wanted to touch up on it, but it's very rare that we see this hero being run as a position 4. But I think the attack team plus focus fire is a really interesting combination. When you're playing against the sustain of an IO, tag team plus focus fire is one of the things that can out DPS the sustain of IO. So, and it's also something that can jump on an IO in the backline. You can get a walrus kick too at a later point and maybe separate the tethered targets. So the idea with it is very cool. But I don't know how it's going to play out in an actual game.
Yeah, I feel like all the items they want to buy against Troll to kite him out, like halberds, force staves, and
봅시다.
like Yule scepters. I feel like Team Spirit is
트롤은
perfectly fine having Yatoro just be
진짜
like the
모르겠다.
guy that soaks up all the spells while Wind Ranger and Tusk are looking to pick and choose their targets, and Darkseer's got the
트롤
orders to
이번
back him up.
대회에서
I'm
있긴
really
있었나 봐요.
leaning towards, Team Spirit.
2승 1패라고 찍혀 있네요.
I like the creativity also.
So
리야드 기준 2승 1패.
This looks like a pretty free troll
아마
game, so
캐리밴
as long as
엄청
the
많은
bot lane
게임에서
goes
한두
fine
번
for Team
나왔나 봐요.
Spirit, I think they have a very good shot at taking this.
With that in mind, what needs to go really well? Like, who needs to pop off on Team Liquid in order for them to do it? Is it just Zai on his Visage?
Yeah, play on the tempo of the Visage. Try to win your lanes or not lose them, and then when that IO Lush timing hits, you just take over the map. That's how it's played.
Now we have had a mid matchup that has gone one way each with the Laurel versus Nisha situation, and Leshrek versus Wind Ranger. Going to be interesting to see how that's going to be played out as we head over, not to our commentary team, but first over to Silent, who is talking to Jenkins.
Hello again, Silent.
Hey. Good job.
Ancient Apparition. Is this the IO Lush counter?
Sure. This work obviously how it works.
It did work. And the troll. This is not a super popular hero. What makes this a good troll game?
Honestly, I don't think it's the best troll game, but a lot of carry was banned, and we need to pick blind. So it's like more secure lane. Make sure you don't lose lane, and if his goes, if he finds his farm, I think he's pretty okay this game.
봅시다 게임
We'll see if
3.
the troll works out in this series with Cap in Avery.
Didn't see that
Game two
coming.
put Yatoro's Faceless Void to the test a second time, and he passed with flying colors. This time in Game 3, it's going to be Liquid who are going to be put to the test as they run the Isle Leshrac again against an Ancient Apparition. We'll see whether or not they're able to pass their test.
AE가 계속 나오고 있긴 한데
Head to see who's going to be
이번에 어떨지. 근데 서로 얼굴 맞댔어요. 와드,
the grand finals after this.
센트리.
And an early D ward for Nisha, so he already has a last hit leading the pack. That is there is one for
근데 서로 센트리였거든요.
Not nearly as the equivalent.
That's going to feel very good. It's going to be a Nisha Leshrac.
와드 부서진 위치가 똑바로 안 보였는데 어지간하면 저 각도 보일 것 같아요.
That's a bit of a wrinkle,
봤을 것 같아요, 박았을 때. 아마 새 와드를 주문을 해서 미드가 먹을 걸로 보이고.
Definitely faster because you just get so many more levels on the Lesh. So once you start tethering him and amping him up into this Bloodstone, he can be like level 10 or 11 at 11, 12 minutes, and then you're just tethering on this monster on the map, right? The safe lane, you kind of have to execute the lane a lot better.
아무튼 그래서 이번 판 스피릿 이니시를 랄이 대부분 해줘야 될 거예요.
Becomes a little worse. Also, when you can go into tether into this Leshrac to create tempo, you can leave your carry alone, so the Isle's not sapping the
조금 불안한 점이 많습니다.
It's just a lot more smoother in the game in terms of building up to that point where suddenly the Leshrac is
카메라
uncontrollable
왜 이래?
and you can take objectives off the map.
옵저버들이 소통이 안 되나 봐요. 네, 블락 대결은 니샤의 승리.
An IO pumping in the heel, and then a Leshrac just frontlining with a toss back that
근데
forces you into that ball. That's where
네.
usually Tiny shines, and especially if you can rupture that target on the way. So if you're Spirit, you kind of got to gear up to be able to stand
하나
your
그냥
ground
흘렸죠.
versus what Liquid are going to throw at you, especially this Troll. Troll is not a hero in this
세 개
game.
중에 하나는 센트리기 때문에 하나 빼고 세야 됩니다. 미켈, 아이샤드 다치긴 했는데 별 문제 없어 보여요.
You got to go in with the back wall combo with this Tusk tag team. It has decent synergy here, not only with the shell in the lane, but you have this Wind Ranger going in with Focus Fire with a max tag team that is a lot of extra physical burst damage. Something that might cause mid-game problems in trying to man up versus the Troll later. I think if Yatoro gets 5 or 6 slots, this Troll can be pretty scary this game. However, he does have a lot that can kite him out in that late game with between the Rupture and, you know, maybe some late game nihilism or
아직 가두긴 했지만 별로 의미는 없고요. 이것도.
toss away. Troll will always
기본적으로 미켈가 위험할 일은
Yeah, I mean, it
없을
is
것
one of
같아요.
his most successful heroes. In
옆에
fact, it's the
2호부터
hero that
있고
he has
본인
the
힐이
second
있으니
highest win rate in his
볼 순
career.
없을 것 같고.
So we'll
굳이 얘기하면은 비사지의 목숨이 조금 불안하죠. 리퍼시카가 토스를 당하거나 둘 중 하나가 발생할 경우에는 한적으로 좀 치우칠 수가 있어. 예, 쉴드를 찍어도 리퍼시카가 그냥 다 깔 수 있어요. 콜드핏도 있고 W는 이름이 뭐든가요? 그것도 있고 추가 슬로우로 칠링 터치도 있고 일단은 AA를 보고 뽑은 거기 때문에
It's like these big team fighters like A and Phoenix, you have to bounce them out, which means you're going to lose something somewhere else. But of course, it was also a first pick overall Darkseer. That is how much faith Team Spirit have
조금 더 봐야 할 것 같아요.
to just carry them through the fight.
Yeah, the AA having a big payoff is the thing that's a little bit concerning me because, I mean, game 1, they had Chronosphere, right? Guaranteed for the Ice Blast.
Sure.
This game, you don't have nearly the same kind of lockdown, right? Maybe you got a little bit of single target with the roll-in snowball into the punch, or you can have a vacuum, but none of it is the, like, big hold, you know?
Did you watch that game 3 in the Up Braga final that we casted? That I know you watched, but I'm asking you anyway.
I think I did watch the game I was casting, yes.
Did you see this man's shackles in that game?
They were pretty good,
And
yeah.
you are saying they don't have lockdown? How dare you? How dare you insult the Laurel Wind
I'm just saying it's not going to match up to Yatoro's Chronosphere.
At this
That's
point,
all.
if he shackled 3 heroes, I
근데
would
비사지가 지금
And that's the lockdown you're
어둠
looking for.
현자보다 잘 먹고
Tusk
있어요.
and Troll going in with the slow on a back wall, I think is enough here to land some big AA ults. Like you throw a Vortex, AA Darkseer is no joke. You throw down an Ice Vortex on that wall, you're just perma-slowed. You can't get out of it. So the BKB for the Bloodseeker and the BKB for the Leshrac, when Liquid decide to pick those up, is also a big factor here. You try and get those around the second Roche, the third. How
Bloodlight.
deep are you willing to scale in this game?
스노우볼,
How confident are
네.
you? This is a game I could see either team win late game. I don't think it's that clear who really pulls ahead here in the ultra late.
And that Ice Vortex is
아이샤드 근데 야토로 좀 위험했죠. 근데 로터스도 있고 스틱도 있고 페리파이어도 있고 많아요. 오 바큐. 네 미켈 굉장히 빠릅니다. 지금 트롤도 피가 까여 있어가지고 이동 속도가 500이 넘어요.
I think AA was underpicked this. I think this hero is a lot stronger than people think. I think the max Vortex build, it gets you a lot more farm. You can start to shove waves. You can start to farm camps. This spell is really obnoxious.
그래
on a 4
볼텍스,
second
아이스
cooldown,
볼텍스,
and then your
W.
shard helps you chain these cold feats later. This hero has a lot more going for him.
근데 베노처럼 데미지와 슬로우가 극한으로 몰려오는 게 아니라
Still has the
가지고
same problems like the zoo and the summons getting on top of you. Snowball top is collapse dead here. It's looking like it.
콜랩스.
근데
그게 잘 막고 있죠. 콜랩스가 일단은 인세니아 킬입니다. 따끔따끔해가지고 오, 네, 잘 피했어요.
And this is a combo we've seen from Western Europe the whole
그쪽 포스했나요 지금? 네, 포스했는데 킬로 이어지진 않았고요. 들어가네요. 지금 이온락 아직 남아있었는데 이제 없어졌어요. 야토로 네, 피 많이 깔립니다.
Visage Bloodseeker is such a scary combination in lane because Visage does so much damage with just level 1 of the Soul Assumption. You combine it with a 4 position that can give you those charges in the
리퀴드가
first place.
벌써 원캐 앞서가요.
You're going to have some thirst problems in that top
퍼스트
lane.
블러드는 먹기는 했어도 지금 막타 상태가 1, 2등이 리퀴드, 4등이 리퀴드 많이 밀립니다.
To Yatoro, who also gobbled up that Lotus and went for a raindrop. Pretty much you have to on this Visage lane. Extra net worth getting burned away. However, the real victor in all this is Nisha, who has opened up a tremendous gap on Laurel here. 30 and 10 to 18 and 3. This is brutal, as he is guaranteed to get level 6 here and is pulling very far ahead in the net worth.
This is similar to the matchup when he had the TA versus Puck, but surely this hero matchup is supposed to be a bit more even.
결국은 트롤이
I think the Wind Ranger should do a little better than this. I mean, it's probably Leshrac favored with just lightning storm.
물고 이겨야 되는 건데
This is a large gap, and that's going to be.
그게 안 되면은 그게 될 때까지는 계속 져야 되거든요. 럽차 걸리면 죽어야 되는데 트롤이 그냥 궁 켜고 너 이리 와 그러면서 아군이 짤스턴 하나만 넣어줘도 묶고 죽일 만큼이 돼야 되는데 만큼 크려면 얼마나 걸릴지 모르겠어요. 육분론 서로 와요. 아발 스턴 오 잘 연결됐어요. 룬은 근데 어디나요? 룬 실드는 먹었네요 니샤가. 노벌 니샤에게 하지만 더블킬 니샤. 아 목시가 마무리했네요 하나는.
Double kill for Liquid, one for Nisha, one for Boxy.
Nice support rotation, guarantee the 6-minute rune for Nisha, plus a big hefty bonus as he waits to pick up
그리고
that
스택
shield.
만들었던 거 먹습니다. 이거 먹으면 7레벨 반은 찍겠는데요? 나눠 먹어도?
For him on top of an observer ward mid that did not get dewarded.
아닌가?
So everything going right now for the Leshrac here. This is going to be a
그냥
very
7레벨
fast
정도
Bloodstone
찍겠네요.
who decides to rush it. I mean, you could go Yules in this game. It's a very good Yules.
럴슈락 한 번에 튀어오릅니다. 슬슬 수입 봐야 될 것 같은데 킬도 있고 스택도 있고 몰라 내가 도타를 요즘 안 해서 그런가 봐. 조금 전에 터보 하다 와서 그런가 봐.
He's so damn farmed. There's no downside to going Bloodstone into a later Yules if you really want it.
Poshka to get there. Oh no.
그래서 스택 2개 추가.
Zai actually backed away.
오
Sure that they
밀포시카.
got the wisdom rune. He will manage to TP out to him.
이거 위험한 TP였어요.
He tried to sneak it.
I mean, Poshka still has very good levels here. Level 5 already on the Ancient Apparition. The sooner you get Ice Blast off, the sooner you are a hero in the game.
근데 진짜 비사지가 다 좋은데 본인이 살기가 어렵거든요. 가능할까요? 특히 AA가 힐 못하게 막는 것도 막는 건데 모든 스킬이 다 도트댐이라 뭐 칠링 터치 빼고 얼려버리고요 마무리. 근데 리포시카 했기.
And Boxy failing to get the kill on mid means that Liquid are going to be a little upset about that rotation unless they can get the 8-minute power rune here for Nisha.
리퀴드 서포 팀이 많이 약해요. 발볼론, 보세, 에이스.
Spawns bottom, Liquid, a little bit RNG luck.
And Nisha getting a very strong early game here. If you can use this haste rune to get another big core kill on the map, just run down a Darkseer or when
올라가나요?
that would be the dream. They might
아,
even
네,
look to
보였어요.
invade
무슨
and
룬
see
가지고
what kind of
있는지도.
stacking Spirit have. They don't have anything. Look at
아, 네,
another
박아
Hobbs on
넣었고요.
mid. A lot of resource dedication to this mid lane to snowball the Leshrac. It's pretty much how you want to play this ILS. Guarantee that Nisha has a good game here, and you're just going to play through him. He's going to gobble up everything here, including a Sal that he digs up.
I feel like that is always
네,
a
스윗
place
봅시다.
that watching Liquid, I
래시랑
feel like they're more
1등.
successful is when they're playing through Nisha and
이 정도면
just
꽤
being
많이
more
앞서네요.
aggressive carry than most.
바람 순찰자가 좀 많이 내려와 있죠. 기사지랑 비슷한
Is
정도.
really good at playing that like 1.5, right?
Yes,
That's what they kind of want him. They want him and Nisha bouncing out the 1 and 2, split between them. Maybe Nisha a little more priority in some of these games where he plays the carry mids. That is definitely the style Liquid are looking for, especially if they can up the tempo with it. Then they feel
럽처 있어요. 야트로 보이면, 플래스 보이면 럽처 이렇게 되면은 충분하죠. 근데 랄이 지금 불안하니까 니자 뒤로 돌아왔죠. 일단은 인시에니아가 회복 시작입니다. 오, 근데 마무리 되긴 했어요. 니자의 킬. 파워샷, 오, 위험했네요. 로터스 한번. 랄, 오, 스턴. 파워샷 만화 돌아오긴 했거든요.
But I think he just has to focus on getting out.
네,
Maposhka's positioning
여기까지만.
is going to be a big problem for Liquid. This ice vortex slowing him down. Laurel getting more damage on the way out.
리로케이트.
Just to make sure that Nisha's going to be okay here.
그냥
And a quick
집으로.
refill on the mana. But Team
다시 싸울
Spirit
생각인가요? 지금
set up on it?
체력이 없거든요,
I really
미케가.
want the IO out of this. I mean, there's still numbers up here is the problem. You just can't
네, 그냥 빠지죠. 어쩔 수 없습니다.
And that was an
시야가 안
AO that
좋다
you
보니까.
really wanted to land if you were Team Spirit. Yeah. That comes in a few seconds sooner. You probably just guarantee get the Bloodseeker kill. You eliminate the IO heal. And that situation goes a lot
아마
better for
계속
you. I mean,
파밍으로
this
이어갈
tag team focus
생각이었을
fire is
걸요.
no
상대가
joke.
들어오면
He's
다시
level
싸우고
I almost wonder if it
풀필 만화
would have
하고
been better
그냥
for
세우는 거.
Maposhka to hold on
만화가
to that
없으니까.
until he was in the off lane, so he had more of a
어차피
direct shot
당장
instead
럽처
of trying to fly
빠졌고
it across
다른
the map.
영웅들도 빠졌고
Thrown it really
Yeah.
quick. He was also probably trying to get it bottom still.
그냥 파밍용으로 리로 쓴 것
Make those
같아요.
land as it'll be Battle Fury for Yatoro here on the troll. So you do have some item build options with this hero. You can just go early BKB Sanjin Yasha, which is a build we saw on him for a while. There's like the Maelstrom Rush into a faster Mjolnir.
아발 근데 토스 거리가 오 여기서 반영아. 댓글 그냥 덜렁 맞았습니다. 럽처 들어왔어요. 럽처 토스 하면은 다 죽일 수 있거든요 이번 판. 물론 럽처 토스 했는데 트롤이 공 켜고 달려든다 그러면 끔찍해지겠지만.
Especially if you have a carry that you can help kite out with the surge.
He doesn't have the best illusions to pick up away from Liquid, but I guess if he's still hitting the right kind of walls and vacuums to set up the AoE
덱
damage.
엄청 커요. 미포시카도 랄도 오고는 있습니다.
Yeah, it's about the Darkseer AA combination. Yeah, with a Tusk going in.
Clearing through the stacks.
댓글 덕발 안 맞았고요. AA 블라스트 안 맞았어요. 그나마 이오는 잡히긴 잡혔습니다만 키 많이 까졌죠. 지금 더 이상 없습니다 스펠이. 자, 오 잡아냈어요. 펄스로 잡아냈고요. 야토로 빠져나갈 수 있을까요? TP이긴 한데 지금 일부러 질질 끌었죠. 옥시도 이제 도착을 했고 오 이거 그냥 스택이 문제가 아니라 버킬 2개를 넘겨줬어요. 이거는 덤이죠 완전히. 맛있죠? 니시아 고인도 팍 올라요. 오틀리필까지.
So nice response from Liquid here. They do trade the tier 1 top versus the Darkseer as Collapse will continue to ramp up here. Get that team fight online for Team Spirit.
혹시 네 토스. 네, 뭔가 크리피 이상하게 튕겨나오긴 했는데. 자이 레벨 다 찍었거든요 이제는. 메달 빌드.
Bloodstone complete 12 minutes.
He's so big on the Leshrac, man. Look at the net worth.
레슈락 이 다음 아마 센카 가겠거니 싶네요. 센카 율 대거 불킹.
And you're just going to start to run through these objectives and
AA
get on to the
있으니까.
enemy side of the map. The second you start taking away the enemy camps with this IOLesh, your net worth just
4K 차이 나고 있습니다 지금 레슈락. 상대 1등이랑 2000 골드 가까이 차이 나요.
the pressure just amps up even more for Maposhka to never waste an Ice Blast.
Yeah, you can't throw it on anybody else here unless you're in a situation where Nisha cannot get to that fight.
그걸 아주 보세사네요.
Already done on Insania. He's even got Lotuses to boot. A lot of healing to pump into this Lesh if you do not land that ult. You really have to be patient with it, hold it, and play the fight.
뭐 파밍용으로 쓰기에는 마나가 좀 그렇고 지능이 하도 낮아서.
This is a great pickup because they already killed the Yatoro once. If they the smoke, it's gonna break. He's not gonna make it
야토로
out.
걸렸습니다. 스킬 포인트 있긴 하거든요. 하지만 토스 사망. 혹시 킬? 혹시 대거도 빨리 나올 것 같아요.
It's gonna be a fruitless use of it, even if he could get it off.
Escapes the rupture here, and that reload will be.
럽처를 못 박아 넣어가지고.
I don't think Team Spirit can take advantage of this reload though. Set up for it on the other end.
근데 리로 정도는 뭐 상관없기는 해요.
The parts of the map required, so
타인이 지금부터 되어가네요. 오 아발. 보스 자이에게. 자이의 킬.
That's gonna be one of the pieces here for Liquid. If they ever find the A first with a tiny toss or the birds and just force them out of the fight.
전성기의 제락스를 보는 듯한.
It's something like what is stopping this IO Lesh train from just running into you?
Yeah, I think that was the part that was
그런 타이니가 보이는 것 같아요 이번 판.
They banned away the Beastmaster, banned away the Enigma, but in my mind, everyone had the Visage as one of the heroes for.
타이니 이 정도 굴렸으면 꽤 괜찮게 굴린 것 같아요. 이만큼 너프를 당했는데 이 정도 굴렸으면은 나름 거의 고점에 해당하는 것 같아요.
Outside of the Lycan, yeah, I'd agree.
Sure.
I think Lycan
Yeah,
just
that's
does it
actually a
so
good point.
much sooner. Like you get on top of him at 8 minutes, he's gone.
Yeah.
But this Visage is a big threat in the late game.
저 스피릿이 데미지 아웃풋도 그렇고 이게 윈드레인저 뽑을 때 오프에서 어둠 연자보다는 마러스 같은 걸로 한타광 데미지 광이 필요한 건데 오 메칸즘 진짜 열심히 버텨줘요. 자이 튼튼합니다. 스턴 박아 넣어주고요. 잡히기는 했는데 그 대신 잡아줄 수 있을까요? 럽처 갈아 넣고요. 이렇게 되면 랄 차라리 안 달리고 서 있어야 되지 않았나 싶네요. 어차피 달린다고 해서 살 수 있는 건 아니라 가지고 윈드런으로 버티고 서 있어야 되지 않았었나 싶는데 자이 하나로 코어 하나, 미드 하나, 섭 하나 나쁘지 않아요. 번개가 이연속 터졌다는 게 무슨 소리야? 아 밀스톰? 버스백. 근데 혹시 조금 불안하죠? 혹시 야토로가 아발 쿨이 조금 늦었습니다.
What a sick bait. I thought he was just throwing his life away, but it stalls up the push enough that this glyph comes through, you save your tier 1 tower, and you get a kill for Yatoro. Battle Fury done. Not the fastest timing, but it's pretty good here.
퓨리 나왔습니다. 골. 근데 퓨리 글쎄요. 이걸로 뒤집을 수 있나요? 이게 아이템을 못 쓴다는 것 때문에 렐슈락이 아가님만 가도 트롤이 할 게 없어요. 지금 당장 공간 줄어드는 것도 줄어드는 건데 불킹 켜고 공 쓰고 달려든다? 그러면은 아가님 켜면 돼요. 이제 눌파를 누군가가 대신 박아줘야 되는 상황이라 지금 이런 식으로 아군 망한 상태에서는 그거 기대하기는 어렵겠죠. 콜랩스? 오 아발 깜짝 놀라가지고 잘못 박았죠. 보고 있습니다.
Ice Blast heading towards the rune
안
here, but
맞았어요.
Mickey doesn't actually step for the power rune. He's running into so many heroes, but so is
아발토스.
Liquid. They are going to catch one part of that sandwich. It's going to be Mira on the Tusk.
Spirit having trouble finding connections with this A ult.
오케이 자이 오 에이토스.
Used a lot of Atos on the Visage familiar for fear of just a
에밀리아가 스턴 넣을까봐.
setting up for Nisha to run.
그러니까 AA가 하는 것과 할 수 있는 게 아무것도 없어. 진짜 궁 하나 보고 쓰기에는 성능이 너무 낮고.
This Atos shackle, they need to connect on top of vortexes. Maposhka is having trouble maybe joining the fights with the amount of zone control that Liquid have. Like you misstep a little bit, you're getting tossed, you're getting stunned. There's a BKB up for the Bloodseeker now as well. Very strong timing for Liquid.
술,
They
알코올
want to try and
주스.
get a fight or just force the Roshan,
아이고.
especially with the pipe on Zai. This pipe is going to block a huge amount of damage in these early fights before Team Spirit get the really big scaling items online.
Fast BKB, 3 minutes and 22 seconds
6K
faster, and a
차이야.
fast pipe as well. Team Liquid hitting big timings, faster than normal. Team Spirits, see whether or not they're able to contend with that. One part I love about this series and the way it's developing is that it's actually showcasing the win condition for both teams is what I think was their greatest strength. I think Team Liquid has always looked best when they're playing pretty fast, especially with Mickey playing, again, that kind of 1.5-2 position, heavy rotations from him. Whereas Team Spirit, I mean, they're just so good on the late game team fight execution. It seems like that might be the MO for this series. Team Liquid need to win fast and furious, while, you know, Team Spirit play off of Yutoro's great carry.
근데 진짜 트롤이 요즘 안 나오다
Not a
보니까
bad carry to bank on.
어느 정도 할 수 있을지 감이 안 잡히기는 해요.
Majority of their scale, unless that Wind Ranger can find the late.
아가님 뽑으면은 디스펠 되긴 하거든요.
Can find the
근데
pace in this series. It's going to do a lot for them. You just push the green.
그걸로 래시락 잡을 수 있을까?
Down a notch. And suddenly the pressure's on them to find these big team fight connections. When you have the Faceless Void, maybe you can do that here. This troll is not going to be able to like drag you back from a large network deficit. It's just not the same type of function that the hero's going to provide.
에이 블라스트 크게 잘 맞추기는 했어요. 파이프.
They're just going to pipe it up and run through it. And this troll is just not a threat. He's not solo killing cores. He's not slowing
예,
out the game.
리퀴드 관심도 없죠. 니들이 여기 와가지고 뭐 할 건데 이런 식이죠.
BKB done for Yatoro, it'll be a BKB he just TP's bottom to farm with.
첫 번째 알게스는 니샤가 먹을 거라고 봅니다. 네, 알게스는 니샤에게
Look at them.
기다리고 있어요. 넘어오라고.
Team Spirit played a lot off of the Twinkates when they held the map control, and they're expecting
넘어갈까요?
Liquid to do the same here.
오,
They back
못
away
봤어요,
right as
이거.
Liquid is going through the gate.
와.
That could have been so good for them.
Imagine they just TP into a wall pre-set up and a vacuum to follow it up. But Boxy actually led the charge here. Give Sai the all clear, and now they push through.
와 이거를 여차 못 참아서 아발 토스 아군에게
Great little pick off to
그냥
start
녹여내죠.
Will they get any more? Mickey is going to push forward to try and help him
와
out
진짜
here, but
1초만 더
Team Spirit have
있었으면
already backed
몹시가
away.
죽는 건데
Look at how Liquid are playing the map. The 3-man ball with the IO
이게
relocate
거꾸로
that can
가네요.
come in and join those other skirmishers with the initiation. This is how you build a huge net worth lead with the IO type lineup, especially when Team Spirit are having trouble getting the lanes out. Just a bunch of birds running
지금
down,
저기
so when these
바깥인 것
silencing
같아요.
birds on top
리야드
of the Six's
바깥에서
bottom, so Zai is just controlling the parts of the map
드론으로 하고 있는 것 같죠.
Outside of the
Gameoing.
stadium here, we've got a little bit of a drone show going on dedicated to Dota 2 here in Riyadh. So, damn, inside and outside. Dota 2 action happening. 4 to
I don't know
14.
what that is, but it looks like.
뭔지는 모르겠는데 아무튼 도타쇼.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures
Maybe it's the new courier.
버려라고 합니다. 뭔가 악어 같은데.
One of these teams hopes and dreams.
와
will
카멜레온이라.
we go deeper in this series. I don't know whose. That's what we're going to figure out here.
아마 마스코트
And as the
비슷한 거
pressure will
아닐까요?
ramp up from Liquid, they put this diabolic edict to work and we'll take a
그러니까
quick
개구리나
tier two
카멜레온 이런 걸로
on
보여.
top of it. And a drum gone back here for Zai. I really like the drum on the Visage. I think it just amps up.
눈을 보니까
so much
파충류
in
캐릭터
like 20,
같은데
30 minutes.
양서류가
These
아니고.
really early fights, it's just going to be a high ground push.
아무튼 벌써 올라갑니다. 리퀴드 오늘따라 올라가는 점 너무 좋아요.
It feels like the pace has just been everything in these first 3 games. Whoever's able to set it and get what they want. in terms of
개구리는
tempo,
보통 눈을 한가운데 그리고 눈이 이렇게 날카롭지가 않고 평평하지.
Not a massive lead, but they are definitely controlling a lot more on the map, getting more for their supports here, and 2 supports that can do a lot. in terms of-
그래서 불킹 럽서 그냥 걸어주고요. 야토로 일단은 아이카드 한번 비슷하지. 오 리로케이트 늦었습니다. 네 불킹 끝나고 럽처 아직 조금 남아있거든요. 30% 정도 남았습니다. 근데 문제는 랄이 오히려 빠져나갈 수 있겠는데요. 리케 오히려 리케 먼저 죽었어요. 마무리 가능한가요? 지금 3대5 상황입니다. 카메라를 자꾸 돌려대요. 이거 5대0? 럽처 대상이 틀렸습니다 이거는.
Getting nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing.
you had momentum in this game. You had tempo. You had pace. And in a flash, it is all
럭처를
gone
트롤한테
as Team
걸었고
Spirit sucked that
아이스샤드 때문에 자기가
straight into
물렸어요.
their coffers here.
트롤이 그냥 궁 불킹 켜고 자이 죽이고 빠져나가는데 미케가 라란테 얻어맞아 죽었어.
Runs through it here. I mean,
네, 또타.
that is a ballsy play. I don't know if the troll could really just tank that damage without collapse coming in with a perfect pipe timing here to match what Zai was putting out. That reload dodges the AO.
나도 지금 경기가 아니라 옆에 있는 드론쇼가 자꾸 눈에 이거 랄 보였거든요. 버스 완벽했고요. 네, 마무리가 마무리되네요.
For Liquid because they just lost a ton of momentum off that team fight all of a sudden to pick off on Laurel.
근데 이러면 또 몰라요. 럽서 걸려다가 에잉 늦었다. 지금 네, 대거 아직이에요.
Pretty impactful right now because you don't want to pop BKB on your Bloodseeker for this Gleipnir. There's no BKB on Nisha. He has opted for this Ags build.
아직은 그래도 리퀴드 나쁘지 않습니다. 트롤이 잘 큰 건 잘 큰 건데 트롤은 어떻게든 카이팅 할 수 있어요.
Action he's gonna have to pump a nullifier into perhaps later. It looks like it's on the menu for Yatoro.
트롤 세냐?
And after finishing S and Y, there's a lot of gold to push through.
놀파가 누군가한테서 필요하긴 한데 그게 바순이 될지 누가 될지.
Collapse this lead down. And that is the
아니면 그냥 트롤 아가님으로 처리를 할지.
Team Spirit, they probably feel like they can win any team fight with this hero, especially the later this game goes. These walls and vacuums, especially with the vortex down, are just so damn hard to run.
Yatoro trying this one solo, but he knows the relocation is going to be there.
네,
Boxy's trying to get it tossed away, but
높거든요.
the BKB is actually going to hurt Mickey.
게다가 2호까지.
He's just manning up. He's going for a crazy 1v5, but ultimately
이게 물론 야토로가 더 가치가 크기는 한데 좀 불안해지죠 이러면.
Yatoro boss dragging the enemy carry down with him in a 1v5 situation.
너무 들러붙었다가 왜 자꾸 결승전 하는데 저렇게 신경 쓰이게 보여주는 걸까? 드론쇼를.
I feel like you are. I feel like the Shrek is the boss of this game, even though that Bloodseeker is technically ahead of him. Be more push for Liquid as they try and regain portions of this map.
아직은 계속 푸시하고 있습니다 리퀴드.
It's building up. It does seem like he's just trying to be an anti-hero to the troll. I'm gonna rupture you, and I'm gonna heavens halberd you. I'm gonna let my less Shrek.
이게 럭처 토스를 해야 되는 건데 각을 잘 안 내줘요 다른 영웅들이.
Like we saw there, you're just permanetting or bashing a guy. You don't have to run around in this rupture, particularly if you can start on the Bloodseeker or the Leshrac. Net worth for Yatoro is the key to Team Spirit's team fight here. Keeping him alive is a big deal. Getting the Wind Ranger to 5 or 6 slots also a big deal. As yeah, you are playing for a lot of prize money here. The
a lot of zeros.
Ramping up. There'll be an Ags done for the Leshrac. So Nihilism. Full option now.
밤로샤는 아직 2분에서 5분.
Maybe not have this Bloodseeker be the first target of the Troll Warlord and this custom physical burst damage. Be a shard from here. Not a bad shard, to be honest. You lock someone in here, it gets really annoying really fast.
Yeah, and you need the max effectiveness out of that kind of catch and using your BKBs. Right? I mean, this is going to be a problem through the Rupture, through the Nihilism pickup now, through maybe the Stone Form on the Visage eventually. You gotta get kills through your BKB direction, otherwise once those fade away, you're in some trouble, I think. It may even come to the point, do you think even though they have this great hard carry, well, great.
로션 아직 1분 그리고 추가 시간.
I mean, Troll's a great carry.
I think the stats would disagree, but
복시가 초반에 잘 구른 거 치고는 대거 나오고 나서는 영 애매한 것 같아요. 이제 아직 패밀리어 사망합니다. 또 얼마나 남았는지 모르겠네요.
I'm just concerned a bit about their late game of just like what happens after if you don't get a kill with a BKB. What does that team fight look like for you?
일단은 AA 블라스트 봤어요.
Yeah, he's already out. Actually,
네, 빠르죠.
he's just full health, able to reset. Team Spirit. I don't really see how you play that without the Ice Blast, but we'll see.
I mean, they found a lot of farm on their supports in this game, right? The Tusk of the AA have really picked up.
데미지를 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 녹여낼 수 있을지. 버스트 아가님도 필요할 것 같은데요. 이호를 차낸다든지, 적 하나를 차 넣는다든지 아군으로. 아니면 레슈락을 빼놓고 싸우기 위해 차 내버린다든지.
already have collapse. Think
대거 나온 김에 괜찮아 보이거든요.
that's gonna be pretty nice for Yatoro. Like you can buy a lot of.
그래서 마지막 남은 2차까지 러시아는 추가 시간 거의 3분 풀로 줬습니다. 오래 걸리겠네요.
You can't turn it back around, and that's a Lincoln's done for Laurel. Pretty damn nice for him in dealing with the ruptures, but also something that could be thrown on somebody else.
Oh, Boxy, don't do it.
Goes in first.
He doesn't do it. He sticks around to block the Ancient camp.
This is Liquid trying to posture for this next Roshan. That's what they really want in this game. And Aegis on either the Bloodseeker or the Leshrac, but probably the Leshrac, so he can just run in. Even if you A ult him, he just comes back a second time. That's a way to deal with that. And Nisha's BKB is probably going to be the most important timing in a long time for Liquid in this game. At what point, we talked about when do you commit for this item on the Leshrac. It's going to come out, you know, after this Nihilism, maybe a little later than I thought. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a question of, do you get the second Roshan with that BKB, and how many fights do you get value out of it before it starts to get whittled down, and then you're just getting stuck in vortexes and shards and a vac wall and all of this gunk that you have to run through. Right. If you can't run through it, you're not dealing damage with this hero. You might just get kited out.
결국은 아이고야 누구의 데미지로 스타트가 될지 양팀 다 이렇다 할 꽝 하는 게 없기는 해. 샤클 정도고 더블 샤클 정도 아니면은
Team Spirit have had Team Liquid's number when it comes to the execution of a lot of the 5-on-5s, particularly when they're already.
리퀴드는 럽처 토스로 피 빼고 시작하지 않으면 어렵고
It feels like this is the fight that breaks open.
피릿은 샤클로 제대로 하나 몰고 시작하지 않으면 어렵고 1분 남았습니다.
Oh yeah.
곳에서 나와요.
See if Team Liquid's fast enough to get there before Spirit will.
The thing is, the lane is super deep down here, so Mickey had to go back to the tier 2 to shove it in. They don't want to play with this lane vision disadvantage right now.
근데 좀 찢어졌거든요, 리퀴드.
They might actually be able to either catch Mickey or take the 4 versus 5.
Oh, they're gonna try and catch the Bloodseeker on the intercept. Is it fast?
중간으로 가요. 미키한테 가요. 물론 불킹이 있긴 합니다. 와드에 복시 보였죠. 복시 펀치 먼저. 럽차 아끼고 있어요. 선 연결은 됐습니다. 에이블라스트 아직 안 썼고요. 바퀴몰도 있고요. 트롤공도 있고요. 4대5 상황이라 리퀴드 커밋하진 않습니다. 이거 어차피 30초 내에 나온다는 거 서로 알거든요. 거의 풀타임이라. 그냥 바이백 갑니다.
The Pike now being on cooldown means Team Spirit. Yatoro feels confident. He's going to push forward. They've got a window where the Tiny is not here. He's going to try and go through the gate.
이거 좀 위험하게.
네. He may not be able to blink away. Boxy, if you do this, it could be a tieback. He keeps on baiting it. Is he ever going to go through?
계속 캔슬해요.
Keep him sitting there. Yatoro's going to go through, and Boxy doesn't realize it because the animation is on his own side. Oh no, he's got the ogre seal totem though.
오버실더템 대거. 오 대거요. 오 이렇게 되면 야토로 없이 4대4거든요. 이거 야토로 건너간 게 오히려 손해가 되나요? 야토로 오긴 왔습니다만 지금 이 단대치에서 죽고 나가 있어요. 아이스블라스트 안 맞았습니다. 게다가 니샤 들어가서 토스 아마 불킹. 하지만 니샤 아가님 있어요. 아이고. 아이고. 야토로 넘어갔다가 큰일 나버렸습니다. 와. 일정 이득 보려다가 네, 혹시 팁 주죠 야토로한테. 와 이게 이렇게 돼버리네요. 가서 잡지도 못하고 아군은 몰살을 당하고 본인 불킹까지 빠졌죠. 아 이번 결승 정말 재밌는 것 같습니다. 드디어 재밌는 결승이 온 것 같아요. 치즈랑 아이기스. 치즈는 이오한테 준 것 같아요.
Without having to commit that Leshrac BKB, that feels really good for Nisha here, as he can maybe just postpone it even farther. Picks up a Shiva's guard.
Did Insania think there was going to be some sort of go there, or did they just want the refill?
Refreshing the resources here.
Okay.
That's a pretty low cooldown.
이제 포셉도 나옵니다. 본인 탈출기까지.
You're looking at potentially 3 lives for this Leshrac.
7K 차이 다시 좀 벌어지긴 했는데 초반에 벌어졌던 차이가 더 작기는 했어도 느낌은 달랐거든요. 아직은 모릅니다. 놀파
Even if he doesn't get the heal, just being able to dodge damage.
I don't think you can go on the Lesh.
놀파를 좀 봐야 될 것 같아요.
Maybe try and find the Bloodseeker.
그리고 스피릿이 놀파 아니면 아가님이 필요한 건데. 글쎄요, 놀파.
Ice Blast going to be used here. Can they put enough damage to take away that Aegis? They're going to try.
오, 막힘 잘 들어갔어요. 인센이야 근데 살아있죠. 놀파 박아 넣었고요. 오, 근데 아이스팔도 잘 박았어요. 근데 치즈로 한번 버텨줍니다. 이렇게 되면 궁 없습니다. 야토로 더 이상 빠질 수가 없어요.
Great stuff from Team Spirit. The improv
근데 다 박아 넣었거든요.
may not have been something Team Spirit was prepared for, but that fight they certainly were.
Man, supports with very clutch small plays. There's a high chance you lose Troll in that engagement, and you're just looking at a Rax for Team Liquid. Instead, the Shard catches the Bloodseeker enough that he doesn't dive deeper, and you get him out with a super fast 4-stab before the stuns come through. Miro and Maposhka protecting their
어떻게 녹여내기는 했어요.
and maybe putting Yatoro on
이게
their back.
포셉이 따로 필요할 것 같아, 아이스샤드 때문에.
To commit into the fights, but they did find that Aegis, and they got the cheese out of the IO. So 2 of those 3 lives are gone. I would take that for a single BKB here.
They're gonna go for Laurel. Avalanche.
아발.
He doesn't have BKB, so they get the toss on him. Great snowball save. That gives Laurel an
근데
opportunity to
일단은
get out.
파스는 잡힐 것 같아요. 아이스 블라스트 2호에게 좀 애매하네. 오, 쉐크샷 잘 넣었어요. 이렇게 위치 좀 애매합니다. 야토로 지금 브레이킹 돌아가는 있나요? 이거가 옆에서 계속 아이템 쓰면서. 오, 이게 또 살았어. 버스크만 죽었네요.
Not opening, but they will bail their Wind Ranger out. This game continues to get stalled up. Liquid can't find that high ground push with the second Aegis, and it'll probably be going to a third here. So now it's a question of how do you build and scale up for that team fight. Zai is going to become a big threat as well, as he found a lot of farm off those fights. Full AC for the Visage. He can go into that Ags, he can go into a BKB shard of his own. Whatever he wants to just become an annoying frontliner, an annoying backline support sniper. A lot of options for him. And it's an opening that has pushed Collapse down as well. Like, Collapse wanted these team fights to go his way so he can continue to scale in this game. Has not found a lot here in the last 5 or 6 minutes. He's pretty much stuck on the same items we saw him stuck on that previous Roche fight.
Yeah, that's true.
Utility, name of the game. How do you buff up your cores who need to go in and man fight each other?
Got it. Like the various abilities that Team Spirit are using to enable Yatoro really goes to show that this hero cannot operate alone. He definitely needs all that utility from the supports to have a successful fight, and even then, sometimes it doesn't prove to be enough.
You get Laurel to the 5 slots, then it's not as dependent on the Troll, right? Then this Wind Ranger can start running in with the Ags Wind Run, causing some mischief. Maybe you land a 2-hero Shackled, and suddenly the commit is way easier. Rupture on Mira should...
럽처 미라 스노볼 네, 위치 확인했죠. 돌아서 오 근데 블링크
Putting on some moves.
Yeah, they have the thirst on him.
불안은 한데요. 길 맞고 블러드라이트 오 버텨졌네요.
And that's a bird resummon that's going to probably get killed here.
Okay, so no birds for 60
패가
seconds.
문제가 되겠죠. 에밀리오 파이프 하나 살렸습니다.
Not too bad.
The big item for Spirit though is the Satanic on Yatoro. Like he's still missing it, which means when he gets stuck in an ult that goes deep, that
가순이 3개 먹었네요.
is a very double-edged sword. More often than not, you end up stabbing yourself.
9K 차이. 지금 복시 혼자 떨어져 있습니다. 일단은 리샤 놀파 링켄으로 막았죠.
Very, very careful.
This went off and where it is though. He's on the high ground, I think.
Yeah, it's actually kind of an awkward position. If he stays up on the high ground, maybe he's okay.
조금 위험해요. 넘어갈 수 있나요? 잭클 마무리.
That was a gem. He did not drop the gem in base. What? Misstep here from Insania.
오 잼 떨궜네요. 집에 갔을 때 안 일어나가지고 살 줄 알았나봐. 아니 다음 패밀리어도 죽을. 네, 리서먼.
Yeah, maybe he thought they didn't see him there. However, Spirit. Now they're just pushing high ground. No IO for 30. Yatoro feels confident enough to do this.
Oh yeah, Team Spirit have already shown that once they
3차 남겨는 났습니다.
in your discipline.
But this is first tiny toss. This is insane.
아발 오
He
그냥 던져냈어요. 킥해서. 킥이 아니구나. 펀치했는데 퍼즐이었네요. 400 뽑아냈습니다. 스피드.
That was actually an insane play by Yatoro. Like the fact that you're going up there versus a tiny toss that can just lock you super deep in the base versus a rupture, and you're basically just banking on the fact that Boxy's not there ready for it.
That your supports are going to hit you with the 4 stabs in the right time.
That tells you everything you need to know about this man. Absolutely fearless when it comes down to the clutch time, and he is pushing for that
오케이 차이까지 다시 줄어드네요. 트롤 이제 슬슬 잘 잡히지도 않고 녹이기에는 옆에 껄끄러운 애들이 좀 있어서 굳이 말하면은 트롤링의 문제가 아니라 아무 안 녹는 거나 있었으면은 지금 스피릿 옆에 붙어있는 애들이 다 껄끄럽죠. 슬라크를 한다든지 뭐 아무거나 했어도 거의 비슷했을 것 같습니다. 그래서 로샨 40초의 추가 시간. 지금 링켄 까줄 만한 게 특별한 게 없거든요. 샤클샷 정도인데 샤클샷은 링켄 까는데 쓰기에는 좀 그렇고. 뭐예요? 럽처, 아발, 토스, 다노가 거의 잡았습니다. 하지만 공 바로 켜고요. 근데 문제는 이게 이렇게 어떻게 되냐? 길 막혔어요. 아이스 블라스트까지. 이거 안 돼요. 이렇게 되면은. 게다가 니샤도 아직 아이스 블라스트 받아 있어. 오, 리로 그나마 버텨냈습니다. 아예 못 뛰고요. 혹시도 뛰어나갈 수 없을 것 같아요. 아발 쭉 깔아주고 마무리로 억실까지. 한 방을 못 내면은 의미가 없어요. 여기서 시상징. 로샨 아직 1분 40초 남았다는 거. 게임 스피크 이슈가 있다고 합니다. X와 함께 한 방을 내야 되는데 한 방이 안 나면은 뭔 의미가 없어. 트롤은 차라리 AA나 바순을 한 방을 내면은 모르겠는데 스턴도 안 들어갔네요. 스턴 들어갔으면 몰랐겠다.
Incredibly hard to land because of the angle here on the high ground going down, and then this back into the ice blast is just sick from collapse.
Yeah, you
said the sticks on the Bloodseeker too. That's the dream. And then you just get to run them down. Man, once you're stuck in that vortex wall, it's just so nasty. It's so hard to get out of. Your Relo can only bail one of these cores too.
파이팅을 어떻게 해야 되는 건데 어떻게 해야 될지 모르겠네. 이게 리퀴드가 이거다 싶은 좋은 서폿이 없어서.
So Liquid will have their chance to contest that, Roshan.
I mean, Yatoro shouldn't have used all his good luck up in that Faceless Void game with the bashes. You gotta save some for the later rounds, my friend.
Yeah, might have got a little bit luck in that last fight. That toss actually kind of played against Liquid because they grouped up so badly, thinking that they had the instant kill on 100%. The troll.
They just all in for that kill, knowing it's an automatic team fight win if you get it.
Yeah.
The second you don't, that's also the last chance you're gonna have to do that because this is gonna be troll level 25.
네, 게임 진행됩니다.
And
cannot start on him anymore.
Mirror's going to be more ready for it as well, right? Because he could also blink snowball save, and then that's effectively the same thing.
You have to think about the snowball saves versus tiny, like this tiny Tusk 4-position battle. It's one we've seen a lot of times over a lot of TIs.
이건 아이스 샤드도 문제고. 한 방에 녹이자 하기에는 스턴이 애매한 게 문제고.
But the Tusk save is no joke in some of these big late game battles.
프로 카이팅이 사타닉도 있다 보니까 이제는 진짜 어떻게 해야 될지. 미라가 실수하는 거 이외에는 트롤이 잘못될 수가 있나요? 무리일 듯.
Indeed will as their heroes come back up, but they have lost a lot of map control. The lanes are going in, and Yatoro has farmed up his buyback in this game, something he did not have for that fight. That is why that toss into the stun was so pivotal there. That is a troll who bought out, did not have the level 25 talent, and now he has both. He's just not a target you can go on anymore.
Yeah, now Liquid have to play a longer team fight, or they have to get the burst on somebody else. Either way, a troll is going to be terrifying because eventually he's going to get Swift Blink as well, and then he's going to be the one starting the fights.
로션 나옵니다. 20초.
It feels like that fight is over, right? Teams like these can out reset it with a bunch of force stabs here. Your positioning on Liquid means everything. You have to space it properly. You have to be together enough that you can focus a target that gets tossed in, and also spread enough that you don't get punished on the counter initiation from collapse. Not an easy task here, as they're going to run Nisha with a shield rune in. He is extremely tanky right now.
But if they could get the nullifier on him, it would be massive. Boxy tries to jump in.
이번에 다시 한번 니샤 네토스 스턴 연결은 됐어요. 리로 일단은 미라 잡고 있어. 야트로 이거는 카이팅이라고 해야 될까요? 놀파 다시 바뀌어 넣었습니다. 근데 아이스 블라스 다 써요. 니샤 상황, 니샤 바이백 쓰긴 했는데 이미 바퀴벌로 너무 크게 터졌는데요. 나원이 다 죽고 있습니다. 미케까지. 이거는 스피릿이 컨트롤이 많이 부족하다고 생각했는데 오 아발토스 정말 잘 들어왔어요. 니샤 이거 설마? 이거 설마? 와우 이거 설마? 일단은 야트로 바이백 댓글 정말 잘 들어가긴 했는데 니샤는 빠져나갈 시간 있어 보이고요. X 아발 준비되어 있어요. 이거 죽으면 다이백입니다. 혹시 아발 모자라요? 근데 오히려 아가님 쓰고 와우 TP 아웃합니다. 와 이게 이게 물론 트롤 바이백 쓰고 트롤 로션 먹기 하겠지만은 좀 큰 바이백 뽑아냈습니다. 결국은 레슈락이 카이팅을 해줘야 되는 거였네요. 아가님 뽑았겠다. 레슈락으로. 네, 결국은 놀파를 어떻게 해결을 하고 아이스 블라스트를 해결을 해야 되는 거라.
What are you doing here?
I mean, it's a nice bird attempt. That's about all it's going to yield. And this is an Aghanim Scepter Roshan. Who are you giving it to here? Give it to Yatoro. Yatoro really want the extra stats.
센 건데 어떻게 될지 모릅니다. 이제는 아가님까지.
More dispel opportunities for Yatoro.
공 쓰고도 디스펠 할 수 있습니다 이제.
I mean, this Ag's troll now dispels the ethereal on the Lash, right? This is a big deal in this game.
근데 트롤
This is an influential troll Ags. And I mean the shards
상대를 봐야
disgusting in these fights.
Oh yeah.
되는데
The extra shard distance really helping out, and somehow they are able to turn this with a 4-man avalanche toss into the Pulse Nova. Cannot stand there long as Yatoro feels the pain. The reloads from Insania have also been on point this game. Like, it is worth mentioning, right? He got Mickey out of there initially. It's really disjoining the target prioritization from Team Spirit and elongating these fights.
I mean, I wouldn't say entirely on point. Sometimes he's been a little bit jumpy on it. As soon as something happens, he uses the relocate.
But the thing is, if you don't use it instantly, that target is gone. Like, you saw how fast Nisha died there. It's under 2 seconds. You do not have enough time. You pretty much have to decide instantly when the first point of contact latches. Are you reloading that hero out? Are you not? It's a very difficult call to make. I mean, you are right. He has not been there every time. It's just so damn fast, the burst damage out from Team Spirit right now.
Oh, Mickey.
근데 올라가는 건 또 다른 얘기긴 해요. 미케. 너무 짧았어요. 미케 불킹 쓰긴 했지만 아이스 블라스트 마무리입니다. 이번에도 바이백 없어요.
No, 85 seconds now. A dieback for Team Liquid. The first of potentially many, as they do not have many heroes left.
And Nisha was thinking about running down this mid lane, but it's a catapult wave, so he probably couldn't have killed it that fast. And
이렇게 되면은 최소 두 세트죠.
Excuse me, it wasn't a dieback. He's
아군 잘리면 그대로 게임 끝입니다.
So it's 60, 70 seconds, no blood
스피릿이 1점 먼저 앞서가나요? 매치 포인트로 갈지.
right now. Aegis for 3 minutes, Satanic Ags and level 25 Talon.
일단은 첫 번째
How do you
세트.
bring him down? It has to be a tiny toss in deep.
But how do they do the tiny toss?
오 헥스 기다리고 있었죠. 와드 박아놓고. 어우 쉐크 바큐움 정말 잘 들어갔어요. 녹여냅니다. 니샤 디스플레이 당하면서 그대로 삭제. 다이백입니다. 게임 3 스피릿이 챙겨가네요.
5, 6, 7 lives on them, 2 remaining on the side of Liquid. There's no chance, no hope
야,
at
서로
all.
대거까지 뽑으면 파이팅이
Will
불가능했습니다.
just run over them. Liquid trying to play for a fountain at this point
네,
in time. But they
GG에서
know it's over. GG is called.
스피릿의
Now
승리입니다.
Team Spirit, 1 game away from claiming yet another finals.
This is where the pressure is really on if you are Liquid. You are going up against one of the most clutch teams of all time in a high-pressure tournament, in a grand final that you have been denied a first place in 4, 5, what is it going to be, maybe 6 times in a row now. If you are going to bounce back, this is the time to do it. As Team Spirit have ramped up the pressure, and that troll pick, we were talking about the downsides of this hero, the struggles this hero can have, the kiting potential, the ruptures, the toss. None of it matters to Yatoro Boss as he just runs in with the utility and a very clutch hex at the end by Collapse. Not today, my friend Boxy. You are not getting the toss back to try and stall and salvage this game. Everything for Team Spirit coming together in these fights. The shards, the snowballs, the punches,
매치
the
포인트가
vortexes.
되었습니다.
Team Spirit
is just beautiful, man.
Too many answers. Too many answers for this game 3 will be too many answers for this series. Let's head back to the panel.
그래서 게임 4에서 끝날지 게임 5까지
They
갈지.
take this game, and it was kind of like we thought. Team Liquid, yes, they had the early game, but once it got to
기다려야죠.
the late game, once Team Spirit gets those team fights that they want,
살짝 졸려오니까 리겜으로 정신을 좀 풀까요?
from them. And it is a rough one for Team Liquid as they are now with their backs against the ropes, trying to analyze how they got to be in this
술 먹지
position.
말걸.
And for that, I've got BSJ, I got LP, and I got Crit in the panel. Hey, Crit, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, we didn't do well.
정신 상태가 조금 안 좋아진 것 같아.
Just watched. I think it's very interesting. For a lot of reasons, I think Spirit is doing something that didn't really have the bravery to do this tournament. They first faced the AA, and even though they had some problems in the early game, I still think it has so much value against the IO dash, and it just shows that.
사실 타이니가 아니었다면 AA 나온 김에 레인 개박살 낼 생각했다면 애매하게 찢어져 있다가 애매한 타겟 물고서는 먼저 잘린 게 좀 서로 몇 번 그렇게 잘린 게 좀 문제였어. 오씨 정신 나가는 것 같아. 멀쩡히 눈 뜨고 있는데 손가락에 군데군데 멈추네요. 정신이. 공부하다가 흠칫흠칫 졸 때 같아. 수업 듣다가 게임을 하는데도 다음 거는 그냥 실수고. 아이고.
confidence is gonna be the key factor here because they won with their Irish again and Spirit just beat it, and they won with their Naga in that same game and Spirit beat it. So it feels like some of their strategies, Spirit are showing that they can adapt.
근데 왜 이렇게 더울까요?
So I hope
에어컨을 켰는데도.
It felt like Liquid's game to lose. They had the lead for the entire game, and even the fight that they lost, it felt like Spirit had no business winning that fight in the jungle, but they did it somehow.
They did it indeed. For our STC play analysis, we have a game prepared for you guys, and there were a lot of great fights going the way of Team Spirit, especially coming into with the AA last one that hit. Team Liquid did not really have a shot, but the one they chose to track was one fairly early on in the game. It was Liquid that was dictating the pace of the game.
아, 찬공님 나오던데? 나오는 것 같아. 이게 에어컨이 창문형이라 그런지 성능이 좀 오락가락하는 느낌? 정신 나갈 것 같아. 후, 어쩌냈네요. 웰컴. 그래서 언제 시작하나요?
He's been the player bringing them back, and maybe if they place some emphasis on the offlane, getting a really perfect pick by and making sure that he can pull off, game 4 in their favor.
That's what I think that is going to be. Also kudos to Spirit just realizing from the first game still running the void end. The break is going to come in handy for them, especially if it's going to make it worth it, because it is a lot about how you take the break. It can also be damaging for you, so it's kind of like a bad move. You know, you have to kind of pick.
그래서 일어난 김에 다 보고 잘 거예요. 길어야 2게임 아니면 1게임이면 끝날 텐데. 월요일이잖아. 나가야 되면은 자야지. 아이고. 갑자기 연타가 나올 줄 몰랐어. 이 정도면은 정신이 깬 것 같아요. 슬슬 준비하고 있으시다. 애니메이션 나오고 있었네요. 와, 지뢰밭. 근데 옛날 지뢰밭은 아니라서.
This will be explosive.
와, 자티로스. 옛날 일이네요. 구석에 있던 아웃포스트 사이드샵, 새로 생긴 특성 7.0 패치. 와, 8.0 나오나? 8.0 나오나? 8.0 발표인가 이거? 대역변 나옵니다 지금. 1.3점 나오고. 오지 우승 스피릿. 도타의 역사가 새겨져 있는 애니메이션이었네요. 중간부터 오긴 했지만 근데 거의 초반부터 왔어. (8.0) 어딨어? Congratulations of Decade of Dota. We wish you many more. 그냥 리야드마스터에서 도타 오래가라고 만들어준 영상이었습니다. 아이고.
Goosebumps. Happy anniversary, everyone.
네, 10주년 애니메이션을 밸브가 아니라 리야드에서 만들었습니다.
We talked about on panel. It's our lives.
아이고.
And, that's like watching your
이게
life,
맞나?
you know, for the last 10 years. That's what it feels like.
I see teary eyes. No.
Don't call me out. How do you feel?
No, it's you.
I'm not crying
me.
out
It's not me.
But I will say though, the one part that gave me visceral pain was the ho ho ha ha watching the
That was my
sniper and
favorite
troll
part.
corner the lion. I was like, poor lion, get out of there.
That was gorgeous, Crit.
That was special.
거 올 줄 알았는데.
For a lot of us, our life, the last 12 years. So yeah, that was very special.
Yeah, I told you guys I prepared that I was gonna ask this question. I'm gonna still do it because that way I don't have to talk this long. What's your favorite moment? Decade of Dota, 12 years of Dota, 13 years of Dota. Like obviously before Dota 2 there was the Dota the original Dota, Brian.
커리 하나일 때 F3 스팸하면서
Like
했죠.
favorite, like within the game itself.
그때는 미드에서 클링스로 섰거든.
Yeah, I know, because otherwise you're gonna say something about me to you guys.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, you stole it from me. I mean, I'd say like specifically it would be the TI8 game 4 where I was supposed to do the after show, and so I was walking over already because OG was down by like 20k gold.
Yeah.
And like I get a phone call saying, "It's not over, you gotta run back." And then I run back to see this crazy ass comeback, and then they end up winning the whole thing. So it's just memories like that where you can't script these kind of stories.
For me, I would say probably the TI6 Wings run is my favorite Dota moment, because I mean that was when I was studying in America, college. Like I never thought that I would be able to attend something like that. It was just like some kind of fantastical idea, and it was my first ever TI that I attended. I remember I set up a donation goal, and people helped me get there, and it was just goosebumps watching Wings dominate throughout it all. It was just an incredible moment with the crowd, and probably my favorite Dota memory still to this day.
Yeah, for me that was my first TI. TI6, not so memorable, but I think for me the major just before in Manila was amazing for me. It's definitely one of the best moments in my life, so I think that has to take the prize. Obviously at a lot of stuff, even in Dota 1, like doing 10-man lands in Denmark, you know, just a lot of good memories.
A lot of good memories with an amazing game. I'm gonna share mine as well, because obviously there's been a lot of memories. I loved every second of Dream Leagues, which I've been a part of.
그때가 재밌었던 것
If
같다고?
I have to choose the one singular moment, it would be at TI2.
글쎄요, 최소한 티픽한
I was there. It was my
이후가
first
나은 것 같은데.
Dota event ever. I was in the crowd.
티픽한이라 게이거리요.
Goosebumps every time, and there's so many amazing.
몰라, 나는 캐리하면서도 아무도 안 사귈래 그냥 내가 커리어 샀었거든.
Together as well, and I think that there are so many little things in that video. You guys at home should probably watch that back, because you can find so many winks to little things in Dota history that have happened over the years that they're good. Go find them all. I challenge you hereby. Whew. Speaking of a brilliant Dota being played, we're in the middle of the grand finals here, of course, at Riyadh Masters, and we are moments away from a fourth game where Team Spirit is, well, 2 games up, yes, because if they were 3 games up, they would have won already. 2 games up here. It's 2-1, and that means Team Spirit is on match point. And we are gonna try to discuss how Team Liquid is gonna make a comeback here, because we all want to have, you know, the full 5 games. Obviously, we all just want good Dota, so as long as this 4th game is gonna be hyper competitive, I think we're all gonna be happy. But 5 games, Brian, that's the dream, that's the magic, right? So we all know you've got some ties to Team Liquid. What are you gonna tell the boys?
Well, that's a
not
fantastic
good sign.
question. I'll be honest, like this is where Blitz shines and why I'm on the panel and he's up there. I would say, simply put, that like there's something about this team that always gets them to this point. Why are they always here? They're in a good way, right? Why are they always in the finals? And something about, I have to believe there's a mental blocker within this team of actually finishing off a tournament. So I would probably give a little bit of a pep talk that's completely not Dota gameplay related, and that's something that Blitz is going to be giving them almost.
Yeah, and you're going to assume that they would have already prepped more than the Naga strat, so they can just
I assume they've already discussed it, and now that they've had that 20-25 minute break that we've all just had, that this is the time to like get everybody mentally psyched up, because even though you're down 2-1, this is the time to shine, not the time to falter. So
yeah, do you agree, Effie?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every team environment is different, and I mean, the only people who have the correct answer to like what do you tell them, how do you raise them up, are the people within the team and the coach. So, but I know that Liquid are such a family-oriented type of team. They're all such close friends, and they do have faith in each other. So hopefully they can just, you know, relax, eat some food, and Blitz will carry them with his motivational speeches and his, as Jenkins would say, big muscles or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think somewhat along the lines with both of you guys. I hope they had like a good idea about the draft already, and then for William just to be able to sit down and be like, yo, this is what we're doing strategically, and then on top of that just add like a mental note to everyone and just like be able to play their game, you know, because that's what he's good at. He's good at making everybody feel at ease, so I think that's the biggest thing for him.
Well, let's also focus our attention a little bit on Team Spirit.
네,
as
들어와
they
있네요.
are here at match point. This is a team
하나
that I
봅니다.
remember during the group stages, at some point we're like, well, you know, we're talking about how Gaming Gladiators wasn't doing too well in the group, so that's what you focus on. And you got Team Liquid that was doing okay, and you know there were other teams that were like outliers, performing not necessarily to expectation. Then Team Spirit is just casually flying, seemingly crit under the radar. I don't know how that was from a player perspective, because for us, it's like, you know, they're just there and we know they're good, but they're not at the top of the list either.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference for me is that they've always been a good team at every tournament this year, but they've always been very limited in terms of what type of style they'll play. And I think in this tournament, especially the last couple of series, they added a lot. They added the Ench, like they prioritized the Ench, which is a huge thing for them because they're not a team that usually plays Su, and Ench is really good against Su. And then they also play Beastmaster on Collapse. They play Lycan on Collapse, which is stuff that before, like, you would never see them do this. And
아직은 웃음을 잃지
them
않았습니다.
adding that on top of what they already had in terms of being a team fight team and like a late game team, that just made them a lot more complete. Yeah, I think that's what's causing Liquid issues now, and also in the upper bracket.
게임 4는 어떤
they
뱀픽
have a lot of stuff that
보여줄지
they have to think about, and I think
정리가 좀 필요해
Spirit just looks
보이거든요.
solid. Like they look like a really good team, a hard team to beat. Like you can see why they want.
이게 좋다라는 이유로 보기에는 조금
Yeah, it does feel
그렇고.
like they just leveled up in the middle of the tournament, and we're gonna find out if they can close it out here. Of course, this is a team that was already in the grand finals
탑을
of
좀
Rio
생각해봐야
Masters
될 것 같습니다.
last year around against PSG LGD, and at that point they were not able to get a game, but it did warm them up nicely for the major that followed after that in Arlington. They were able to take first place that, but ever since, the struggling, the suffering, the not so great results, Effie, they've just continued.
Yeah, for a lot of Spirit fans, it feels like they might have peaked a little bit after TI-10, and they caught people off guard. And there was like a point in time where I would say they were just mediocre. You know, they weren't exceptionally good, they weren't bad, they were always contenders. But the thing about this team is on the main stage, they do transform. They just become something else.
시작이
They're
됩니다.
so hungry, they're so determined, and they have so much grit. Like, they
이번에는 이번에도 리퀴드가 세이프네요. 아니 세이프랜다. 레디언트네요. 언다잉 닥시벤 닥시는 아닌가 보다 라고 생각했는데 어둠 현자가 직접적으로 위협이 되진 않았거든요. 그냥 오라로 버텨진 거지.
They were at some point 10k behind in the previous game. They went high ground anyway. So net worth is not meaning that much in the hands of Team Spirit, right? I know you had a whole bit at some point as well when they were playing against BB Team. They were just going for it, behind or not.
Yeah, I mean, they were in that series specifically in their 2 wins. They were ahead in net worth for 15 seconds between the two of the games. But that's a summary of Team Spirit. I remember at the end of the group stage of this tournament, their last game, which solidified them the upper bracket, they got mega creeped by 9 pandas at 35 minutes and proceeded to win the game at 55 minutes. So like that, this has been their story throughout the entire course of the tournament. And I think one of the scariest like descriptions I could give to a team would be, I never know if they're for sure going to lose or not. And there's not very many teams that you can say that about. And it just feels like it's so easy in Dota to get frustrated and to have like, you overcompensate when you're losing, you try to force plays, and that is something I have never seen from Team Spirit. Like they keep their composure throughout the entire course of the game. They're looking for very specific openings, and they're just waiting for you to give it to them.
How has it felt for you, Crit?
그래서 이번 뱀픽은 좀 다를 것 같아요. 봐봅시다.
Yeah, I think what Brian said is very true. They're super composed. Like they never falter, even if they're under pressure. Like their team fighting is always on point. And I think it's just so much practice for them. Like they've always been a team that valued team fight, and now they're just the best at it. And yeah, I think they just look so confident every time they play. It never falters. And they start with the Ench here, which I think is good because Liquid banned out the Naga, which is also a Su response. So Spirit probably wondering a little bit if there's going to be some early Su or some something that they're Void is there
똑같이
as
또
well.
가나요?
I think Spirit probably didn't want to first pick the Void. So I think the Ench is a little bit more of a first pick Void would have been wild, but the Ench is solid cover for them.
And the Beastmaster that's been in contention for the last few games made it through this phase.
오 거미 드디어 나왔습니다. 근데 이렇게 되면 팀버 뽑기 좋거든요.
Probably one of the best responses you can do in an elimination game. Just pick a hero that you're confident on, a hero that can carry you, one of your players' most comfortable strategies, and they do it here.
Yeah, there's so much like rock, paper, scissors going on with like Team Spirit's threatening Void. Team Spirit doesn't want to pick Void into a Summons hero, so they pick Enchantress to block the Lycan and the Beast. So now Liquid picks the Summons hero that doesn't get screwed over by Enchantress, because you can only enchant one unit, and Broodmother has a bunch of them. And now it's most likely going to be Yatro's hero coming out on aid, and Liquid's thinking, okay, is it going to be TB? Is it going to be a Monkey King? Like, what is going to be
나가
our,
밴을 한 이유가
you know,
검이었고
Broodmother counter of choice? What 4 position best covers that?
뭐가 있을까요
I
이
mean,
뒤에?
like, the mind games right here. This is the cool part about a best of 5 and why it's not only we want more Dota, but further you go into the drafting, these teams have been, you know, 5-heading each other back and forth, and you end up with this, like, what, minute and a half they're spending on Team Liquid for this opening duo?
Yeah, there's still the question. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Yatoro
오,
here.
클락.
There's still the question of Beastmaster.
혹시 클락
There's still the question of
나온
Timbersaw.
걸까요?
They can have so many
요즘
different
인세니아도
approaches
쓰기는
on Spirit
쓰는데
for this 8 pick.
It's true.
I like this clock pick actually from Liquid because I was thinking what you said about
인체한테
the
들러붙기
Brood being good
좋고
against
시야
Ench.
확인
It's true,
좋고
but it's also the heroes that
이니시에이터로
Brood wants on
적절하죠.
his lane, like the range 4s, are not really good against Ench. So I like this response from Liquid picking up clock, which is good against Ench, and it's also support that can go either lane. So they still have the option later on to pick a different hero for Boxy if they really wanted to, and they don't really pick a hero that's bad into Ench. So I think it's good.
It's also good against like Beast Timber offlaners, right? So yeah, it makes sense why they thought for so long and then why they came to this conclusion.
Yeah, because I think usually you would pick a range 4, but they decided like they don't want to pick a bad hero into
리스마스터
Ench.
And they go for the Beastmaster, yeah. I understand why they do it. They've defaulted to their Beastmaster opening so many times. Usually it's paired with the Lion because Lion is a hero that deters from a lot of the carries that counter Beastmaster online. But I think this is probably one of the best things that they can do right now because there is no Naga. They can get away with this. They have the tempo with this Enchantress. They can take down these towers. They can reverse the map pressure of the Brood by playing the opposite side and establishing their own points to hold and fight into.
I never thought. Oh god.
I think it's interesting that they ended up picking the Beast instead of picking the lane response to Brood here, because there's now going to be 3 more bans to the Brood going towards your Toro, and they get to respond to the Beast themselves. So I think it gave them I kind of like this opening from Liquid. It's different than the IO Lash, it's different than the Naga. You know, it's something that they've played before that they're comfortable with, but it's new in the series. And I think they got away with it. I don't know if this Beast is something that they're super worried about. Like Brian said, Clock is pretty good against Beast. And they get a core response as well. So I think it's looking pretty good for Liquid in the start of this draft.
Yeah, the thing that I'm laughing about
해볼반까지
is I
해야
never
될 것
thought I'd say
같고요,
this in
리퀴드.
this tournament, but I think Team Liquid has to worry about a Bristleback coming out from Yatoro later on in the draft. It's always been good against all the summons offlaners. They ran it with the
리스는
Beastmaster
모르겠다.
against BB teams, so I also love that they banned Slark on the side of Team Liquid because they lost to GG with like a timing-based push lineup with lack of stuns when Duraccio was playing Slark, and then they also lost to Yatoro in the upper bracket final game 3 with him playing Slark, so you can tell that these teams have experienced all the ways to lose with their core strategies.
That's a great point you make about the Beast and the Bristleback, because it was played very successfully into the Brood, but it also opens up the Coddle pick, right? They didn't just play the Bristleback by itself. They had the Coddle Bristle combination, which also enabled a Spirit hero for Laurel, and we haven't really seen any of the Spirit heroes come out yet. So you can also have the Coddle plus Spirit hero combination.
Yeah, they're all available, so like you said, if they want
흠의
Coddle Ember, Coddle Storm, one of them's going to be there.
뭘
That's a Crystal Maiden ban. Is it just against the Beastmaster to keep the
진짜 신기한데요.
Yeah, I think it's for both for the.
이게 크메가 성능 좋을 때 그리고 비스마스 성능 좋을 때 비만 나오면은 인첸, 크메 이 두 가지가 항상 나오긴 했는데 이번 판은 아직 모르겠거든요. 굳이 필요했었는지.
Insania on his Crystal Maiden has had so many impacts in the games we've seen him play it. It hasn't come out this tournament very often, if not at all. Not that I can recall watching, but at Dream Leagues he was doing insane plays like winning the safe lane, going through the gates, ganking the opposing lane, going mid and securing runes. Like, he has so much impact on it, and to see this respect come out on these grand finals in a tournament where they haven't run it means that Spirit really have done their research.
It looks like they ran it a couple of times. They have 1 loss on it. They also have a win on it. So they did play this tournament too. So it's definitely something that they wouldn't mind pulling out.
The best way to deal with Beast, in my opinion, is as a carry player, if I don't kill this guy, or at least threaten to kill him once or twice in the first 6 or 7 minutes, then my tower is going down, and then my mid tower is going down a few minutes later. So having the duo support plus like a mid-game Drow Ranger, Monkey King is definitely the best ideal way to remove Beastmaster's timing from the equation. And whether this hero gets like a Helm of the Overlord at like 16, 17 minutes
리퀴드는 약간 미라나 느낌 나네요.
it just changes everything about the game.
포크샷 호그 미사일도
Even in
가능하고
all their times where they came back
오
against
잡는
BB
것도
team,
가능하고.
Collapse was having relatively decent games, and his pressure on the map also would get them Roches when they were losing. So And I think it's really important that a Team Liquid hyper focuses on shutting this Beastmaster down.
Yeah, I can see that. But at the same time, I feel like Beastmaster is one of the heroes in this patch who can recover regardless of most lanes, because he has two builds to play on, which is either playing for kills on lane with the boar or tempo, or just maxing your axes and clearing ancient stacks. But I wonder if Spirit Breaker is an option at all for Team Spirit Crit, because they did play against BB Team's Brood, I believe. Oh, it was 9 Pandas Brood, and they ran a Spirit Breaker
리시는 진짜
plus
모르겠어.
Storm combo versus the Reno there.
Yeah, I would just worry about the clockwork, because I think traditionally clock is a support that likes to play into Spirit Breaker. So if it wasn't for that, then maybe. I think now you know the clockwork is going to be 4. Most likely it's going to be
탭을 나왔을 때 하기는 하는데.
I think it's just the lane with Beastmaster will be pretty weak. It would require them to pick some range core that can go with the.
이게 게이즈로 보어가 잡아지긴 해요. 게이즈 한 번이야.
We forgot about that
스냅타이어.
one. I like Snapfire versus Clockwork just because you can cookie your allies out of the cogs. You can also cookie yourself, and this can be Laurel's hero from the mid lane since they don't have second pick and they won't be able to counter the opposing mid hero. So it looks pretty solid.
It could also be a mirror hero, because it is quite good against clock, like support matchup, and Lich it's okay too, you know. So B Snap is a strong lane. But I think most likely it's probably going to be Laurel. It seems to be the default that he goes mid. But this does keep it open now.
테러블레이드
Like they can't
예상은 한 것 같아요.
if they want to with the last pick.
Drow Ranger, baby.
평타 실드 보어킬.
Drow game, yeah. I agree.
그럼 이러면 드로우 모플링이죠.
I think they will not get it last.
They would have to pick it now, yeah, I think so too.
드로우 모플링 무에르타.
But this brood came out in the first phase crit. Do you think Spirit have addressed it at all, or that they still need to do something? And if so, what can they do for this brood?
I think this TB is their response. I'm not sure if the snap is mid. I think they might have some issues with dealing with the brood early on, unless Mira has some hero that can
네, 드로우 승률이 굉장히 나쁩니다. 다른 선택지가 조금 애매해요. 문제는 어쩔 수 없었겠죠.
They can deal with it in terms of like Snapfire can go there, kill the brood links, and install the pressure. And then I think TB has a good lane against brood, especially if it's a brood clock. So
10 seconds remaining.
All right, so what boxes do we need ticking from the final positions here? It looks like for Team Liquid, they've got overall last pick, so they're looking for their mid hero, but they don't have to choose one until they know for sure if it's snap mid or if it's something else mid, depending on if the snap is core or not. On the side of Team Spirit, I think we're going to assume at the moment that the snap is a core, and that would mean that they're looking for Miposhka last?
Mirror or Miposhka. I think Miposhka is more likely to play Ench.
Okay.
But it is an option for them to put it offlane, like they did put it as 4 like they did earlier.
한잔하라고 뭘?
It's pretty good against Lich and Drow, so I can see it happening. I just think Miposhka is a really good Ench, and I think they want him to be on that hero.
네, 그거는
I think it's more likely that they're going to
탈론이 너무 엉성한
And we did
뱀픽했던
see
거라.
Mira talking a lot there, so that would be likely. Which hero would you like to see
스피릿
from
든든해 보이잖아요. 랄 미드인 것
There's going
같아요.
to be some
네,
lion in contest, but it might get banned. It's probably the
카운터 이니시 하나만
hero for them. It's very
끼워줘도
solid.
스피릿
They need
충분히
some
튼튼해
initiator
보이거든요.
in some way that can like set up the fights for them. Lion seems to be the best one of the 4 heroes in this patch.
Even versus Brood and Clock?
I think so. I think it doesn't really matter too much for like what he's playing against. It's more about what he needs to do for his team.
Do you think the snap flex to 4 is still open for Spirit?
I think so. I think it just depends what options there are for mid, because they need the same thing from a mid hero that they would need from a 4, like some hero that can open the fights, and I don't know how many options there are for them.
There's Ember Spirit still
There's Ember,
potentially.
yeah. I think they might be a bit worried about the counter picks for Ember, because Nisha is a player that will counter you pretty hard on lane if you pick Ember Spirit, so I think that's probably their worry, and that's also why I think they will probably put the Snapfire mid, because she doesn't have as many counters as some of these initiator mids.
Do you ever consider for Team Liquid, like, if they go Ember, right? Do you go like Lone Druid? For
Yeah,
instance?
I think they will.
Do they like triple down on this push?
I think
both teams have a lot.
they'll go Lone Druid, or they'll do some Meepo, you know, like they will do some hard counter to Ember.
그러니까
I think that's what they
탈론은
should do if they're in this spot. Like they need to put the
리오픽이
pressure on from the laning stage.
갑자기
At this point,
한타도
like,
안
it's
되고
game 4, they're down
레인도
to
안
1. I
되고
think they should go hard.
영 그랬어.
There's heroes that get prioritized much more highly throughout the course of the tournament and kind of get forgotten about. We see the snap coming out in the second round. I feel like it's a really good timber game for Team Liquid as well. Like if I don't think Team Spirit can really deal with this at all in the mid game. So
they banned Bad Rider, so that could be the case. Yeah, that they have something planned like that.
Also respecting the flex, but Didn't Liquid play some Drow Ranger plus DK combination yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah.
I feel like that could still be an option for Liquid too, but it's going to depend on Spirit's pick that comes out here.
DK's rough against TB specifically, just because the illusion reflection gives all the bonuses that DK gets when he ults. But if it would be a good tempo thing for sure if they wanted to amp up that But I feel like against Team Spirit they've proven time and time again, even if you have tempo, unless the lead snowballs so astronomically that the game's over, that they will make it drawn out. So I really lean towards the late game matchups if they're looking at Nisha's hero.
Yeah, it becomes a bit harder now that he has to pick into Snap. I think the SD is an okay option. I don't really think SD is that good against Drow personally. But obviously good with Terrorblade, solid save, it's a good scaling for, and I think it's just a solid lane as well for them.
네, 그냥 뭐 엠버 말고는 그냥 제일 무난무난한 게 없어.
It is a bad matchup for the lane.
스톰이 있었으면 스톰이 제일 좋았을 수도 있는데 지금은 엠버가 나왔습니다.
The Ember, when Ember gets 6, he will be annoying for Snap. And then when Snap gets 8-0s and it keeps going like that, the timings will.
이제 라리 리샤를 좀 레인전에서 압박을 해봐야겠죠.
Does outlane Laurel often, and if anyone's going to play a bad Ember matchup, it is going to be him. I like what this Ember provides in terms of jumping this Shadow Demon with the Clockwork in the backline, and if the Shadow Demon is out of the fight, that Terrorblade is very susceptible to dying. I did favor Spirit's draft the last 2 games, but I think Liquid's draft in this one just ticks every box for me.
Yeah, I think for me this is a really good Drow game. He has really good heroes for himself. He has Ember, Clock, Brute that will all go in for him, giving vision. So I think it's all on Mikke to perform in this game. I think he has the tools to win the game for them.
I'm a little bit concerned about the Enchantress roaming pressure on mid lane with the Snapfire Laurel having an advantage in the matchup, but if we saw anything like last game, we might see just a bit of a mid diff with Nisha just being able to come out of the lane much better than he is, or than he should. If Nisha does do that, I heavily favor Team Liquid. Otherwise, if mid lane becomes a problem, I would go for Spirit.
Okay. Seems like my panel is tentatively setting up for that Game 5 here in this Grand Finals. But let's see if Liquid has the upper hand here, or if maybe Team Spirit is going to take it all home here at Riyadh Masters. But first, though, heading over to Jenkins, who is able to talk to Blitz right now.
Pretty good. Still pretty happy.
So this is where you come into your specialty. You guys have backs up against the wall. You're Coach Blitz. You're the gym guy. You're the motivational guy. What did you say to your team during the break?
I just told them to keep their heads up. I think everything that we've done is amazing, truly. I think it's too much of a focus on if we win this event and stuff like that. And for me, I think it's just a cool thing to repeatedly get to finals, show that consistency, show that we're a top team. I'll live, and if we won this, life would go on. And if we lost it, there's another thing to play, and life would go on. And so I just told them, enjoy the moment. It's not very often that you get to play for this kind of stakes in front of this kind of crowd. So, just enjoy yourself.
All right, well, very motivational Blitz. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And now we're going to go to our motivational casters. That is Avery.
갑니다. 과연 리퀴드 자신감을 되찾고 2대2 쫓아갈지. 그도 아니면은 스피릿이 여기서 엔딩을 낼지. 지금은 오전 4시입니다.
Now, the teams will find their decade of work and dedication culminates in this finals of a championship. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Both teams have put in the time and the effort to be here, but it all just comes down to 1 or 2 moments to make history and to claim a championship.
슬로우 미포시카. 근데 애매해요. 뒤에 콜랩스도 있고요.
I mean, we heard in some of these interviews across the tournament, right? I go to Yatoro. Over 10 years ago, he started playing this game at 14, and that has been the story for a lot of professional players over that span. It's a lot that goes into these single moments, like you said, that get decided by a coin flip sometimes, by a razor edge. That's the beauty of this game. That's why it is so romantic.
그래서 룬은 둘둘로 보여요. 이샤와도 확인했고요. 그래서 거미가 나오긴 했는데 랄 혹시 찍더라도 살아나가지 못할 걸로 보이거든요. 네, 마무리 미케 퍼스트 블러드입니다. 일단은 3대3이에요. 애매하죠?
They're
이제
going to need
그냥
every
TP.
advantage they can get in this game 4 to come back in this series. Otherwise, it's
필시
going to be
TP 두 개
Team
잘
Spirit
뺐습니다.
claiming the championship. Team Liquid do not want to let that happen again, man. It has happened far too many times to them this year to watch yet another grand finals slip through their fingers.
오, D9.
If you're Team Spirit, you were here
네,
before
두
as well.
개였네.
It slipped away from you. So one of these teams is going to get redemption, and the other will meet a familiar fate.
스냅이 기본 데미지도 세고 스탯 스케일도 높아가지고
Two very prominent and
미드 많이 유리하죠.
terrorizing carries. The Toro Terrorblade. That is a scary premonition, and then you have the Mickey Drow Ranger with a good
이거
matchup
조금
here.
위험해
It should be a
보여요,
good
미라.
laning phase. He's going to scale
좀
really
많이
hard in this
까였습니다.
game. It's another one of those close late games that might come down to some Snapfire, Divine Rapiers could come down to some Brood Ratting. There's a lot that can go down in this ultra late.
혹시 커리어 삼아.
In my opinion, have geared up for it. You have the Beast and the Brood who can, in theory, create some tempo here. But so far, these games have gone the distance, and it'll maybe come down to some lane execution here as Liquid trying to pull ahead has been favorable for them the entire series. So far, with that first blood, it's not looking too bad. Zai getting beat up a bit on the early laning phase from this reflection. We saw the panel
이번
talk about
게임은 좀
the answer for the
예측하기
Brood.
어려운
I
것
don't think the
같거든요.
catch for the Brood is that good in this game, outside of maybe the Beastmaster later on. You don't have a spear break.
에호 메타
But if they get
이렇게
win the
되면
lane,
자이
which they
상황.
will get the early kill. Granted, it's not first blood.
이레벨 타이밍
but
잘
even
노렸죠.
being able to stop Boxy's attempt at a hard camp pull, it's going to be
복시가 있었어도 크게
Spirit
달라질 건
great
없었을
in
것
this save.
같습니다.
No, that is a kill you will gladly take every time because it's so much experience.
어차피
Terribly
둘러붙어
your
봤자
chances, we're going to use it so well and just ramp up the pressure. And you
본인이
really want the
죽으면
early game to
죽었지.
go well
살리지는
before
못하고
it is
따지도
good matchup,
못하고.
Because if he gets to his items later, he's going to be a beast. If the Brood takes away his camps and limits his farm, that is where Zai can start to pull ahead and scale himself. So that is a great start for the Team Spirit
야야나.
lane here. As well as Laurel doing pretty good mid with that Snapfire. That is a hero that has been difficult to counterpick the entire tournament. You go for a last pick Ember, knowing this lane's going to be tough, but Nisha will pay it back in that mid game. So you just kind of have to push through it. You just got to deal with the fact that Laurel will have a very strong early game.
전... 오 피했어요 스케쳐 블라스트.
Dodges the scatter blast. That's an important bit of momentum in a melee versus range hero matchup mid on mid.
And the interesting thing about this
전
game
전체적으로
is that I
스피릿이
think
초반에 좀
much
유리하다
more
보니까
what are those
그리고
fights
뒷심도
like
태블
this
때문에 안 밀리고.
clockwork? It can be really strong in those mid game fights. You
네,
get initiation
복시가
power,
손가락이
you
더
follow up with a
빨랐습니다.
lot of AoE, frost shield, the chain frost. It's a lot you can just
오
pour
그리고
in.
들어오고 콜랩스 한 번 더.
On his own, just chasing
허리요.
down the hero.
Dude, Mickey
슬로우거든요. 미라 만화 없고 이제 슬로우 계속 들어가요. 다음 슬로우 마무리 안 됐습니다. 스틱 덕분에. 요정불 것도 있긴 했네요.
The Shadow Demon just been pushed back over and over and over again.
Yeah, both these carries dominating their lane so far. A second kill for Mickey. It's just going to be so many early stats into this Drow Ranger. You also are getting the Lotus because you're pushing the lane into the Beast, so it's extra mana regen for this Lich who has a salve still left. I mean, this is a very abusable lane. The Shadow Demon pick, it's a little greedy. Like, it'll pay off later when you can purge the Frost Armor, help Yatoro take the fights with a save and extra illusions. But right now, the lane collapse is not feeling
콜랩스
it.
굉장히 고통받고 있습니다. 지금 거미도 고통받는 턴인데 도끼 던지로 먹는 것 치고도 거미보다 낮은 상황이죠.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't a huge fan of the Shadow Demon because I think there were options that helped them solve some of the problems they had in this game. But it is a hero they're very comfortable with and one that can help out the carry matchup later.
But they can get the kill onto Mickey here, but it's looking good.
오,
Yeah, the access in the
잡아냈어요.
Shadow Points just builds up a bit too much. Insania,
오,
the
근데
Rocket
로켓.
Flare comes in to be able to finish off Mira, which may actually save Insania's life as he is going to be chased down, collapsed underneath
오,
the tower.
네.
He gets the kill
교환됐어요.
first, so they don't get any experience for the Beastmaster kill.
That's really nice for Collapse. He gets all the XP plus his helm plus a free trip to base here. And he's going to laugh his way all the way to the bank. And his Boxy did collect that with the Rocket Flare. Pretty nice for him.
Yeah.
Level 2 Rocket Flare. Will
Which
knock out the
means
cogs towards the edge.
faster level 3, which is so important for the Clockwork. I mean, there's a big difference in the threat of Battery Assault that does 20
신발아서
damage
빠져나가죠.
a hit versus the 45 at level 2.
And the boost.
네, 이 정도 위치면 그냥 집을 갔다 와도 될 것
The downside
같은데.
with this Clock pick is Clock Brood is not really a thing. Like, you can have a Lion Brood, you can have a Hoodwink Brood, you can have a Grimstroke Brood. You know, Clock Brood is, I guess, you're Battery Assaulting into a Silken Boa. You know, it's just not there. So Boxy
나도
probably have to
졸립다.
find his momentum elsewhere. Maybe gate rotation.
네,
into
미라
bottom,
그냥
run
스킬
down
스팸
the
해요.
Master. That looks the most promising to me. Like, okay, sure, maybe your brood doesn't get as
야,
much
저로
as I
5레벨.
wanted at the start of this game versus a very tough lane in Enchantress Terrorblade. If you can gank the Beastmaster, put him in a similar position, and accelerate your Drow Ranger off more kills.
막타
that's the
10개 이상
payoff of
차이
this
나죠.
support door
드로우랑
for
탭을
Liquid. I
13개
think the mid
차이.
gank maybe is there, but I also think it's pretty ambitious.
엠버
to
스냅
snap
7개
out 20
차이.
lane, which she is right now.
A lot of last hits there for Mickey, who's going to put him in a bad position with
게다가
kisses
키스
raining in.
데미지
He will
충분할까요?
be caught.
마무리됩니다.
Oh, nice
라레
rotation
킬.
from Laurel. Did not expect him to just instantly TP there with the ult. Finds the Drow Ranger connection really nice for Collapse as he will have a free lane and more experience. Maposhka battling Boxy.
Boxy not going to die. He is okay tanking up some Ancients there. 6-minute power rune goes the way of Nisha, so he'll have a regen to be able to work with.
I like this positioning from Maposhka though. Whenever you can get into this side of the map with the Enchantress, you just feel like a god. Because you're going to get a big creep, you're going to steal it away from that camp, maybe mess with his stack, and then you have rotation potential to top or to mid here. It is something Nisha has to think about. With an enchant purging his shield or slowing him down.
The brawl continues in this bottom lane as they chase down the Shadow Demon.
No mercy on these side lanes right now as both carries are ramping it up. Yatoro did not find the Brood with his second meta, but he did find tower pressure. And they're looking for Zai right
그래도
now.
와드는 먹었어요.
Yeah, he got the D ward. I mean, hashtag worth, I guess. As Zai is getting forced off the lane here. Just doesn't have the lane partner in the clock, but they'll rotate the Lich.
Yeah, I mean, with the extra bit of magic damage from the Lich, it might be enough. Zai's going to try and bait it out, and now's the
물론
turnaround.
살짝. 근데 모자르거든요. 거리가 매혹 때문에. 그래서 그냥 미포시카로 타겟 병행합니다.
Once as much life back, he is going to get a kill, and he'll be able to play the lane, at least for a little bit.
This is where Liquid's lineup can strike really fast. This double support roam, it's something they've used before. They traditionally use it with the Crystal Maiden, but the Lich is pretty much
크립 하나, 2개 정도 먹으면은 6레벨 되거든요.
I expect the double roam to continue as the Wisdom Runes get split here. Really just ramp up the XP for your two supports and enter that mid game with your team fight fully online. Whereas for Team Spirit, you're kind of happy just farming 3 lanes with your cores. You get a couple rotations out from Laurel.
오, 이거는 그냥 라리 냅다 아무렇게나 썼어요.
Dodge there. As Nisha, he's been putting a lot of pressure on Laurel. He's trying to keep him out of lane so he can actually take that tower with the Orb of Corrosion as quick
일단은
as
불
possible.
꺼지고요.
And he's going at it
혹시
again.
오고 있어요.
That's a pretty nice boar rotation.
Yeah, it actually helps
근데
out quite a
보호가
bit.
와가지고
Nisha does
와.
have that defensive remnant, so not too much to worry about here.
Cut the supports off in
탭을 메타까지 켜고요. 자이 버텨지네. 자이 그냥 죽습니다. 알파이프 데미지 없기 때문에.
On the power rune as well. Nisha will be able to get the power rune though. On the other side, it didn't actually spawn bottom.
Nice double damage he'll pick up, but Liquid are bleeding on the map. That Sunder, not something Zai expected early here. And another surprise rotation from Collapse. We see them
애매하죠.
rotate really early on these Zoo heroes, and they have paid off every time.
6레벨은 봤을 텐데 해버리 그냥 체력 낮은 상태로 유지를 하다가 써버려서 발견은 했습니다.
Has to dive in a bit too deep for this one because of the rotation of Insania. They give up.
They do get to cut the wave, and the Helmet Dom is done on Collapse here, so you can start to ramp up the tower pressure if you do find these core kill connections. And meanwhile, the supports from Liquid just getting split on the map. It's not where they're strong when the Clock and the Lich are isolated. That enchant making its presence felt here on the
애매해요.
Nisha's not quitting.
시야 확인하고요. 엠버 근데 마나가 조금 애매하거든요. 데미지 오 마무리됐습니다. 라일 죽었어요.
Boxy with a small assist will be able to limp away and into his tranquil boots.
Nisha is exerting so much pressure in this matchup, just running him down with flame guard.
Here's that Mickey
그리고
rotation.
갑자기 나타난 미케 테러블레이드한테 방어력 무시하고 패 들어가죠. 자이의
You
킬.
have to be aware that that kill from behind is always going to be there. Every single one of these games, Mickey is trying this.
Liquid are getting
리퀴드가 조금 쫓아갑니다. 해버리 수입 1등이긴 한데 드로우 레인저라 이게 상성 빌드라 상성 매치다 보니까 조금 애매합니다. 물론 매혹 디스펠이 있긴 하지만은 크로스 쉴드가 이번 게임 굉장히 강하잖아요.
Oh yeah, they know the ancients are being done. Nisha, he's gonna play and try and grab a good amount of this with the slides.
한 3개 정도 먹었습니다. 한 거는 더 먹어야 되고 아직.
They're just seeing everything that Team Spirit want to do.
이번 게임 스피릿이 문다라고 할 수 있는 게 그다지 없어요.
Doesn't quite get there in time though, but the ancients, the rest of them will be claimed by Collapse as a result.
이거 근데 괜찮나요?
Boxy gonna turn around some decent damage with the chain frost bounce.
네, 체인 프로스트 애매하게 튕기긴 합니다. 랄 죽었어요. 옥시가 살았습니다.
Some pretty nice bounces in the end.
Oh, look at Zai. He's just immediately, okay, we killed the mid laner. Finally, let's take this mid tower away
그래서
from them.
타워 박살이
It's
납니다.
pretty surprising that the first tower to go down is this mid one and not top. Zai's had issues forcing Yatoro off that wave. He's stood up there, been pretty strong, and continued to find a lot of farm. Level 8.5, top of the board here. Surprised at how well this Terrorblade was able to stand against the Brood with potential gank rotations. They only really caught him that one time. That's going to be a nice tower to take away here. Something we've seen Liquid prioritize whenever they have this Ember Spear. Just going to Nisha mid with that over corrosion, taking the tower down, and free up the power room control to go to work. And it'll be a quick smoke to bottom. Utilize this Drow's really high level off some of the earlier kills and shut down Collapse again. He has no
목 상태입니다. 발견했어요. 오, 시력이 잘 들어갔어요. 허지 쓰긴 했는데 오, 한번 밀어주고요. 오, 복시 집에 갔어. 프로스트 쉴드가 이렇게 좋습니다. 애매하죠. 이렇게 되면 니샤가 데미지가 훅 깎여가지고 스펠이 너무 좋아요.
It is not up yet, but you have the Helmet of Damora. You can push these buildings pretty fast between these two heroes. You're also pressuring mid right now. Kisses off a cookie.
미케 일단은 침묵 마무리가 될까요? 매호 하지만은 추진력 오훅샷 라인 몰긴 했는데요. 범위가 와요. 일단은 복수는 합니다. 네, 라일도 초반 큰 거에 비해서는 많이 망했거든요. 으로 먹고 죽으면은 불만 없어요.
The Drow Ranger out off that TP with Midas off cooldown for Mickey right now as he bought out for it. The extra economic damage. Haste rune in the river that Maposhka will grab. This is a big rune to take away from the Ember Spirit who's had full rune control as Nisha is just struggling with some forward.
리퀴드 아직은 반반입니다. 니샤 피 많이 빠졌고요. 조금만 더 있으면은 도미투 나오거든요. 빠질 수밖에 없었죠.
Doesn't have Primal Rory up, so no real threat there.
This Helmet of Overlord is going to be strong. It's going to be really strong in the fight. It's going to tank up a lot of the damage that the Lich throws in. You can counteract some of the ores that the Brood might be bringing later with your own pace. In fact, Zai is not even going for the ores. He is just going for scale.
오버로드 크림 먹어보려고 오고 있는데 아 발견했죠?
You just try and fight the Terrorblade or the Snapfire running in.
It does always seem like Team Liquid's part of their game plan is scaling on multiple heroes to try and contest Yatoro. I mean, they answer it in this game, Terrorblade with the Drow Ranger, but even then they say that's not enough. We need the Broodmother to be able to fight him too.
I think the tempo just didn't work out in that game 3, and it kind of killed the idea of it.
Yeah.
This is not a draft really designed to run you over. Even though it has the Brood in it, they're not really playing this Brood or designed it for a fast game at like 25, 30-minute or a high ground. This is, we're just going to scale, we're going to meet you there, we're going to outfight you in the late game. That's a tough call.
Even when you just saying that kind of makes me laugh. We're gonna outfight you, Team Spirit.
Yeah, it is
TI winners.
I mean, I commend the audacity here, if you want to call it that. Not many teams have ever accomplished this task.
옵샷 글쎄요.
Even real quick, pull him. Oh, not quite enough. The
14번 기다려보는 것 같은데요. 체인 프로스트 애매해요. 키스 일단 복시 먼저 삼아. 엠버는 그냥 일단 렘넌트 아웃했죠. 인세니아도 뭐 별 문제 없어 보입니다.
It's gonna be a long run for him, but I think he's okay.
Troll summoner without a net.
Yeah. Quick, raise the dead on him.
Quick, go back 4 patches and ensnare him.
게이지가 데미지로 바뀌어가지고 먹을 순 없어요. 아예.
Aha, I've caught you. Fall him through the gate. That's the chat. No, he wants to farm. I mean, too much time wasted for Collapse here, right? He's a man of the people, a man of the neutrals.
Mickey's playing on the enemy side of this river. It's a very dangerous position to be in as a Drow Ranger.
The Midas will eventually help them scale as well, right? They are for sure
보시면은
just thinking about going late here and outranging the Terrorblade. And so far, they're getting what they want out of the map. I mean, Yatoro's huge, but Laurel really fell behind with all that mid-skirmishing. 4 deaths on the Snapfire. That will slow down your pace here. And it's a question of, can Team Spirit pick up that pace with Helm of the Overlord completed for Collapse? Pretty decent timing here. He's got a lot of Ancient stacks. He's cleared through them all. He rushed this over boots or any sort of early fighting item. Now it's time to put that to
스피릿으로
use. Really wanna get these
조금씩
fights.
앞서가고 있어요.
Combining the Beastmaster and the Terrorblade are where Team Spirit are
훅샷
strong.
Another hook shot land from Boxy.
놔둬두고요. 일단은
Catches
다시
Mira
한번.
again. I mean, you talk about Laurel having a rough one. Mira is also
자,
going to be run over by the Clockwork Broodmother Ember Spirit combination of heroes that can just get on top of the backline immediately.
This is where the support duo can really pick up the pace on the map, especially with Zai combining to all these fights right now. He's just going second item Lincolns. Very interesting early defensive pickup. There's not a lot of single target spells, I guess, is his idea. If you block one of these ults, it's decent value. You can also throw it on your Ember or your Drow. Should be good for most of the game versus the Sunder and the Roar.
Yeah, the only catch for him is Purge as well as
올렸습니다. 미케.
from Yatoro, and it's going to result in a kill onto Mickey. Great
어떻게 할 수가
stuff.
없죠,
As long
이거는.
as he can get out, which it looks pretty free.
This guy is
미케가
just
커야
so
되는
damn good.
게임이라.
Yeah, what other carry player is going to be in your triangle at 15 minutes ganking you?
Seriously.
With a Terrorblade.
And I think another thing that I really like about Yatoro, probably one of the best players in the world when it comes to itemization on carries.
자, 근데 계속 리퀴드가 애매하게 서폿만 물려요.
Constantly. They might cost Boxy his life, or Insania rather, as Insania is the one targeted by the big bad army of the Beastmaster.
시야 차이가 나죠 지금.
His revenge in the end, and they're worth about the same here.
내가 2개 있습니다.
Yatoro is happy with all this. He's just getting to clear through heroes, through camps, and he will rush a Scotty second here. So no Manta, no early BKB, just gonna tank up and probably commit.
이렇게는 좀 더 큰 타겟 찾아볼 필요가 있는데요.
With the cookie follow up. Oh, the damage is close, but he gets off the slight. He doesn't have a way to get a remnant out. Too low on mana.
Where did all his mana go?
2K 차이. 엠버도 내려왔습니다. 라라리로 내려갔습니다. 뻗은 꼴찌. 슬슬 위험하죠. 암만 상성 잡혀 있어도 이렇게 계속 하나씩 잘리다 보면 큰일 나요. 에이토스, 프라이멀 로어 그대로 자기까지.
Maybe Mira dies to the spiders. He's going to try and pop the... Oh, that's a smart move. Uses the smoke. No hero to dispel that. Clever move, Mira.
Nothing is free in a grand final here. As that is well worth it.
지금
That was a lot of gold.
미케는 당연히 뭘 할 수 없고 니샤는 지금 섀도우 데모니 데모닉 퍼즈만 발라 넣어도 데미지가 확 줄기 때문에 불킹을 사도 마찬가지거든요. 그거는.
That's your benefit of that extra map control. And man, has Yatoro pushed in these waves aggressively. It's constantly forcing someone back this part of the map, which, you know, Mickey's here, but he also got ganked here earlier. So you're not sure where the vision is right now if you're Team Liquid in terms of is Yatoro playing off what he sees, or is Yatoro just an absolute boss? It doesn't care.
Yatoro God. He's coming for me. He's coming for me.
This is like such a terrifying game, honestly. Yatoro God on a Terrorblade, he's just ganking you.
And I think his itemization is going to be pretty interesting, because we saw his Faceless Void Aghanim Scepter pickup. I mean, that paid off really well against the Naga Siren. What does he do in this matchup, Terrorblade versus Dro Ranger? Like, when is he going to get that blink?
Yeah, early Swift Blink could be interesting. The Hurricane Pike could also be interesting, which looks like what he's going for here. Silver Edge could also... Like, there's a lot of interesting pseudo gap close items that might let him get in deep. You can also just play for Roshan's with Aegis and try and go early high ground here, right?
지금 미케 템이 뭔지 모르겠네요. 파이크인지 아가님인지 그걸 좀 확인을 해봐야 알 것 같은데 어느 타이밍에 나올 수 있는지는.
This is beginning to look a
지금은
little
못
bit like
맞고
a
있죠.
Beastmaster Dusa lineup that could hit your high ground at 20 minutes.
This is a scary push lineup. You have an Alpha Wolf in here from the Enchantress, Double Boar, Black Dragon, plus Max Inner Beast
엄청
up
빨라요,
for Collapse.
스피드.
Of course, you can create some extra Shadow Demon illusions. Little Shredder going to give you the minus armor. There's a lot aligning right now for Team Spirit.
밀려 들어갑니다.
Now they do have to go through Frost Shield. That is a big way to stall it up. And
네, 아가님이네요, 드로우. 레이토스 좀 애매하죠. 쫓아가긴 애매해서.
Gone out the window.
Again, they're happy to bring Team Liquid back, though.
Yeah.
Like, anytime you get this Drow in base, it's a pretty slow hero on the map. You just have to run back out to your triangle. It feels awkward. Maybe you're missing some little Midas cooldowns. I think Team Spirit are happy with that push.
미다스였구나.
Of course, Terrorblade in the boots of
그래서
Travis Snapfire. Not going to lose.
레벨은 좀 따라갔는데.
Go back the other side. This will prompt a smoke from Liquid as they want to get something done with this Drow Ranger Ags.
글쎄요, 누굴 어떻게 잘 물어볼 수는
Smoke may be
있을지.
read by the fact that the Terrorblade illusion stayed out in the bottom lane for so long. Nobody's showing on that part.
로션 없습니다. 아무도 안 들어 있어요.
All down here. 4 obs committed from Team Spirit just to cover this Radiant jungle into the Roshan pit, and they will claim it here.
들어가요.
Scotty Helmet the Overlord at 20 minutes. That is a difficult 5-on-5 fight with the heroes that Liquid have who
하기는 했는데 이미 늦었죠. 그냥 2차랑 교환됩니다.
kisses for some
첫 번째 아이기스 21분에 테러블레이드에게
And it might have been just enough. Let's see if Liquid want to keep committing. They do take it.
that was kind of rude that Nisha took the last hit after Zai did all the work.
벌써 이거 스피릿이
Classic mid player. You know,
찢어져서 잘리지 않는 이상 리퀴드 이젠 어려워 보입니다. 어떻게 잘 잘라봐야 되는 건데 지금은 스피릿이 찢어질 이유가 없어요. 그냥 모여서 스피릿 올려 넣으면은 탭을 메타 쓰고
No respect for legacy.
그럼 그냥 메가크립 나오는 거거든요. 오, 복시 일단은 애매한데요. 포그 잘못 샀습니다.
Around the trees there with no follow-up from a core, so he wasn't super confident about it.
This feels like a game where Team Spirit are getting to do what they want to do. Though I do think Liquid's chances in the late game are a lot better, right? I think last time if that game went ultra late, it's just impossible at a certain point. Here, you have a lot more potential in the bank, especially with this Drow pick. This hero's always very spicy late game. It's one of those carries where it almost doesn't matter what you play against. Like, there's nothing that really scales against Drow outside of some of these uber cheese picks, and even then,
broke through the Lincolns and got him with the purge. Can Zai get to the trees? No, he can't.
올렸습니다. 복시 길을 잘 막기는 했는데 오, 자이 프로스트실드로 복시도 사나요 이거? 하지만 포이즌
Boxy, what'd you die to? You know.
이거 메타 조금 아까울 것 같아요.
He knows what he died to there. Tanked the whole damn game.
부시용으로 생각했는데 에이토스
See, Boxy respects legacy right there. That's a
BKB for Laurel challenging Mickey. And all he has to do is stall up Mickey long enough for his team to get here.
Point blank kisses.
우리였죠?
Shotgun him down. That'll be a 5th death for the Drow Ranger here. It doesn't feel like 5, but it really has been.
이렇게 풀킹을 가지든 그냥 하이그라운드에서 싸우든 둘 중 하나는 해야 됩니다. 메타 끝났어요 그나마. 혹시 들어가나요 지금 이거를? 글쎄 이거 뭐 하는 건지 모르겠네요. 아이스도 있고 메타 썼습니다 그냥. 복시 테러블레이드 먼저 잡아냈고요. 왜 들어갔죠? 잡을 데미지도 아니고 아이기스도 있고 메타 빠졌다고는 해도 들어 있었으면 모르겠는데 이건 좀 던진 수준이에요. 뭐라고 하는지는 모르겠네요 저 사람이.
Shout out to all the beautiful Dota fans joining us here in Riyadh. The middle of this game for 7,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, a 15 to 13
끌 거면은
and it feels like all the
웨이브를 잘라 먹었어야 될 것 같은데 차라리.
They still have to in a grand finals crack open a high ground TB versus Drow Ranger with a lot of spam behind
거미가
it. There's
태블이랑
ledge that makes things
싸우려고
difficult.
링크 간
There's
거
the
같거든요.
Ender Spirit slight spam that is going to be annoying.
There's a Glacier potential.
Oh my god.
I mean, you laugh. That thing's no joke in a high ground situation where you don't have a lot of gap close. it's not insignificant here.
I swear to God.
Yatoro looking for a shield.
오, 자. 근데 아직 아이기스 남아 있어요.
Nisha can get power runes, I guess.
It's a big deal for this.
썬더도 있죠.
Not an idle rune.
Yatoro's like, yeah, you saw what happened last time with that Sunder. You better run, Boxy.
에이토스 센트리 있습니다. 썬더
That's
쓰고
going to be another Sunder to bring down Boxy again.
아이기스 아직 1분 메타 돌아오고요. 만화 있을 때 한번 올라가 볼까요?
Hurricane Pike done for the Drow as Zai pushes towards that Butterfly. These are going to be the big windows for Liquid to strike back in this game after this Aegis expires and try and push towards that next Roshan.
Yeah, but it feels like their net worth has been stalled out. I mean, Zai's been looking at this Butterfly for what feels like forever.
어려 사망 사이.
That's absolutely for
하이버드
sure. Once
파편인
it
것
gets there,
같은데요.
it
아
should be good for a
나비검이네요.
while, right? I don't see Yatoro or any other hero on Team Spirit really getting Pierce anytime soon.
만화
You're
없기는
not gonna get
합니다.
past that
알겠어
50.
지금 한 30초 남았네요.
Items that help you deal with the Drow Ranger.
조금 신경 쓸 타이밍인데요.
So in theory, Zai can scale pretty well this game because he's just not going to be the focus in terms of dealing with him. Everything is going to go into the Drow, pushing that high ground and breaking the defense here for Liquid. It's just what it might come down to, a high ground defense. Can you hold on long enough to get to the ultra late game where that Drow Ranger can shine? Like you said, tough cookie to crack. I still like the fact that Team Spirit's supports continue to just farm up this map. I think it's one of the big key factors in this meta.
네.
Fire, but I guess he is fire
로바가
incarnate. Will be
맞췄으면은
able to draw some
죽었겠죠.
attention from Team Spirit and get away unscathed.
아이스 켜지고요.
And the ghost
7K 격차. 알기스로 그렇게 큰 어드 걷지는 못했습니다. 게임이 뭐 리퀴드가 한참을 버텨야 역전할 수 있겠지만은 뭔가 하기는 해야 돼요. 쉐링 체인 있습니다. 아 없나요? 없네요. 파밍하는 데서 나요 지금.
Mira is just always TPing out of like random baited gangs.
Yeah.
Man knows his limits, and every time one of these moves doesn't work, you have lanes you have to respond to. As the Brood is the one having to deal with the lanes instead of the other way around right now.
그래서 들어. 글쎄요 파이크 이후에 더 가능한 게 있나? 오 피했어요.
Dodge there on the cookie. Still got to be careful though. He's gonna jump away. Fortunately, there was nobody on his spirit. Yatoro's gonna spot him now.
자 도로 스카디 있습니다.
Yeah, he thinks with the Scotty he can catch him here. Nisha pops a
이렇게
BKB
그냥
just in
쓰고요.
case, and he's gonna get another spirit on out. They're really chasing him.
따끔따끔하죠.
Nisha, maybe he's gonna be away. The kiss it.
발mol로 당하면서
just in range from collapse.
당황했습니다.
Team Spirit. What is that? How did they have such a perfect read of the margins?
포셉을 두 번.
Just way too damn good. I don't know. This Yatoro guy, he has a different read of the game than anybody else in the world right now. The way he just goes into fights, goes into ganks, knows exactly.
저는 미라에게 데모닉 클린즈.
It looks so damn
이거
casual.
좋죠. 지금 이번 판 CC가 거의 메인은 시어링 체인이에요.
Clean up a boxy as well.
What you doing there, bud?
And now he has a full silver edge completed, so he is just gonna.
리퀴드가 일단 질질 끌려고 웨이브 밀고 3차를 두드려서 딜을 좀 빼기는 했는데 어려워 보이죠. 골드 격차는 벌어져만 갑니다.
Strong, but what if you can never get out on the map to find farm? As Mickey, he's gonna have to TP away from.
미케 네.
Everywhere, man. Yeah. What?
야토로가 거의 맵팩을 쓰는 것처럼 상대를 쫓아다녀요.
It's not like there's some crazy train just running around behind Yatoro. It is just Yatoro. That is an insane heat map for a carry here. He has been literally everywhere.
맵 전체에 왔다 갔다 하면서 다 먹고 있어. 킬을 여기저기 다 따고 다니고 있어.
You can see Mickey, he's playing the edges. He's just trying to keep away from the Terrorblade nonstop.
Yeah, all of those blue dots are running away from the red dots here.
역시 돈 미세는 다릅니다. 상금이 똑바로 걸리자 풀파워를 내는 스피릿. 아 야토로가 TI 우승할 때 진짜 육감 가진 것처럼 제육감 가진 것처럼 갱업 회피로 했는데 이번에는 제육감으로 상대를 찾아내가지고 직접 죽이고 있습니다.
Almost level 20 and almost a Daedalus on this Snapfire. It's just going to be a raw damage.
혹시야 이거 탭을 멀기는 해요. 프라이멀로 먼저 박혀 넣고요. 조금 애매하긴 합니다. 혹시 더 쫓아갈 수 있나요, 니샤? 범이 오긴 했는데 미포시카 잡기에는 좀 무리가 있습니다. 클랩스. 근데 이렇게 되면 야토로 와가지고 스카디로 그냥 포셉 쓰고 들어가서 이제 메타 왔죠. 들어가서 마무리합니다. 미켈 사망. 자 여기까지 사진은 못할 것 같고 아무리 그래도
An absolute god right now as the second
12K, 13K 차에 이대로 배럭 세트 밀리기 시작합니다. 그나마 포티 있으니까 한 세트 정도로 끝날 것 같기는 해요. 한 세트나 레인지 배럭 하나 정도.
How much does Yatoro want to push this with Aegis coming back up on that Roshan? He will back off. I think the correct play here, even with
엠버가 초반에 망하고 복구를 하다가 꼬꾸라진 거라.
very strong high ground defense lineup. That next objective's coming. And he just gets straight on top of Mickey, just walks in.
초반에 미케도 킬 먹으면서 큰 거 치고는 망해버렸죠.
Absolutely no fear.
한타가 안 돼.
If it wasn't for Insania
이게
there,
자이가 조금 더 컸으면 모르겠는데 한타 없이 그냥 평타만 있다 보니까.
try and keep the cores alive, Team Liquid.
And this frost shield is what's allowing the cores to go in, but you have answers on Team Spirit.
플레이메이커가 없어 지금. 엠버가 플레이메이커를 하기에는 섀도우 디몬도 있고 그냥 본인 성장 자체가 좀 모자르고.
Purge whoever goes in with that, it's instantly gone. You also have an enchant that can do it if you are not BKB'd. You're going in first onto her, so you cannot rely on this frost shield to man up versus the Terrorblade. You just have to have enough damage that you can pump into him here, and so far it has not been close as Yatoro has pulled a 6k gold lead off of this map. Laurel still looking for the level 20 talent, but he did finish the Daedalus and got the quiver. And there's a lot of damage that Team Spirit can pump in right now, and both the cores are becoming a threat as well, right? Like the Shadow Demon and the Ench are going to scale really hard in this game, particularly that Ench with the
손이 좀 되기는 하는데
very strong combination. This is probably not a Roche you can afford to give up.
생각보다 탭을 빼면 비등비등 하거든요. 근데 아직 상성바를 보려면은 드로우가 좀 더 커야 돼요. 드로우가 스위프트 대거 정도 나와줘야 되니까.
Illusion push past the Hawk, now into the Hellbear. One by one, they're clearing through these blockades. Laurel, interesting enough, is actually going to back out and push out mid first.
We've seen him do this a lot this tournament. It doesn't seem like Team Spirit are afraid of conceding a bit of Roche damage as long as he can get back there in time to reset and gain a lane advantage.
Yeah, when you had the vision of the Beastmaster.
Yeah, what's the
1코어만 더 나오면 되는데 1코어가 언제 나올지 모르겠어.
I think Spirit are happy to take this fight if they can bait Liquid into the pit.
And Liquid
그냥
is going
들어갔습니다
to
그냥.
take that bait. They're going to try and take this Roshan.
녹여낼 수 있나요? 빠르게 와요, 빠르게 와요. 미케 바로 그냥 로어를 그냥 당해버렸죠. 발백 없습니다. 게다가 나머지 다 삭제당한 중. 니샤 열심히 달리고 있긴 한데 야토로 잡아낼 수 있을까요? 야토로 주변에 썬더 박아놓을 대상이 별로 없긴 해요. 이거 엄청 큰 킬이긴 합니다. 니샤 잘 최대한 질질 끌긴 했는데 애매했네요. 이거 근데 리퀴드가 나머지 정리하고 로샬 가져가면 또 가망이 있어요. 테러블레이드 어떻게 될까요? 인첸 바이백까지.
And Yatoro doesn't have it. He bought out for Nullifier in that fight, so there is no Terrorblade in this engagement.
이거 모릅니다. 게임 갑자기 모르게 됐어요. 따끔따끔하죠 지금. 자기가 시야 보여주니까 미케 마무리할 수 있거든요 충분히. 멜포시카 엄청 아파요. 라일까지. 와 이거 참 마무리 됩니다. 이러면 몰라요. 이러면 몰라요. 드로우 갑자기가 확 큽니다. 마이백을 썼는데도 이렇게 되면은 충분히 쫓아가져요. 따끔따끔한데 지금 미포시가 내려와서 한 대 맞았다가 갑자기 느낌 이상해졌죠? 튀려고 했는데 늦었습니다 이미.
But he did not have it for that fight as Zai makes his presence felt. The butterfly brood was heating up there.
이러면 몰라요.
He could not stand his ground. He does not have evasion pierce. He does not have a satanic. The actual fighting power of this Terrorblade, if Liquid are positioned correctly, they can manage it. Not impossible by any means. That'll be a strong blow to strike here as you bought a huge amount of time for your Drow Ranger to continue scaling in this game.
Yeah, now you've got the level 20 talents for him and the Broodmother. Big damage upgrades for both of them. You have the Silver Edge now done.
근데 드로우 여기서 링켄 갑니다. 에거가 아니고.
So he actually will have an option now for if it's just Yatoro trying to go on to him.
네, 파이크만으로 태블한테서 빠져나갈 수 있나요? 태블이 들러붙어가지고 메타를 켜가지고 지금.
There are a lot of really important level 25 talents in this game. Almost every hero between these 6 cores has ones that's very pivotal. You get to the level 25 on the Drow with the extra multi-shot or marksman, it's something that could just burst the Terrorblade down. Of course, extra sunders. I mean,
그럼 좀 더
every
대담하게
25
싸울
is
필요가
damage
있어
with the
보이는데요.
Brood,
들어오네.
the Ember Spirit with the extra slights. It's gonna be a race to this late game.
일단은 20레벨을 지키고 있습니다. 특성.
Really in the fight. That nullifier for Yatoro
그러니까 뒤지면 끝이니까 오히려 백업빌드 타고 좀 기다리다가 들어와서 싸우면 될 것 같은데 탭을 위치를 확인을 하고 잘 모르겠습니다.
Rare that you get on top of the Drow and the nullifier makes a difference. I mean, in that fight you just got roared down and bursted. Didn't really pay off for that fight. Might feel great later. Did cost you a little bit here as he
I feel like part of it is he just wanted to have more opportunities to kill Mickey solo.
Yeah, that's what I think. He was expecting the fight to go how it was earlier, where he just silver edges in, gets on top of somebody, and then you're absolutely gone. If that happens, yeah, that nullifier maybe just wins you the game right there.
정리가 안 돼요. 프로스 쉴드 있어도 녹고 있죠. 조금만 더 치면은 3차 타업하게 됩니다. 그나마 네 살렸네요.
And the nullifier does not help you in that regard.
Team Spirit relentless on the pressure, even into an Aegis. They hit the high ground,
스모크.
force a reaction out of Team Liquid once again.
누군가 찾고 있습니다.
Smoke across the map, trying to find somebody isolated.
까졌죠.
Now this is an interesting pickup from Collapse. He went for the little ancient rumble hide on his helm of the Overlord. This is a rare creep to see, but it is a creep that gives you accuracy increase.
That is true.
This is something to help Yatoro deal with the evasion on the Brood.
명중률
you have to remember there's a
43%.
mischance on Silken Bola as well. If you land it on it, like this is a big deal. An extra 40%. You land
이거 쓰는 건 진짜 처음 보기는 하네요.
make the difference in a man-up engagement.
몽키 킹바처럼 43% 주는 거거든요. 명중률을. 실큰 볼라 있고 드로우 지금 아마 거스트 50% 있을 테고요.
Collapse will give every aura he can, including an assault cuirass, into that Terrorblade.
진짜 처음
They are
보긴
just gonna
합니다.
make this god a true immortal if they can. And it is down to Team Liquid to burst through him. Bring the Drow Ranger damage, maintain a gap in the fight for Mickey. If Mickey gets gap closed, you lose so much damage. And then it falls entirely on Zai's shoulders to pick up the pace, as Nisha's probably going to be dealing with supports and contributing whatever he can.
Double damage, they leave it for Nisha.
He's going to bottle it.
Yeah, he wants to be able to have the DD for later because it's unlikely
더블 데미지 자이가
right now.
This is definitely the highest impact DE. I actually think it's just better than the
어떻게
Drow.
될까요? 나비검도 있고 이게 탭을
Downside is there are a lot of purges.
링캔들이 있으니까 억지로 들러붙어가지고 한 방을 내면 그러니까 썬더를 못 쓰게 하고 잡을 수만 있다면은 괜찮긴 할 건데 탭을 본인도 일단은 놀파 가지고 있어요. 링캔 깔 수 있도록.
I wonder when he's going to go BKB because at some point in time they're going to be able to get through this Lincolns. Is it enough protection really for him?
아이기스 30초.
I have a hard time seeing a 6 slot for this Brood without it. I guess there's a world you just tank up through something else, but this is not a hero you buy Satanic on, really. It's not a great Scotty buyer here. You could just go more damage with your own MKB or Daedalus. Swift Blink might not be too bad either. Just Swift Blink onto the Terrorblade and shut him down.
Yeah, maybe you're just trying all in on just getting the fast kill,
Save
whatever that is,
Blink.
whether it's the faster damage or the blink
결국은
to kill a support. in the
탭을이
backline.
잡히냐 드로우가 잡히냐 싸움으로 가는 거라 둘 중 하나가 살면은 혼자서 나머지 쓸어먹을 수 있죠. 뭐 1대5를 한다는 수준은 아니겠지만은
Well, the longest standing veteran in this game.
충분히 쓸어갈 수 있습니다.
Choose correctly. 18 to 25, 9,000 net worth lead for Team Spirits, and the Aegis has expired for Team Liquid.
지금 리퀴드 쫓아오는 동안 테러블레이드만 돈 오르고 나머지는 그냥 엠버랑 다 비슷비슷해요 계속. 엠버가 킬 먹은 것도 있지만은 밀어야 돼서 탭을이 먹기는 해도 나눠줘야 될 것 같아요 저거만.
This is about as strong as Terrorblade's going to get in this game. I mean, you can do some little fancy things at the end with an Ag Shard and, you know, maybe replace one of these items, maybe Nullifier with something like a butterfly timing that can surprise Liquid.
40분 되어가는 중.
He is peaking. And especially with
로샤는 아직 2분의 추가 시간 많이 남아 있습니다.
wants to start taking some names. He's going to just run into Zai. His own initiation once again. Yatoro will start it off and try to break down the spider.
Oh, desperate TP, that's not going to work. The damage.
네, 랄이 마무리합니다.
So he's dead for 85 seconds. You know, with a meta popped from Team Spirit,
별
they're
킹이
going to try and
없으니까
force his buyback.
어떻게 할 수가 없네요. TPR 사려고는 했는데
He just
좀
walks up
늦었죠.
to people in Silver Edge and brings them down. This is not something that should be happening this reliably. It's something that has made this game very close.
I mean, he put the fear in them early, and ever since
올라가네요.
Team Liquid have been running from Utoro every single time he shows himself. They haven't been able to put up a
시키려고 하는
cohesive
건지.
plan to be able to stop his relentless aggression as it continues now in the tier 3 at the top lane.
Now his meta is running out, so this is a dangerous push to commit to.
애매해요. 라일 들어왔는데요. 묶어냈어요, 복시가. 조금 애매한 상황. 복시 살았습니다. 3차 타워 가전은 갔는데요. 지금 테러블레이드 네 빠져나가죠.
Was actually gained from that buyback. I think Team Spirit really wanted to try and make it go and see if Zai would click that button.
아마 바이백 뽑기 위한 전투였을 것 같은데 좀 줄타기를 해도 리퀴드에서 바이백 나오지는 않았습니다. 다른 추가 킬도 없었고요. 좀 아슬아슬해 보였죠.
It'll be Demon Zeal off the shard for Yotoro as he continues his scale. No buyback on this Terrorblade right now.
샷 아직 없어요. 5초.
Are they ever
이
going to
탭을
find
잡히면
him when he makes
큰일입니다.
these solo moves?
That's the
They
thing.
push
A
out
single
again with the
sentry,
smoke.
A single smoke from Liquid. You going aggressive. There's a gem on Boxy right now that they stole from Aposhka.
Oh, look at Mickey. Mickey is in so deep. Mickey is surrounded by so many heroes. Mickey shows himself.
많아요.
Oh, he doesn't have a silver edge, and this is
많아요.
bad for him. They try and get the force staff away. The
묶어는
clock's
줍니다만
running out.
밀케 이렇게 되면 사망하죠. 밀케 다이백입니다. 이렇게 되면 게임 끝나겠네요.
Oh no.
복시까지
Mickey tried to make a
너무
move
앞에
without
나갔습니다.
the entirety of Team Liquid. And runs into the whole squad.
게임이 끝나버렸네요.
Now that's two heroes that do know how to buy back.
밀케 없이는 막을 수단이 없어요.
They're gunning for it. This could be their opportunity to close out the series.
자기 데미지 믿고 괜히 물어보려다가 시야 없이 물어보려다가 결국은 그거죠. 스피릿은 찢어질 이유가 없어서 오 죽여버렸어요. 리치 한 번에.
They knew the frost shield is an important part of being able to stall out this game long enough for these heroes to
리치
come back.
순사.
So taking away the lich.
They're just gonna go megas here, but you know.
빛이 찢어질 이유가 없다 보니까 항상 조심해야 되는 건데 그거를 의식을 못했죠. 미라 잡아냈습니다. 그냥 바이백해요. 일단은 질질 끌고 있습니다. 일단 레아클립 나왔고요. 어이구, 네 라일 평타 좀 치였죠. 게임 끝낼 수 있나요? 리치 근데 삭제당했어요 또 한번. 보이지도 않았는데 죽었어요. 파이널로 이렇게 되면은 거미 벌써 반피고요. 그 다음에 마무리. 바이백 없습니다. 게임 끝나면서 스피릿이 이거를 우승으로 합니다. 와 스피릿이 이게 돈의 힘입니다 여러분. 상금이 걸리자 우승팀으로 진화를 해버린 스피릿. 아니 스피릿 성적이 DPC 빼면은 이랬단 말이에요. 막 예선 탈락 막 본선 턱걸이 막 이러고 있었단 말이야. 근데 갑자기 돈이 걸리니까 와 이거를 우승을 그냥 압도적으로 해버리네요. 이런 거 봐. 1등 하면 얼마 주나. 1등 하면은 30만 달러 줌. 근데 리야드에서는 500만 달러야. 이거 17번 이겨야 리야드마스터 한 번이라 굳이 17번 이기느니 그냥 우리는 한 번만 먹겠다. 니들이 나눠 가져라 잔돈은. 잔돈은 너네가 가져라. 큰 돈은 우리가 가져갈 테니. 진짜 딱 그거죠. 와. 저택을 하나 더 사겠군요. 스피릿은.
Otherworldly in getting these shard grabs, setting up the snowballs. Everything just aligns, and when it does, you have collapse. Playing heroes, he's expanded his hero pool into the zoo. This man is not a one-trick pony in terms of blink stuns. draft-wise, they are super confident to run things
아무튼
back.
스피릿의 우승을
They're confident to pull out heroes
갑니다.
first time for some of these players that you've
스피릿도
never
호감
seen.
팀이잖아.
And the team fighting,
재밌는 게임이었어요.
You have a 30k lead on this team, it doesn't mean anything. Nope. They're 30k ahead. It feels like the game is absolutely over.
근데 이렇게 되면은 도타 상금 순위 1등 갈아지는 거 아니야? 도타가 아니라 이제
unstoppable in that regard. Nobody beats them at it. And now it's time. Everybody, please make some noise
노테일이 1등이잖아요.
for your Riyadh Masters winners, for the champions.
풀타임 TI 위너보다 리야드가 더 크잖아 지금.
Team Spirit.
이거 적용 받으면은 어떻게 적용돼? 5분의 1 됨? 5분의 1 되는 거야? 아니면은 어떻게 되는 거예요? 팀으로 들어가는 거야? 팀으로 들어간 거 같은데? 팀으로 들어가면 1등이야. 그러니까 전체 다 들어가면 5분의 1이야? 5분의 1이면은 어디까지 가나요? 9 리퀴드 넘네요. 미라클 위로 올라갑니다.
You were here 1 year ago on this stage at this moment, but came just a little bit short. This time, this series, you clutch it out. How are you feeling right now?
인터뷰 봅시다.
Feeling great. What I can say? Yeah, is this how you imagined it? I mean, obviously, you're no stranger to this level of glory. But you guys are consistently the most clutch team. Every time it seems that it's down to the wire, you guys are calm. And you're maintaining that, but right now it seems like you're at least enjoying the excitement.
Yes. I mean, I think it's our main purpose to be calm down in every match, like till enemy's throne go down. So we always
진짜
focus,
스틸시
always
갑자기.
trying to win. So I think that's why, like, it's our mentality, our strategy.
أبطال رياض ماسترز 2023 تيم سبيريت. معنا ببوشكا أحد أعضاء الفريق كان يتكلم عن سعادته بفوزه في هذه البطولة. سألناه السؤال الأول إنه السنة الماضية أنتم كنتوا في المركز الثاني، السنة هذه قدرتوا تجيبون المركز الأول، هل كان هذا الشيء اللي أنتم تخيلتوه وتوقعتوه من هذه البطولة؟ لكن كان الجواب يقول صراحة يعني إحنا حاولنا اللي علينا ودائما إحنا نكون هذه
1등 절반 맞죠? 나름 비율 괜찮기는 해.
ومليانين مشاعر الآن.
Where is Laurel? There he is. Laurel, I spoke to you not too long ago talking about your journey with this team and making it to this point.
He's our star.
He's your star.
And what the question?
Oh, I don't know. You seemed very eager to talk. I thought you wanted to say something. Do you want to say anything right now?
No.
그러니까 랄이 원래 강한 미드인데 스피릿이랑 너무 안 어울렸었거든요. 운영법이 너무 안 어울렸었는데 다 익숙해졌나 봐. 점점 조금씩 나아지는 것 같긴 했는데 완성이 된 것 같습니다. 진짜 딱 레인저만 이기고 운영 미숙으로 다 함께 침몰을 했었는데 1년 만에 호흡이 딱딱 맞네요 이제는.
Laurel is just starting his journey, my friends.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين، لارل كان هو الوحيد اللي مو موجود مع راستر تيم سبيريت، والشيء هذا تغير في السنه هذه، وبعدها شفناهم يكسبون رياض ماسترز 2023. فسالناه سؤال، هل انت تشوف انه انت كنت السبب اللي انت فزت في الفريق؟ هل هذه بدايه الجرني لك مع تيم سبيريت؟ يعني في اخر مره في المقابله كنا نتكلم معاه يقول انا توي جديد على الفريق وانا ما احس اني سويت اللي يكفي، لكن في المره هذه قال لنا انه لا فعلا انا هنا جاي عشان ابدا مسيرتي مع تيم سبيريت، وهو جدا مبسوط انه يكون مع هذول التيم ميت. لكن جاء الوقت الان اعزائي المشاهدين اننا نشهد فريق تيم سبيريت انهم يتركون علامتهم في رياض ماسترز 2023 ويوقعون معنا على الكاميرا. الان راح نعطيهم القلم على طول. Tsunami, if you could explain that in English. They're about to sign the camera.
Correct, yes. They need to leave their mark on this tournament. But one last thing, Mira, anything that you have to say to the fans who have been watching Team Spirit, being fans of Team Spirit, and now being able to
준비한 뱀팩이 하나 잘 먹혀가 들어간 느낌이었고 우리는 틀리지 않았다를 시전을 했는데
like our fans because we have very rough season.
틀리지
And, we
않았었죠.
lost like all the majors and basically like all the tournaments we placed last place, but they still message us. they
그저
still,
퍽이 구렸다.
cheer
진짜로
for us,
코치가 한 말
and they
그대로였어.
support us, and,
퍽이
that's
구렸던 것
one of the
같다.
reason
그래서
why we come
바꿨다.
back on this tournament so hard. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you.
그러고 승리하고 그대로 마무리해버렸네요.
زي ما تشوفون قاعد يقولون ان تيم سبيريت انهم يشكرون كل الفانز على دعمهم الى اللحظه هذه لانه حتى في اوقاتهم الصعبه كل الفانز من انحاء العالم جالسين يشجعونهم جالسين يدعمونهم الى اللحظه هذه فكان التيم يشكرهم على كل دعمهم هذا والان جاء الوقت اللي يوقعون فيه على الكاميرا نشهدهم يتركون علامتهم على جيمرز 8 رياض ماسترز.
That's right. Mira, if you don't mind, could you please take an opportunity to put your name on this camera right here and leave your mark on this tournament as we can commemorate for one last time, ladies and gentlemen, Team
앞에 따로
Spirit,
붙여놨네요,
your
판을.
Riyadh Masters champions!
중앙에 적어줘야 되는데 안 보이죠 잘? 올랩스는 사인이 여전하네요. 지난 TI 스티커 때도 그렇고 다들 사인 그대로인 것 같다.
Congratulations to Team Spirit, your champions of Riyadh Masters 2023. In fantastic.
그래서 괜찮아 보이면서도 아쉽게 됐네요.
They have evolved throughout this
그러니까
tournament.
미케가 미드로는 참 괜찮은데
Could beat them. Here they are, the
캐리로는
top, coming second place last year. They just
1.5군
got
정도
more
수준이야.
hungry for the victory this year around Team Liquid. Unfortunately for them, on the receiving end of the onslaught, and this game, this final game, we thought maybe Liquid had what it took in terms of the draft to be able to this game.
드라초가
but
조금
let's
덜
be
던지고
real. This was
5점이 조금 더 낮아지면 딱
right,
미케
this was
정도.
an outplay.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple for my analysis. For this series and this game especially, Team Spirit looked like they were playing
정도
any other
느낌이야.
Dota game, like a pub, and Liquid looked like they were playing for millions of dollars.
미드 할 때는 참 판고도 잘하고
You can see the games
괜찮았었는데
are there, for sure. There were some chokes in games. Some
그러니까 마툼바
maybe some
가서
bad calls,
누가
maybe
오나
some
그랬었는데
nerves, but
니샤가
I still want
K로
to
변경이
commend Liquid
돼가지고
anyway for their journey in this tournament.
아직
They leveled
캐리의
up so much as a team. They
빅풀도
played beautiful
그렇고
Dota and they overcame
예전에
their
스벤 할 땐
rivalries being
괜찮았는데
gladiators. They finally
이게
took them,
잘하는
took
캐리
them
몇몇
down in the upper
빼면은
brackets. So
너무
I mean, with
훅
that
죽어
being said,
사람이.
Team Spirits, what an incredible team, man. Watching
스키터
them
비슷하지.
play this
스키터도 이제 잘하는
tournament
애들은
and fight
진짜
tooth and
신들린
nail for
듯이
every win
팀의
and make
중심처럼
these
하는데
incredible comebacks has been so
망령,
effective.
페보, 스베 이런 거 죽은 이후에 스키터는 약간 팀의 격가지로 바뀌어버렸죠.
big tournaments and grand finals, like they never falter, and you can just
약간 그런 느낌인 거지. 자기 메타 왔을 때만 힘쓰는 캐리.
That was the difference in this series, especially in this last game. I feel like Liquid had the tools to win, but you can just tell that the pressure is on, and they're a little bit in their heads, and that it's understandable.
그러니까 미케는
It's hard to play the
그나마
last game,
하드 캐리 쓸 수 있는 게
last game
루나인데
potentially,
루나가
it's hard to
지금
play, and I think Spirit
한
just has
2년인가요?
that over a lot of teams. Not a lot of
계속
teams have
부려.
that, and I think that's why they're champions.
They are the champions and they are taking some well-deserved champion pictures there on our stage, of course, as well. This is a team that
그래서 미케가 캐리 간다고 그랬을 때 좀 의심스러웠거든. 원래 포지션 돌리긴 하지만은 허익바 있을 때 포지션 돌리기를 많이 하긴 했지만은 그때 미케한테 지어주는 거 항상 래쉬 캐리, 스펜 캐리, 루나 캐리 이 세 가지뿐이었어가지고 나머지는 쿼익바 아니면 복시가 있었죠 캐리를. 그래서 미케가 K로 가면서 조금 이상했었는데 실제로 이제 진짜 큰 경기 될 때마다 강한 팀이랑 싸울 때마다 힘이 좀 딸리네요.
So good. Yeah, they came top 8 in Lima, which was okay, it was nice. But then both Berlin and Bali first round of playoffs, which they did make, but first round of playoffs they got eliminated 9th to 12th, which is
타이밍 잘 잡고 파바박 들어가서 파바박 끝내는 거는 확실하게 잘하는데 파밍 하라고 시키는 것도 잘 못하고.
They secured $5 million here from Riyadh Masters. So a big congrats of showing once again on the biggest stage that they can do it, they can pull through, they can be the best, and an extra congratulations to Laurel. We heard earlier on today, we heard Yatoro say, you know, I just really want to win this for Laurel because I want him to experience what we experience when we win tournaments. And he gets to do it here, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few teams throughout the course of Dota 2 history. I think of starting with TI6 Wings, TI7 Liquid, OG, and then Team Spirit, where I personally just feel lucky to watch them play. Like, I just feel grateful for like the shows that they put on and the showing Dota in its purest form. And you mentioned like they never give up, they're composed, they show us that at any point, any way you can win. And that is so hard to do, let alone on this stage.
Yes, absolutely. We saw that they did that exactly that in the final fight of our final game here of our grand finals. If we can take a look at our STC play, there's not a lot to analyze, as in, I mean, we can try it, but at the end of the day, this was partially Team Spirit knowing exactly when to pounce, partially nerves, Effie getting the better of Team Liquid.
I think gusting before like right-clicking the Snapfire was maybe it was the nerves. Maybe he thought the right-click came out
후반으로
before he
갈수록
pressed the gus.
재밌었고요,
I don't know.
이번 때.
Like, that was definitely a
애초에
mistake.
아예 본선만 봤어, 나는.
there without buyback. There's also a shield rune, I believe, on the Snapfire. So
조별 예선이랑 그룹
nothing particularly
스테이지는
special happened in
몇몇
that
경기만 그냥
playing
시간 날 때
particular
보고
from
한가할
the
때.
ends of Team Spirit, but we can just attribute that
역시
to the
돈이
composure,
걸려야
right? We've been talking
얘네들이
about
목숨 걸고
composure this
한다고.
entire time, and we saw the difference in it here.
Yeah, I think more than anything, that clip shows what went wrong throughout the game.
이제
Just like
TI가
getting picked apart.
얼마나 걸릴진 모르겠지만 어떤 배패를 보여줄진 모르겠지만 다음 주 패치죠.
Symbol of that, that they just couldn't really get to where they wanted. They had one
오늘 내일
fight where
패치죠.
Nikkei bought back, they got the Roche. We thought they might have
어떤 DM을 보여줘서 TI 상금을 충족시킬지
they couldn't really fight into Spirit.
그거를 봐야 할 것 같습니다.
They could not.
그래서 중계 여기까지고요.
Get the MVP for the entire series. I don't think it's
나는 아침 먹고
that we chose for this one. He has consistently
내가 너무
stepped it
시간을
up.
맞춰서 일어났거든. 8시 경기인데 7시 반에 7시 반? 7시 반에 알람 끄고 40분에 다시 울려서 일어났거든. 억지로. 그래가지고 샤워를 못해서 샤워도 하고 밥도 먹고 그러겠습니다. 빠빠이 합시다. 빠빠이. 그리고 표지 갈아놔야 돼. 지금 발리 메이저로 그려놔가지고 표지를.